Getting set up at the YouTube. Give me just a second, y'all. What's up, y'all? I was late, y'all. I freaked out because I hit some button on studio and everything went away. Everything went away, and I didn't know where to find any of my scenes, none of my sources. So I'm late because I was fucking around with TikTok Studio and thought I erased everything. Hey, oh him well, how are you? Okay, got the YouTube going. Oh, thank you, Yala. I think Lala is gonna come. Will be back tonight. Uh, I thank y'all for all of the help y'all gave her too for helping her raise money to get home for the holidays. I appreciate y'all. I'm not sure if she bought the tickets today. I haven't spoken to her since the live this morning, but I appreciate all the help with that as well. Y'all, I'm gonna read y'all something in a minute when everybody get here. So I told y'all that when I get DMs, I'm gonna read them during the live. I got a really long DM today, which is odd because I think this person was on the live the day before yesterday, but maybe it was yesterday. I can't remember. Nelly, were you here when that girl was on the live and she kept wanting to talk about the deception in the Bible, and she kept pushing the Jacob story, and I kept saying, I don't think that your knowledge level is suited for this. Let's pick something else. And she kept pushing the Jacob story. Do you remember that? Were you here?
Yeah, I was on there and I listened. She didn't know nothing. I mean, she didn't know who Jacob was.
Exactly. Okay. So she sent me a DM. Okay, and I'm going to read this DM in a minute, and it's really long. But like, what I don't appreciate about the DM is how she tried to make it like I hurt her during the live and embarrassed her in front of her family. She said my family was there watching. So that means you went and told your family, I'm going to get her. Come watch. Like that's what you did. You invited your family to this live, and then you ran back and so-called got hurt is what she said in the DM. I'm going to read all of it to y'all.
Wow.
But you try to put it on me because I said several times, pick another topic, right? I kept saying, but you don't know who Jacob is. I kept saying that, and she kept pressing the issue. And now she says that I embarrassed her in front of her family who were here to watch.
Wow. Well, yeah, she wanted to just, to me, how she came off was she was just expressing her opinion. She didn't even know the story. She didn't know who Jacob was. You went through the whole thing, the whole spiel of who Jacob was, and this and it's like she didn't catch none of it.
Mm-mm.
She didn't even hear the story. All she could tell you is how she feels, and and oh, I'm like, and I couldn't even say I wouldn't even say nothing else to her. I would have just said okay,
And
okay.
then, like, she even admits in the DM that she didn't know the story. Um, yeah, she admits that in the DM.
Wow, wow,
Like,
wow.
I'm
It's
gonna
kind of
pull it up.
sad though. I mean, because that just shows how deep the brainwashing goes. Basically, you don't even have to know, but you just you don't even know what's in the Bible. But I know God said this. I know the devil does this, and it was heartbreaking to me.
Yeah, like she did it to herself though. That's the thing.
Yeah,
Like she did it to herself.
Yeah, I thought in the beginning when you decided to go ahead and tell her who Jacob was and everything, give her the story. I thought it was going to be a teachable moment.
And honestly, like with these type of conversations, right? Like the things that I learn and that I want to share, or I want to like dig more into. Most of the topics are centered around that, so that I can share things that I've learned, and I can learn more about the things that I've learned, right? Like what people think about them, what people have already studied about them, right? Thinking outside the box. And so that's the whole purpose of bringing up the stories in the Bible and talking about them from these standpoints, right? And that's what I was hoping that it would be. And so when she was like, "Tell me, go ahead and tell me," and when I went through the whole story, the Jacob story, it, she literally like she started going off. Like she just I want to talk about the devil. I think that's what she kept saying. I want to talk about the devil.
Yeah, yeah. I can't even have a conversation with people that are not at least somewhat versed in the Bible. Um, if they don't know the stories, I mean, I'm like you. I don't care to hear your opinion. If it's going to be your opinion, say it's your opinion. Don't say it's in the Bible and you don't even know it's there. You're just saying it because you heard it. You know,
Yeah, wait till you hear this. Like, just wait till you hear how she justified her behavior. Hold on. Damn. Oh, hold on. I gotta sign into TikTok. Give me just a second. I did. I posted the video. Like I'm going to do a series because I literally said like don't message me, don't DM me when you leave here, and don't message me threats. Because I'm gonna post them and I'm gonna read them during the live
right.
because it gets ridiculous. Hold on. 1, 2, 0, 9.
Yeah, and as you should, you know, just as you should, especially the threats that needs to be posted.
Every time I log in, I see a different profile that's pretending to be me. It's
Well, you're probably
ridiculous. Let's see if I can. Let's see if I can get to the messages. How do I get to? Oh, hold on. Here we go. Oh, message request. Uh, Damn,
hold
I
on,
gotta get.
Trina. I was telling Trina, just hold on. You'll explain how to get to the resources. She just joined, subscribed last week. How long did she got to stay subscribed for what, 30 days or something?
If she paid, she can get access to it now.
Oh, okay. Well, she subscribed.
Oh, here it is. That's her name, Vonnie85. That was
Okay.
her name. Okay. Come on, TikTok. I clicked on Vonnie, not Mama Bash. Okay. Here it go. TikTok Live sucks. I mean the desktop app sucks. Scroll up. Okay. She says, "Hey, I just wanted to thank you the other day when I was sleepy and came on your live and didn't know the full Jacob story like the back of my hand. And you kicked me off your live cursed me out and said I didn't know the Bible. My family was on that live, and it kind of hurt my feelings. I wanted to get back on live with you the next day and get my lick back, lol. So I went and read it so I can know more about it and be prepared our next conversation. Once I got deeper in the story, I realized God sent the angel to wrestle with Jacob to build up his strength, and I never knew that. I was feeling down after that live and questioned myself on if I should be teaching people the truth about God if I don't know the Bible like the back of my hand. But when I read that Jacob story, it strengthened me so much. At first, I thought that was the worst live ever experienced, but turned out to be the best. He used you to help me be strong throughout my ministry, reminding me that you don't have to know everything, you just have to know the truth. When it's time for my judgment, it's not going to matter how much I know. It's going to matter what I know and how I applied it and did his will as a Jehovah's Witness. I will forever remember the angel that wrestled with Jacob now because of you. Through my spiritual walk, along with all that the other beautiful gems Jehovah has given me, teaching me not to ever give up. What the devil used to try to destroy you, with faith in God and passing the test, he can flip it and use it for his good. Romans 8:28. He wants me to be strong and keep going. I no longer need my lick back. I'm content and blessed by it, dove. I was sent to you for a beautiful reason, to build my strength as I continue my preaching and spiritual walk, because that was small, but I may have to face bigger challenges in the future. And thinking about that angel that wrestled with Jacob will always give me a power boost. Thank you so much. Jehovah always play chess, never checkers. Type in what is God's kingdom on jw.org, praying that you find the truth one day, because that's what matters, not how much you know, or should I say, think you know. If you don't know truth, you don't know anything. 1 Timothy 2 and 4, Deuteronomy 32, 3 through 5, Matthew 5, 5, Revelations 21, 3 and 4, Genesis 3, 1 through 5. Satan has always been the deceiver ever since Adam and Eve. God did not create him. He turned on God and have free will like us. I cannot. Paradise on earth is the main thing Jesus taught. That's what JWs teach, the real meaning of the Lord's Prayer, when we pray for his kingdom to come on earth. Soon, God is about to take his earth back and make it how he meant it to be before Adam and Eve sinned. What you think is deceiving, it's not. It's playing chess, not checkers. He's going against the devil and soon will get victory. Every knee will bow. Thanks again for helping me look more into that story. I will continue to fight for God and fight for truth. And this will always be a part of my testimony. Jehovah is using you too. When he wants that, that's the power of God. He will always have more power than the devil. Everyone will soon see. Love you, girly. Orange heart. Chess, never checkers. Always remember that. Check out jw.org, the world's most translated website in the world. Over 1,000 languages. Matthew 24:14 in full effect, because the world is lying in the power of the wicked one. 1 John 5:19, Matthew 7:13. Paradise on earth is the good news and the gospel in the Bible. Main thing Jesus taught and wanted his followers to do also. That's why we go door to door. But yeah, thanks again, sister. That Jacob story was awesome.
Okay. Before we go any further, I think you might want to consider, you just might want to consider doing voiceovers and audible books. You are very good at that. I mean, it almost sounded like a recording. I'm so glad I was muted because I was laughing my ass off. Wow. Yeah, she went there. Wow. Yeah. Uh, you know, um, she's one of those people I've always talked about. Uh, when I say that religion is a disease to me, and some people can never be cured. She's one of those people. She can never be cured. I mean, some people are just they're just too far gone to to jump back in reality. They have left reality and will never return to it. So wow,
But
that's amazing.
do you see the gaslighting? Like
Oh yeah,
you hurt my feelings because you wouldn't let me talk about what I wanted to talk about. You wouldn't let me gaslight you. You embarrassed me in front of my family who was there to watch me obliterate you. And then she's like, "Oh, I went and read so I could get my lick back, but I no longer need my lick back now." Like what the fuck? Like what did she think that I was going? Like what was I supposed to do with this message?
hey, I mean, hey, she's nothing. I mean, and what can you do with it?
And that shit is long.
Yeah, yeah. She really thought this out. Uh, a lot of wasted thought, but I mean, she did think it out. Um, wow. I, I mean, I don't even know what to say to that, thinker. I mean,
I started to message back and say, "Well, I'm glad you'll be wrestling in Jehovah now and no longer non-believers and leave us the fuck alone."
yeah.
But
Yeah.
uh,
Oh man,
yeah,
that it's
hold,
sad.
hold, hold on, y'all. Let's get the likes. I mean, let's get the shares to 100, so we can get on the FYP. I think it's only us in here, so that we can start bringing up guests. But yeah, yeah, it is. Somebody on the in the comments said, uh, how every they said every knee shall bow. They was like, how? No, it won't, because some people don't even have knees. Boy, I was like, what? It was like, how
Mm,
every knee gonna bow? Some people don't have. Some people don't even have legs. I was like,
exactly.
oh my gosh.
Did you? I don't know if you even watch that kind of
Damn,
stuff.
it went from
I did.
46 to 179 in like a blink of an eye. How the fuck did it do that? Wait, it
Um,
went from 46 shares to 179 shares in the blink of an eye. It's at 214 shares now. How is it doing that?
well, I don't know. I was going to tell you. I don't know if you watched stuff like that, but did you happen to hear or catch the debate between Billy Carson and what is his
Mm-mm.
name? Oh man, it was a long debate, and I watched it. And Billy Carson got tore down
Did he?
in that.
Who?
Oh
Oh wait, who
yeah,
was he debating?
I'm trying to think of the guy's name, but he's a he's like a biblical scholar. I mean, the guy knows his stuff. I'm not going to take it away from him. He knows his stuff, but I couldn't tell if he's a believer or not because the way he came off as a believer, but oh man, I mean, he embarrassed Billy Carson. He made him basically. He got up and walked out the interview.
Oh wow, I got to look this up. Thank
Yeah,
y'all so much for getting the shares to 233. I appreciate y'all so much. Let me see. I got to look this up. When
yeah.
did it happen?
I don't know exactly when it happened, but I caught the debate, and it's all over TikTok. How he got embarrassed. I mean, walked off. I mean, this guy made him look. He called him out on all his lies, and then all the stuff that he was talking about about the Sumerian tablets and all this stuff. He called him out. This guy happened to have manuscripts of all this stuff.
Yeah, like they because they're easy to get online.
Yeah,
Like
and
that's the Greek Center.org that I be sharing in here.
I'm gonna see if I can. I mean, it was
Billy is trying to
embarrassing.
sue him now.
Yes, he's trying to sue him. He embarrassed him so bad. Now he wants to sue him. He wants to, no, Billy is trying to sue the guy who put the debate together. said that he was cornered and he didn't know he was going in for a debate. And yes, he did. Yes, he did. He thought he was going to sit down with, he didn't know who the guy was. Apparently, this guy was he's a biblical scholar and he's
Oh, his
well
name is
known.
Wes Huff.
Wes Huff, that's him. Yes, yes.
Look, I
This
had
guy,
to look up Billy Carson and Sue it, and it just said Wes Huff.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's his name, Wes Huff. And I mean, he made him look bad,
Oh
look real
wow.
bad. He called him out on all the stuff he'd been saying.
Oh, goddamn.
It was good. It was really good. I mean, I'm glad it happened because I know this guy was just making up stuff when he went into aliens and flying through spaceships and all. I mean, this dude is
It
really
sounds like Billy Carson gets a lot of his stuff from Gaia. Like,
I thought that I did. Um, but honestly, I think this guy. What I peeped from him was he takes some real factual archaeological evidence and then he adds to the story. He makes up stuff as he goes. This is how this guy works because he'll tell you something that is real and factual. And then when that person goes and research that, they'll be like, oh, yeah, that's right. So then he throws his bullshit in there in the end, and everybody's falling for it. The guy said Jesus was an alien, and he said that Mary was also born of a virgin. I mean, this guy is he's deep on his stuff. He believes what comes out his mouth.
yeah, my remember I told y'all my brother has started reading the Bible, and now he's like, no, this got to be the devil, and he's in his research he's found Billy Carson, and I told him I was like, you need to research Billy Carson some more. Um, like he's very dangerous when it comes to misinformation.
Very, very dangerous. Oh, I mean, he literally, I don't know where it was some part of Jerusalem, I believe was where it was. And he had the cameras to go in there and he said, yeah, this is where Jesus slept. And this is where Jesus had his 12 disciples. And this is where they had the Last Supper and all that stuff. I even did a video on it. I said, this is crazy. No proof, no evidence, no nothing. And people are believing this. But you expect believers to believe it because oh wow, he's found Jesus. I mean, it's heartbreaking. I mean, you want this is the thing I be telling Christians. You want evidence for everything else except your God.
He
Everything
said
else in life.
Jesus was thought.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Like this is
Yeah.
my thing. Like if this God is real, why would he sit back and just watch people debate about his existence? Like
Mm.
is he loving this? Like does he tune in to see which debate? Like what debate should I watch tonight? Like why like what does he get out of watching mortals debate his existence?
I,
Chess, never checkers. He's playing chess, never checkers. Like
I don't know. I don't I don't know. I mean, I've even said, what if every believer out there was to stop believing? What power would this God have then? I ask that question all the time.
right.
Because the only power I see this God has is through humans. That's it. That's the only power I see. The power of him controlling your mind. I mean, we can't even think for ourselves. It's crazy.
Oh, you should have been in here last night, like not last night, but like early this morning. The level of um, I prefer to be ignorant and have Jesus than be educated and not. It was high. Like the
Mm,
comments, like the things that they were saying, like it almost made me want to cry. And it reminded me of the young man that got up here and was saying like he was happy to be called the N word. Like
mm.
it made me like I literally had to take a breather because it made me want to cry. And I ended up just blocking people who were championing or demonizing education and championing ignorance. I ended up just having to block them because being around that much ignorance at one time, to me, it just feels like an attack. And it makes me feel like it's hopeless.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Because like they'll quote the scripture in the Bible of the people, for my people perish for a lack of knowledge. Um, and they will demonize knowledge.
yeah. You're right.
Like it's ridiculous.
That's that's why I focus. I really try to
I know
focus.
damn well that the person who said that Yahweh could make a 1 year old a father is not in my guest request box.
Mm, no.
I know you're not. That's not you, is it? That's a different person. I'm not even gonna call you out, but that's a different person in that picture. Why are you back? Like you literally said your God could make a 1 year old a father. Like, do you think honestly I want to know why you're back? Because that statement that you made there tells me that there's no logic, right? There's no logic to be expected from having a conversation with you, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
You don't want a conversation. Like you already, like you saying that a 1 year old could become a father. Like you literally just let me know that like your mind is made up. There's no reasoning there. There's no point in you being in here. So I really want to know, why are you here? I gave you a math test. He said
Uh, wow.
a math test by literally just saying you have not lived as long as your father. That's a math test.
Mm-mm-mm. He just didn't get it. He really did not get it. Uh, Golly.
The fact that you are still saying that I wanted you to prove the math tells me that you have no business in my request box, Sterling. None. Like, and then this is the same thing the other woman did that sent me that long ass DM. I'm telling you now, right? Because you think you like went as far as saying that a 1 year old could become a father in order to validate your belief, right? This isn't the room for you. There's no
Mm-mm.
point in you being here. You're here to like you're literally here to cause trouble. Like there's no other reason for you to be here.
Mm-mm-mm. Wow.
Yes, really. Like I'm gonna ask you politely to just get out of my box.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't even. I don't even really want to have a conversation with somebody who would even think that. I mean, that's. I mean, he just went well beyond science, or well beyond facts. I
Like
mean, it's,
bringing him up would be for pure entertainment, and you know what I'm saying? Like it would be for pure entertainment.
yeah,
There would be no point. Life of Sim. I don't know if the internet is slow. Do y'all see her? Can y'all see her on stage?
I can't see her. It's black.
Okay, let me take her down. Now I gotta try to open the box again. Give me just a second. Oh, y'all did see her? Kwaku? Quaku? Is it Quaku? How is it that he sleep already? I think he must have fell asleep to a live, and TikTok dropped them into this live and dropped them into the request box.
Yeah, that's probably what happened.
That's got to be what's going on. Uh, Falcon, see Falcon. Are you asleep too? Yep, this one is asleep too.
Hello,
Uh, Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good, and you?
I'm doing good.
That's good to
Um,
hear.
may I get an age check, please?
22.
All right. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm a Christian. I'm just like slowly learning and stuff like that, you know?
Okay.
I
Which
just like
topic?
to. No,
Which
no,
topic?
go ahead.
Which topic did you want to
Well,
discuss?
I mean, I want to go over all of them since I'm like
You
slowly
can only
like.
do one.
Oh, only one?
Yes.
um, how about the Christian God's nature is contradictory?
Okay.
Yeah, so what do you mean by that?
Well, according to Christian doctrine, and I know you said that you're slowly learning, which means that are you a baby
Hmm.
Christian? So I'm not sure how much of Christian doctrine or beliefs you know, but according to the Christian belief that the God of Christianity does not lie, or cannot lie, or will not lie. Correct.
Right, right.
Ex- Except in this book, this God just flat out says that he will lie, that he will deceive people asking him for guidance through the mouth of a prophet in order to basically get them back for worshiping other gods. He
Okay,
lies.
so.
Can I finish?
Oh, sorry,
When
yeah.
I'm done, and then you can respond. He lies to Adam and Eve. Well, he lies to Adam in the beginning in Genesis 2. He uses lying spirits, like he works with lying spirits and sends them into the prophets of Ahab to get them to incite Ahab to go up against Ramoth Gilead to fight against them so that he can kill Ahab. He he ignores the lies that Isaac and Abraham and Jacob tells and blesses them through those lies. Uh, and so he's very comfortable with the act of lying. And so that I'm not looking for like a reason that he lies, but more so just pointing out that it what Christians believe about the God in the Bible, right? As far as his nature goes, that contradicts, right? His nature.
So let's start off with like I guess the beginning of beginnings, which is like Genesis, right? When you say God lied to Adam, Do you mean, are you talking about specifically when he says, like, when you eat of the apple, you will surely die?
Yes, he says
Is
on the day, in the day that you eat of it, you will surely die. Yes.
I mean, if we really like use the rest of the theology found throughout the Bible and not just like that segment, because like the Bible is supposed to be read as a whole, not just like one book or one part, right? If we
Well,
read,
well, the theology, right, is the study of God, right? So it's something that is usually done outside of the Bible, right? It's thoughts,
right,
interpretation put together, right? And so I'm not necessarily uh, speaking theology here, right? I don't do theology.
right,
There are so many different um, uh, schools of theology pertaining to this God that it's impossible, right, um, to just like
go through it all.
focus on one, right? And so I just
Right.
deal with the text. I deal with linguistics, right? I deal with literary analysis of the text, historical context, right? Archaeological context, uh, not theology.
Okay, I hear you, but I don't necessarily think it's like you should discard theology. Of course, I get what you're saying, but I think like using the
Yeah,
basic.
I don't care about what you think about my decision to not
Okay.
focus on
Well,
theology.
I still think it's important to like take the entire text because the Bible is supposed to be read
I
as a
do take the
whole.
entire text.
Right.
I just don't take theology.
Okay.
I do
So
take the entire text.
okay, so using the rest of the text, right? Even in Genesis, right? When we see Adam's family line, the rest of humanity, right? As they're talking about like their lives, how long they lived, the children that they had, I'm pretty sure after each person, after they're done with each person, they say, and they died, right? Now, the only person to whom this doesn't apply to, I'm pretty sure, is Enoch, which is the only person in Adam's family who walked faithfully with God, right?
Let's first go back and deal with the you will die
Right.
on. Hold on. Let's go back and deal with the statement, the lie that was told. You will die on
On the
the
day.
day that you eat of it. Okay, not Enoch, right? Not you today in 2024. Not 930 years later. On the day that you eat it, you will die. That is what he said to him. Okay.
And on that day, you could, like, using the rest of the Bible, it is clear that on that day, spiritually, Adam and Eve died, right? They
But
chose
hold on.
to.
It's not. There is no mention of a spiritual death. Again, that is a later creation, right? During the Greco-Roman period. Again, like I said, we deal with linguistics here, right? And the text was written in Hebrew, right?
Okay.
The word that's used there in Hebrew means a physical death. The human body will die, right? It's not saying that it's a spiritual death. That word doesn't have a spiritual death uh, concept. It's saying that
Okay.
the human body, the flesh, will die, and that did not happen.
Okay, I hear you. And what I'm saying is that, sure, if you read it specifically, very literally, like only taking that part of Genesis and saying, like, see, this is what was said here, then, like, removing everything else, like, even the New Testament and all that stuff, then yeah, you're right. In that specific instance, only looking in Genesis, you can say, yeah, God lied. But if we use the rest of the Bible to look at, for example, the grave, right, which is where it's not hell, it's just everywhere, like the, what's the word? The the default destination everyone goes to, right? That is like soul, like I guess soul sleep. That is considered death, right? The separation, that's instant where you're separated from God. You know?
But still, like if I say
Hmm.
something to you today, right? If I tell
Okay.
you today in
Hmm.
December 10th, 2024, that on the day, right? That if I
Hmm.
say to you, today I am
Hmm.
going to give you $1 million. If I say that to you today, December 10th,
Hmm.
2024, and then
Hmm.
2,000 years later, right? I don't do it, right? I don't give you the money on that day that I say I'm going to give it to you. 2,000 years later, someone comes along and sees that I did not keep that promise and then say, well, because thinker's nature does not lie, right? Or because we believe that thinker's
Hmm.
nature is that she cannot lie or will not lie, something else
Hmm.
had to have taken place because thinker didn't give him the money on
Hmm.
December 10th, 2024. That
Hmm.
means that she must have meant a spiritual gift or it was a figure of speech because thinker
Okay.
doesn't lie. So, like 2,000 years later, right, or 4,000, actually more than that, 4,000, 5,000 years later, Paul says, right, in the Greco Roman period, that it
Hmm.
had to have been a spiritual death because they did not physically die that day, right? That does like literally
I hear.
would that's still a lie. That's some human saying it must have been another.
Mhm.
It meant something else.
Well, the important question is, how did the Hebrews or the Jews of the time who were reading the story, not necessarily like 2,000 years later, but like in the times of King David, King Solomon, how did they read it, right?
You tell me. You tell me. You show me in
Well,
the
the
Hebrew scriptures.
interpretation
Hold on.
from.
Listen. Wait.
Mhm.
Show me in the Hebrew scriptures where
Mhm.
the Hebrews refer to Adam and Eve's what the story in Adam and Eve as the original sin, as the fall of man, as a spiritual death. Can you show me that in the
Well,
Hebrew scriptures?
you know what? Let me look it up. Would you mind giving me a second?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, do that.
Hey, thinker. I thought I was in the wrong place when I heard you reading earlier. I'm like, who's that Valley girl in Thinker's Place?
That was funny, wasn't it?
Oh God, y'all! I was like, you gotta read it when everybody is in here. She's like, you gotta read it again.
Okay, I have a question. Where is Fun at?
Fun's still around. She does her own lives now.
I, what did she do? Change her name or something? Because I don't never see her.
Yeah, her name is Genderless.
Genderless.
Hmm. Hey, Shaw,
Wow.
thank you. Sending love back. Yeah, she changed her name to
Yeah,
Genderless
sorry,
now.
just I'm a slow typer, sorry. But let me type this out real quick.
While we wait, y'all, please get the likes up. 50,000K. Help Thinker reach her gift goal. Follow her on YouTube at Arc Thinker. Also follow Thinker and Bash on YouTube at Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash. Visit her merch store. Link is in her bio. And caps are for mods only. Since I'm up here and you all don't seem to see the message when I type it in the comments, caps are for mods
What?
only. They
Hold on,
act
I
like we
cussed you out. What, Shaw? I must
Huh?
have thought you were somebody else. I'm sorry. I don't remember that, but I'm sorry. Um, I am Martin Joe. When do that ask to get the likes up, you typed no. You see that? Do that? I'm sorry, Shaw.
Yeah, I see it.
Don't you think that's crazy?
Yeah, rude as hell.
Don't you think that deserves a block?
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. I
Quickly.
think, yeah, I think so too. So I already got him queued up. I think that's fucking retarded. I'm sorry, I should not even said that. It's fucking crazy, and I shouldn't be saying crazy either.
Talking about it was free will. That free will won't get your ass back in this live.
Like it's
Okay.
crazy to
So
come in here and watch the live and then say no, I'm not going to support it.
Yeah, not knowing they're supporting it by commenting.
No, it's not okay. Like literally, I should not have said that word. But like the shit that they be doing, like it. I'm sorry, I should not have said that word. Go ahead, Laser.
okay. So from just the quick research I've done here, right? The ancient Israelites of the time reading the text did understand it as spiritual death, right? For example, when they say they use the word on the day, right? It is an idiomatic, it is often used idiomatically, not meaning like on in a 24-hour period, but like the moment you disobey, death will become your destiny, right? Because we know after eating of the apple, sin and death entered.
You are speaking theology. Are you not?
But that's
Are
like
you
you
speaking?
can't really,
Are you speaking theology right now?
but you kind
Are
of need both. I mean, it
you do
like
not a translation?
understanding the
Hold on,
text.
hold on.
Okay.
A
Mm-hmm.
translation of the text,
Mm-hmm.
right? A word for word translation of the text, and I can show you
Okay.
several different biblical translations, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the Good News translation of the Bible of Genesis 2:17. Can you read
Okay.
that from Hebrew to English?
Uh, Accept the tree that gives knowledge of what is good and what is bad. You must not eat the fruit of that tree. If you do, you will die the same day.
Okay,
Okay.
one moment, one moment.
So,
Hold
mm-hmm.
on, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go to another translation
Okay.
in the English. This is for the Gen Zers.
Mm-hmm.
What does that say?
Okay. But you must not eat from the tree that gives knowledge about good and evil. If you eat from that fruit, if you eat fruit from that tree, on that day you will certainly die. Okay.
So when it translates from the Hebrew
Mm-hmm.
to the English, word for
Mm-hmm.
word, right?
Mm-hmm.
One translation says the same day.
Okay.
Another translation says on that day,
Mm-hmm.
right? And
Mm-hmm.
understanding again in the Hebrew, the Hebrew language is a very intentional language. It uses words to convey exactly what it means. There is
I
a
understand what
word.
you're
I'm
saying.
sorry, let me finish speaking. There is a word in Hebrew that conveys a cutting off or a spiritual relationship severance, and this is that word, karat. This
Karat.
word,
Okay.
this word is not used in Genesis 2:17. It's not used in Genesis chapter 2 or chapter 3 anywhere.
Let me just quickly. I'm just looking up the word
This is
karat.
what the word means.
Don't
It's
mind
right
me.
here. It's right here on the
Mm-hmm.
screen.
Okay.
To cut off or cut down.
Okay.
It
Now.
also has, hold on, it also has to cut or make a covenant, right? To sever a covenant,
Mm-hmm.
right? This is the word that
Okay.
would be used to sever a relationship. It's used several times in the Bible when this God says that he's going to cut off the Israelites or cut off a
Yeah.
specific person from the Israelites. That word
Mm-hmm.
is not used in Genesis 2 or Genesis 3. The word that is used there for die is
Right.
mut, and that word means a physical death. The physical body dies.
Right. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that just like how it is also, like you said, a very literal language, it is also a very poetic and numerical language, is it not? Like, for example, the
You're
number
saying that it's
7.
written, you're
Mhm.
saying that it's written in poetry does not change what the words mean when it's written in a poetic style. This
Right.
this
So,
this is a this is an etiological story. Like the story explains why women have babies, why snakes don't have legs, why people went from farming to agriculture. I mean, from
mhm.
hunter gatherers to agriculture, why people wear clothes. Like
Mhm.
it explains things, right? It's a
Right.
etiological story. It's not a poem,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
It's not poetry, but the
Okay.
language used in the story, right,
Mhm.
is very intentional to explain what the writer meant. Like what
Right.
you're doing right now is
Mhm.
theology. You're saying, oh, it could mean that
Mhm.
the day that you eat it one day, right, sometime in the future you will die. That's what you're saying right
Okay.
now.
Right. And so, like I said earlier, I was saying that we also have to look at it the way the Hebrews read it and what they meant, like at the time of the writing of that story. For example, you mentioned like that's what the story is like explaining things, and you say that's why snakes don't have legs. But now, this is a very important question. Is the snake in the story in Genesis an actual snake, or is it a representation of Satan? Now,
Again,
if you Mhm.
we're going by the Christians' belief.
Mhm.
Christians believe that the snake is Satan, uh,
Okay,
but
so
but the story
Mhm.
just says that the snake is a snake. Nowhere
Right.
in this story, nowhere in
Mhm.
this story does it say that that serpent is a Satan.
Okay. Now, like I said before, how did the Hebrews mean it, right? When they say a snake, do they mean a literal snake? Like that's what I'm saying, right?
Yes, it meant
Because
a
we have to
literal
get to the root of
it meant a literal
Mhm.
serpent. That's what it
Okay, so
means.
can we like get like more like explanation on that, right? Why did they mean a literal serpent? Because stories aren't told for the sake of being told, right? Stories have meaning, and sometimes you have to look beyond just like what the story is telling you. I'm sure you can do that with any piece of, if we just take the like what you call it, the
But what? Hold
Bible is
on.
just
What
like
does the serpent
stories.
have to do with your God lying? Like, what
Well,
does
I'm
the
trying
serpent
to.
have
Well,
to?
I'm trying
Hold
to
on, because
like.
now, like, why are you explaining Satan when we're talking about your God's
Okay,
nature and your
so
God lying?
from the little research I did about like the day you eat of this fruit, you will die. Again, the people who wrote it and who read it at the time did not take it as the literal day you eat. At that moment, you will literally die. So we're taking our
Hold on,
interpret or.
and again, how do you know that? I asked you to find
So
me.
I looked it up.
Laser. I asked you to find me in the Hebrew scriptures
Mm-hmm.
where they refer to this fall of men or the original sin concept in the Hebrew scriptures, and you did not do that.
Well, now we're talking
You
about a
went to
different
theology.
subject.
No, I asked you to find me in the Hebrew scriptures,
Mm-hmm.
right? Where they refer to this fall of men, right? This spiritual death. You went to theology after I
But
told you.
that is theology.
I listen. I told you
Okay.
in the beginning of this, I don't do theology. I do take
Okay.
the entire book, right?
Mm-hmm.
Into consideration. I asked you to find me in the Hebrew scriptures, and you went to theology.
Okay.
You keep trying to bring me theology. after I told you
Mm-hmm.
over and over again, I do not care about theology. I don't care about any religious dogma. The
Okay.
text says what the text says.
All
And so
right.
in the Hebrew scriptures,
Mm-hmm.
Laser, where in the Hebrew scriptures are the Hebrews referring to the spiritual death of Adam and Eve?
Okay. So can you give me a second to just look that up?
That's what you said a
Just so,
minute
just
ago, and
so,
you came back with
I
theology.
mean, I did, and you told me I'm bringing you theology. If I'm studying or looking into what the Hebrews said and believed in,
I
then
said
I am
in
like
the scriptures,
talking.
Laser,
Yes,
in
in
the
their
Bible.
scripture.
You didn't
That
bring
is
any scripture. You brought me theology. Where
okay.
in the scriptures were the ancient Hebrews referring to the spiritual death of Adam and Eve?
Okay.
I have a question too.
Okay. So just to make sure we're on the same page, right? We can agree that the Old Testament is just the Hebrew Torah, right? Which is their old, like their scripture, right?
Uh,
Or
Lacer, now my name's Nelly. Now I'm gonna clear this
I
up real
know.
quick for you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, God said, this is what
Mm-hmm.
God told Adam. He said,
Okay.
"In the day you eat of this fruit, ye shall surely die." Is that not what he said?
That is what he said. Yes.
Now, Christians believe, and you apparently believe he meant later on or a spiritual death, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now let's go to Genesis 3 and let's look at
Let
verse
me quickly
4.
just open Genesis 3, verse 4.
Verse 4.
Genesis 3, verse 4. Okay.
Okay, now this is the serpent talking.
One
It's
sec, one
the
sec. Sorry. Wait. 1 second. Genesis 3, verse 4. Okay.
okay. The
Mm-hmm.
serpent answered Eve and said, and the serpent said unto the woman,
Yeah.
ye shall not surely die. For
Uh-huh.
God, listen, be quiet, just listen. For God doth know that in the day ye eat, therefore, thereof, then your eyes shall be open, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. Now, my question to you is,
Uh-huh.
when she ate of the fruit and Adam ate of the fruit, did it immediately happen? Were their eyes open? Did they realize they were naked right then and there when they ate it?
Yes.
Okay, so now the
Mm-hmm.
serpent, the serpent used the same exact words as God did.
Okay.
Do you see where it says that?
Mm-hmm.
That in the day, ye eat thereof. But it happened immediately. But when God says it, you're trying to say it's spiritual. So now what we're asking you is show us in the Hebrew text where this is spiritual and this is immediate, you just admitted this was immediate, right? On the same exact
Mm-hmm.
words.
Right.
Why does it have to be spiritual when God says it? The same
So
exact words.
so again, we have to, like, I know a thinker doesn't want to use theology,
No, we're
but
not using
unfortunately,
theology. We
no,
we
no, wait.
using the
I'm
text.
trying to. Okay, so by using the text, right?
Mhm.
Okay, when okay, just give me a second because my dog is just scratching at the door. Go, Rio. Go. Wait, sorry, just give me 1 second.
I can't wait to hear this. Satan can use the exact words and it happens immediately, or they want to say it's Satan. So we're going to say Satan. The serpent uses the same exact words and it happens immediately. But when God says it, oh, it's spiritual. Oh, he meant later on. Or this is the fall of mankind and this is why we all have to die. I don't, I don't get that.
So let me say it like this, okay? Or let me say it in the best way I can say it, okay? This isn't going to be the perfect explanation. This is just my understanding of the text, right? Okay? And how I like built off of it, okay? Now, for what I understand from the text, right? And from doing my own research, I understand it as a spiritual death. On the day that Adam and Eve eat of the fruit of what you call it, the good of knowledge and evil, right? They will spiritually be dead, and that's when, like, we even see it later through the text. Adam, like you said, their eyes open, and in that moment they know sin, they know death, etc. Now, I'm not denying that on that day that they will die in that sense, right? I'm not denying that there will be an instant moment. I'm just not on the same page as y'all saying that it is a literal
The
death.
reason, okay, and the reason
Give
why
me
you're
just a second. Somebody asked for us to use scholars, and I want to play Dan McClellan, who is a biblical scholar, very well known. I'm going to play this video right quick about Genesis 2:17.
okay, great. I know which one you're talking about too.
Could I make a recommendation after just to defend my point? Because I would suggest people check
Can
out
you
Bible
please
Project.
mute? All right. There you go. There is a scholar for you. Okay. I don't want to get stuck on did they die, did they not die. The topic of discussion is your God's nature being contradictory. And thank you for pointing that out, Lock 89. Dan McClellan is a Christian scholar. Lacer, are you there?
Yeah.
There you have a Christian biblical scholar, PhD level. Okay. He has done excavations, archaeology, all of that. Okay. Has wrote several books. Okay, about how to study the Bible, how to read Hebrew, Greek, all of that. All right. I don't want to get stuck on did they die, did they not die. The topic that you chose was your God's nature being contradictory. That is just one. All right. We don't even have to get stuck on Adam and Eve. Your God says in Exodus 14 that he would lie, that he would make a prophet, give a false prophecy. Can we get back to the topic?
Okay, sure. I just want to say on top of this that just because you have one Christian scholar that goes against the flow doesn't mean that I can also
Listen,
have
can we get back? I don't care if you accept it or not. Your God says in Exodus 14 that he would lie. Your God sends lying spirits. Your God overlooks Isaac, Abraham, and Jacob lying and blesses them. Can we get back to the topic?
Okay.
Thank you.
As for Isaac, Abraham, lying and things like that, again, they're not free of the consequences of their sin, right? So,
Did your God bless them while they were being deceptive? Did your God protect them
only
while they were being deceptive?
after their repentance.
Where? Show me. Show me they repented first and then he protected them. Show me.
Let me just quickly. It is Genesis. Give me a second. Okay. Wait, birth of Isaac. Sorry, I'm just going through it real quick. Abraham rescues Lot. That's God's covenant with Noah. Sorry, just give me like 1 second. So, okay. First, we got to go through. So, first, remember in the call of Abraham, God blesses Abraham first, right? He makes a covenant with him and he says, whoever curses you, I will curse, blah, blah, blah. Now, we get to. Wait. So I may have shot myself in my own foot by not properly putting some context because now that I'm on the. What'd you call it? Wait.
Laser, it is okay to not know. It's okay
Yeah,
to
so
not know.
yeah, for right now I can't really speak on it because I can't find the chapter, but I was going to say, and I remember the story vaguely because I read it a little while ago, but I remember a really good like explanation, and one that like makes a bit more sense to me is that when you look through what Abraham went through, he as he's going through, I think it's Egypt where he first gives up Sarah, right? So that he's not, quote unquote, so he's not killed or attacked. We have to remember that previously God had said he would protect Abraham. And so when Abraham had gone and gave his wife up to the Pharaoh, right? That was him showing a lack of faith in God's protection, right? Now,
And when he
he
did it the second time,
and when he did it the second time, still again a lack of faith in God.
and so he lied twice. And what did your God
He
do
lied
about
twice.
Abraham? And what did your God do to Abraham?
He didn't do anything to Abraham.
And is that the point that I made? Did your God protect Abraham and Sarah in that?
Well, indirectly, yeah. I mean,
Not
yeah.
indirectly. When Abraham went up against the Abimelech, what did your God do?
When he went, sorry.
When Abraham went
Mhm.
to the Abimelech and
Oh,
lied,
oh.
what did your God do?
So he gave Abimelech a dream, like telling him that like, oh, you're sinning by being with a woman who is married. Go give her back, otherwise there will be you will like have to face the consequences
He said
of
you were
that.
about to die, didn't he? He was
Sorry?
going. He told Abimelech that he was about to die. Did he not?
Yeah. I mean,
Because hold on. He focused on the so-called sin that Abimelech would have committed by being with a married woman, a situation that Abraham put the Abimelech in. Correct.
yeah.
It was Abraham's lie that put the Abimelech in the position to sin. First off, how can a Philistine king sin against this God when there is no law? There's no
Okay.
law, right? That's one thing. No, the Levitical law hadn't even been given. Second, there are no Israelites at this time, right? Third, the Abimelech is not one of the children of this God. Doesn't know this God, right? And then fourth, Abraham put him in the position. Abraham lied to the Abimelech. The Abimelech had no way of knowing that Abraham was lying to him. Yet your God was going to kill him for so-called committing adultery. But what did your God say to Abraham about the sin he did?
Well, you could expand on this by reading the text, and it does show that Abraham gets exposed for his lies, which shows that
What did
like
what
nothing,
did your God do to Abraham for the sin
nothing,
he
because
committed?
he was protected by God prior to committing his sin.
It doesn't matter
Correct.
when he committed the sin. When he committed the sin, your God protected him. Correct?
Yeah, but his
Okay.
protection is already
It
on
doesn't matter. It
Abraham.
doesn't matter. Your God blessed through deception. Your God was okay with that. Regardless if you say, "Oh, he was already protected by God. He was a prophet." Your God doesn't care if his chosen lies.
Okay, well, that's a good point. That is a good point. I actually, you know what? I'm gonna think about that. That is a good point, right? But then I think at the same time, we have to also consider, and I know this is gonna sound like, I guess, the Christian cop out, the free will of being able to lie, right?
Did Abimelech have free will to commit adultery?
He did, but God saved him from committing
So
adultery.
then, okay, so then
I think.
the free will doesn't matter here then, because if your God saved Abimelech and interjected into Abimelech's free will to commit adultery, your God chose not to interject into Abraham's free will to lie.
I mean, the thing is, though, Abimelech could have, on his own, interjected and been like, no, the same way.
But we're talking about what your God did. Your God, right? Both Abimelech and Abraham have free will, according to Christians, right? Your
Yes,
God only chose to stop one person's free will,
he
and
didn't
that was
stop his
Abimelech.
free will.
He did.
The difference,
He says, I stopped you. He literally says that in the text.
yeah, but like you can again. Okay, let me say it like this, right? When he says, "I stopped you," do you not think he's talking about like the fact that I gave you a dream should be like a sign of me being like, hey man, don't do this
It does,
specific thing?
no, it doesn't matter what avenue or how he stopped him. I'm not talking about the how. He literally says he stopped him and he says, I did not let you touch her. I did not let you touch her. However, you want to dream up the way that he stopped her, you can even say the dream is what stopped him. Your God stopped Abimelech from having sex with Sarah. So both Abimelech and Abraham, according to Christians, had free will here. Yet your God only stopped one person from using that free will.
Do you think that Abimelech, okay, let me ask you a question then. Do you think that Abimelech could have ignored the advice given or the dream and
It
gone and
it,
slept
it
with
does
Sarah?
that makes Abimelech a better person than Abraham. Here's the thing.
Okay,
Abimelech
please
acted
explain.
out of integrity. You're focused on the man who did nothing wrong here. You're so focused on him using his free will when he had every right. He had every right to do what he was going to do because Abraham lied to him and told him that was only his sister.
You know what? That's a
You're
good
focused
point.
on the one who was doing the right thing, and then want to say, oh, he could have not listened to God. He didn't have to. But the fact
No,
that he
you're making
did,
a
it
good
made
point.
him a better person than Abraham.
No, that's a good point. I'm not necessarily like disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to like challenge the thought that I already have in my head, and that gave me a good thing to think about, right? But I don't necessarily agree with you on God being a liar. Now, I understand that, and this is right now still challenging to me, right? Why was Abraham able to lie, right? Like, why was he able to get away with lying? And I'm still trying to understand it.
Are, are you familiar with Isaac getting away with it? Isaac did the
Uh,
same thing his dad did with Sarah. Isaac lied to the Abimelech too with Sarah.
wait, huh?
Isaac did the same thing. It was a family affair. Isaac did the exact same thing with Rebecca when he went to the Gerar and went to the Abimelech. He lied and said Rebecca was his sister, and Rebecca ain't even his half sister. He just flat out lied.
Could you just give me a chapter? I genuinely, I'm blanking out right now on specifically that story.
Yeah, I think it's Genesis 27. Give me just a second. Hold on. 27 or 26? Hold on.
I'm looking it up. I think it's 26.
It's 26. Thank you.
26?
Yeah, it's Genesis 26. It says, now there was a famine in the land, besides the former famine that had occurred in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went to Gerar, to King Abimelech of the Philistines. The Lord appeared to Isaac and said, do not go down to Egypt. Settle in the land that I shall show you. Reside in this land as an alien, and I will be with you and will bless you. For to you and to your descendants I will give all these lands, and I will fulfill the oath that I swore to your father Abraham. I will make your offspring as numerous as the stars of heaven, and will give to your offspring all these lands, and all the nations of the earth shall gain blessing for themselves through your offspring. Because Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. Like, this is a lie. Like, unless lying is a part of his commandments, right? So Isaac settled in Gerar. When the men of the place asked him about his wife, he said, she is my sister. For he was afraid to say, my wife, thinking, or else the men of the place might kill me for the sake of Rebekah, because she is attractive in appearance. When Isaac had been there a long time, King Abimelech of the Philistines looked out of a window and saw him fondling his wife Rebekah. So Abimelech called for Isaac and said, "So she is your wife? Why then did you say she is my sister?" Isaac said to him, "Because I thought I might die because of her." Abimelech said, "What is this you have done to us? One of the people might easily have lain with your wife, and you would have brought guilt upon us." So Abimelech warned all the people, saying, "Whoever touches this man or his wife shall be put to death." Isaac sowed seed in that land, and in the same year reaped 100-fold. The Lord blessed him, and the man became rich. He prospered more and more until he became very wealthy. He had possessions of flocks and herds and a great household, so that the Philistines envied him. Now the Philistines had stopped up and filled with earth all the wells that his father's servants had dug in the days of his father Abraham. And Abimelech said to Isaac, "Go away from us. You have become too powerful for us." So Isaac departed from there and camped in the Wadi Gerar and settled there. Isaac dug again the wells of water that had been dug in the days of his father Abraham, for the Philistines had stopped them up after the death of Abraham, and he gave them the names that his father had given them. But when Isaac's servants dug in the valley and found there a well of spring water, the herders of Gerar quarreled with Isaac's herders, saying, "The water is ours." So he called the well Esek, because they contended with him. Then they dug another well, and they quarreled over that one also, so he called it Sitnah. He moved from there and dug another well, and they did not quarrel over it, so he called it Rehoboth, saying, "Now the Lord has made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land." From there he went up to Beersheba. And that very night the Lord appeared to him and said, "I am the God of your father Abraham. Do not be afraid, for I am with you and will bless you and make your offspring numerous for my servant Abraham's sake." So he built an altar there, called on the name of the Lord, and pitched his tent there. And there Isaac's servants dug a well. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar with Ahazath his advisor and Phicol the commander of his army. Isaac said to him, "Why have you come to me, seeing that you hate me and have sent me away from you?" They said, "We see plainly that the Lord has been with you. So we say, let there be an oath between you and us, and let us make a covenant with you, so that you will do us no harm, just as we have not touched you and have done to you nothing but good, and have sent you away in peace. You are now the blessed of the Lord." So he made them a feast, and they ate and drank. In the morning they rose early and exchanged oaths, and Isaac set them on their way, and they departed from him in peace. That same day Isaac's servants came and told him about the well that they had dug, and said to him, "We have found water." He called it Sheba. Therefore the name of the city is Beersheba to this day. So this is Isaac does the same thing his father did. Now here's the crazy thing: like the God blesses Isaac. Isaac becomes a fucking multi shekel there, whatever they use shekels at that time. Like he had money, wealth, right, to the point to where like he's in the Philistines' land, right? This is the Philistines' land. He comes here, he lies, right? He sends his wife into the king's palace. And then the king feels so guilty, like, "Oh, you put us in a bad spot because of your lie. Let me give you wealth. Stay here in the land in peace because you've brought guilt upon us." And then Isaac stays there for a long time and he builds wealth. And then he finds the wells that his daddy built on somebody else's land, right? And then he uncovers those wells, and he names them enmity, and he names them contention, right? And then the Abimelech comes to him and he says, like, what's the issue with us? We've been good to you. We've done nothing, no bad to you. We let you stay in our land as an alien, and then we sent you away in peace. We didn't bring any harm upon you. Like, what's the issue with us now? Right? And so his people are arguing with the Abimelech's people over the well that Isaac's people found. They let them have the well. They create a peace treaty, right? and they build an altar. They named that well after the oath that they created, that peace treaty that they created,
Yeah.
right? But the God, and then your God shows up to Isaac again. It's like, hey, I'm the God that your father knew. I'm that God, and I'm the one blessing you throughout all of this. While Isaac is being deceptive, while Isaac is lying, again, you have the
Right.
Philistines who are innocent here, but they're being made out to be the serpent seed. They're being made out to be the ones that are wrong because they were put into a position that Abraham and Isaac put them into. Abraham and
That's
Isaac
true.
came into their land, marked their territory with these wells because their God and their God told them that he's going to give them the Philistines' land. How,
You know
how
what,
is it that
thinker?
we are now defending that?
Before I get to that, you know what, thinker? I really like you because you set a fire under my feet and you back it up with with biblical stuff, and I really like that. It really brings a challenge and it really makes me think. I really like you for that. You're awesome. Just letting you know.
Oh my God, you sound
Um,
like the DM that I got this morning.
I
It
don't know if
sound
that's a good thing or a bad thing. I hope it's a
as
good thing.
I don't know. It
But
depends on what you say next. It
but
depends. It
okay,
depends on
so
what you say next.
okay, cuz see, the I feel like the whole time I was more so defending, trying to defend God or whatever without taking into account other things that are said about him in the Bible, right? For example, that he has great mercy, that or for example, that sin doesn't just bring divine punishment onto a person, but also brings other things like shame and family curses, for example. So we can see through Abraham's first sin of lying, right? His son Isaac also becomes a liar, right? I think that's a pattern that sets up just through that continual sin that Abraham made. I think that we also have to take into account God's grace in allowing, for example, because humans aren't perfect, right? And he already chose Abraham, knowing Abraham wasn't perfect, and gave him grace through uh even gave him grace through his life because he didn't have full 100% faith, the same way, for example, Isaac didn't have faith in God's protection, right?
Where was the Abimelech's grace? Like, did the
And
Abimelechs
I think
deserve for where is their grace? Did they deserve for their land to be uh encroached upon this way?
so.
Did they deserve for
That's
your God to be plotting with Abraham and Isaac behind their back to give Abraham and Isaac their land through deception? Did they deserve that?
I think that we also have to bring into account if God is the person who created every single thing, right? This biblical God, Yahweh, if he's the one that made everything, the land doesn't belong to anyone but him.
So
And
so
if he
so
did,
so what you're saying is deception is okay as long as it's for God's people. Your God, your God,
I
deception is okay because it doesn't matter. The Philistines, they don't matter because the land belonged to your God. It doesn't matter what happens to them, right? Their feelings don't matter. Their families don't matter. Their work don't matter. It's your God's land, and He has every right to be okay with Abraham and Isaac's deception and bless Abraham and Isaac through that deception because God is graceful. God is so wonderful. Look how He loves these liars, and He's just so grateful. Like, that's what you're basically saying. Like,
that's not necessarily what
accept
I'm
the
saying.
deception. That
I
is
think
exactly what
that
you are saying.
what I would say is that, say for example, God, let's say you and I were put into the position of Isaac or Abraham. It doesn't matter if you're quote unquote an Israelite or an Asian or whatever. God can use whoever he wants to do whatever is best, in that
But we're
situation,
not
right?
talking about a who. We're talking about your God allowing
Right.
deception, your
And
God blessing through deception and punishing or completely ignoring the innocent.
uh so to that, could you just repeat that again? Just so I'm like not on the
Your
same.
God blessed the deceivers
Mm-hmm.
and was willing to punish and ignore those with integrity, the
Okay,
innocent,
so
for
I
the
don't
purposes
necessarily.
for the purposes of wealth, for the purposes of land, and for the purposes of power.
So let me ask you this: can you show me back? Go. Let's go back to Abraham. Let's go back to the text. Can you show me where God said like he would punish like what you call it,
Yes,
Abimelech?
absolutely. Yep.
Thank you.
From there, Abraham journeyed toward the region of the Negev and settled between Kadesh and Shur. While residing in Gerar as an alien, Abraham said to his wife Sarah, "She is my sister." And King Abimelech of Gerar sent and took Sarah. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night and said to him, "You are about to die because of the woman whom you have taken, for she is a married woman." Now Abimelech had not approached her. So he said, "Lord, will you destroy an innocent people? Did he not himself say to me, 'She is my sister'? And she herself said, 'He is my brother.' I did this in the integrity of my heart and the innocence of my hands." Then God said to him in the dream, "Yes, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart. Furthermore, it was I who kept you from sinning against me. Therefore, I did not let you touch her. Now then, return the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you, and the deceiver will pray for you. He will pray for you, and you shall live. But if you do not restore her, know that you shall surely die, you and all that are yours." So Abimelech rose early in the morning and called all his servants and told them all these things. And the men were very much afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham and said to him, "What have you done to us? How have I sinned against you that you have brought such great guilt on me and my kingdom? You have done these things to me that ought not to be done." And Abimelech said to Abraham, "What were you thinking that you did this thing?" Abraham said, "I did it because I thought surely there is no fear of God in this place, and they will kill me because of my wife. Besides, she is indeed my sister, the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. There's an incest. And when God caused me to wander from my father's house, I said to her, 'This is the kindness you must do to me.'" This is coercion. Like he literally coerced his half sister, his now wife, to be in this scheme with him. "You owe me this." Like this is like narcissistic, abusive, mind manipulation bullshit. He says to her, "This is the kindness you must do to me at every place to which we come. Say of me, 'He is my brother,'" which means he said every place, which means that we only know about Egypt and Gerar. Like, ain't no telling how many lies, how many times he pimped her out like this. Then Abimelech took sheep and oxen and male and female slaves and gave them to Abraham and restored his wife to Sarah to him. Abimelech said, "My land is before you. Settle where it pleases you." To Sarah he said, "Look, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. It is your exoneration before all who are with you, and you are completely vindicated." Like Sarah needed to be exonerated and vindicated, right? Because, you know, she must do
Yeah.
this for Abraham. Like that's fucked up. Then Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech. So the lips of the deceiver, the lips of the same motherfucker who lied and put Abimelech in this bullshit, got him out without repentance. And God healed Abimelech and also healed his wife and female slaves so that they bore children. This means that even when your God told Abimelech, right, "I stopped you, do this before I do XYZ," your God had done something to Abimelech that he needed to be healed. He had done something to Abimelech's wife and all the women, all the women slaves in Abimelech's kingdom. Your God made them barren And they had nothing to do with it. They were completely oblivious of what the fuck Abraham and Sarah had done. They weren't a part of this yet. They got some type of punishment for Abraham's ass lying. All
Okay.
because he's chosen of God. All because he is a prophet.
Now, like, okay, just give me a second to think because I was trying to make a point. How do I say this? How do I say this?
God good. God can do whatever God wants to do. This is God's chosen people. He had already promised to protect Abraham. God showed Abraham grace. Abraham, Abraham, Abraham.
Well, I mean, that's literally what the text kind of says.
I knew that's what you were going to say.
I mean, I can't argue with, like, I can't, like, say, like, well, but, like, the text previously already established, like, even if you're, like, looking at it like, in a very critical lens, God had already chosen Abraham, right? He could have chosen anyone else. Like, that's the truth, right? He just ended up choosing Abraham. And like you've shown
May I
us.
say something, Lisa?
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off.
No, go
I
ahead.
mean, do you see? It's like you're not hearing or understanding what the text is actually telling you. Don't you see that God in this text, in both stories, God blessed the deceiver? Do you
So
see that?
so
God
again,
blessed the deceiver
uh-huh.
and
And
punish the innocent.
so again, right, what I would say is the assumption there's a like let me say this. There's a
It's
quick
not an
assumption.
assumption.
No,
Don't
no,
say
wait,
an
wait.
assumption.
Let me just try and finish my thought and then you guys can correct me and tell me where I'm wrong. There is an assumption that God had already punished not Abraham, Abimelech and his household, right? When talking about the barren women. We don't know, at least it's not said, hey, God punished them here. In
It
Egypt, I'm
just
pretty sure. Wait.
stop. I gotta stop you.
Okay.
It does say that. She just literally read you the scripture. Well, okay, if God didn't do anything to him, then why did he have to heal him?
He had to heal his household because in some interpretations, and which is the one I'm kind of going with, uh, this is just my understanding from just again y'all don't like theology but from what I've been like understanding from
Read verse 18 for right quick before you do what
verse
you did
8
earlier and put a nail in your foot again. Read verse 18.
verse 18. Give me 1 second, let me just hop on my Bible app.
It's on the screen.
Oh, verse 18. Then wait, for the Lord has closed fast all the wombs of the household of Abimelech because of Sarah's, Abraham's wife.
So he
Okay.
did do something to them, did he not?
Okay, so that you know what? That's a good point. I did not see that, and that was not previously mentioned. Thank you for showing me that. That's a
Well,
really good point.
I like to show you something else.
What I did read was
Mm-hmm.
that he had healed, God healed Abimelech and also healed his wife and female slaves so that they bore children.
Mm-hmm.
And when I read that, I literally said he made the women barren. There was no need for me to read verse 18 because I read that and said he made the women barren and they had absolutely nothing to do with it.
Okay, thank you for sharing that to me. I actually didn't even notice that. It didn't process in my brain. No, legitimately, like, thank you. Thank you
Okay,
for like saying that.
let me see if you can process this. Would you
Mhm.
agree that Abraham married his blood sister?
Okay, this is from my
I
own
just asked a
understanding.
question. I
Wait,
just
because it's a question that like I'm not going to answer like because from what I've understood was that the household Abraham was in because the word father did not necessarily mean like, what's the word? Like biological dad. From what I've been understanding
Where
is
hold on, stop. Where are you getting this from? Where did you get your
no, this
information?
I what you call it? I usually use like obviously my Bible and just different scholars' opinions on.
No.
He
Your Bible.
literally says she is my sister. Like he's, why are you doing that? Like he says it
Okay,
right here,
okay.
right?
I was just I was just
Verse
saying.
12.
Okay, you know
Besides,
what?
she is
I will
indeed
agree.
my sister.
I will agree. I will agree.
Okay, so you agree that Abraham married his sister, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well you agree that God blessed that, right? God blessed their marriage,
Uh,
didn't he?
scripturally, I'm pretty sure it says that, or at least
So,
he honors. Wait. He honors the fact that they are married, because there's
oh,
nowhere that
okay.
indicates that he blessed their marriage,
Okay,
right?
now I want you to
Literally
go.
does, because Isaac is the blessing. Abraham also had Ishmael with Hagar. Ishmael is the child of the not Ishmael is the not blessed child, although he is the firstborn. The firstborn should have gotten all of Abraham's inheritance, but who got it? Laser?
Well, uh, wait. You said Isaac was the blessing, right? In the sense that Isaac was the son promised by God to Abraham, not
Through
Ishmael.
who?
Ishmael
Through
was
who? Who was
through
Isaac promised?
Hagar.
Through
Wait,
who?
I'm trying to answer. Just give me a second. So just correct me if I'm wrong, right? God promised Abraham a child. He said, "I will give you a
Wait,
son.
when did
You
he
will have
promise
a
it?
son."
When did he promise it? Before he had Ishmael? When
No,
did he promise it?
before he had Ishmael. He said he will give his he will wait. Give me 1 second. Please give me 1 second. Um, it's in the three visit. It's in the three visitors where God says next time in this.
That's Genesis 18, I believe. Hold
Uh
on.
huh. Yeah, let's go to that.
Is it right? He promises it to who?
To Abraham that you will have a
Through
son
who? Through who?
through what you call it, Sarah.
His sister, right?
Right, but the
So
son is the blessing,
the promise can,
not the
right. But
marriage.
he already had a son, did he not?
He rushed he because they did not have a son immediately. Sarah was the one who was
When did
trying
God
to.
have when did Abraham have Ishmael?
Ishmael, he had Ishmael before Isaac.
Did he have
Is
Ishmael
that what you're
when he had to when he was told, I think it's Genesis 16. Hold on.
well,
Here in
remember.
Genesis. Hold on, look,
Sorry.
the promises, look, the birth of Ishmael is Genesis 16. The
Okay.
promise of Sarah having a child is Genesis 18.
1 second.
Ishmael, Genesis 16.
Let me just sorry. I genuinely want to confirm this for myself. I'm not Genesis.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta go fix me some coffee, Nelly. I'll be back.
Okay, no problem. I'm here. You know, Laser, at
Uh-huh.
first it's hard to wrap your mind around what it actually says. It's hard.
I wouldn't say that. I think it's just like I wouldn't say it's hard. I think it's like you know when you're like trying to learn something and like you're getting all this new information, but you yourself are like unable to
You don't want,
I think what I need to do is to study my Bible more, right?
not only
Whether
that,
it leads to. Mhm.
I was going to say, not only
No, go
that,
ahead.
not only study your Bible
Mm-hmm.
more, the other thing is this, you know,
Mm-hmm.
we talk to Christians all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And you will answer the questions with logic as long as it does not conflict with your belief. I was a Christian too. I understand. And this is a
Right.
conflict of your belief. So you can't say that the God is blessing the deceiver because it's against your belief. You don't believe God blesses
Well,
deceivers.
I'm not.
So,
I believe he blessed Abraham, who, like who you guys just proved to me, was a deceiver who did lie. But I
okay,
do also account for God's grace, God's mercy, God's
okay.
justice, and other
L-
things.
l-
So,
let's go.
so
Let's run with that. Let's run with that for a second.
okay.
We agree that Abraham married his blood sister. We agree on that, right?
Sure.
It's
Yeah.
in the Bible. Okay. We also agree that God blessed Abraham and
Wait,
Sarah's
wait, 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 wait,
marriage.
wait. Sorry. Could you repeat what you first said? Just
I
so
said
we're on the
we
same page.
agree
Mm-hmm.
that
That
Abraham
Abraham.
married his blood sister
Yes, I can agree with that.
Sarah. Okay, and we can agree that God blessed their marriage because he promised them a what?
I don't agree with that,
Why
though,
you don't agree? Oh, well, do we need to go to scripture?
because I wouldn't. I mean, we can. I mean, if
What?
you can, if you can. No, no, wait, 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 wait. I'm not like trying to say this in a debate style, right? Just genuinely, I'm having a conversation with non-believers who probably know even more than me, and y'all might even what you call it completely change my mind. But like,
I'm not
y'all would
trying
have
to.
to show me where God blesses Abraham's
Mm,
marriage,
well, let's
right?
go to it. Let's see.
Yeah, I
Uh,
genuinely want to. I actually genuinely
that
want to
would
see
be, I
that.
think, Genesis 20, verse 11 and 12, I believe. I'm not sure, but let me check. I think it's 20, verse 11 and 12.
Because I do believe that like God will honor, for example, when it comes to Abraham's marriage, I do believe that God honors the covenant people make. Like if you say I'm going to marry this person, even though God may not agree with it, he will honor the fact that like you have made a commitment to a person that would be a lifelong one, right? And I believe, and from the text I'm reading, and when Thinker comes back, hopefully I can just say
I'm
I
back.
can. Oh, you're back. Awesome. I was going to say I don't believe that he blessed their marriage necessarily, like in the way we're thinking of, like I approve of this marriage, but the blessing is Isaac himself rather than like the union. If
So
that
then,
makes sense.
why? So then you also know that Moses's parents were auntie and nephew.
No, that one I'm gonna have to. I'm still like genuinely. I'm not even like what you call it. Trying to how do I say this?
No, we're talking about whether he's okay with incest. Moses's parents were auntie and
Huh?
nephew.
Yeah,
Amram married his auntie.
and what I'm
Jochebed.
saying is that like God doesn't bless the
Okay.
marriage unless
Wait,
it's
hold on. So when Abraham tells his servant to go
uh-huh.
and find Isaac a wife, what does he say to him?
Could you go there? Because I genuinely don't remember. If I'm being completely honest,
Wait,
Genesis
not that
20,
one yet. What is it? 25.
I think
but
it's
as you're looking
25.
for it, what I was trying to say was, as you're
Hold
looking
on.
for, what I was trying to
Hold
say
on.
was,
Let's read it.
oh, okay.
Hold on. This is the length of Abraham's life, 175 years. Abraham breathed his last and died in a good old and full of years, and was gathered to his people. His wait, no, this is before. Hold on, is it Genesis 24? Before he dies, he sends his. Yeah, here we go. Now Abraham was old, advanced in years, and the Lord had blessed Abraham in all things. Abraham said to his servant, the oldest of his house, who had charge of all that he had, "Put your hand under my thigh," which is odd. Like they have to grab each other's balls to make a covenant.
I mean,
That's weird.
it's literally Middle Near Eastern people.
I mean,
Their tradition.
it's still fucking weird.
I mean, like we
Like
would say
this
this.
God has this God has some like weird obsession with dicks. Like I don't
I
know what
don't
it
think
is.
that's necessarily God, but I mean, even look at
I
like
mean, it's a covenant.
African
So like,
tribes. You
I
have
mean, it's
different.
still weird. They're shaking
No,
balls instead of
I'm
shaking
not
hands. They're
disagreeing that
shaking
it's weird.
balls. It's
Let me make
weird.
it clear. I'm not saying it's
Thinker.
not weird. I'm just saying like if you look at even other like what's the word? Other thing cultures, they also have things that we today would deem weird. Heck, like there's still cultures that have that do like what you call it, like drink spitting or something like that, where you drink the other person's spit. Like there's weird things all around
I
the
don't.
globe.
Okay, you telling me that? Am I gonna be like, oh, it's not weird anymore? It's weird.
It is weird. I'm
Okay.
not disagreeing with
All right.
you.
So then, yeah. Put your hand under my thigh, and I will make you swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and earth, that you will not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I live, but will go to my country and to my kindred and get a wife for my son Isaac. Okay, so he sends his servant to his brother's house, to his family, to get a wife for Isaac. When this God blesses Isaac, when Isaac blesses Jacob, right? This is after Jacob has lied, another deceiver lies, and your God blesses another deceiver in this family line. Isaac then tells Jacob again. Then Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him, you shall not marry one of the Canaanite women. Go at once to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, your mother's father, and take as wife from there one of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. So Isaac tells his son Jacob, go marry your cousin.
Again, like I'm not disagreeing that like incest is in the Bible. I'm just saying
No, it's
like
not just that it's in the Bible. Your God is blessing through it. Your God is blessing through deception, and he's blessing through incest.
okay. I mean,
Hey, hold on, thinker.
Huh?
Pull up Deuteronomy 27:22 and read that too. This is gonna shake the whole bus for you. 27:22. This will shake the whole bus for you, Lason. You can think about that.
Cursed be anyone who lies with his sister, whether the daughter of his father or the daughter of his mother. All the people shall say, Amen.
right, but like that would only like if we're going through how the law works in the Bible, that law wasn't there then, exists. The people are now under the law now.
Is it your God's nature to be the same yesterday, today, and forever?
Yes,
Did your God always despise incest, or did he grow to despise incest?
he always hated incest.
So, therefore, your God allowed the incest within the line of the Israelites from Abraham on down to Jacob, who became the founder of the Israelites or the father of the Israelites. Your God allowed it, and he blessed through it, while also at the same time despising incest.
Just correct me if I'm wrong, right? But isn't it something like or okay, let me say it like this, right? I think from just a lot of the biblical talk I've been hearing, the people cannot, what's the word? Be punished under the law that they did
I
not
didn't say
know.
anything about punishment. No one's talking about punishment. Your God knows whether he likes. We're talking about your God. We're talking about the nature of your God being contradictory. Okay, the
I
focus is on.
mean,
Hey, Lacer,
we're going to take into
Lacer. The focus is on your God.
are we
That what
also
your
going to take into account
No,
about
I don't
progressive
care. I don't give a damn about the humans right now. I'm
okay.
talking about your God. That the topic is your God's nature is contradictory.
I don't think it's necessarily contradictory. Let me just
Did
explain.
he always dislike incest?
Yes.
Therefore, he is blessing through incest.
I'm gonna have to think about that. I would say yeah, but I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to reason through that a little bit more. Like just tackle that point on my own. I can concede to that, and I can like admit that through what you've shown me, yeah. But also, I don't necessarily think in my head, from what I know, that the people can be.
Lacey, let me just ask you
Mhm.
this. One simple
Mhm.
question. Can your God do any wrong?
Can he do any wrong?
Yes. Can your
No.
God do wrong?
I-
Okay, then
I-
that's why you're
mhm.
struggling. You'll never come to grips with it because you have it
Mhm.
in your mind that this God cannot be wrong.
Mhm.
He's always right, and
Mhm.
everything he does is right.
Mhm.
Which is why
So
you're okay being blessed by a deceiver. You're okay with lying lips praying for you. You're okay with
absolutely.
lying lips blessing you and telling you how to be blessed while they steal from you. That's why you're okay with it, because your God can do no wrong. The same lying lips that's bringing you the God, you're okay with. You expect to be blessed by.
Mm. No, you guys make really convincing points. I'm going to have to think about that for a little bit. Those are some good points. I'm still like learning about, at least learning more about my faith and stuff like that. So
Let,
this is
let me
definitely
ask you
giving.
this. One more
Mm-hmm.
question,
Mm-hmm.
and I want you to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't know the Bible said that, did you?
What said what?
Everything we showed you. You didn't know it actually said that.
No, I had previous knowledge. What I'm trying to say is that like I've like you know how you've read the Bible as a kid, which I've had the an adult copy for a long time. I just have not read my Bible until like 6 months ago, right? And I'm still like treading through it. I'm not even halfway through Genesis, right?
Okay,
So
so that means
and
you
a lot
did
of it
not
is
know.
from
That
my
means you
memory.
did not know that the
Did not
Bible
remember
actually
would be a
said that.
better.
You
Would
say you
not
did not
remember is
remember.
better. Yeah,
Oh,
I said I would. I
okay.
didn't remember. Let me say
And it's
that.
okay. What I'm trying to say to you, Lacey,
Hmm.
it's okay because let me tell
No,
you
yeah,
something.
I'm
It's
okay with being
hard,
wrong.
man. It's a
No,
hard
I totally
thing.
get y'all. I hear y'all, right? I'm not like trying to like argue or like be like, oh yeah, nah. You know what I mean? I came to have more of a conversation. And also, just quickly, just side note, right? Yeah, I mean, it takes like some people aren't fast readers. Some people have things to do. Like I took me 6 months to get through the Bible. Like I mean, come on, y'all, give some grace, give some grace,
Don't
man.
don't don't worry about the comments. Like,
It's all good. It's all
yeah,
good.
don't
You
worry
know,
about the
come on,
comments.
give some grace. But like, uh, it. I will say this. It's. I think like my thought pattern comes more from I know what a God is. I just don't know who God is. And reading the Bible, right, is the only way for you to know who He is. And so, me being in this like small walk
Let me
and.
hold on before you go any
Mhm.
further.
Mhm.
You just said you know what a God is, but you don't know who this God is, right?
Yeah, like in
And
and let me just
hold on,
preface by like saying like,
just hold on before you go any further.
okay.
Is
Mm-hmm.
that not what you said?
Yeah, yeah. And
Okay,
I'll say,
so
yeah.
what you're saying is you're learning who this
Mm-hmm.
God is. You're trying to learn who the God is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then,
Yeah.
if you're learning, when you're learning something,
Mm-hmm.
how can you be so confident to say that this God is all good if you haven't
Well,
learned the God
that's
yet?
why I said I know what a god is because like from like just going through the arguments like I guess like just wrestling with like okay like just bear if I'm gonna go on a quick tangent just like I've been sitting and thinking like okay there is more to me than like just this body of flesh. I do believe I have a soul, right? If there is a soul, the conclusion I've always gone to is that there must be a God, there must be a spiritual force beyond this world, right? Now, I don't like I will say this, I'm still a little bit uneducated about other cultures and what their spirituality shows and tells, but from where I stand, I just don't really vibe with like how their culture describes God, right? So obviously the
Well,
default is go to the Christian. Sorry, I just.
I don't mean to cut
Mhm.
you off. I'm just saying,
Okay.
you said you know
Hmm.
what a God is, but you
Yeah.
don't know. You're learning the God of the Bible. You're learning the God of the Bible. So when you say you
Hmm.
know what a God is, what
Hmm.
can you describe that to me? What are you talking about when you say you know what a God is?
Which is what I was trying to say. Like, I know, for example, that uh, if there is a God, right, a first cause or whatever, however you want to say, right, then that cause has to be all powerful, right? If that God created everything around us, right? And I'm
Okay, but
going.
okay, so let me stop you again. You're
Uh
still
huh.
talking about the God of the Bible.
No, I'm just wait. Because I'm just saying, right? I don't subscribe to pantheism. Like, okay, let me say this. Let me say it like this.
Don't say that
What?
because then we're gonna have to hit you again. Don't say that.
No, no, wait. That's what I'm trying to correct. I'm trying to say it like this, right?
Hold on.
Anytime I
Let's
look,
give him let's give him a chance to get his thoughts out because he has
Okay,
we did throw a lot of information at him and give him some time to process and give him some time to
okay.
get his thoughts out.
thank you, thinker. So I was trying to say, right? Every time I look at like old religions or old cultures, right? There is like there is a great cause to all things that have started, right? You know what I mean? Whether it be like you look at the Greek pantheon or the Roman pantheon, it's like Kronos and Gaia. There's like these two primordial gods, but even before them, there was a primordial force that created those gods, right? So my from those pantheons, what they show is that there is always one higher being beyond even those gods, right? That's what I'm trying to say. When I look at those cultures, I see that like, okay, there's at least a beginning pattern. There is at least one ultimate being, right? And what I'm saying is like, if there is an ultimate being, right, which created everything, whether like it predestined things or whatever, or even if you look at the state of the world today, in the past, or even pre-human, you like we can look at that and say there is like beauty, there is good aspects of it, right? So to me, that God would have to be all powerful to create the entire universe, to create human souls, to create like everything, right? That God would, in a way, have to be quote unquote good. Now, whether we see like natural evils, as some people would say, as good, which is like an animal eating another animal, that's still like, if we look at it through a naturalistic lens, that is a what's the word? That is still technically in a way good, right? Some animal you need sustenance, blah blah blah, right?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Oh yeah.
Why does it have to be that the God did it all alone? Why does it
Why
have
would
to
it
be?
have to?
Yeah, why does it have to be that there is one single God that created everything? And
Well,
what? Hold on. What is the downfall of there being a multitude of gods working together to create? I just want to know, like, why does it have to be one
well,
supreme?
when I look at like the mythologies and stuff like that, right? Um, Let me use the Greek and Roman gods, which because I'm more like most people are more familiar with them, and I'm more familiar with them. When you
No,
look at
I'm
them,
asking like for you, like, why does it have to be
right,
one?
which is what I'm trying to get at. Sorry, I didn't mean to. But like when I look at first like the pantheon in on its own, right? The pantheon of these gods these gods are portrayed as drunks, rape or grapists. Let me not say it, grapists, violent, pretty much downright
Wait,
evil. They
which god are you talking about that is
uh,
portrayed that way?
just quick. For example, Zeus. Zeus straight up like cannot keep it in his pants. Bro literally violated a cloud. He turned himself into a bull to do some stuff to a woman. I'm pretty sure. Like just going off of the mythology of what we know, right? I can't sit in good consciousness and say, well, that dude created everything. And
Wait,
when you look at
when your god, right, teaches humans to kill other humans, you can say, now that's the creator of the world, because that's unique to your God. There isn't any other God in history that taught humans to annihilate other humans. Your God taught that. So why is it
I
that
would
your God
say
can
that's a
be?
bit of
It's not. I
what-
trust me. I've been searching.
I
I've been
mean,
searching.
you could say you
Trust me.
could
I
consider.
like. I've been
I'm not
searching.
saying. I'm
Listen,
not.
hold on. Let me
Mhm.
finish.
Mhm.
When your God uh, teaches humans to kill other humans, right, or builds a militia of humans to go and kill other humans, like that's an evil thing, right? Why is that in your head? Like, oh, he has to be the one and only true God, and
I didn't.
you say that Zeus is disqualified because Zeus like to fuck.
I disqualified Zeus because if I'm looking at what, so let me give you my standard of like what divinity would be, right? Okay, this is just from my own thinking, right? I will consider divinity perfectly good, perfectly just, perfectly merciful, right? Now, that like I would just look at ultimate, the ultimate, what's the word? The ultimate position, right? The ultimate the ultimate good qualities of humanity, right? Which would be like our kindness, our love, our ability to share information, things like that. Those ultimate qualities of humanity, I would then take those and say like, okay, if a god existed, right? Whether it's Zeus or Athena or whoever, right? They would need to represent the best of humanity, right? They would have to be the best of humanity, not the middle ground or the worst of it. Is what I'm trying to say, right?
So
Now,
when your God knows that the mortals are enslaving each other, and then your God takes his chosen people out of that practice of slavery, and then teaches them how to do the exact same thing to other mortals. Would you consider that just?
I'll say this. I've been struggling with it, and my alt like through just struggling with it through like I'm not gonna lie, using ChatGPT and asking it, just running it back with ChatGPT every time, I've come to the conclusion that like even like just looking at our day now, I know this might seem like I'm sidestepping the question, but I'll come back to it, I promise. Even looking at it now today, right, we still have modern day slavery. Like even if we don't want to acknowledge it, we still have technically work
Listen, that's
slavery.
not what I asked you.
No, I'm
That's not
trying
what I
to.
asked you. Listen, I don't want. What I asked you was when he taught his chosen how to become the slave masters, is that just to you?
So that's what I'm trying to bring it. I'm trying to
No,
bring
no,
it back.
you like it, you're for some reason like you can easily say that Zeus isn't just because Zeus liked to fuck, right?
I
Like,
wouldn't say it's just because he
like
liked to do
literally,
that.
that's
The
what you're
guy would
saying.
literally, the guy would literally violate women. Would
Like,
you call
okay,
that
so
just?
he transferred, he used coercion just like your God did. Your God
I
used
know he did use
coercion. Hold
coercion
on,
with
stop talking
physical
while I'm
assaults on
talking.
women.
You and I both cannot talk at the same time, Lasser. I literally asked Nelly to let you talk, and then when I talk, you want to overtalk me. Zeus he would turn himself into like swans or um clouds or things like that and get women pregnant, right? He punished Prometheus for giving fire to the humans, stuff like that. Okay, Zeus wasn't moral. Okay, cool. Neither was your God. Your God taught his chosen how to become a militia and annihilate other humans. Your God taught his chosen how to enslave other humans. Your God taught his chosen how to use women's bodies for their purposes. Is that just? You can easily say that Zeus isn't just. Why can't you say it about this God?
You have to come off mute if you're talking.
My bad. Thinker, I'm sorry for like interjecting and cutting you off, by the way. Genuinely didn't mean to.
I appreciate
Um,
that.
Let me say it like this, right? I think that the difference is we see that, like, for example, both Zeus and God have wills of their own, right? Zeus uses his will to come down and oppress mortals, right? Which is like, I think we can both agree is wrong. And there is no greater cause to these things. He just does it because he does it. Now, when I
So,
look
so hold
into,
on. When Zeus flooded the earth because he was tired of humanity's wickedness, is that
Mhm.
not the same thing that your God did?
I believe all flood stories have the same origins, yes.
Okay, so how are you saying that Zeus comes down and oppresses mortal, and there is no greater cause to it? Like, how are you saying that?
That would like, I mean, you can, I'm not against the idea of like you showing me that, like, oh yeah, dude, Zeus like did this horrible stuff, but he also did this good stuff as well,
No, I didn't
right?
say anything about any. I have not mentioned
No,
anything good that Zeus did. Everything that you're saying Zeus did, your God did also, and your God ramped that shit up. What I'm
what I'm,
trying to understand, listen, what I'm trying to understand is how you are saying that Zeus is not fit, right, to be the creator of the world, but your God is. When Zeus did the exact, when God, your God did the exact same thing that Zeus did.
well, okay. If the question boils down to who is the creator, what I'm trying to get to is that even when you look at these mythologies, there is always a greater being that produces these gods, right? There is always a reason why they come into existence,
I'm
right?
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
Mm-hmm.
sorry. I
Mm-hmm.
can't. My head's hurting. I have to stop you. Lancer, you do realize, Lacer,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Lacer, you do realize that Yahweh is part of a pantheon too. Did you know that?
I knew that, but I also see a lot of scholarly debate within the Hebrew like sphere and the Christian sphere and other scholarly fears, right? I
Oh,
don't necessarily subscribe to that idea, but if he
okay,
is part of
you don't. I
God,
know you don't subscribe to it because of what you've been
mhm.
taught. We understand that. But the question that Thinker is trying to get you to answer is how can you say that Zeus is not fit to be the one creator when your God did the exact same thing that Zeus did, but this God is fit to be the creator? That's the
So
question we're trying to get answered.
so when it comes to the horrible things that are shown in the Bible that God did, right? When I look at them, I see, for example, slavery, right? It says that what you call like it says like, okay, you may buy slaves from the lands around you. This is how you
Hold
must
on.
treat.
Can we block if Ahmad is in the chat? Slick something night. Thank you.
Go ahead, Lace.
Yeah. So I was saying, how do I say this? So I see those things in the Bible, right? You know, I read those passages and they're used a lot. Now, a lot of people say, well, okay, from where I'm coming from, right? I see that and I'm seeing, okay, when we look at like the slavery that happened biblically, was God like, okay, I give a stamp of approval on slavery, right?
Absolutely.
And what, or is it like I'm allowing these people this in this specific time frame or whatever to do this thing?
Not only
Mhm.
did your God allow it, he gave specific instructions on how to do it.
And I'm not saying that's not there. I'm just saying,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
And I'm not saying that's not there, and that's something like I'm still like everyone has to struggle with that at some point, right? Whether it turns you away from the faith or like whatever. From where I'm standing, I see it as divine conscension in the sense that God will allow for things that he will allow for things to happen even if he doesn't approve of those things. So, for example, uh
Okay, stop. Let me stop you. Stop you.
mhm,
Stop.
mhm,
He did not. I don't like the way you're using. God allowed it to happen like it was the people that came up with it. In this Bible
mhm,
story, God
mhm,
taught them. God took the Israelites out of
mhm,
slavery,
mhm,
freed them from slavery, and then
mhm.
made the Israelites slave masters and taught them how to do it. So
So
basically, the bondage
okay.
that he took them out of, he taught
Mhm.
them how to be. He taught them how to be the slave masters. So
Okay.
this is
So
not. So quit
with
saying.
that, what
Don't
I would
say
say.
that God allowed it. God is the
Mhm.
one. It was His law. That's what He wanted.
So what I would ask is, does God Himself do slavery, or is that a human trait? Right? Because no,
Yes,
no.
because your God says the Israelites are his slaves. Now move on.
Yes.
You know what? Good points. I can't even argue with that. But not even but. I'm just saying, like, again, just looking at it, right? In
It's
that
hard.
sense, I just
It's hard. I understand.
it is, and
And
it's stuff you
and
read
Lisa,
it and it's
please
like,
don't take this. Don't take
mhm.
this as an attack. Don't
No,
take this
absolutely
as
not.
none of this. I want you to take this as a teachable moment.
Absolutely. And in fact, y'all are giving me even more reason to read my Bible and go through it. Like, I actually joined the live not to like argue or debate or come up and be like, oh, well, you guys are wrong about God. And no, like, y'all, one of the topics was, is God like contradictory? I disagreed with that fact, right? Or with that,
You said it
that,
right. You said it right. You
yeah.
disagree with that fact according to the
No,
Bible.
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it like I disagreed with like the topic there. Or okay, I disagree with the fact. And so y'all showed me, and like I'm learning something new. Like I don't think that we should look at what you call it, religious talk or apologetics or whatever y'all want to call it, as like, oh, this side is this side. Like I think we should all have.
Apologetics to me is abusive. It's abusive because you have to lie, right? You have to manipulate, and you don't have a regard for actual truth in apologetics. Apologetics is the parachute to your faith. It's the last straw holding the faith together. It feels abusive.
I can see. I going back to when I was like an atheist and stuff like that, I can see what you mean by that. Because I remember like looking up, like, oh, why does this? And it's like, it does, it like, at least at the time and even still now, it doesn't sit right with me, but it does seem like a bunch of like excuses. But I'm still like trying to learn, and like even when it comes to the even if it's not like Christian apologetics, like the zeitgeist, like the existence of Hebrew apologetics is still interesting. You know what I mean? I think like we shouldn't just throw out these discussions, you know? I challenge any Christian and any atheist not to necessarily have debates, right? But to have conversations and talk about these things. And I'm happy and I like you guys because y'all not only just set fire to my feet, but y'all are like bringing up the Bible and like showing me these things. You're not just saying like, well, you know, you're not just being like, well, random assertion, and then the conversation goes nowhere, you know?
Here,
And
here comes
I'm gonna have
another
a lot to
DM.
think about. Hmm?
No, never mind. That's an
No, no,
inside
go.
joke.
Okay. Uh, but yeah, no, like I genuinely do enjoy, and I'm gonna be here
Do
on.
do
Okay,
do you want me to read this DM to you that I got from somebody that
go
was on my
ahead.
live
Actually,
yesterday?
go
Okay,
ahead.
and this is what I said you sound like. I got this DM today from a guest that was on my live yesterday. Okay. And then I kept telling her that she didn't know the story that she wanted to talk about and that I think that she needed to choose something else. Right. And I did not want to go into the story of Jacob with her, talking about the God being a deceiver because she had not read enough of the Bible to have that story. But she kept pushing the point
Mm,
to the point to where she got disrespectful, I match energy. I got disrespectful back right back. And this is the DM that she sent me. Hey, I just wanted to thank you the other day when I was sleepy and came on your live and didn't know the full Jacob story like the back of my hand. And you kicked me off your live, cursed me out, and said I didn't know my Bible. My family was on that live and it kind of hurt my feelings. I wanted to get back on the live with you the next day and get my lick back, lol. So I went and read it so I know more about it and be prepared our next conversation. Once I got deeper in the story, I realized God sent the angel to wrestle with Jacob to build up his strength. And I never knew that. I was feeling down after that live and questioned myself on if I should be teaching people the truth about God if I don't know the Bible like the back of my hand. But when I read that Jacob story, it strengthened me so much. At first, I thought that was the worst live ever experienced, but it turned out to be the best. He used you to help me be strong throughout my ministry, reminding me that you don't have to know everything. You just have to know the truth. When it's time for my judgment, it's not going to matter how much I know. It's going to matter what I know and how I applied it and did his will as a Jehovah's Witness. I will forever remember the angel that wrestled with Jacob now because of you. Through my spiritual walk, along with all the other beautiful gems Jehovah has given me, teaching me not to ever give up. The devil used to try to destroy you. With faith in God and passing the test, he can flip it and use it for his good. Romans 8:28. He wants me to be strong and keep going. I no longer need to my lick back because I'm content and blessed by it, Dove. I was sent to you for a beautiful reason, to build my strength as I continue my preaching and spiritual walk. Because that was small, but I may have to face bigger challenges in the future. And thinking about that angel that wrestled with Jacob will always give me a power boost. Thank you so much. Jehovah always play chess, never checkers. Type in what is God's kingdom on jw.org, praying that you find the truth one day, because that's what matters. Not how much you know, or should I say, think you know. If you don't know truth, you don't know anything. 1 Timothy 2 and 4, Deuteronomy 32, 3 through 5, Matthew 5, 5, Revelations 21, 3 and 4, and Genesis 3, 1 through 5. Satan has always been the deceiver ever since Adam and Eve, and God did not create him. He turned on God. He has free will, just like us. Paradise on earth is the main thing Jesus taught. That's what JWs teach. The real meaning of the Lord's Prayer when we pray for his kingdom to come on earth. Soon, God is going to take his earth back and make it how he meant it to be before Adam and Eve sinned. What you think is deceiving, it's not. It's playing chess, not checkers. He's going against the devil and soon will get victory. Every knee will bow. Thanks again for helping me look into that story. I will continue to fight for God and fight for truth. And this will always be a part of my testimony. Jehovah is using you too. When he wants that power of God, he will always have more power than the devil. Everyone will soon see. Love you, girlie. Chess, never checkers. Always remember that. Check out jw.org, the world's most translated website in the world. Over 1,000 languages. Matthew 24:15 in full effect, because the whole world is lying in the power of the wicked one. 1 John 5:19, Matthew 7:13. Paradise on earth is the good news, and the gospel in the Bible, main thing Jesus taught and wanted his followers to do also. So that's why we go door to door. But yeah, thanks, sister. That Jacob story was awesome.
I'm sorry, that was I hope I you know what? I'm sorry I sound like that. Bro, is that what I sounded like?
That's what you sound like.
Cause I was just trying to be like, yo, I enjoy talking to atheists and whatever. I didn't mean like, oh, oh, that hurt. You know what, man? You hurt my feelings. I'm not gonna lie. That hurt my feelings.
Don't do that, because that's how she started this off. That
No,
I
because
heard.
I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to be respectful and nice, and you comparing me to that? Come on, bro. Like,
Oh
come
my
on,
God.
bro. No,
That's what
no,
I told you
come
when
on,
you
bro.
said what you said. You said everything she said.
I wasn't even. Did I say what she said? Nah, come on. I'm just saying, I'm saying I like talking to people with different perspectives. I'm not, come on, bro. That's not what, come on, bro. You know what I'm trying to say, right? Because at this point in my life, I could easily go back to being an atheist in the sense that, like, if I'm presented with the utmost evidence I should not believe, I can easily be like, you know what? I'm okay with just, or not atheist. I'm okay with being like, I don't know. You know, I don't want to be someone like
And
that.
that's
I don't
okay
want
to
to be
be
someone like that.
to not know. It is okay, but to try to
But
force
the whole
something that you don't
atheist.
know, right? Like to try to force something that you don't know. Like a lot of times people will come up here, they've never read a story in this book, like the story that we talk about. They've this will be their first time hearing it, and they will try to explain it. They will just make some shit up on the fly. That's not okay. Because
No,
what
you're right.
happens, that there are so many people, right, who depend on this religion, right, who believe in this God, and their minds are like that of a 1 year old. Like I was playing with my grandson today, and I was teaching him how to count. He's 12 months. I was teaching him how to
Aw.
count, and I'm watching his face as he's watching my lips. Like I'm holding up my hands, going 1, 2,
Mm.
3, right. He's watching my lips. He's not
But not
watching
your
my
mouth.
hands. Yeah, he's paying attention to my mouth so that he can learn how to repeat what I'm saying, right? So a Christian, or especially like a one that's like that really heavily depends on the words of their pastor, right? They don't study this stuff for themselves. They depend on their pastor to tell them the truth. They depend on those who claim to be the authority over God's word to tell them the truth. So they're watching them very closely. And when y'all get up here, right, and talk as if you have this knowledge, right, and you're making up shit on the fly, like you're just making it worse. You're making it harder for people to actually understand what this text actually says. You're making it harder for them to feel like it's okay for them to question, right? You're making it harder for them to say, I just don't know.
You're right. And I will say this for anyone who's watching, it's okay to not know. Uh what I will say though also, and I hope you don't take this in a bad way, thinker, right? But I do think like we do have like I've been thinking about it, right? And just correct me if I'm wrong, and you don't even have to like listen. I'm just saying like when you say we shouldn't count in theology. Now I understand what you're saying, and this is your life. It's your life.
Hold
You
on.
don't have
Let me
to.
correct you because I never said you shouldn't. I said I don't. So
Okay, you don't.
when I say I don't do something for myself, right? That is not me speaking blanketly for the entire of
Sorry. Yeah,
humanity.
I didn't mean. Okay, let me rephrase what I said then. When you say that, I just think like you shouldn't discount what theology has to say. That's all I'm saying. When it comes to just the topic, just the spiritual
I
aspects of it,
used to
I'm
be a
just
missionary. I used to be a preacher, Lasser.
oh
I
okay,
understand theology.
okay. So I'm sorry for assuming that. Uh, but yeah, no, like thank you for having me up. I guess. I would say like just I'm not necessarily reconsidering, but if you had to say like what are some things you would advise for me after this talk? Like obviously I know I should definitely keep reading my Bible for sure. Like that's a fact, right? But what would you recommend for me? Cuz I actually want to come up here and talk to you more.
Participate more in these questions. Be honest when you do, and study.
Mm. Mm.
And if you are one that find value in the theology, I highly recommend that you also find value in the actual historical context. Go outside the book, study the
No,
people
you're
in this
right.
book, study the
Mm.
history of them, and understand.
Mm.
Like once you learn the history, right,
Mhm.
and when you read it, your understanding will go deeper of what the text is actually saying.
You're absolutely right. Um yeah, man, I enjoyed this conversation. I don't know if I should leave now. I mean, I don't really have like anything much to say. I think that thank you for showing me like for going back with me in Genesis, because Genesis is one of those books, right? And I know I can't really be talking like authoritatively or whatever with much knowledge, but Genesis is one of those books where it's like it's kind of the make or break part of the Bible, right? Obviously you have things like Numbers, which really puts people off and stuff like that. But it's one of those books where it's like, when you can't handle what's in Genesis, it's like, you know what I mean? Does that make any sense?
No, not really. Say it again.
I was trying to say, like, Genesis is one of those make or break books that's like, when you read it, that's like where your faith is really tested. You know what I mean? Right? So, like, when you're talking about, did God lie to Adam and Eve, for example, just for
I
example.
mean, it's all throughout the whole book. It doesn't stop in Genesis. Like for you to say that, it seems as if, like to me, it just sounds like this might be a revolutionary moment for you. But it doesn't end in Genesis. This
No, I'm
deception.
not saying it doesn't end in Genesis. I'm just saying, like, Genesis is where, like, you'll really, like, I guess, I don't know, maybe because I'm just thinking about, like, the whole 7 day creation, things like that. That's where, like, most people's faith is tested at that point, right? Where you obviously have Deuteronomy and things like that. But that's what I was trying to say. But no, you're right. I definitely think I'm gonna like think about this more, and I'll definitely join your lives more just to talk on the issues and things like that. But thank you very much for having me up here. I definitely hope I can join in and like have more conversations with you guys. Thank you for teaching me stuff.
You're
Honestly,
welcome, Lasser. I appreciate your attitude the whole time that you were here. Um, Although you did practice apologetics, but I do appreciate you. It was a great conversation. Nelly, did you have anything else?
No, I'm good. I appreciate you too. I mean, it's all about it's hard, man.
it is. It is.
It is very, very, very hard because you're trying to wrap your mind around something that you was taught. Well, I had to wrap my mind around something I was taught my whole life,
Mm,
and I had to realize that I had to start thinking for myself.
myself. Yeah.
So
You know.
I had to think for myself, and I call myself a non-believer and a
Mm-hmm.
believer, and I'm going to tell you why I say that
Uh huh.
because I read the book for
Mm-hmm.
myself and I believe exactly what is saying in that book.
Mm. You just don't believe in the God of the book, if I get that right.
Well, if I
Or
read the book, if I
mm-hmm.
read the text for
Mm.
what it is and read what it says and research what it says, there's no way I would follow this God. If this God
Mm.
was real, I would not follow
Mm.
this God
Mm.
under no circumstances.
I hear you. I
Oh,
think.
somebody in the comments is butt ass hurt. He says the real true Bible scholars are not gracing this platform. If they do, the conversations would be better.
The, can I just say something to
What
that?
that means is I fucking hate that Lacer just gave in. Like that's what that means.
I think that to any Christian watching this, you shouldn't take any of this as an attack to your faith. And if you do, then you have a weak faith, right? I think we can agree that if you can't properly defend and have to instantly go in attack mode, then you don't have a strong faith. I'm developing a faith, which is why I'm open and like giving people like you don't have to be mean to people who like don't believe or whatever, right? You don't gotta be like, oh well, like bro, all that does at the end of the day is make Christianity look worse. If you want to make Christianity look good and like have people at least consider it or not like attack it, you have to be able to be like, yo, y'all are like have the same attitude as Jesus. That's literally what the gospel says. Become a new creature. If you still have that pride, you're literally just a Pharisee. Like, come on,
Well,
Well,
you
considering
know?
Paul was a
Anyways,
Pharisee.
no, like,
Considering Paul was a Pharisee, I'm not sure that's such a bad thing for you Christians. Like the father of your
no.
religion was a Pharisee.
Well, I wouldn't say the father of the religion,
He
but like one
Christian
of the.
Paul literally calls himself the father of Christians. He uh, he was a Pharisee.
I mean, all I can say about that specific topic is just like I don't necessarily see where like Paul is like a bad guy. He most of what he
But I'm
says.
saying you just said you're acting like a Pharisee. Like I mean,
No,
they
but what
can't
I
help
mean
but
is
to
like,
act like a Pharisee. Your founder, I wouldn't call him your founder, but your Jesus's pick. He's Jesus's pick. He was a Pharisee, like, according
okay,
to your belief.
what I mean is a Pharisee in the sense of the ones that what you call it were clean cups on the outside but still dirty on the inside, right? You
Which
cannot be.
Paul often said he was.
Yeah, he admitted that he was a sinner and that what I think there's. Let me say this: I think there's a difference between saying like I can openly admit like I'm not a good person, right? And I still have
Why do you say you're not a good person?
I can say that by I'm not gonna hold you. I can say that just by examining the choices I've made, the things I've done to people, the things I've said, and stuff like that. When we say like, because
I honestly, like, you've not been a bad person here. Like,
no, yeah,
you don't give off bad boy vibes at all.
no, but like that's because I've radically been changing my attitude and everything. Because I can be honest and say like, back when I was like getting like slowly
Keep in
getting out
mind you're
of
20. Keep in mind you're 21 or 22. I
no,
can't remember.
for sure,
Right,
and
and
these
you've
are
not lived a long time. So
right.
you must have like literally like caused your mom and dad like pure hell. You were in jail, juvenile a lot.
No, but like for
So
example, I
you've
can
never been to
say
juvenile.
no, but like I can say for a fact
Well,
that like
you must have like robbed some stores, like stole a lot of shit.
you like let me say this. I can say that I've said things to people that might have like caused them long lasting trauma. That's
You
not
call
something
somebody
that
a bitch.
no, I
You've
definitely
not
didn't. No, I can
you
I'm
told
not gonna
somebody,
go
yo,
into
that's
it.
why your daddy ain't your daddy. You said things like that.
No, but like
I mean, I
yeah,
just don't hear
I
the
used to
bad boy shit. Like,
no, it's
I don't.
no,
I
it's
don't
it's
hear
because
it.
I've like and I was gonna get into it and tell people real quick like when you're like if you're reading your like when I was a kid reading the Bible with my mom and stuff she would always ask me like what did you understand from this story blah 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 and then that's why like I'm actually still getting anyways like I grew up with like good influences just like like even if you bad company corrupts good morals and I ended up hanging out with some really awful people and that caused me for a while to go into a side where it's like I was like someone who was bullying, someone who was just rude, mean, condescending. I would insult and just demean people.
So
People
you were the kid in the cafeteria bullying other kids.
Well, I'll just say this just to give me some grace. I wasn't like the open bully, but I would hang out with people who would, and then I would be like, guys, that's kind of wrong, but I wouldn't like
No,
express
I mean,
it.
be honest. Were you a bully? Were you bullying other kids in
I was
school, in high
bullying other
school?
kids, but I wasn't like assaulting people and just like straight up going up to people. But like if anything
Were
did
you making other
happen,
kids hate themselves and their own skin?
yeah, yeah, I used to be that kind of person because I hated myself too. It's one of those cycles. I used to like that's like why I say like I wasn't a good person. And I still like even till this day, although I'm trying to change, I don't consider myself a good person. But I think that an important thing is like, and I think that's what like I take away from the Bible is that when you change, if you still hold on to your past condemnation or whatever, then obviously you're still going to repeat the same patterns and still be that kind of person. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
trying.
just feel I don't know how much of the bullying I believe. Right, I talk to a lot of bullies on this stage, a lot, and I even to the point to where people call me a bully. Not
Right.
once ever would I ever bully anybody, or try to make someone feel horrible in their skin. For the simple fact that I was the one that was bullied in school. Right,
And I was
like,
bullied. Oh, sorry.
yeah,
No, go on.
that's what I was getting ready to say. I get more of a sense that you were bullied,
Yeah,
than you were the bully.
I was
I
bullied.
talked to so many bullies a day. I can tell you who was a fucking bully in school.
No, but it's like those people who were bullied. Then become a bully. I wouldn't like, I used to be that kind of person where it's like I started hanging out with cool people. I started like, demeaning other people around me and stuff like that. And it's like, those are just those like I would that's what happened, Like I'm not gonna go into detail and stuff like that. It's just like I recognize that my past hurts, right, shouldn't be inflicted on other people, and I shouldn't hold on to that past hurt, because when you hold on to past hurt, you're never able to move on. You're never able to like actually do something with your life. So
I
it's
mean, but
like,
you just called yourself a bad person. You just said, I'm not a good person. Not, I didn't used to
and
be
I'm
a
still
good
going
person.
to like
Right?
I'm
Like
going.
you're saying, what I'm saying is right now, right? In defense of Paul being a Pharisee, because you do realize the reason why we're talking about you not being a good person right now is because you are apologizing for Paul and his Pharisaic nature after calling other Christians, telling other Christians that they are acting like a Pharisee. And so now you're feeling like you need to create this apologetic for that. And in that apologetic, you have made yourself the demon. Like you have made yourself the scapegoat. And for some odd reason, you are saying that you are not a good person, or that you used to not be a good person, right? In order to bring yourself down to the level of Paul, right? To say Paul was this person. He was a Pharisee. Jesus hated Pharisees, yet Jesus chose him. Paul was a sinner. He struggled with sin, yet Jesus chose him. And look where Paul is today. I was a bad person, but literally you weren't. Like you were a kid for one. Like you're
Yeah, I
21. You've barely
no,
lived.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Let me say it like this, right? Let me say it like this. Like I wouldn't like, obviously, like, yeah, Paul was a persecuting, murderous Pharisee at one point, right? Had a according to the Bible, had a miraculous encounter with Christ and changed from being a prideful man to a meek man who what you call it, lived his life for what you call it, for Christ, and corrected people when they were wrong, right? I'm not. I can say that as a Christian in my walk, although I can say that yes, I've had people will say whatever they want to say. I've had my personal encounter, but I'm still I'm still resisting. I'm still holding on to the things I used to do, the things that were familiar to me.
Hold on,
And
Lacer. Tall. What's his name? Tall Mitch Haven. Um, I don't know if you think that the whole world revolves around you. Like literally, there's 13 people waiting in the guest request. I can clearly see that there are 4 boxes open. And if I wanted to bring your ass up, I would fucking do it. I would do it.
listen, y'all, can't be forcing the host to bring people up. It's their live. They can completely ignore you and bring whoever they want. Heck, they brought me in. Like, they can kick me out as whenever they want and bring someone else in. Also, I hope I'm not hogging the space for anyone else, but like, yeah, no, I
Then
like,
stop fucking crying about it. If you don't need to be on my space, stop fucking crying.
brother, brother.
The
This is like
fuck?
this like That's why people you need to lead with love. If you just gotta wait. If you gotta wait for an hour, you wait for an hour. Patience is a virtue. If you can't wait for an hour, then just leave the live. Like skip, go ahead, bro. You don't have to be here. If your faith cannot be defended on its own, then you have a weak faith. Therefore, rather than staying here in this live complaining, go strengthen it. Go read your Bible. Go listen to some apologetics or whatever. Go listen to something. Go read the Psalms or something. Dude, go do something with your life if you like are so pressed over this, right? I came up here to have a discussion, right? I didn't. I hope I didn't start with this with like a debate way, but yeah, no. Anyways, I was just saying, like, yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, but like from my perspective, it's like I'm not gonna go through everything I've been through. This is in therapy, and you know, I just like.
I think you're a good kid, Laser. I do. I think you're a good kid. I think I'm sensing that, you have a good heart for people, right? And you want to respect people. Even when I asked you to stop talking over me, right? And I got loud, you came back and you apologized. Like you have a sense of humility about you. I don't think that you are a bad person, and it's not, I don't have any right to say that you shouldn't go around calling yourself a bad person. But it doesn't make me feel good that you think of yourself as a bad person. You don't give that
No,
off.
I hear you, and that's because I think like the very big difference is I changed a lot. You know what I mean? I like had you met me 2 years ago, or like let's say 4 years ago when I was, or yeah, 4 years ago when I was like going through my whole, I'm done with whatever, but I was still trying to defend it wholeheartedly. I would have been like extremely rude. Like I'd have been like, I used to say stuff like, you know what I mean? I wasn't
Being rude
very.
sometimes is warranted.
No, I don't.
Sometimes you have to get rude with rude people. People will try their best to take advantage of you, Laser, and you don't have to allow it. It doesn't make you a bad person to stand up for yourself. It doesn't
I
make you
feel
a
you,
bad
but I
person
think
to set boundaries, Laser, and enforce those boundaries. You are not a bad person for protecting your mental health and for protecting
absolutely,
yourself.
absolutely. I just think like I'm not. Although I used to very much subscribe to the like, oh, if you come at me with this energy, then I'm gonna come at you with that energy as well. I've been slowly shifting from that because just from my own from like what I've been going through, it doesn't make anything better. You know what I mean? It doesn't like tit for tat doesn't like that's the whole thing. Like say whatever you want about the Bible, it does have some pieces of wisdom, and I think that the eye for an eye thing again makes the whole world blind. Whatever. I just like it's been something that's ingrained in me as a kid. Like yeah,
It
you
doesn't.
can.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with DC comics? Like, I think it's DC. With the
Yeah.
Flash and the Arrow.
Yeah, yeah. Bro,
Okay.
my profile picture is Baby Dragon from Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh,
Huge
okay.
man.
I just know the Flash and the Arrow. That because I'm watching it, right?
All good, all
I'm
good.
not that, but in the episode that I was watching today, right before I fell asleep, Oliver Queen was talking to Amanda from Argonne, right? And she was training him. Remember when he got trained on the island to become
Remembering
the
to be
Arrow?
faster. Oh, oh, okay, yeah. You're
Yeah,
talking about Arrow.
yeah. And
Okay.
he could not torture those that were killing humans, right? They were teaching him how to go after these bad guys that were putting bombs in buildings and killing humans and holding people hostage. And he said to him, "This is not how you fight back. This is not how you fight back." And she said to him, like, those you cannot fight those uh, who fight with extreme measures with peace. You have to fight back with the same extreme measures that they fight back. If they're going to put a bomb in a building, right, and not tell you where it is, and you have to be willing to torture them to get the information out of it. That's what she was basically teaching him, and
Yeah.
he couldn't bring himself to do it until he allowed a whole building of people to die because he was
Right.
trying to get the information peacefully. I'm not telling you to go out here and kill people, right? That's not what I'm saying.
I hear you.
But when it comes to mental abuse and verbal abuse, right? Uh, Turning the other cheek doesn't mean allowing that abuse to happen to you. It doesn't make you a better person to become somebody's verbal punching bag, right? It doesn't make you a better person to let somebody convince you that you are worthless, or to lie to you to manipulate you,
Right.
right? It's okay to defend yourself. It's okay to stand up if somebody comes at you with negative energy. Yes, of course you can warn them, right? Like that you can go through
Yeah,
all the steps. You can go through all the
absolutely.
steps, but
De-escalation, right?
you can. But 9 times out of 10, Laser, They don't give a damn. They have to be like you in order for the de-escalation to work.
That's
And
true. And
if they don't have any logic in them, they don't have any humility in them, or any they lack the ability to reason, then that de-escalation is not going to work the way that you expect it to work, because they are not like you in that way.
that's true. And like that's like as we're talking about like comics and stuff. Don't know if you know much about Batman, but like he's willing to like torture people. But the one thing he's not willing to go through is to villains out of commission, right? Kill them or anything like that. And that's like in what I strive to be is a person who, yes, I can fight back if I have to. I love boxing, right? I want to become a world professional. I want to become a I want to become a world champion, right? Aiming for a lightweight WBA champion. But like I'm not going to ever or not okay, let me say it like that. Like I know how to defend myself. I just don't think like, you know, uh if someone like pulls up on me and is trying to like fight me and stuff like that, like obviously I have the right to fight back if they punch me or whatever, but I don't have the right, like I just don't think I should be escalating or like yelling in their face, right? For example, it's the same way, like for example, getting when someone is yelling at you, yell doesn't make things better. But telling them to relax, right? Being like, relax, 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 that doesn't make things better either, right? You know, being violent, like meeting people where they're at in that moment doesn't necessarily make things better. It creates more, what you call it, more disconnect. And I think that like
Wait, are you
having,
trying to make things better, or are you trying to protect yourself?
I'm trying to like, I'm trying to like make things better for me, right? So if it means that like,
It
okay,
making
someone's
things
like,
better for you means protecting yourself.
yeah, but I mean, what I mean is like, I'm not gonna like, okay, let me give a way better example because I'm not wording what I'm trying to say right. If I'm ever confronted by, let's say I'm in an abusive relationship with an ex who throws a plate at me, right? I don't think that the response of me should be to get up, start yelling in her face, start getting violent or whatever, right? That's not going to be the answer. I don't think also being quiet and just being like, really, you're going to be like that and just quote unquote keeping the peace, that doesn't do anything. If you say,
Then
if you
what do
put
you
the
do?
you
What
put
do you
the
do?
plate
So
down,
let me give you an
I'm
example.
not
I
allowing
was
you
riding
to
in the car with my husband, Laser. I was riding in the car with my husband, and he mugged my head into the window. What would you what should I have done? And I'm gonna tell you what I did, but what should I have done?
uh this, by the way, just so that no one's screen recording this and saying laser is whatever misogynist whatever, I would have said, I would have personally gotten out of the car and called the cops,
While
right?
he's driving, while he's driving,
Or at least like, you
am I
know,
supposed to get out the car while it's moving?
okay, okay, I was more imagining a point where you're in traffic and it's okay while he's driving, like, okay, what did you do? Because
No, tell
I'm
me what
also
I
not gonna
should have
like
done,
jump.
and I'm gonna
I'm
tell
not
you what I did.
okay. Can I preface by saying you should, like by saying should, I don't mean like, oh, you know, you what you did was like wrong, okay? Because you're allowed to protect yourself and defend yourself if someone is assaulting you, right? But what I think the optimal situation for anyone who would be in that position, especially if you're confronted with a person that is just as violent and is not afraid to hurt you, would have been to call the police the moment you had gotten like out of the car. But what did you do?
So I took the pizza that I had just bought from Little Caesars that was piping hot, and I slapped his ass in the face with a slice. With the slice of pizza that was in my hand, I slapped his ass with that pizza on the side of his face, and he left me the fuck alone.
Answer.
Right. Right. And but here's the thing, like here's the like maybe it's because I watch too much, maybe I watch too much true crime, right? But here's the scary part, right? You never know if that slap would have been like the final straw and he just straight up does something. You know what I mean? Like there are people who are like, and like I'm sorry for your situation. No one has to ever go through that, right? But I'm just saying, like, in my head, just the process, my process would have not been that. Let me say it like that, right? Had I been in your shoes, I would not have done that, right? Not just not
I
condemning
know,
what.
Lacer. I know you would not have done that. But what you are saying to do, right, is to wait until this motherfucker stops driving, right? Who has control of the car until I can get out of the car and protect myself by calling the police. Where I was at his mercy because he was in control of the car, right? Other than asserting myself and making sure this motherfucker know that I will not stand for him putting his hands on me.
I hear you, but what I'm saying is like, okay, you've done that. Okay, now let's talk about. Can I bring a less personal scenario so that I'm not seeming like I'm like trying to judge you, right? Like it doesn't seem like I'm judging you for that specific incident. Okay, let's say you have a man and a woman who are arguing and fighting on their front porch. The man cheated on the they're just fighting, okay? They're arguing couple stuff. We don't know what's going on, okay? He punches her. She goes up to him and tries to choke him. He loses it, just snaps, because you never know when someone snaps, right? That like maybe it's because I watch too much true crime. You never know when he snaps. He just then suddenly starts beating her to death, right? Their
Later,
scenario,
if a motherfucker is gonna hit you, right, then he already has tendency of possibly beating you to death. Like
right?
what exactly? So what you're suggesting is that the person just sits there and lets themselves get beat to death and not defend themselves. It'd be different if the car was parked, right, and I could have just got out and walked, right. There are times where I've had to do that, but at that moment I couldn't.
And I hear you, and I'm not saying what you call it. I'm just saying.
What you are saying is to never fight back, and that is not true, Lacer. What you are proposing
I'm not
is to
saying don't
never
fight
fight
back.
back. Yes, you are.
I'm just saying that I personally, right, again, have been met with, I've been in a situation where I had to confront someone like that and I've been beaten up, right? Like really bad. I don't think, I feel like if I could go back in time as a kid, right, and done something else, I would have gone and told an authority at the school rather than get, you know, a broken nose or whatever had transpired, right?
I agree. If you don't know how to defend yourself, right, then yes, you go and you get someone who can defend you if you're in that position to do that. I agree 100%. Right? Like what you're saying is when you were a kid and you got bullied, you didn't know how to defend yourself. I take it now that the reason why you box is because you wanted to learn how to do that. Right? So now you
Yeah.
have this ability that is can be a defensive weapon for you that you would use to defend yourself, not on the offense. Like no one is telling you to go out and just start beating up motherfuckers. No one is even telling you to let that be your first line of defense. But because you know how, right, to defend yourself, if people continue, right, to press up against that, what I hear you saying is not to do it.
I'm not saying okay. Like what I'm saying is that in okay, like I don't know. Okay, if we're like, I'm not trying to get into the whole nitty gritty of your relationship, of that past relationship or whatever happened. Right? I don't know what happened. I don't know who that guy is, and I don't know who you are. I'm sure, like the same way, for example, I'm gonna get a little bit like the same way, like some uh, okay, I'm just gonna say it the same way like my mom says like, oh yeah, no, I know how to talk to your dad, right? Maybe maybe for you in that specific instance you knew that asserting, like showing him that like, no, I'm not going to let you do that to me, right? Because you knew him and stuff like that, you, what you call it, you were able to stand your ground there. But what I'm saying is that if like let's say this was another situation with another couple who don't know the like each other very well or well enough, you never know what you can do or say to that man that will cause him to just snap and murder you there and then. What I'm saying is that, like, fine, even today I know how to defend myself. If someone presses up on me and starts, what you call it, being like, hey bro, let me get your shoes, right? And
Wait, what are you even talking about at this point? Like, are you saying that if a person hits you, right, that you are just to run away? Is that what you're
yeah,
saying?
I
Just
wouldn't say
run away.
necessarily run away, but if you know, if you, what you call it, if you're, say, so just let me get into a quick hypothetical, right? If someone was to press up on me and try and get my shoes, I would walk away. I would be like, come
That's
on, bro.
different. Like giving somebody,
Yeah.
no, like if somebody came up to me, right, and wanted my shoes, I'm not going to risk my life. I'm not going to fight over fucking material shit. Take the
Yeah.
fucking shoes. Like
Yeah,
that's, but
absolutely.
that's not, that's not
You
like
walk
that.
away.
That is me defending myself. I'm
Yeah,
not
I
gonna
agree.
fight over
You
some
should.
fucking materialistic ass shit.
I agree with you. Like, I agree with you. Genuinely, I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, like, if that person starts pressing up on you and getting violent stuff like that, and you fight back,
Then I'm
you're
going to
on.
defend myself.
Yeah, you can. You should. Not even you can. You should, right? But say they have a weapon, right? Just happen. I'm not gonna,
I'm
like,
gonna
even
have one too.
if you have one too, that's absolutely great, and you should use your Second Amendment, absolutely. Or if you have a knife and you live in the UK, absolutely shank. But, like, if you don't, if I'm someone, I don't care. I don't have a gun. In fact, the first thing I want to do when I get to the US is use my Second Amendment, right, and make sure I can defend myself. But, like, if I know I'm in a position where I could, like, my life is on the line, like some people are, like, I suggest, like, do not like, take it to a higher authority. That's all I'm saying. So again, like, even if I knew how to defend myself back then, I would much rather take it to a higher authority that can deal with it better. Not all authorities are good, right? Like, just like not all cops are good, not all school teachers are good, but it's much better for you to, what you call it, use the system that's in
I'm
place
not,
to
I am not,
defend.
I'm not disagreeing with you, right? And I think I said
So
that if you were in a situation where you feel like the other person, right, may get the best of you, right, that makes sense. I get it. Go to someone who has the capability of defending you if you're able to get away, right? I completely agree. I do not agree with allowing other people to be down on you for the sake of just
yeah,
being a
absolutely
good
not.
person,
Yeah,
Lacer. I don't agree with
no.
that.
And I agree with you on that. I'm not saying, like, oh, I'm a good person because I just turn the other cheek, right? Or I walk the extra mile. But I also, I what you call it? I, like, wait, sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that. What I meant was, I don't I just don't believe for, like, responding to people's energy, like, in, like, you know what I mean? Like, if someone's yelling at you in your face, right? You have multiple things that you can do to prevent it from escalating further, is what I'm saying. It's best not to allow things to escalate. Like, if someone, okay, thing that used to happen to me when I was a kid, right? People would always be like, "Oh, that's why your dad left. That's why your dad left," right? That's something that people would say to me a lot. I would blow up over that. Now I know that it's best for me to, in that situation, when someone says
That's
something like that.
different. That's different, Lisa.
No, but what I'm
That
just trying
that's
to
you.
use.
That's you growing and not allowing words to get to you. That's great.
Yes, and I
That's
believe
great. And I told you you were not the kid that was
that
saying that to
attitude.
other kids. I told
Sorry.
you that you were. I knew that you were not the kid that was saying those things to other kids. It was other kids saying those things to you.
No, other kids would say that to me, and in retaliation, thinking I'm, like, I remember being like, what you call it? There's a stage in most men's lives, right? Whether people agree with this or not, where you think you're immortal, you're so strong or whatever, right? Whether you're the fastest kid on the playground or whatever, right? I remember there's this kid that I used to not like. and he would say certain he wouldn't say outright mean things to me, but he'd just say things to me that used to irritate me, right? And I would try to fight him, right? I would escalate the situation on purpose, right? He would say something like, "Oh, come on, Sean, you can't, what you call it? You can't cut in line," and I'd like shove him and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I like it may not be like necessarily bullying, but even later in life, I became someone who was really into gossip, someone who would like insult people behind their backs and stuff like that. That's what I'm saying, right? I was a victim at one point. I changed and became someone who would what you call it, make other people victims because I felt small. So the only way for me to feel big was for me to make other people feel small. Do you get what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I
Yeah, but that's
wasn't.
not defending yourself. That's you being a asshole.
Yeah,
That's not
I
what we're
used.
talking about. That's
I used
not
to
you
be one.
defending yourself. No,
That's what
you
I'm
are
saying. I
not.
used. To, I, bro.
That's not you defending yourself. That's you being the asshole. That's you trying to become the thing that hurt you. That is not
Yeah.
defense.
And until very recently, until I guess some people will say, until my frontal lobe developed, right? Until stuff certain things happened in my life, I I used to be like that, right? I used to be someone who would like blow up over small things. I used to be someone who would gossip and insult and bully and demean and things like that. That's what I'm saying. The person I am today is completely different from the person I was like almost a year ago. Is what I'm saying. And so I don't like from that past, I don't deem myself a good person. But the lesson I've learned, at least from reading my from the life of Jesus, right, is that I cannot be defined by my past sins. So slowly but surely, I'm allowing myself to be called a good person, things like that, and actually do good things, right? Give good advice, be a caring friend, and things like that. Although I'm not perfect at it, and I still let people down, I'm actually actively trying to. But I find it hard to.
Here's the thing, Lacey. You're never going to be perfect at that. No one is. You're always going to make a mistake. You're always going to, there's always going to be a possibility that you're going to let somebody down, Lacer. And there's going to be times that you even let yourself down. And you have to be
Absolutely,
okay with that. You're not going to
absolutely.
be perfect.
Absolutely, but the thing is that I used to have a certain expectation and mindset that like I remember there was just if we're going back if we're like I remember there was this one girl I used to talk to and I used to like her a lot and I placed unrealistic expectations on her, right? And that caused the friendship to go from really great, really awesome, really nice to absolutely trash. You know what I mean? Where I played the victim. I was like, oh, I used to like this, I used to be like, oh, girls don't like nice guys and stuff like that, you know? So, like, yeah, I agree. Like, you're gonna make mistakes, but the thing is, even though I was in that mentality, I knew what I was doing was wrong, right? Which is what I'm saying. I cannot feign ignorance of what I know is true at that time, which is what I'm saying. Like, I wasn't a good person because I knew what I was doing was wrong, right? I knew the self pity I was giving and stuff like that was not right, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, you grow and
I
learn.
don't think you did. Like you had a heartbreak. I don't think you knew that it was wrong at that time, but
Oh no, I
you
absolutely knew. Like I knew that, like what you call it. I'm saying, like what I'm trying to say is that, like I knew that it was wrong for me to act depressed and be like,
your heart was
"Mm,
broken. You had a crush. You were a kid. Like you're putting so much pressure on you. Like these are things.
this was
The,
like a year ago. This was
it
like a
doesn't
year
matter.
ago.
Lacer. You are still a kid. You are
No, but
21.
like
You
what I'm
have
trying to say
not,
is,
Lacer. You haven't lived enough. Like there are so many more things that you're going to go through in life that you're going to learn through. I still learn to this day, and I am 44.
Absolutely. I don't like, yo, I don't disagree with you at all. What I'm saying is that I like when I was going through that stage of, yeah, I did get my heart broken or whatever, right? But a heartbreak does not mean that you have the right to guilt trip someone into
You're
feeling.
absolutely correct. It doesn't mean
Yeah,
that. You're absolutely correct. But you
yeah.
were that's something that you
And I
went
was
through
trying to
that you
manipulate
learned,
her.
right? It doesn't
Yeah,
make you a bad person, Lacer. You learned through that. Doesn't
yeah.
mean you are.
Now
It
it's
doesn't
like,
mean you are a bad person. It doesn't mean you are a bad person now. And now, if you do it, if you keep trying to coerce women who are your friends, and I'm gonna tell you, nothing irritates me more than a man to get close to me as a friend and then try to hit on me. I fucking hate it.
see,
I
but that's the
fucking hate
thing.
it.
I used to have
Like,
a
but so
past like
if
that.
you do it again, but what I'm saying is you were a kid, right? Like you're a kid.
Right.
That's something that you learned, right? If you go on and you become this 30-year-old and you try to befriend this woman, and then you're gonna like cross the boundaries and try to hit on her, then yeah, you're a bad person if you keep doing that shit, right?
Yeah.
Because you come in with ill intent, right?
Yeah,
And you get her
absolutely.
guards down and you learn everything about her. And she tells you all her deepest secrets because she thinks that y'all are friends. And the whole time you want to be more than that. Like that's disingenuous, right? That's
Yeah.
deceptive, right? If you continue to do something like that as you get older, then yeah, you're a bad person.
Yeah,
That does
and
make you a bad person.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like that made me a bad like in my past, right? In my past,
Nope.
the things that I
Nope.
can't.
What I hear, it was a kid learning. You did it as a kid, right? With this one girl. You felt bad
Well,
about it.
okay. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say, right? I'm not trying to sugarcoat what happened. This wasn't with one girl, and I already knew previously. Like I even remember being like 15 and telling off someone in a really rude way, like, "Oh, dude, you can't just be pretending like you can't pretend to be this way with girls to get them and all that stuff." I remember virtue signaling that, right? By insulting this one person, right? And then although I knew what I was doing was wrong, I kept doing it. I made a deliberate choice to keep doing something that I knew was wrong. And what I'm saying is that in my past, from 1 year olds, okay, from like 8 year olds to 21 I had a pattern of bullying, blah, 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 and all these other things. And that's what I'm saying. That stuff of my life, I can't consider myself I like that past, like, let me take a breather. Let
Yes,
me
please
take,
take a breather. I know children who have done way worse
yeah,
than you. I know children
I hear
who
you.
they have done way worse than you, and have lived through it. They are now productive members of society, right? Even young men that I grew up with, I'm talking about done some shit, and they are now productive. Not short of murder. That like I don't know anybody that's ever, well, no, know anybody close to me that's ever taken a life, but like they've done some shit, right? And they're now, they've done their time. They're productive members of society. They have children. Uh, they have businesses now. Like one of them lives in a $500,000 house, owns an entire trash company, trash pickup company.
That's
Like
awesome.
took his whole life from being a D boy to now is a respectable businessman in society. Like people that have done way worse than been the friend that had a crush on a friend and was like, "Oh, you don't like nice guys." Like you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself that you don't necessarily deserve. You
I
learn,
hear you.
right? And you move
Right.
on.
That's facts. And what I'm trying to say is that like I'm slow like it's taking me some time to recognize like the whole, oh, but you're a nice guy. You seem like such a good person. And what I'm saying is that like right now the person you're seeing is a completely different person than the person I was before, right? That's what I've been trying to say, right? That's why I have a hard time reconciliating the things I've done in the past with now. But it doesn't mean like I'm still trying to learn and better myself and get better, you know?
Yeah, but you can't be talking down to yourself, calling yourself a bad
Right.
person,
I have to
and
give
expect
myself
good to come out of
grace.
that, right? Like
Yes, facts.
you're going to have to see the good in yourself already.
Yeah, and I have to, not just that, I have to actually seize and affirm it. And that's what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say, right?
Give
In
your the grace that you believe this God gave Abraham
That's what I
Linus,
got to give
you need to
myself.
give yourself. Yes.
And that's what I'm saying. Like slowly but surely, I'm giving that to myself. I'm like, I'm still a person, still growing, still, like you said, still young, still getting through it, right? So it'll take some time, but like, I believe that Christ is working through me, whether people think that's silly or whatever, and that's like who I am. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, this whole conversation has been very interesting for me. Thank you very much, Thinker, for having me up. I definitely hope I can just keep coming back day after day after day and bother you about like different topics and just bring up stuff
Yeah.
and learn
Don't get
from it.
surprised if you see me cussing the motherfucker out because I do match energy. So I just want you to know that's who I am. So like as you are continuing listening to the conversations, don't be
No,
surprised if you
absolutely.
see that.
And
Yeah.
like all I'll say is just like, uh, you know, I respect, like, I will say this, it's your life, you have the right to do that, absolutely. I just think that if any other Christian comes up here and thinks and you should not, what you call it, you as a Christian, someone who represents Christ and all that stuff with the knowledge that you have, should not come up here and, what you call it, start being rude or mean to other people. Coming here as someone who's open to learning, but also trying to teach correct things. I didn't come up here to teach anything. I came up here to have a conversation, you know? And obviously, this just taught me that I have to just read my Bible way more, like way more. So yeah, no. Anyways, I'm gonna give my, what you call it, my space to someone else, or whatever, or just maybe just sit here and whatever. But yeah, no, thank you very much, Thinker, for having me up. And yeah, just again, anyone who's a Christian in this chat or whatever, if your faith is so weak that anything she says or anything that's said here offends you to the point of anger, you have a weak faith and you should probably just go back to reading your Bible like I'm doing, because I'm growing in my faith and I'm not challenged. I genuinely, or not necessarily challenged, I just genuinely enjoyed this. Thank you, Thinker.
You're so welcome. I hope you have a good night.
You too.
Thank you. I just saw a DM from Justin asking me to co-host a debate. Oh my god.
I will not forgive you for this for a long
Why?
time.
What? What I do? What did I do? Do that?
Oh my goodness. My eyes
What?
hurt from rolling them so hard.
Oh, well, he's a kid. He's a kid, and like those are the same type of conversations that I have with my son, with my nephew, and their friends, especially like young men. Sometimes they don't have that voice, right, to hear them out. And I could tell that he had been through some stuff in school, and just listening. Yeah, like he just needed. I could tell he needed to hear that, and he needs to hear it a bit more.
I feel you, but who you talking to?
What are you talking about?
Me.
You
I
don't
don't
hear
give a
him.
fuck.
No.
I don't.
I do that. Oh my god. I'm sorry, do that. My bad. My bad.
That's all right. I should have just got a gummy.
Oh my goodness. Yeah,
Lord,
I
my
responded to him. I told
hurts.
him, yeah. I wonder who we're gonna be debating. Oh my gosh. Oh, there's
Lala,
Lala.
get your ass up here.
Right. How long you been in the box?
A
Did you just
while.
come in? A while?
Yeah,
Why you just not commenting?
because I had been in there for a while and you were busy with them, so I didn't say anything.
I didn't even see you
But
come in the
I
room.
came in mad late because I went to sleep and I thought I was gonna wake up, but I didn't wake up
Girl, you needed the
until,
rest.
yeah.
Are you just now waking up?
No, I've been
Oh,
up for
okay.
a little bit.
Well, we're happy that you're here. Did you get your tickets today?
No,
How much more do you need?
I still need 400. Only got, well, yeah, for 400.
Okay, I'm gonna
I
send
got
you
40
another.
today.
I'm gonna send you another 100 after the live. So then we need just 300 more.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna send another 100, y'all. If we could help her with just $300 more so that she can get the tickets for her and her son to go home for the holidays, I appreciate it so much. Anything you can give, $5, $10, $20, would be helpful. Thank y'all. Like, we've already her cash app is in my bio. Oh, there go Bash. Her cash app is in my bio and it's in her bio as well. Yeah, that's just $1 per. That's 600 people in here. If just 300 of y'all just sent her $1, she could get home for the holidays. She hasn't seen her mom and her brother in a very long time, and she's been moving across state lines for the military. So we just want to help her out.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I really do. I really, really do. You'll have no idea.
Yeah, and this is like the community has come together before for other members of the community, and so I swear I just love it here, and I'm hoping and hoping and hoping that they're able to like get the Supreme Court to hear their case, so at least it gives us to the fall of 2025 to stay a community.
Right? Me too.
Yeah, but I don't like the fact that they can say no, they're not going to hear it. Thank you, nevertheless. Thank y'all so much. Like the fact that the Supreme Court can be like, nope, we're not going to hear the case. That's what we're waiting on to see if they're going to even hear it. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's true.
yeah.
Like
You
it's,
missed you missed the reading of the DM that I got from a
oh
yeah.
man.
I posted it on my page though. I've already read it twice today. I'll probably read it one more time. Uh, especially when
What
Fee
is it
comes in here.
about?
Um, yeah, I'll probably read it when Fee comes in here because it has to do with JW. But um,
Okay.
yeah, there was a guest yesterday who like she was just like I kept telling her let's pick another topic, like you're not well versed on this topic, like I don't feel comfortable discussing this with you because it's unfair, and she kept
Mhm.
like pressing the issue and wanting to continue talking about it, and then we ended up like a screaming match. So she ends up messaging me saying that I hurt her feelings and embarrassed her in front of her family because her family was here to watch her on stage.
That ain't
Something
your fault.
Exactly. Something that I didn't even know. But by her even saying that too, that tells me that she like invited them in here to do that. Like,
Hmm.
what's up, big bro? Yeah. So, but the whole message was creepy. It kind of reminds me of like Jimmy Neutron type shit. Like, you know how the story of the message where Jesus is like, I'm in the driver's seat. You're not in the driver's seat. I am. Don't go into business for yourself.
Yeah.
Self help is no help at
No help
all.
at
Like,
all.
yeah, like it gives that type of vibe. And that's like when I read it, that's what I hear in my head. That school is for fools type.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But I'll read it when Fee comes back in here because with Fee being a former J Dub, I think she would enjoy the message.
Wow. That's crazy. And so, I mean, what was the point of messaging you?
To let
You
me know that
decided to
God
do that.
to good night, big bro. I love you too. To let me know that oh, hold on. Y'all, if y'all like doing uh improv about social issues, follow my big brother, Cool Black Daddy. He does lives as well and talks about social issues. Now he is Christian, not Christian. He still he is a believer in God. So if you are a Christian and you like talking about these things, but he does improv skits, and it's really funny. Like he'll bring up like a social issue and then he'll give you like a skit, and he teams you up with people on the live, and y'all have to like act it out, and then they talk about the the issues. So like yeah, follow my brother Cool Black Daddy. The name of his show is Big Comfy Couch. um I was on there one
A
night. Carmen
cartoon,
and them
wasn't
came
it?
in. Huh?
Wasn't
You
that a
said
cartoon?
the
Big
Big Comfy
Comfy
Couch?
Couch? Yeah,
Oh, I don't know. Was it?
I think so.
I went on there one night and it was fun. I teamed up with somebody, and the we were talking about only schmans. That was the topic, and the skit that he gave me and this other guy to do was that I came home from work and my husband was in my pantyhose and my slip, and he was like in front of the camera taping, uh, and like it was so funny. And it was hilarious. And then Carmen came on. Carmen had a skit, and Carmen was going the fuck up. Like Carmen had everybody cracking up. But it's, if you like improv, that's a good live to also go to. If you're waiting to come on the stage and you're in the guest request, can you please comment so that we can bring you up next? Kaden, there's no need to. If you don't, cool, right? That's all good. Sometimes people just choose to be negative for no damn reason. Like, oh, okay, I was finna say, because I'm like, there's no point if you don't, just don't. Aaron Baker, thank you. His username is Cool Black Daddy. That's his username. If you're still in here, big bro, just comment and put your hand up. I don't know if you left already.
Oh my God, thank you, Bash. Thank you, everyone. We're almost there. We are almost there. We just need, let's see.
Okay, Kaden. Then I apologize. I thought you were being like the other guy. Okay, there's my brother, y'all. That's him in the comments. Aaron, hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? This is my
I'm
first time
doing
on
good.
this live, so I don't really know exactly how this works, but I was curious, do you believe in God? Like, where's your
I do
standing at
not.
it?
I do not
You do
believe in
not.
God. No. Or
All right.
Jesus. And that's all honestly that people need to know when they come in here, because we only discuss Christianity. I will say that I used to be a Christian. I am deconstructing from Christianity 5 years in uh, with my deconstruction, but I do like to study the Bible. I like to study the history. It's a very interesting history to study. And so as I'm deconstructing, there are questions and um, things that I have about the Christian belief and about the story itself. I don't care if a person believes in a God. That's not the point. I don't care if a God exists. I care more about how the beliefs that people hold about the Christian God and how it affects society with laws and families and friends and things like that. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I myself am a believer, and I have been, ever since I was 8 years old. Um, but, I'm not like a big Bible thumper. I'm not going to tell you what you have to believe. Um, but if you have any questions for me, I can and will answer them.
Yeah. So that there are 5 topics on the screen next to you. You can pick one of those topics and we can discuss them.
So whenever you say, why should we ignore the facts and believe in God, what facts are you saying that we should ignore?
Yeah. So as I mentioned, I love studying the history from a scholarship perspective. uh, without dogma and theology, right? So I don't necessarily uh, subscribe to theology, um, the like archaeology, historical uh, concepts, and then just reading the text as it is, right? Right now, I'm about to learn biblical Hebrew so I can understand it in its original language, and then I'll go on to learn Greek, right? So I'm more so studying it and understanding it from that perspective. And so a lot of times when I talk to believers, they want to reinterpret what the text says to make it fit our modern day audience, right? And I don't see a need to do that. And then there are things that historical inaccuracies in the text. There are downright things that we've been told that are not true that are in the text. Um, for example, uh, the story of Abraham in the city of Gerar, where he's, selling Sarah, not selling or lying and giving Sarah to the Abimelech king. Historically, that story cannot be historically true because during the time that Abraham would have lived, the Philistines were not a people. And so that nation did not exist at that time. It didn't exist historically until around the 9th or 8th century BCE. So my question would be, why should I ignore that historical fact, right, and believe the stories in the Bible or believe uh, in this God?
So, I do study the Bible as much as possible, but um, I will go ahead and say that I'm not going to get ahead of myself because I'm not that specific story. I do know it, but I do not have like the outside studies like known very well enough to debate that specific question. And I'm not going to try to
So
if I
this
don't
isn't a
have
debate;
knowledge.
it's a discussion, right? Like I don't
Yeah, I'm
debate
not. Well,
on this live.
okay. Well, I don't have I don't have enough knowledge in that particular question to discuss it. But all I
Like
can
so
say
just
that
say like regard, even if you don't have the knowledge of when the Philistines became a people, like, so if someone presents a fact to you that way, the real question that's being presented here is, why should someone ignore facts and believe the Bible or believe God? Does that make sense?
that makes sense. But so if you pick that one, there are, and I'm sure if you study it, there are several other historical accuracies. And if you look at the Bible isn't one book. The Bible is 66 different books that were written by different people, some the same, some different, over a huge period of time. And none of these people had the other parts of the Bible when they were writing theirs. So when they do that, like, I'm sure that there are probably going to be like some things like that that might not add up. I know that there's some things that we're not meant to understand in its complete totality, but when it comes to stuff like that specific topic, I'm not well versed on. But you got to look at how the Bible was written and where it was from. Of course, it was inspired. I believe that it was inspired by God, but it was not specifically written by him. It was written by several other people over a period of years. And so,
When you say that, because I know the Bible does say that it is God breathed, that the book is God breathed, or scripture, not the book. It says scripture is God breathed, which means that it's inspired by God, I guess. What do what do you mean when you say that it's inspired? Because what I hear is that even the inaccuracies are inspired by the God, and that would propose a question for me, like, why would this God inspire someone to write lies or inaccurate truths?
so um, I don't believe. I would have to look into that specific area. to look and see if I find any inaccuracies. I'm not saying that you're lying, but or by no means that what you're saying is wrong. I just don't know.
Can I show you one that is very upfront, that like you and I both could agree with right now, and it's just using the Bible?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So we know that in Genesis 15, the God of the Bible gives Abraham a prophecy or a promise that his descendants will be strangers in a land and enslaved there for 400 years. Correct?
Hold on, I'm looking through my Bible right now. Genesis 15. You're talking about God's covenant with Abraham?
Yeah. When he sees Abraham, I think he tells him this in a dream. Genesis 15, starting at verse 12, 12 to 13. Says the sun began to go down and Abram got very sleepy. While he was asleep, a very terrible darkness came over him. Then the Lord said to Abram, "You should know this. Your descendants will live in a country that is not their own. They will be strangers there. The people there will make them slaves and be cruel to them for 400 years." That's a prophecy. Like this is the God talking, right? And
Yes.
he's telling Abraham that his descendants would be uh, strangers and slaves in Egypt for 400 years.
Yes, and that did happen.
Right there, I think it's in Exodus 6, where it says that they were enslaved. Give me just a second. I'm going to go to my notes here.
Reset your gift goal when you get a chance, please.
Okay. Actually, let's see.
Just in case you guys didn't hear me. Thank you, Bash. Thank you to everybody else. We just need $100 more.
Is that counting my 100 I'm going to give?
Um, let me see.
It,
Let me see.
let's
Wait till my
put.
phone comes back on because it just died.
Oh, okay. Yeah, don't forget that I'm sending you another 100 after the live.
Okay.
So, okay.
All right.
I think I'm in the wrong Discord. The wrong. Am I in the wrong? Where is my? Oh yeah, I'm in the wrong Google Drive. Hold on. I just showed everybody my name, didn't I? There you go. Okay. All right. Exodus 12:40 says that they were in Egypt 430 years. Right? So if we go to Exodus 12:40, it says the time that the Israelites had lived in Egypt was 430 years. Now, in my study, what I learned is that how they arrived at this 430 years is that they added the lifespan of the people that went to Egypt with Jacob, from Exodus 6. All right. So starting with Kohath, I think it's Exodus 6 and 12. Hold on. 16, Exodus 6, 16 through 20. All right. the sons of Levi. These are the names of the sons of Levi according to their generations: Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The years of the life of Levi being 137 years, right? The sons of Gershon, Libni, Shimei, and their families. The sons of Kohath, Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel. The years of Kohath's life being 133 years. So they're adding Levi's time. They're adding Kohath's time, right? And then Amram's time. Amram took a wife, Jochebed. I don't know how to say her name, and his father's sisters, and she bore him Aaron and Moses. The years of Amram's life being 137 years. So they add his time, and then they add the time that Moses was in Egypt before he freed the Israelites, which was 37 years. So if you add up their lifespans, right? Levi 137, Kohath 133, Amram 137, and Moses is 37. You get 430 years, right? That's why they're saying that the Israelites lived in Egypt for 430 years. The problem that modern scholars have found with that is that the son doesn't live in the land the same amount of time as the father, and so you have to subtract the overlapping time, right? So let's say if Kohath was 37 years old when he had Amram, then the 37 those years are already calculated in Kohath's life. Does that make sense?
Are you saying that you need to subtract
The
years?
overlapping time. Yeah. So like for example, let's say you're 40 and your father had you when he was 60, right? Your 40 years that you lived on earth is already calculated in your father's 60 years. So your father lived on earth 20 years longer than you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so they when you subtract the overlapping time, you get Levi's contribution to the time that they were in Egypt was 94 years. Kohath's time is 41 years. Amram's contribution is 64 years, and Moses is 60 years. And so you actually get 259 years in Egypt. And I think some scholars say 210 because I think they're given that Moses left Egypt when he was 40, not 60. So some scholars come up with 210 years and not 259. So this would be a inaccuracy, right? A mathematical inaccuracy, throwing off the timeline, because also First Kings says that Solomon's temple was built 480 years after they left Egypt, and that's calculated off of the 430 years that they spent there, right? So something as simple as like this mathematical inaccuracy, right, would be a fact that based off of this, they could not have been in Egypt for 430 years. They could not have been in Egypt for 100 years, as the God said to Abraham, right? Why should I ignore this information and just believe this story here? You see what I'm saying? That's my question.
I see what you're saying, but there are also there's a lot of scholars and people that study the Bible that it's like a big debate of whether the years in the Old Testament are the same as like the years before and the years after, different time periods, because like some people think they perceive time differently, and some people like that's like a whole nother that's a whole big discussion of whether they believe that because it says that there's some people in the Bible it says that they lived over 900 years,
Yeah, but
and so
we have their ages here, right? Regardless of if 37 years is actually 37 10 months, right? uh it's still like it still says 137 years, right? And when you add that up, it still gets to the 430 years. Like, I don't see how perceiving time different would change the fact that there's still a mathematical inaccuracy. Do you see what I'm saying? Unless you are saying that you would have to count, um, you would have to say that the 130 years means that that's double, that's twice a lifespan, or right? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, are you saying that possibly 137 years could be times two, and then you subtract the overlapping, and then you get the 430 years?
What I'm saying is I don't know. So there's a possibility it could have, like, over the time that they were in Egypt, like there could have been like a change in the way that they perceive time, and um, so I don't know. A lot of this was like that was that was just the genealogy, and so how are you having the list of their genealogy? How do you relate that to the time that they were in Egypt? How are you doing that? That's my question.
So, because this is when they went to Egypt, right? Exodus 6 tells you when they went down to Egypt and who went with them, right? And the patriarchs, right? Levi is Jacob's son. Levi went with Jacob, right? Levi is Kohath's father. Kohath had Amram in Egypt, and Amram had Moses. So it's taken their life, their total lifespans, and adding them together to get to this 430 years, right? If you add Levi's life, Koham's life, Amram's life, and the time Moses spent in Egypt, you get 430 years. The issue is that the overlapping time has not been subtracted from either lifespan. Does that make sense?
That's a good point, and I'll have to go back and do a little bit more, like, on my own of looking into that and researching that, because that is a really good point. So I will try to myself figure out a good reason for that, and yeah.
Let's say hypothetically you have researched it and you've seen that the math is off and that they could not have factually been in Egypt 430 years despite what the book says. Why would or should I or you ignore that fact and still believe the story?
Well, we know that they were, so that is the reason why I personally would still believe that, because, like, the fact that they were in Egypt and that they were slaves, and that's true, and we can both agree that that happened, right?
No.
You don't think they were in Egypt?
There's no archaeological data that supports that. Over 200 excavations do not support the Israelites ever being enslaved in Egypt. Um, even logistics do not support um, them leaving Egypt all in one day with 600,000 men of fighting age 21 and older, plus adding the women and the children and the elderly, right? Scholars say if you add the women, the children, and the elderly, you get to like 2.3 million Israelites in one day leaving Egypt. Even if we take off the women and the children and the elderly and say 600,000 fighting men left Egypt all at one time, logistically, in history, the Egyptians had garrisons and administrators set up at every border, right? So they would have had to break through all of those, right? The Egyptians were doing business with other nations, right? So losing that much labor at one time would economically cause a large dent in Egypt's economy, and as well as the neighboring nations that were doing business with Egypt. It would have caused a huge economic shift in that part of the world. There is no record of an economic shift. in that part of the world. Then Egypt, during that time, Egypt was the occupier of Canaan. So for the Israelites to leave Egypt and go into Canaan, they're going from Egypt back to Egypt, right? And Egypt had uh, uh, army men marching throughout the land of Canaan to prevent rebellions and to prevent invaders. So the Israelites would have been fighting Egyptian army when they went into Canaan, not Canaanites. So logistically and through archaeological uh, studies, there isn't any data that supports the Egyptians ever being in the land of Canaan. I mean, in in Israel as slaves.
So I'm not going to argue that you have definitely done more research than I have, and so I'll have to go back and look into that too. But um, when it comes down to the whole escape from Egypt, um, there are like the plagues that had happened at that time. There are like historical proof that those plagues did happen, and that's what I go off of is there is like those big events that happened, like those plagues. There are historical, like they had in those that time frame that they suspect to be that happening. There was huge crop failures, but there was a plague of locusts that went through. In the Bible, it says there was a plague of locusts, and there's huge crop failures around that time because that's what locusts do. And so that's what I go back to is things like that.
Right. Okay. And so let's say that I do that, right? Let's say I say, okay, they found evidence of a huge crop failure at that time, but there is no archaeological evidence of Israelites in Egypt as slaves. So historically, they cannot place the Israelites in Egypt as slaves. So why would this God be causing locusts in Egypt if there are no Israelites there to save from slavery?
See, I believe that there were Israelites there, and so
So
I'm
your stance would be to ignore the facts and continue believing the story.
so I think that instead of there's no facts that straight up say that there was no Israelites. There's just not facts to prove that they were there, and
Well, I mean,
so
there are several facts that prove that they were not encamped in the wilderness uh, for 40 years either. The excavations uh, do not show any Israelite encampments during on that path that they said that they took. And especially in the land that they said that they stayed for 38 years of the time that they were in the wilderness. There's not one shard of evidence left behind that supports any Israelite encampment. Um, the um, uh, conquest into Canaan, a lot of the cities that Joshua claims to have conquered did not exist during the time that they would have been doing the conquest, or the city that was destroyed by an earthquake or a fire. There aren't any of the cities that's actually on the list that the Israelites conquered by military. I think there are probably like four that the Israelites ended up uh, having influence over, but that was a gradual process. So there, I mean, there's a lot of evidence that a lot of let me say there's been a lot of study um, that has debunked the historical accuracy of the Israelites, what they call the Exodus. and that more biblical scholars are calling it more so a symbolic uh, story of the contention between Pharaoh Necho II and King Josiah. And again, there's been over 200 excavations to try to prove the Exodus, and they've turned up empty so far to this date. Now, is there a possibility that, somebody could find something tomorrow? Yes. But as of now,
So
with
actually,
over 200.
sorry to
Mhm.
interrupt, but actually there was if I, you know what I'm trying to say. There was discoveries found underneath the sea, with the splitting of the Red Sea was said in the Bible to happen. There were found several, like, chariots and like
That
pieces of.
has been debunked. That was false. That was debunked.
When was that debunked? Because if it's,
Let me
then
let
I
me pull
was.
it up for you. Give me just a second. This is AP. It was debunked March 6, 2018. False story. Archaeologists say unearthed Exodus evidence. Archaeologists did not unearth the bones of Egyptian soldiers, weapons, and chariots to prove the biblical account of the parting of the Red Sea, despite the false claims of many stories reporting otherwise. A story first published by a satire site, World Daily News Report, and then picked up by many other outlets, claimed scientists led by Professor Abdel Mohamed Gadir of Cairo University found the bones and chariots in the Gulf of Suez. The university says in an email to the Associated Press that it has no professor by that name and it hasn't been involved in any excavations there. The original version of the story included a photo of divers holding a skull. It was taken from a 2014 National Geographic article about an ancient skeleton discovered in a flooded Mexican cave.
All right, maybe I was wrong on that one. I'm not too prideful to say that I might have been wrong, but so.
And I don't want to focus this on bringing up fact after fact after fact, because sometimes it can be a lot. What I want to focus on is when we do come across things like this, right? Why should a person ignore facts and lean towards more so towards dogma, right? Or just believing what the book says? That's what I want to focus on. Why should a person do that?
So that comes back to faith, and where I have faith in the Bible, and that's belief without seeing, belief without proof. Um, and that's what I go back to, is that faith.
Faith in what though? In the story?
Well, faith in God and faith in the Bible as a whole.
But what is that faith? Do you have faith that the Bible is giving you truth or historical truth?
I do believe that the Bible does give me historical proof, and or not proof, but that the Bible gives me historical. I believe that the Bible is true, and I just have faith in that. And there's, you know,
And so the faith that you have that the book, the Bible, is giving you historical truth, and from my eyes, from my perspective, would be that that faith has failed because in this instance, in this story, right, it is not. And so, are you saying that you would still believe the things that are not accurate, or would you be able to accept the inaccuracies, accept the truth, and then say, oh, there are other parts of the Bible that are historically accurate, and therefore I can still find some message in the book? Like, what I'm really trying to figure out is why would you, accept lies and call it truth, and then say it's faith? That to me just sounds like self deception, right? Because if just because one thing in the book or several things in the book isn't true, does that then negate the entire book for you? Is that why you can't accept
not at all.
some
Like,
things not being true? So then why would you not accept facts as facts and still believe the lie?
um, well, I because there are things in the Bible that are historically accurate, um, and whenever you find those things, and also just you like I have a strong basis in my religion, and I believe that if I just believe that it's true, and these specific topics I will 100% go back in and study as much as I can about, um, because I'm not gonna like debunk what you're saying just because I believe otherwise. I'm definitely gonna do a due diligence and look into it myself. But um, on a basis, I do have faith, and I'm gonna be looking for reasons for these stories to be true because I believe that they are. And if I can't find any, then and say there's no proof, and there's actually proof otherwise, then that's a whole nother rabbit hole to go down of why are those wrong, or like I'd have to figure that out. And then, but if I did find that those were wrong, I would still know that there are things in the Bible that are true. And so then you go based off of those. And
How do you how do you find truth uh amongst a lie? Or let's say they're not, that the writer wasn't intentionally trying to lie. Let's say that they were writing a symbolic mythology about the time of King Josiah when he was going against Pharaoh Necho II, right? um but your faith depends on Moses actually bringing the Israelites out of Egypt. Like, your faith depends on that being true. If that part isn't true, right, where do you begin to find the truth?
well, that would be something that I would have to just take some time and study and figure that question out.
And then but you would accept the facts that you find, and you wouldn't try to like make them be something else.
I mean, the facts are I mean, they're facts and they're facts. And but at the same time, if I find like a sliver of evidence that'll prove otherwise, I
Why does it
mean,
have to be a sliver?
even if that's all I find,
So you would go into apologetics. That's what apologetics does. Apologetics finds any ounce of plausibility, right? Like, for example, uh, Judas, right? There are two different accounts on what happened after Judas betrayed the Jesus in this book. One account says that he gave the money back. Another account says that he spent the money and bought a field, right? And that in the account where it says he threw the money back into the treasury, the elders at that time picked the money up and went and bought the field with the money. Apologetics says, well, it's plausible that because the money belonged to Judas first, even when he threw the money back and the priest went in and bought the field, that's still Judas buying the field because the money belonged to Judas first. Right? That's that thin line there that creates the apologetics that helps a person hold on to their faith and not necessarily get to the truth of the fact that the book is just not univocal, right? And the stories were written at two different times, right? Possibly by two different authors who told it two different ways. Why is there this need to then try to create that slither, right, of evidence to try to like hold your faith together? Is it true faith if you have to like kind of deceive yourself in that way? Or let me not say is it true faith, is it beneficial faith?
Well, with a story like that, you have to look at it where that was two different people that wrote those two different accounts. And it's the same way as if you play like the telephone game. He threw back that money, and then so one person wrote that, and that's where he stopped. But somebody else the other guy had heard that that money was used for that, and they just went ahead and wrote that he bought that field. I mean, that is very possible.
Right. Like you say, you're dealing with the plausibility. That's what I'm saying. Like, what is the benefit of that instead of just saying, well, two different people wrote this. It's not univocal, right? People are writing what they heard, not what they know. Like, why can't a person accept that? Like, why move to the plausibility? And my question is that faith actually beneficial, right? To have to kind of like delude yourself a little bit in that sense in order to hang on to this faith.
Well, if that's not where in my personal experience, my faith doesn't derive specifically from the exact factual works of every moment in the Bible. My faith would go back to the reason that I hold on to my faith is the things that I feel that God has done in my life. And that's what I go back to.
So the book has absolutely nothing to do with your believing in the God or Jesus.
Well, the Bible is God's word, and it is very important to study, to learn more.
But again, like with you calling it this God's word, right? We all like it was written by humans who are fallible, right?
Yes.
It has inaccuracies in it, has downright lies in it, right? It has a lot of mythology in it. It has deception in it. And so, like with you saying that this is the God's word. Hello? Lala?
Hello?
Can you hear us, Lala? Right? Like you're saying that your faith in the God is what the God has done for you today, right? And I get that. And so to me, it sounds like you're saying that no matter what is found of this book, like the book could be found to be a complete lie. You're saying that's not the foundation of your faith, right? Lala, you can't hear us? Aaron, are you there?
Yes. So, um, the book is very important, but in my opinion, you can always go back to my personal testimony. My personal testimony is what God has done in my life, and my personal testimony. Nobody can say that it's that I'm lying, that it's wrong. I mean, they can, but like I'm not gonna lie about my testimony if I share it, because that's what God has done for me. That's what's happened in my life that's led me to Him. The Bible, the Bible is very important to gain more knowledge, and you should. And if you're truly a believer, um, I believe that you should treat it as so, and you should read it and study it and learn it. Um, but the foundation of your faith should always be um, what God and what Jesus has done for you in your life, because that's your personal experience, and nobody can deny you of that. That makes sense.
So, so, so here's my question. Like, and you're right. Like, whenever you say that you have an experience, a personal experience with this God, no one is in your head or in your heart and can tell you what a God said to you, or what you say you believe a God did for you. Right. Right.
Yes, of course.
Just like a person cannot come to me and say God helped you raise your kids when you were a single woman, a single mother, right? Like a
I
believer
mean, yeah, yeah.
can't
Nobody,
force
nobody,
that on me.
absolutely not. That's wrong.
Exactly. Right. So when I say that I raised my kids, I did this, I did that, for a believer to turn around and say, you're wrong, right? You give yourself credit when the credit belongs to the God. Because just like you are assigning credit to the God, and nobody can say, hey, that God didn't do anything for you, because it's all in a personal experience. It's within, it's in your head, in your heart. Right? And so it sounds like to me that the faith that you're holding on to is personal experiences, and that this book, which is a tangible thing that can be scrutinized and validated or invalidated, that your like the facts of the book won't affect this immaterial relationship that you have with the God, because it does, that part isn't based on tangibility. It's not based on your physical uh, um, your physical manifestations, right?
Yeah, of course.
Would it be fair to say that um, believers are creating their own gods in that sense, if it's not backed by the book?
So I wouldn't say that believers are creating their own gods. I would say that if you were Christian and say someone who has the same basis of religion and faith as I do, and they have their own personal experiences and I have mine, you still go off of you still like it's the same God. Um,
But that's just the faith of it, because the book doesn't back it up, right? Like you said, like this book can say whatever, and nobody can invalidate your personal experiences, right? Because I can say that because um, archaeological evidence points more to the story of the Israelites being in Exodus not ever happening, that this God never did any of those miracles, and that this God never actually chose the Israelites as his people. Right? That conversation on Mount Sinai with Moses never really happened. Right? But your faith says, I, I don't care about the facts because I've had personal experiences that no one can invalidate.
And that is the reason why I do believe the book, is because of my personal experiences and my faith that I've gained through that.
So personal experiences trumps facts, is what you're saying. That you would continue to believe the story as if it's factual history because of the personal experiences that you believe you've had with this God.
I would say so. Like, for instance, like, if, like, for instance, if you had, like, this, like, if something happened, and I mean, there's things that have happened in, like, how would I explain this? So, say you had a, say, just for example, you had a run in with God, and you, like, felt and you knew that that was God. Um, and that was your personal experience. And then you have all these historians that say that the Bible that you believe is the same God that you have had your personal experience with is completely false. But you've had that personal experience. Would you not, like, believe your personal experience that you've had over what they say?
So I told you I used to be a Christian for 28 years, right? Even down to like the holy rolling, the speaking in tongues, all of that. I'm not a Christian today. And I didn't start out deconstructing. I started out wanting to get closer to this God and wanting to learn the God's name. And as I learned facts and study, my process of deconstruction just kind of sort of happened because I've never been the type of person to uh, make myself believe a lie or ignore facts.
So actually, so my personal, like, the religion that I base off is, I'm a Southern Baptist, and we don't believe in the whole speaking in tongues that some religions
Yeah,
do.
that's okay. I'm just talking about what I
Yeah,
believed my experience were with the God. Like I'm not trying to say whose experience is right.
yeah, I'm not.
You have your definition of an experience, and I just shared with you what one of
Yeah,
my experiences, what I believed was an experience with the God.
and I'm not gonna, like, go on about that. I mean, so how you, I'm just saying, like, my personal religion is a little bit different than how yours was, and I'm not, like, saying that that matters at all. It just was, it just is, and so, um,
Yeah, I'm just saying, like you asked me, like about personal experiences with the God and what I would do, and I'm just explaining to you that when I was a Christian, I did believe that I had personal experiences with the God, right? There were dreams that I had. There were things that I thought that God did for me as a miracle, right? While all ignoring all the hard work that I put in myself, right? So there were things that I called a personal experience with God or that I had a relationship with this God. But again, as I began to study, right, outside of the book, study history, study archaeology, things like that, I'm not the type of person that ignore facts, is what I'm saying. Factual information,
and I
right?
get that, but just a quick question that I have. So, looking back, do you now discredit all of those personal experiences that you feel like that you've had with God? Do you think that those just didn't happen the way that you thought they did?
So, for example, with me raising money for my company, right? Um, I one day a investor called me and was like, she left a voicemail on my phone. She's like, "I want to invest in your company." And before that day, I was sitting on my bed and I was like, give me money. I need money. Now, at this time, I was not going to church. Wouldn't consider myself saved, but I still believed in the God. I was still trying to hang on to the God. Right? I started like deconstructing a little bit, but I was still believing in the God. And I was on my bed and I was praying and I was saying, "Give me money. I need money. Give me money." And then I got the voicemail later on that day, and I took a walk with my daughter, and I was like, "Man, this can't be real." Like, because the investor of who it was, I was like, "Ain't no way in hell that she just called me." And so I'm walking with my daughter. I get home. There's an email. She had sent an email, and in the subject line, she says, "I seen you on the cover of the business journal. I want to invest in your company." And I was like, "Holy shit, this is real." And so I called her and I talked to her, and she wired me $25,000 that day. And I credited that to as a miracle to the God that I was still believing in. But in reality, she told me why she wanted to invest, right? She had seen me on the cover of the business journal. She had read the article that they wrote about me. I had, done things in the community. My company was, out there. I had pitched to several investors. Like, I completely just ignored, right, the work that I had put into getting me to that point. I had gone to several of her talks, right? I ignored everything that I had done and just said, "Oh God, thank you, God." Right? At the end of the day, I chose to give credit to the God that I believed in at that time. Now, does it change the fact that I now say, "Hey, I did the work," right? Um, to make that investor interested in my company.
Um, so you now don't
I
think
now
that,
recognize my efforts, right? The things that I do, right? The things that
yeah, of
I
course.
did to get me to that point. It didn't come out the sky, right? When the Business Journal called and asked to interview me, I didn't even know they were going to put me on the cover. I didn't even know I was on the fucking cover until she told me. But when they called and asked to do the interview, if I had to said no, right, then I wouldn't. She wouldn't. I wouldn't have been on the cover. She wouldn't have read the article about me. Like, I'm not too keen on just taking interviews. Sometimes they'll email me and I'll just delete the fucking email.
I mean,
But it's the things that I did, right, to get me to that point for her to see me, and I just completely just ignored, right, myself in the process and just said God. But I think a lot of
and
times when humans assign things to this God, they just ignore that. They ignore themselves as a human and the work that they do. They ignore other humans. They ignore, like, other humans who are reaching out a hand and helping, or being willing to help, being willing to heal, right? And we just say God or thank God.
I understand that, and um, I do believe that you should that what like you do is important. Of course, like I'm not going to discredit that you didn't put the work in. I'm not going to discredit that, but um, if I was in your shoes in that specific instance, I would say I would say, and I mean, I'm not telling you what to think by no means, but I would probably look at that as, you know, God saw how much work I was putting in and helped out. So that would be accrediting what I do and God, if that makes sense.
But I think you see the need to do that, right? What if I say that my ancestors did? What if I say that my father, who is deceased, what if I say he was in the spiritual world and he picked up the business journal and put it in front of her face, and which influenced her to pick it up and read my story in the journal?
I mean, if that's what you believe.
You see what I'm saying? Like, you see how easy it is to assign that to anything that is immaterial. Who can say whether that it was a god or whether it was an ancestor?
I mean, that's just where it goes back to faith.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that, like, it sounds like a broken record when I say that, but if you were once a Christian, then you would understand where, like, the faith of it all comes in.
So, and I hear you saying that faith over facts is more important to you. And I'm saying that I'm not the type of person that will ignore facts or data for the sake of faith.
And I guess that's where we differ, and I mean, that's okay.
But I'm asking you, why should I be that type of person? Like, what benefit does it give?
And I mean, it benefits me because, like, if you believed that, like, if you believed that, like, nothing happened, like, if you were like, and I'm not like trying to like hate on people who don't believe by no means, like, you can believe whatever you want, but like, say you believe that there was nothing out there, that there was no God, that it was just us. Um, like, I'm a very optimistic person. I always like to look at the good in everybody and in everything. And so, um, when with that, like, if you believe that it was us, that was like everything, um, it makes it, it's really, for me, it's really hard to look at it from the other perspective, just because that's just how I've always been, and I know that's not a very good argument, and it's not going to be, but I've always looked to God whenever I've had problems. I've always, prayed to God whenever things went bad, and that's always helped me. Like, I feel like God's always been there for me, and so if I was to just not have that, not have God there, honestly, I think I think I'd feel lost, and that's how I would honestly feel. It's benefited me in that way. Like, and if you want, I can explain to
Does
you a
all the
person.
dogma need to go along with you having this immaterial friend? Can you not have this immaterial friend without all of this dogma, the hatred that comes with it? Like, the God that you serve literally has people mistreating an entire class of people on this earth because they love differently. Do you need that in order to have this friend that you can talk to, who you believe is sitting uh, in the sky watching over you? Like, do you need all of that extra stuff attached?
So, what do you mean by he's hating a whole different group of people because they love differently?
I think you know that I'm talking about the LGBTQI community.
So, whenever it comes to that, and it's not a hate, and
Oh, it's a hate.
there are a lot of,
It's a hate. Like literally, it's caused a lot of them to be harmed.
like for example, um, my I have a sister who is like, she has a girlfriend, and I don't like feel any different towards her about that. And if you ask her, she still believes in God.
But
Um,
are you trying to convince me that Christians do not foster hatred towards the LGBTQIA?
I'm not saying that they don't, but I don't think that
Okay,
you
so
can blame that
there's no need. There's
on
not. There's no need to. The God that you serve is attached to this hatred for an entire group of people because they love differently. Do you
so
need that? Do you need that dogma attached to this immaterial friend of yours in order for you to get what you need from this friend?
I do not the way I do not believe that they're in my faith, and there are people who take it that direction, but that is not at all what the Bible means. Like, that is not what it's saying, is to hate these people. So
Does your God tell you that they don't have a right to love who they want to love? Is it sinful for them to love who they want to love because they are the same gender?
the Bible does say that it is a sin
Okay.
to,
So the book that lies about the time that these people were in Egypt, the book that lies about these people being in Egypt, the book that lies about these people conquering these lands in Canaan, is telling you that it is wrong to love someone of the same gender. You're saying that you don't necessarily need the book. It doesn't matter what these facts say. Your experience trumps that. This God is beneficial to you because he's somebody to talk to when you need a friend who is bigger than you. So you're telling me that this belief that these humans who love differently than you needs to exist in your faith in order for you to have this friend who lives out of time and space that gives you guidance. Like that needs to be attached to that in order for you to feel secure in this world.
so one thing I do want to say, because I'm looking at the comments, and I do want to say that I personally do not hate or um, feel like any sort of way towards people who, you know, I mean, people love who they love. I don't personally, like, that's not something that I go on about. Like, that's not like something that some,
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like it's easy for you to look at factual information. Like you already said that you would do this, right? You would say that you would see factual information and still believe the lie, right? But for some
I still
reason you
believe in
can't.
God,
You would still believe the story you said.
and I would believe the story. And if there was,
Right. So you would believe the lie. I mean, regardless if you're calling it a story, right? If you saw that it was that there are facts that dispute the story, right? You would still believe the lie. But you can't adjust your beliefs when it comes to people in modern day society loving the same gender. You are choosing to not adjust your belief there, like you would be choosing to still believe a lie. And you're saying that it's because you need this immaterial friend to talk to. But why do you need to believe that these people are sinful for you to talk to your immaterial friend? Just talk to them.
and I mean, I do talk to him, but I don't like go around hating or even talking about that
You might
even
not
as
go
an
around
issue.
hating it, but you believe that they are sinful. That's your faith. That's the faith that you have, right? They're sinful.
I believe that everybody is sinful. Nobody's perfect. Everybody does things that are wrong. Everybody has thoughts that are
Are you sinful
sinful.
for, are you married?
I'm not.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Not right now.
You've dated
I
women?
have.
Were you sinful when you were dating them?
Absolutely.
Will you be sinful when you marry one? Because you married
Most
a woman?
definitely. I mean,
No.
I'm not because I married a woman. I don't
Right,
believe that
because
that in itself
exactly.
would be a
You
sin.
don't believe that you marrying a woman is sinful. But you believe if a man marries a man, that's sinful.
Yes, but one sin does not outweigh another.
But the
So,
fact that yours is not called a sin, who you choose to marry and love is not called a sin.
Guys, we just need to get up to 250K so that the comments get turned back on. Thank you.
Do you see the difference? Do you see what I'm pointing out? And
I
you
do.
need that. You need that in order for you to have this relationship with your God.
And
Do
I
you?
get what you're saying, but at the same time, the Bible also says that no sin outweighs another.
The Bible also says that they were in Egypt for 430 years, and that's not true. The Bible refutes itself on that very fact alone. You don't even have to go outside of the Bible to refute that fact. Are you there?
I am. Um, Actually, I'll be honest. This discussion has been a very good discussion, and um, I have really enjoyed talking to you. I don't know what time it is where you're at, but it is almost 5 a.m. where I'm at. So um, I'm probably gonna need to get off here so I can get some rest. But I appreciate you letting me talk to you,
You're welcome,
and
Aaron. Thank you for coming up.
of course, and I will definitely go back and look into some of the things that we have talked about.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night. Well, good
You too.
morning.
You too.
I don't think he was ready.
Huh?
But I don't think he was ready for that. Um, Do your gift goals. Unless you want to wait.
Huh? What'd you
Do
say?
you do your gift goal?
Okay.
And I sent you an updated screenshot.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yay. So we're only $150 away?
Yep.
Yay. We're only $150 away, y'all.
I'm super excited. I just told my son I wanted to wait, so to make sure. So he's excited. Like I get to see my niece. Haven't seen my niece. And then my nephew. Oh my gosh, he's gonna talk my ear off, and I'm gonna love every moment of it.
I'm so happy for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the community. I really appreciate it. I really, really do.
That's what community does.
Yeah. I don't want it to end though.
Um,
Like I finally found my tribe. You
man.
know what I'm saying? And they can't take y'all away from us.
Wendy?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing all right.
That's good.
Um,
Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am Christian and currently I just barely started deconstructing. Um, so your lives have been helping me a lot with that. I don't always agree with your views, but I love the fact that by listening in on your lives, it has helped me a lot.
No, thank you for sharing that. Which topic did you want to discuss?
I want to talk about why we should ignore facts and believe God.
Okay, go ahead.
I personally don't think that we should ignore facts. I I heard what you were saying to the gentleman before about the um the Red Sea being debunked. And I think not all of the facts are in yet. I also think that the Bible is not necessarily entirely factual. I, and that's one of the things I've been having issues with because there are things in there that Jonah and the whale, as someone who was an educator, I can't believe that Jonah was swallowed by a whale, which is part of why I've started deconstructing. I think for me, though, I grew up as a Christian and I I know that there's something bigger than me in this world. I don't know what it is, and that's why I started the deconstruction journey. It's to try to figure out what exactly it is that's bigger than me. I don't think that the Bible should be completely discounted, even by non believers. We have accepted for years that things like Aesop's fables, while they're made up stories, there are still lessons that can be learned from them, and they do still have value. And I think that non believers should consider the Bible the way that we consider Aesop's fables. That,
So let me stop you. Okay, so the question isn't why should I believe the Bible, right?
right,
It's the God.
right.
Okay.
And see, that's where I'm having problems. Like I said, I know that there's something bigger than me, and me personally, I just happen to choose to call him God, Yahweh, Jehovah, El Shaddai, because that's
how I was raised referring to him or referring to them, because I don't think that the authors of Genesis were wrong when they translated the verse that says they have become like one of us. I believe that there's a lot to be learned, and the fact that so many of the stories in the Bible, the creation story, the flood story, while there's no facts that are supporting those stories, the fact that there are so many stories across the different religions and cultures of the world that are so similar, it, it's there's too many for it to be a coincidence. And
So, because there are TV shows, sitcoms about vampires all around the world, does that now make vampires real? Should I now believe that there are dead people who are came back to life that are now sucking the blood of living people?
no, but the vampire myth does have root in fact. There are people who have the different symptoms of vampirism that the myths have grown from. When people did
Which
not
people did the myth grow from?
like,
Yo,
there are people that have the photosensitivity that cannot go out in the sunlight.
No, I'm asking, who did the myth? What people did the myth grow from?
Only know about the way they started in the European area because that's the only vampirism myths and legends that I'm familiar with. And it was like Vlad
What?
Tepes was one. Um, the people, I want to say it's called Porphyria, and the Europeans thought that because those people could not go out in the daylight, that they created the stories of vampirism. And
And so, because Europeans believed that a group of people looked differently and they could not go out in the sunlight, and they created this theory that these people are dead humans who came back to life, and they, in order for them to live, they must drink on human blood. And they go out in the middle of the night, creeping in dark corners and snatching humans and killing them and eating them.
I
Because
am
that
about to
story was
laugh on
created,
this damn bed.
huh?
Crack myself up. Oh, that's
Lala, you're not on mute. Because as
they
humans, because that story was created by Europeans, then other countries across the world started writing their own, creating their own, turning them into books, turning them into movies. And now, because it's all over the world, there is some factual information in vampirism. And therefore, we should believe that vampires exist.
no, it's vampires came to be because people had no explanation for the people who could not go out in the sunlight. They had no explanation for when they would dig up bodies, finding scratch marks in the coffin lids. And so they created these stories to explain it, which is what I believe happened with the creation of the Bible, that things were occurring because of science and because of science not being available to those people, they created belief systems out of it.
Right. So it sounds like to me that you're making a case against why we should not believe the God.
I feel we should
Is that what
believe
you're doing?
in. No, yes and no. I think we should believe in something greater than ourselves.
Like what?
I don't know. And that's what I'm hoping to figure out through deconstructing. 'Cause the Big Bang, it's something that I cannot explain, and I have not found an explanation that satisfies me, because we don't have all the facts yet. We're still learning, we're still growing as humans. And until the day that we do have all of the facts, and when we do finally have the evidence that we need to settle the science, we won't be able to understand some of the things.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think it's more valuable for humans to understand the human body than to understand who created it?
Absolutely.
Which one?
We need to understand our body, and for some, part of understanding the body is it, you just can't. For some people, they can't simply say, "Oh well, sperm meets egg, they form a zygote, which turns into an embryo, which turns into a fetus, which turns into a child." For some people, and myself included, I don't understand the process where the egg and the sperm become that initial cell and divide.
I mean, there's a lot of things that can teach you
And
that, right? And there will be some, probably some medical benefit that comes from somebody learning and mastering that process. What benefit does it give you to know, like, for you to be able to say, "Oh, there is some big being in the sky that created humans"?
it's, for me, at this point in my life, it's more of a comfort to know that even in my darkest times, I'm not alone. And for now, it's it gives me almost it gives me something that I can attribute these unknowns to until I discover the answers.
So you're not comfortable being alone, and you're not comfortable not knowing. Is that
Absolutely
is that
correct.
correct? And so how do you fix or remedy those two things?
Um, the not knowing, I work on remedying that by reading, by researching.
Or no, just or
Mm,
being comfortable not knowing. Like, what's the issue with you not knowing something?
I just
Do you know the process of photosynthesis right now? Can you state it?
photosynthesis, if I'm remembering correctly, is trees take in light from the sun. They convert carbon dioxide, which we can't use, into oxygen, which we can use. We breathe out the carbon dioxide as waste. They take it in, and That's a very basic explanation because it's been forever since I've, looked into it or studied it in school. And so, and I
What
don't,
is the flaw in photosynthesis?
I'm not sure. I've never thought about it.
Okay. Can you just say you don't know?
Yeah.
And does that make you uncomfortable to not know?
Yeah. I have no clue why it makes me uncomfortable, but I want to know everything that I possibly can. It, the more I learn, the more I want to learn more.
I'm asking, does it make you feel unsafe to not know what the flaw that in photosynthesis is? Do you feel unsafe?
Unsafe, no. Uncomfortable, yes.
When you say that you feel uncomfortable, it's because you feel that you need to know everything in the world?
Yes.
Do you have an expectation that you will know everything in the world? Like, you have that expectation?
I have.
I don't believe a word that you're saying right now. I'm sorry. I don't think there's any human on this earth that has an expectation to know everything in the world. I can understand you saying that, there is some uncomfortability of you not knowing, how humans got here because you were indoctrinated with a God. But having an uncomfortability of not knowing, simple knowledge or, some scientific knowledge, I don't believe you right now.
What do you mean you don't?
I don't
Yeah.
think that that's a, I don't think that that's something that you like. If you were really uncomfortable with not knowing that, I feel like at this point in life that you would have already looked that up. If you were really uncomfortable with not knowing everything in the world, like, I feel like there is a lot that you would have already questioned.
And I have been.
Then
I've
why
been
are you just now starting your deconstruction journey?
because this is the point in my life where that journey has actually made sense to start.
Yep, but
That things
yet
have
there
happened
is
in my
this
life.
uncomfortableness that you live with every day, right? There's this uncomfortableness that you live with every day, and you've not asked yourself one question about whether any of this is true, right? You've not sensed out to relieve that uncomfortability. It doesn't make sense.
Fair. I'll give you that one for sure. It doesn't make sense to me either. It's There are times when I hyper focus on one thing that's making me uncomfortable or one thing that I'm wanting knowledge about. And when I'm not focused on what it is that I don't know or what it is that I want to find, then I don't consider my lack of knowledge.
But I don't think your uncomfortableness has anything to do with you wanting to know everything in the world. I think you have a belief in a God. This God, you've been told that this God protects you. You've been told that this God gives you life. You've been told that this God died for you. You've been told that this God provides for you, right? It's like a big
Uh-huh.
daddy in the sky.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think the thing that you're afraid of being without is knowledge. You're afraid of being without that.
And that is entirely possible. And it's, like I said, it's one of the things that I'm trying to come to terms with. I'm trying to find the answers to, because the not knowing where my loved ones are, what has happened to them.
I mean, but if you
I
believe
mean,
in this God, you do know, because this God saw fit to tell mortals that their loved ones were either resting in peace or burning in hell. Your mind, for some reason, doesn't let you go to the thought that your loved one, while you are sitting here talking to me on TikTok, is somewhere burning in flames.
it's, and the reason for that is because I'm having trouble reconciling the God that I was raised knowing, who is this God of love, and yet he allows people to be tortured. And it's hard for me to reconcile the God of the Old Testament with the God of the New Testament. It's hard for me to, if the God that Christians believe in, he's all powerful, he's all knowing, he's all loving, why do children die of cancer? Why do strong believers suffer with cancer? And that's what I'm having a hard time with, is accepting that this all-knowing, all-loving God would allow people who believe firmly in him, why he would allow them to suffer. And that's what started me on the deconstruction. Because it's like I've seen too many things in my own personal life that I cannot explain. And that's why I believe that there is a higher power. And I want to know what that higher power is.
I don't know how you. I'm not sure. Like, to me, like it sounds like when you say that you're deconstructing, I'm not too quite sure that you actually are deconstructing. You might be questioning the Christian God, some, but it sounds like you have a pretty deep belief in the God, or the concept of needing a God or a higher power who rules over you and watches over you at the same time. Yeah, it just, I don't know, for some reason it sounds like you might be not 100% forthcoming, and at the same time a little bit confused.
Well, to be honest, I'm not sure deconstructing is the right word for it. That's
Mm.
just what everyone seems to be calling when you start questioning your upbringing. But
Like, so you're saying that you're questioning now because there's cancer in the world, and so you're like, how can God be real if there's cancer?
I fairly recently lost my mom to cancer, and
Oh, sorry to hear
I
that.
have several friends. I'm the only one in my family who has not died from cancer after being diagnosed. And it's like, I, it's really, at the moment, it's messing with my head. And that's what got me started exploring, what do I believe and why do I believe what I believe. And the fact that there are so many things in the Bible that have not been proven, and so many things that churches teach that have been disproven and ignored, that bothers me.
So like I think like when you came up, you were supposed to be answering the story. Why should we, right?
Hmm.
Believe in the ignore the facts and believe in the God. And it sounds like you're still questioning and you don't quite have an answer for that yourself at this point.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that maybe write down all the questions that you have for of yourself and be 100% transparent with yourself, and write those questions down, and then read and research and seek answers to those questions. Then at the same time, like, there are some questions that you're just not going to get an answer to, like asking questions like, how did humans get here?
Right.
You're a human. You know if you don't want to accept science for that, right? You don't want to look at the scientific evidence for that, and you need some higher power explanation for that. Just create, accept the one you already created, because there's no other answer out there that you're going to be able to find evidence in of some immaterial being that created the first cell. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you're looking for that, like, there's just going to be some things that you're just not going to be able to have an answer to, if science hasn't gone there yet.
Yeah.
And it sounds like to me that the things that you don't quite have an answer to, you put a God there or you put a higher power there. If that's how you deal with things that you don't know, then fine, right? Um, but what I hear you saying is that you have an uncomfortability with not knowing, and at the same time you have an uncomfortability of being alone. So like I don't necessarily think that you are deconstructing just yet, or if you've like really made the decision on whether you want to deconstruct. So I think it would be a good step for you to just like write down all the questions that you have, um, and then also when you write the questions down that you have, kind of have a conversation with yourself and ask, why do I have this question?
Yeah.
I think that might be good, but I don't think that you can answer the question that you chose, or even provide like a conversation, or like to try to convince those of us in here why we should ignore the facts and believe the God, because I think you're still trying to figure that out yourself.
Yeah. Very true. I did want to say though, the first one, the Old Testament condones slavery.
I don't allow people to do more than one
Well, no,
topic.
I think it should be changed to the Bible condones, but
No, yeah, it's exactly what I
yeah.
said. It's that way for a reason.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm very
It's just a
familiar
thought I
that the
had
entire.
every time I see it.
Yeah.
But
Well, then I think like with you being in here, you know that we are very aware that the New Testament condones it as well. Bash goes as far as saying that it endorses it in the New Testament. But yeah,
yeah.
we're very aware that the New Testament condones it also.
Yeah. But I do appreciate you allowing me to discuss this with you,
You're
and
very
I
welcome.
appreciate your lives.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for supporting and watching, and coming up. And I hope you have a good morning. Okay.
You too. Thank you.
You're welcome. If you're waiting to come on stage, can you please comment and let us know? Thank you.
I fell out the bed laughing at the whole vampire thing.
You fell out the bed,
That's what I was trying to tell
huh?
you. That's what I was trying to tell you.
Oh my God, Lala. The hell? What were you doing?
I was laughing at
Oh,
the
you were
whole
laughing.
vampire. Yeah.
Oh,
The,
ha.
yeah.
Oh my gosh. Miguel, hi. How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm good. Can I get an age check, please?
I'm 19.
Oh, Miguel, you got to be 21. You see the host note in the middle of the screen?
Oh yeah, I see that. You gotta make that shit bigger.
Have a good morning, okay? I don't know
No,
why.
I didn't have any
For my
gummies.
if my 19-year-old cursed
Yeah.
at a grown woman, I would like, what the fuck is on your mind that you
Hmm.
just did that shit?
Yeah. Yeah. That's so disrespectful.
Yeah. Like, I'm not naive. Like, I know my kids curse, and in fact, I told them that they could, as long as they did not do it around me or around any adults or curse at any adults. But
Alicia
like,
wants to
they're
come up.
who?
Alicia.
Okay. And but they're adults now, and even still, they don't curse in front of me. Goodness. Oh, of course it's okay. Like, I mean, you don't. I'm talking about what my kids do, Miguel. I'm talking about what I taught my kids to do, and I do. You're not my child. Alicia, what do you see her? Oh, I see. Elisha. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Hello. How you guys doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing good. I
Um,
have,
are you
yeah,
Christian? Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am a Christian. I just had questions and I'm not trying to like,
Unfortunately, like, I don't answer questions unless you're a member of the community. If you
yeah,
come on stage, you do have to pick a topic and start a discussion. So it's not
okay,
it's not one of those like open forums like that. That makes sense.
okay. So how do I do that? Where do I pick the topic?
There are 5 topics over here on the side.
Why should we ignore the facts and believe God? Is that one of the questions?
That is one. The last 2 guests picked that. So after you do this one, I'm gonna retire it for a little while so that we can get some diverse conversation in here. But go ahead.
Yeah. Why should we ignore the facts and believe God? So my thought is this. The Bible is not the end all and be all, right? I put it on the comments. I said, Jesus said, all scripture points to me. So people who haven't met Jesus will 100% deconstruct. But if you meet Jesus on this planet, there's no way he'll deconstruct. So I believe
So
that
Jesus is back.
no, he's
I'm
not back.
sorry.
He's
Is
in
he is
heaven.
he a human?
He's a human, physical human being,
Jesus is a physical human
physical human being,
that comes
100%.
walks around on the earth right now.
If you want to meet him, he will come.
I'm asking you: is Jesus a physical human that walks around on this earth right now?
I don't know where he is right now. I can
But
tell
does
you that
he
he will
walk
come if you
around
come.
on this earth right now?
Yeah, he can.
Jesus is material
Material,
in a physical
flesh
body.
and blood. Yep.
Jesus! Should I call his
Don't
name
don't
like
don't
that?
be. You see, you have to be
No, like,
sincere.
how do I get him here?
Exactly.
How,
I'll
no,
tell
tell
you.
me,
You
how
see,
do I
I
get him
will
here?
tell you if you give me the
Okay,
chance.
how do
I'll
I
tell
get him
you.
here?
The Bible says this. It says, "If you seek me, you will find me." This is God talking. When you seek
Hold on.
me
So he's playing hide and
with all
seek.
your heart. No, no,
He's
no. He
playing
says,
hide and
"When you
seek.
seek me
It's
with all
like,
your."
where do
He's
I,
not
like, I just
playing.
want to know, like, seriously,
Muslims
like, so
in
it has to
Mecca.
be
There's
that
there's
damn
records
hard.
of
All
Muslims
I,
in
like,
Mecca
I'm just asking him, like,
meeting
Jesus,
Jesus who called.
Jesus, if you
You
are
have to be
here,
sincere. No,
hold
no,
on,
no.
wait a minute. No,
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 I
because
said
if he's in
you're
the,
angry.
no,
There's
no, no,
anger
no, no,
in your
listen,
voice.
Elisha, because what I'm
I'm
learning now is that he's been here all this time in the flesh, right? He's been here all this time in the flesh, and all I got to do is just ask him to show up, right? Like, Jesus, if you are walking on this earth in this physical realm and you are real, I want you to come and show yourself to me right now in the fleshly body. Come into my room right now. I give you permission to show up because Elisha says that you are walking this earth and all I got to do is ask. All I got to do is seek. So come on in the room, Jesus. I'm waiting. Still no Jesus, Elijah.
Oh, in the room.
I don't have any respect for
Elijah,
people that do
speechless.
that.
You gotta come off mute.
Thank you so much, Jaxie, for commenting that. You're absolutely right. Um,
What's up?
Elisha,
Thank
yeah,
you. Yeah.
I don't have respect for people that tell people stuff like what you just said.
You know what? When it happens, call me because you already did it.
Elisha, do you think that I've not ever been a Christian? Do you think that I am green to Christianity?
What is Christianity to you?
Elisha, do you
Did you
think that
make a
I have
prayer? That's
never once prayed to this Jesus?
have you met him? That's the question.
Elisha, like
Yes or no?
literally, like the definition that you all put on this. Have you
It's
met
not about
Jesus? Like
knowledge.
you can, like
Listen,
you
if
can literally make
if I've not
anything
met
this
you, I
Jesus.
can't say
You can
anything
you
about
can
you.
literally make anything this
It's not
Jesus,
right. Listen,
Elisha,
even if I studied about you, if I've not
Elijah,
met you, I
Elisha,
have no.
Elijah, Elisha.
I
You
don't
can literally, you can make anything this Jesus. You can point to any man on this
know.
earth
He's
and
a
say
real
that's
person.
Jesus.
Listen, if it's not real, then Christianity is fake.
Elijah, let me ask you,
It's
where does he
fake.
live? Where does he live, Elijah?
He lives in heaven. He lives in
Oh, so
Jerusalem in
he's a
Nazareth.
human. Hold
He's
on.
called
He's
Jesus
a
of
human,
Nazareth.
Elijah. He's a human.
Yes,
He's a human
he's
that
a
can pop in and
human
out of
and
space and
he's
time.
God. You can meet him. I met him. That's why I'm telling you
Oh
this.
my
His
gosh.
eyes are the most beautiful blue green that I've ever seen. He
Oh my
looks Arab.
gosh.
He looks like
Oh
a
my
Middle
gosh.
Eastern man. His hair is right about his shoulder. I met him multiple times. That's why
Where
why would
where did
someone
you meet him, Elijah? Did you have coffee with him?
I met him in Kenya. I
Yeah,
was in Nairobi,
did you have
Kenya when
coffee?
I
Did
met
you
him.
have coffee with him, Elijah?
No, I didn't have coffee because he
Where
picked
were
me up
you?
from my
Where were
sick.
you? Where
He's
were
pretty
you?
strong. He's
Where were
pretty
you?
strong.
Where were
Listen, I
you?
was homeless. I was slaying in a theater. It's called Eastland Cinema Theater in Nairobi, Kenya. You can look this up. It's called Eastland Cinema
Jesus, y'all.
Theater. I slept. I was
Kenya
homeless.
is one
He
of the most
woke me up.
poorest countries.
This
Kenya, hold on, hold on.
I'm in Canada.
Kenya is one of the most poorest countries on the continent. Yet Jesus is walking around it in Islam center in a theater meeting Elisha. But Jesus is just popping in and out of Kenya.
And Northern Kenya has a long history of ethnic violence and marginalization. So he's just walking around and doing nothing.
The poverty rate in Kenya is 39.8%. Please do not tell me that
Listen,
Kenya does not have a high poverty rate.
why would I be telling you this? That Jesus is real. I've met
Because you
Jesus.
believe
I've
it.
met the
That's why.
devil. I've met the devil face to face. If you see the devil, he's the most handsome person ever. Like these people can be met. That's the thing. It's instead of
Oh my
arguing, why
gosh.
not meet them?
Oh my gosh.
Why not
I
meet
really
them?
hope that you go and get some help. I really do.
No, you can meet
Yes,
them.
because like literally you are saying that this Jesus just pops in and out like a fucking genie.
Let's put Jesus aside. You can meet the
No,
devil
for
right
fucking
now.
what?
You
For fucking
can.
what? Like, why do I need to put Jesus aside?
Well, you're basing all your argument on knowledge. You're reading books. It's like a science
Like
project.
what you
If
want me to
I
base it
want,
on imagination?
if I'm doing a scientifical
What do you want? Then
experiment,
prove it,
you got to
Elisha.
go test it
Then
out.
prove it. Then prove it.
He will come. Didn't you
Prove
just
it.
do the prayer?
Summon
Give
him
it three
now.
days.
Summon him
You
now. Nope. Do it now. Summon him
Father,
now.
in the name of Jesus, I don't even know this lady's name. Jesus, I ask you, remember how what you did for me multiple times. Meet this lady in the name of Jesus, face to face, 3 days from now, in Jesus'
Not
name.
3 days from now. Right
3 days.
now. Why
I
three
giving him
days?
3 days. I'm giving him a 3 days
Why 3 days?
limit.
Does he gotta go to hell first?
No,
Why
you
3 days?
my
Then
TikTok.
why
I'm
three
not gonna
days?
change. I'm not gonna
Then why
run.
3 days?
My
Then
my name is
do it
Elisha
now.
Boying
No,
on
Elisha.
all platforms.
Elisha. Nope.
Come
I'm
after me
finna
after three
intercede. I'm
days.
finna intercede. Father, in the name of Jesus, come now. Don't wait three
There
days.
you go.
Don't wait 3 days. Show up
We'll wait.
now. Show up
Okay.
right now at 4:23 in the morning in my
I
room.
sense a lot of
Pop,
anger in
pop,
you. Like,
come in my
what
room.
happened?
Because
What
can he?
happened to you?
If
Let's
he can
talk.
come down from heaven, if he can come down from heaven, come into the physical realm in a body
You
and
will
pop in
come.
Kenya,
You will
right
come.
in
I
my room
promise
right
you.
now. He
You
can
will
come
come.
in my room right now and just show up in front of me right now.
You will come.
Wait, is
I
that Jesus?
promise you. I
Oh
ain't
no, that ain't
changing
Jesus.
my
That's a
name.
plant.
I'm here on TikTok.
Nope.
I'm here every day on YouTube,
Like
everywhere.
y'all, this is the shit that y'all be telling people in Kenya so y'all can get their money. Y'all
It's
be
not,
telling them on the
listen,
continent so
it's
y'all
not,
can get
listen,
their
my
money and have
eyes,
them
what,
paying
I
tithes.
didn't
Like
used to
y'all should
see,
be ashamed of yourself. Like
I
there are
used to wear
people on the
glasses.
continent who can't fucking eat, and y'all are telling them that Jesus will pop up in front of
Exactly.
their
You
faces.
guys were the one who brought
Except
Christianity to us.
if
Now
there is
we're
a
the ones
Jesus,
bringing
if
Jesus
there
to you.
is a
Isn't
Jesus
that
popping
funny?
in and out of the continent, he ain't
Isn't
feeding
that
nobody.
funny?
He ain't
You
feeding
guys were the
nobody.
one, you guys brought,
If there is a Jesus popping in and out of the continent, then why the fuck are y'all the ones getting rich off of it? Huh? Y'all are the ones going around telling these people that Jesus popped into you when you were homeless, right? And now they're paying you money to tell them this story.
no, nobody, you mute my mic every time I'm saying
I
something.
didn't mute your mic.
Why, well, why does my mic,
The mods mute your mic.
why don't you, listen, why don't we talk properly? Listen, I'll let you speak and
No,
you let
every
me
time
speak.
you raised your voice or I raised mine.
I'll be quiet.
You did
Here,
not like the fact that
I'm
I
gonna,
called you
I'm
out
gonna
on that
hold my
shit.
voice. You speak, and then I answer, and then we talk.
I already told. Why is your Jesus not feeding the people on the continent? If he's popping in and out of the fucking continent, doing all of these damn miracles for you individual people, then why the hell is he not feeding the people on the continent?
Can I answer?
Yes.
Okay, he does. It's not covered in the news.
Oh, you are so full of shit. Do you know
No, I'm
that
not.
we talk
I
to
can
people on
give
the
you
continent
links and
every damn day.
sources.
We
I
talk to
can
people
give
on
you
the
links and
continent.
sources.
Kenya has a 39.8% poverty rate.
So poverty is your gauge to if God is real or not.
Yes. Yes.
So if God is real, so
Yes.
can I ask you this
I already
question?
said yes. I already
Let
said
me
yes.
ask. Just
I
please.
already said
I'm
yes.
not
Don't
your
ask
enemy. You're
again because
very
the
angry
answer
at
is
me.
yes.
I didn't cause
I
anything
am angry at you
about.
because you came here with this bullshit.
I'm not. It's not. But why are you mad? Like if he's
I
that
already
big,
told you why
why
I'm
are you
mad.
mad?
I already told you.
Well, I didn't hear
Yeah,
it. Why are
it's
you
not
mad?
my fault that you're not accepting my answer.
Why are you mad? Like tell
I
me
already
again.
told you.
Maybe I didn't hear you.
Well, I'm not telling you again.
Please,
No.
for love's sake, for the sake of
No.
love.
I said no.
Okay. Well, that's not right. Then
Well,
if
you should
there's
have been
something that's
listening.
hurting you, then I believe that
You
Jesus
should
healed you
have been
first.
listening.
You're gonna get healed, sister. I believe that. You're gonna get
Okay.
healed. You're gonna meet Jesus face to
When
face.
when Jesus starts feeding people on the continent, then I'll be
He
healed.
does in Mozambique. He does. Listen,
Sure.
I'm not
Sure.
coming here high and mighty.
Sure.
Listen,
You are a
So,
liar.
I'm
so
not.
he just forget
I'm from a
Jesus.
war-torn country.
So Jesus just forgets about the Congo. He forgets about Sudan. He forgets about basically the whole world where there are people starving. There are war-torn countries. But yeah, he meets y'all individually, and somehow that's a miracle. but
And
he
and
can't
he's
do
from
anything
Congo,
else.
and he's saying that Jesus feeds. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, literally, we just held a fundraiser to raise money to feed children in Congo. Like, you are so full of shit. You are so full of shit, and that's what makes me angry.
Yes, Nigeria as well. Uh-uh. You're lying, you piece of shit.
Listen. You can go verify everything I just told you. I'm a Congolese. My
We we
when the
had
war started,
verified.
I was.
We verified this. That's what you don't understand. We have mutual friends that are from the continent, and we have helped them raise money by doing fundraisers. We talk to them nearly every single day. But for you to sit your ass up on this app, on this live, and speak this nonsense is what is making all of us angry. Stop it.
I wish Vessel was in here. I wish Vessel was in here. Vessel and African atheists and Afro atheists. Like, I wish they were in here. Shaky. I wish Shaky was in here, or Ria.
Yes. Mhm. Dude, you have to take yourself off mute.
How you guys doing? You guys still want to talk? Listen, all I'm saying is you guys need to meet Jesus. You have to look for the good news. There is bad news, 100%. I don't deny it. But you have to look for the good news. If you're a Christian and you haven't met Jesus, you're not really a Christian.
Sorry, his voice just irritates the fuck out of me. I just, I
Yeah.
that one was on me. That one was a freebie. That one was on me. Yeah. Brandon Wine, how are you?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. I
I don't
assume you're a
wanna. I don't
Christian,
wanna.
correct?
Yeah, you can say
Go ahead, pick a
lack of a
topic.
better term. I don't want to get y'all all
I'm good. I don't take the energy from one guest to the next.
copy
Go
that.
ahead and pick a topic.
I was actually, let's see, like out of this one. So condone slavery. So I guess what's your definition of slavery? Like transatlantic slave trade slavery, or like Middle East servitude?
Slavery.
Okay. Which is like the you're talking about the having like servants or having slaves.
Slavery. The slavery. It says slavery. How do you define slavery?
I'm about to look it up.
You don't have your own definition of slavery. Like, you don't know what slavery means. I mean,
Well, for people's understanding, it kind of
what's yours?
differs.
I asked yours. What is your understanding of slavery?
Exhausting labor or restricted freedom.
That's your definition of slavery.
Yes.
So, exhausting labor or restriction of freedom. So, you define going to work every day slavery.
No, because my labor is not exhaustive, and I can leave anytime I want to.
And so, someone whose labor is exhausting, do you define that as slavery?
According to the definition, it would be.
That's not slavery.
I mean, that's why I'm looking it up right now. That's what it says: is a condition compared to that of a slave in respect of exhausting labor or restricted freedom.
That's the definition.
Yeah, yeah. You
The
also have
definition of slavery is, I'm going to pull up.
there's three of them.
Okay, let's go. Give me just a second here.
Someone said forced unpaid labor,
All
owning
right.
people as property.
The practice of the slavery is the practice or institution of holding people as chattel involuntarily and under threat of violence.
Yeah.
The state of a person who is forced, usually under threat of violence, to labor for the profit of another. A situation or practice in which people are coerced to work under conditions that are exploitative. Okay? And so that is the definition of slavery. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And so now we're going to go back to the topic.
So it said the Old Testament condones slavery. Where does it condone slavery? What
In the Old
specific
Testament,
what specific verse?
Exodus 21, Leviticus 25, Deuteronomy 20, Deuteronomy 21, Leviticus, Exodus 20, Ephesians 6. I mean, throughout the whole dang on book.
Well, Exodus 21 says when you buy a Hebrew servant, he is to serve you 6 years, and on the seventh year you let him go for free for nothing.
Keep reading.
And if he came in by himself, he should go out by himself. If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him.
Keep reading.
If his master gives him a wife, and he has borne sons and daughters, the wife and the children shall be their masters, and he shall go
Stop.
out by himself.
Who do the wife and children belong to?
The master,
Therefore, they are.
slaves.
Do you need to read more?
Is that forced?
Can they leave with their husband and daddy?
No, because they didn't come in with him.
So then, is it voluntary that they stay?
It's involuntary that they stay.
So then, your answer to is it forced is
No, it wouldn't be forced because they belong to the master.
oh my fucking gosh, I can't do this. I can't. I cannot do this.
It's like if
This is the 1-year-old conversation again. This is the 1-year-old conversation. Like I feel like this is Sterling. This gotta be Sterling behind that.
it's like if you have maids or anything like that. They technically belong to you.
I'm sorry, somebody just paid to drop you. So I do have to drop you down, okay? How do you say it's involuntary and at the same time say it's not forced?
Just making up shit as they go. Anything to make excuses for that guy.
Does anybody else feel like that might have been Sterling behind the bread and wine? Same. It just feels like it was the same level of logic. Yeah, I think so too, Hector. Kamari said forced to volunteer. No, it wasn't also. That definitely wasn't also, but he sounded like he might have been a Sterling number 2. Y'all, I have to take a bathroom break right quick. Lala, do you want to do like the announcements or something I get back, or you want to start with him?
I'll do the announcement.
Okay, I'll be real quick.
Hey y'all, can y'all get these likes up to 300,000, please? Help Thinker out with her gift goal, the cheering crab. Also, let's share some more. Let's get these shares up to 1,000, please. As well as please subscribe to Thinker's YouTube at Arc Thinker, ARCH Thinker, as well as Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash. Don't forget to subscribe here on the live as well. Hit the go button on your bottom left hand corner. Thank you. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Jimmy? Don't think Jimmy's here. I'm gonna drop you, Jimmy. So I can find someone else. If you're if you want to come up and have a discussion, please let us know in the comments. But you also have to hit the request button. Okay. See, I'll check.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello. Are you a Christian?
I will not state. I want you to answer or ask me some questions, actually. Non bi.
Okay. Not gonna work.
Uh oh, what happened? What happened with the
He
first
said
guy?
oh, the first guy, he wasn't there. He might have been
Oh,
asleep. And then
and
the
what did
second guy, I
Face? What did
asked him
Face
if he
do?
was Christian. He said he's not going to state, so I dropped him.
Oh, that's Face. That's my homie.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well,
Yeah. Well, but what did like Face? You know the rules up in here. Why are you doing that to Lala? You can't be doing that. You know the rules in here. No, you done got yourself dropped now, Faced. Why didn't you answer her question?
he was like, he said, I'm not going to explain. He wanted us to ask him questions. And I'm like, nope. So I dropped it.
No, Faze, you know we don't ask questions up in here. You know that's not how it works. And then Lala done dropped you now, so I can't bring you back up. You can't do it. You can't do it now. You came up in here and you like, you know how it works in here, friend.
No, he got low-eyed.
Is it Uncle Elrod? Uncle Elrod? Okay, I think you asleep. Thank you so much for typing that, Tesco. Uh, if you're talking about us, please let me know, and I'll let you know my feelings about how you feel about us being shameful. Face, you can't come up here and ask questions. Okay, thank you, Tesco. I promise you, I'm wide awake. But since you feel a lot of shame right now, I'm gonna bless you and send you on your way. Okay. Anybody else need me to block them because you don't have enough power to block yourself? Go ahead and comment, and I will do the honors. I am in the mood, Normally, I don't do the blocking for you, but I am very much in the mood now. So if you don't have the self control to block yourself, just comment block me, and I'll go ahead and do it for you. Public Public Enemy said I'm blocked spiritually. John, how are you?
I'm fine.
That's good. Can I get an age check, please?
I'm 32 years old. I'm a Christian.
Okay. Thank you. And which topic did you want to discuss? And please don't pick topic 3.
Uh, I wanted to answer that question about slavery.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, during that time of ancient time, specifically during Isaiah's time, the the prophet Elisha, we can read there and see that there was a prophet who owed another man money and died before he paid him. So, being that he was unable to pay, his children were to be taken slave for a period of time so that that debt can be paid. That's why that woman is crying to Elisha to help her clear that debt. Well, Elisha helped and the debt was cleared. But others who didn't have that comfort of Elisha were forced to slavery, not as that where you are beaten like the modern day slavery of Africans where they were taken. It's different. So those times there were different kind of slavery, not necessarily that people were captured. Some owed others, some were captured during war, and some were in a setup of slavery where you agreed to work for somebody to get something in return, like rent. That is my definition.
So, are you trying to say that by your understanding, if slavery was that in the Bible, that it's okay because it's different? Is that what you're trying to
Some
express?
was okay. Yeah, some was okay because you are there to pay debt. You are not taken
Okay.
for, you are taken for a period of time. So
Okay.
you
And
could clear
so,
your debt.
okay, you already explained. I'm just trying to see like what point
Yeah.
that you're trying to get at. And so, you're under the impression that the only type of slavery in this Bible is debt slavery. And that's the only type of slavery that this God condones. But before we even get into the different types of slavery that the God condones, you talked about the story with Elijah and the woman that came to him crying because the slavers were going to come and take her children.
Yes.
Do you think that the children wanted to, or that she wanted her children to go?
She did not want them to go. That's why she
Okay,
sought for.
do you think that it's fair for the children to be taken as slaves to pay the debt of their now deceased father?
It's not fair
Okay, so the
if they had
children, I'm
started
sorry, that's
for
okay. Hey,
paying.
you already said it's not fair. So the children were taken as slaves against their will to pay their deceased father's debt, to work that off. Um, and so we have the indentured servitude in the Bible. Okay. Another thing when it comes to like indentured servitude, we saw where the creditors could come and just take children of people who don't pay their debt. But another thing that could happen is that the person that owed the debt could choose himself for somebody else to go into the creditor's home and be the slave or the servant in place of the debtor. And so he could send a slave in to serve his time. He could send a spouse in, a wife or a concubine to serve his time, or he could send a child in to serve his time while he's alive. So then the man would basically enslave or use his family or other slaves to serve as a slave to the creditor for himself. So that was another form of another practice in indentured servitude in ancient Israel. But so we've identified indentured servitude there. There is another form of slavery where
Well,
humans were. I'm sorry. Can I finish talking? I didn't interrupt you while you were talking, did I? The other form of slavery in the Bible that is condoned by this God is owning human beings as property for life, as permanent slaves, right? And passing them down to their children or family members as inheritance, like money or assets. Now, these people were typically foreigners, people from foreign nations, and they could be acquired by buying them or trading them. And the way the Israelites would get these enslaved people is that they would go to foreign nations, go to the slave market, or wherever they were selling debt slaves. They would buy debt slaves from other nations and then bring them back to the land of Israel and make them permanent slaves. So Israel was essentially taking away the temporary status of a foreign slave and making them permanent slaves for life in their land. That's one way. Another way was for them to make a tenant farmer who owed them money a permanent slave. And then if that tenant farmer had children on their land, then those children automatically became the property of the Israelites. Another way that they were able to go and get this chattel slaves as property is that they could go to lands far away from the land of Israel and offer those lands terms of peace, give them the opportunity to surrender to them and become their forced labor voluntarily. Now, if the men of the land said no and decided to fight back, then Israel was instructed to go to war, kill all the men, and take the women and children as their slaves. Similar to what was done in Africa and what we see done in other areas of the world. That's the second institution of slavery that this God condoned. The third institution of slavery that this God condones in this Bible is the practice of sex slavery, where women are sold into slavery for the purposes of breeding, sexual intercourse, or marriage. We don't talk about the third one a lot, but it's there. Go ahead.
well, as I was saying, the slavery during those times are quite different from the modern day slavery. That meaning the African ones that were taken by the Europeans.
What's
It was
different?
quite different. I will show you. First of all, There are quite a number of instances where we see how slaveries were acquired in the Bible. First, some were sold by their own kinsmen and their brothers.
Wait, you gotta
Example,
let me know who you're talking about. Are you talking about Africa? Or are you talking about ancient Israel?
no. I'm talking about the Bible. I'm telling you that it was quite different
I'm
from
at
the
when you
modern.
start listing. Hold on. When you start listing the differences, I need you to say first in Africa this happened, in ancient Israel this happened. Like when you start listing them, I
Yes.
need to know which nation you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, sorry. It was the Israelites one. I will start with the ancient ones. There were instances where family members sold their 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 children or their brothers to other nations because of their misunderstanding at home. A case example here is Joseph. He was sold by his brothers to Egypt as
I
a
don't need you to give.
slave.
Hey, don't give me don't because you're gonna take forever if you start giving me examples. Just list the differences,
I'll give
please.
you three of them. He was sold to
No, I
a
don't need
family named
examples.
Joseph.
No, I don't need examples in the Bible. Just list the differences. What are the differences between the slavery in the Bible and the African slavery that you're talking about? Give
Well,
me the
the difference
differences.
is here in Africa, they were taken by force. Others were the tribals, they were fighting and captured other members of other tribe and sold them because they were at war. Here we can see he was sold by his own people. Another thing, wherever they were sold, they were treated quite different from how Africans were treated by Europeans. An example is this man called Joseph was treated well by
I
his
asked you not to give me
master.
differences. I asked you not to go into the differences yet. I mean, not to go into the examples. Just list the differences, okay? We
Yeah,
can talk about the examples
the
in a minute.
difference.
I'm writing down what you said. Can you just list the differences first?
Yeah, okay. I will
Thank you.
start with yes. First of all, you have seen that one. The second one is the Africans were treated harshly by their masters. Case difference from the Bible. The other one is there were no form of payment in African slavery, whereas in the Bible there were payments, either by paying date or after you are released you are paid. Africans were not paid. That's a difference. Another one, Africans were segregated and treated differently from their master. In the Bible, the slaves in the Bible were treated differently. They were given some form of being able to interact with the masters of those days. That's another
What do you
difference.
mean
There
interact?
were no apartheid
What do you mean
in the
interact?
ancient time.
What do you mean they were able to interact? Be more specific, please.
Like there were no place that were separated for those slaves, as I understand that Africans were segregated in some places in those
Like, what do
countries
you
of white
mean?
people.
Like, what? Can be more specific. Like, what do you mean they could interact?
They could
When you say
use,
they were segregated, when you say the slaves were segregated, like, are you saying like the slaves had to live in slave quarters and then the slave masters lived in a different house? And you're saying that in ancient Israel, the slaves and the masters lived in the same house? Like, what are you saying?
I am saying that they were not allowed, Africans were not allowed to mix with their masters, in quotes.
You said in
Whereas,
court?
yeah, because I don't believe they were their masters.
What do you mean in court?
Because in the master in the Bible is interacting with their slave.
What do you mean they were like slave masters talk to their slaves even in the antebellum South? How do you think that they gave them orders? Like, what do you mean in court? Are you saying COURT? Court?
Quotes. The
Quotes?
quotes. Yeah, I don't believe they were their masters.
Wait, I don't understand what
That's
you're saying.
what
Are you saying they couldn't marry? What are you saying? Like they couldn't marry each other? Is that what you're saying? Have sex and all that?
No, I'm saying this. In African and the Europeans, they were not supposed to interact. Their language was just giving orders and following orders. Whereas in the Bible, they are given even freedom to go on with their job or their course of the day, not necessarily an order coming, but like a consultation. A case
A
here is that one.
consultation.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, you're gonna have to give me an example of this one because I don't understand what you're saying.
I was
Give
giving
me an
you an
example.
example of
No,
Potiphar and Joseph. He
oh,
was a
okay,
slave
Potiphar.
of
Okay,
Potiphar.
all right, that's Egypt,
Yes.
right? That's not
Yes.
ancient Israel. That is in Egypt. We are
It is in
talking
the Bible.
about the slave. No, we're talking about the slavery your God condoned. Your God was not the God of Egypt.
You want me to give you the
I'm
where the
the
Israelites
God
are?
your the slavery that your God condoned. Like, why are you talking to me about slavery in Egypt?
Because it is in the Bible.
I don't. Okay, listen. Compare and contrast the slavery that your God condoned. Okay, not just any slavery in the Bible, because I could talk to you about Babylonian slavery. Like, why would I do that? Right? We're talking about the slavery that your God condoned for the Israelites to participate in, and you brought up the transatlantic slave trade. What are the differences between the slavery that your God allowed the Israelites to participate in as the slave masters and the transatlantic slave trade that you're trying to make? Okay?
Yes. So I'll move out away from the Potiphar and Joseph. I will come to the slave, the case of these children of this woman who was seeking help to Elisha. That I will build my mind in there. As we can see, there is form of payment here in this kind of slavery that is different from the slavery of the Europeans and Africans in America. Because after some time, while they had served this master, they were to be released after that debt was cleared. That is one
Yeah,
form of
you already
payment.
gave that. You already gave that as an example. Do you have any more, or are you just getting ready to repeat the same things? Like, I'm gonna tell you what I wrote down, okay? And then that way you'll know where to pick up. The family sold their family to other nations. They were taken by force, sold them because they were at war. They were treated quite differently, harshly by their masters and in by Europeans. No form of payment in African slavery. Payment by debt or by release in Israel slavery. Africans were segregated and treated differently. Slaves in the Bible were able to interact with their masters. I'm gonna cross that one out because I don't know what you're going there. But that's what you've given so far. What else do you have, or are you done?
I will give the last one, then I will be done. The case of African slavery as to Europeans, it was not from the Bible. They were not instructed by God to do so. But
That's not a similarity or a difference. Right now, you are asserting a belief that you have, right? A different
there's a
point. We can
point I
talk about
want
that
to
later.
make.
That's not. Hold on. You are listing similarities or differences right now. Are you done listing those?
Well, I can tell you that the Europeans are not the only ones that enslaved
Okay.
Africa.
Are you done listing similarities and differences? We get into the rest of it in a minute. Right now, we're talking about, was the slavery that your God condoned in the Bible similar to the slavery in the antebellum South? Are you done listing those differences?
I'm done.
Okay. Now, the first thing I want to do is I want to go to Leviticus 25. Okay.
Okay.
First, we have to identify the institutions of slavery here, because I went over this with you and it seemed to have just like went over your head as I was listing them. Now, you've mentioned the indentured servitude several times, and that is the slavery that is the ancient Hebrews did practice, and that starts at Leviticus 25, verse 39 through verse 43, right? And I'll read this really fast. And if your brothers becomes poor beside you and sells himself to you, you shall not make him serve as a slave. This right here, this statement, that's your God talking, right? You see the
Right?
quotation marks up there? That's your God talking as he dictates these laws to Moses. And he's saying, and if your brother becomes poor beside you and sells himself to you, you shall not make him serve as a slave. So your God is saying to Moses that to let the Israelites know, do not make an Israelite serve as a slave. You agree that that's what that's saying there?
Yes, I agree with you.
All right. He shall be with you as a hired servant and as a sojourner. So prior to Leviticus 25, they were dead slaves, but now they had to be paid. They were a hired servant, right?
Right.
You see that?
Yes.
Okay. He shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Here we have Jubilee was either 7 years or 50 years. So a person could go and sell themselves. Um, well, not necessarily sell themselves. They could go and be a hired servant to another Israelite, and they could work for them for whatever amount of money until the 7 year Jubilee or the 50th year Jubilee. Once that time was over, he was to go out from the slave owner, he and his children with him, and go back to his own family and return to the possessions of his father. He was to be fully restored, right, to his ancestral property as an Israelite. For they are my servants, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. So he's like, these are my servants, these are my slaves, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. Do you see that? He says it again, right? Do not sell an
Yes.
Israelite the way slaves are sold, right?
Yes.
And this
Yes.
is for Israelites, correct? For they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. So these instructions that he's given to Moses are to the Israelites about about who?
Yes.
They're to the Israelites about who?
The Israel. This one is for Israelites.
For Israelites. So do
Yeah,
not
mainly.
treat, right? Um, do not make an Israelite serve as a slave, right? Do not sell an Israelite as a slave. You see those two very explicit, do not do these things coming from your God.
Yes.
You shall not rule over him with harshness, but shall fear your God. Now we go at verse 44, we begin to see a different institution of slavery. Lala, can you let Dr. Bowen up? Good morning, Dr. B. We see a different institution of slavery beginning at verse 44. As for your male and female slaves, whom you may have, you may buy male and female slaves from among the nations that are around about you. Now, as we can see the segregation here that you mentioned that did not exist, that existed in the antebellum South, that you believe did not exist here in ancient Israel. Do you see a distinction between how an Israelite is to be treated versus a foreigner?
Yes, there is a difference.
There
This
is a
one is
difference.
being bought from other nations.
From other nations, they can be bought, right? But who cannot be bought and sold?
The one that is offering himself to work
What are they
for you
called?
because he's good.
What are they called? They have a name.
They are Israelites.
The Israelites cannot be bought and sold. But a foreigner, right, which would be an African, right? Someone in Africa, someone in Egypt, someone in Babylon, that they could be bought and sold, right?
Yeah, from other nations.
Yeah, from other nations.
They do not have them.
Yeah. So there's the segregation there, right? The distinction there. Then he says, you may also buy from among the strangers who sojourn with you and their families that are with you who have been born in your land. So you can buy the children, like if there is a foreigner who lives in your land, who is a tenant farmer, and they get into debt, you can turn their family, their children into your property, right? He says, and they may be your property. This word here is not used when describing the Israelites up here, is it? The Israelites are not to be property, are they?
Yeah, they are not supposed to be because they offered themselves because they were poor. They were not bought.
But they could not be bought, could they?
They can't be bought because they offered themselves for
Nope, they could
because
not
they
be
are poor.
bought. Nope, they could not be bought, and they could not sell themselves because they were Israelites. Because they are Israelites, they could not be bought or sold. That was the law,
Yes.
right? It's because of who they are. Does that make sense? But
Somehow
I'm sorry.
it's making sense, but if you look it like they are offering themselves for because of poverty, you can't buy that person as
But
the same
because of
as
who
the
the
one that buys.
John, but because of who they are, they got that option. They were the only ones given that option because of who they are. Nobody else was given the option to sell their labor to an Israelite, but an Israelite. Everyone else from other nations became property of the Israelites. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay.
It's
All
making
right.
sense in a way that even I can tell you that you can treat your own kind somehow different from the other ones that you can like. I'm sorry to use this.
Hold on. Before you
If
get
you
to the
buy
justification, before you get to your justifications, let's identify the institutions of slavery that you said didn't exist first, okay?
right,
Let's let's identify the institutions and go through the differences, all right, that you mentioned, and then you can get to your justifications. All right. Now, he's verse 46 says, "You may bequeath them to your sons after you to inherit as a possession forever." Do you see that?
yes,
That means that these people who can be bought and sold as slaves who are not Israelites, who are of other nations like Africa, can be kept as property forever. They become permanent slaves. There is no release after 7 years, after 50 years. Do you see that? John? Hold on, did my sound go out?
I hear you.
Yeah.
John, are you there?
That's dropped.
Let's see if his call dropped. Let's see if he comes back. I mean, I thought it was a good conversation. What the fuck happened? Did his call drop?
I gotta tell you, I am really excited for when I get to hear you like, like say actually this Hebrew word and you pronounce it, just as it's supposed to be, and say now if you do some lexicography on this, you can see it comes from over here, and when it's used in this syntactical construction, it's gonna be
I
pretty
know, I've
amazing.
been talking about that all night. I can't wait. I,
I feel
I
like you're
don't
kind of
think
an
he's coming back.
unstoppable force at the moment. It's gonna be it's just not gonna be fair to everybody calling in. I mean, like even less fair, I guess.
I want to see if he's gonna come back because that was just like unexpected. Let's see. I don't know if you're waiting to come on stage. Can you please comment? Maybe that's him in the box coming back because that was unexpected. Oh, well, that ain't him. Okay, he ain't coming back. Let's see. Khalil, what is it?
I'm sorry, I can't do it.
Khalili?
That's what it looked like. What is your name?
Sorry, you guys talking to me?
Yes.
Oh,
Kalili.
he's back. Hey,
Oh, it
he's
is.
back. Yeah, he's back. Kalili, give us a second. I'm gonna take you down and bring John back up so we
Yeah,
can
that's fine.
finish. Okay, thank you. I figured something happened, John, because it just didn't feel right that you ran in the middle of that. There wasn't any contention, so I didn't expect to send another request. I could bring you back up. There we go. Okay, John. All right. I figured something must have happened to your connection. But do you see where it says that those that are sold and bought of the foreign nations become the possession of the Israelite forever, the property of the Israelite forever?
Yes.
And then it says, you may make slaves of them. Do you remember up here? He says that you cannot treat an Israelite and make him serve as a slave. Remember, he was very adamant about that. Like he said, do not do these two things. Do not make an Israelite serve as a slave. Do not sell an Israelite as a slave. But here he says, you may make slaves
May.
of the foreign nations, of the people in foreign lands. So he's saying you can do this to these people.
Yes.
He says, "But over your brethren, the people of Israel, you shall not rule one over another with harshness." So, with the differences that you gave, um, you said that they had there was no form of payment in African slavery. Do you see any form of payment here?
For these people that were bought from other nations, I cannot see some form of payment there.
Right. And then the release. You said that there was no release in uh, antebellum South and the transatlantic slave trade, but that was released in Israel. There is no release here with these people either, correct?
There is an option of release because it's using the name you may, and the other one you shall.
Hmm.
The one with shall is a mandatory. This one for other nation, there's an option of releasing them.
There is an option of releasing these people.
Yes,
Um, let's see. It's on their inheritance. You see, you may bequeath them to your sons after you to inherit as a possession forever. You may make slaves of them, but over your brethren, the people of Israel, you shall not rule one over the other. Um, so are you saying that these people had that they could let these people go? Is what you're saying? Like, if they wanted to, they were the ones that get to decide how long the person rules. Is what you're saying?
yes,
I'll give you that because even in the antebellum South, slave masters would, upon their deathbed, give freedom to some of their slaves if they wanted to. But
yeah,
it was up to the slave owner to decide if he was going to keep that human for forever. Correct?
correct.
Yeah. But what your God didn't do, John, is say, "Don't own humans forever." Correct? He
He did not.
allowed he put the power in the hands of another human to decide the fate of another human, whether they are property forever or not. Correct?
Correct.
Could he just
Okay.
explain the flex there? Because I missed it. What's the flex of they may release them? I don't think I understand.
He was saying that up here, the God said, "You shall release them in 7 years during the year of Jubilee." And then he's like, down here, the God said, "You can release them, or you can keep them forever,
Yeah, I
not
mean,
that you shall."
but how is that a flex? Because that's true in like all forms of slavery. Like I don't think
Right.
there's ever been a law that said. I mean, maybe there has, and I just don't know about it. But you shall not set your slave free. I don't know if I've seen that one.
Is it my question?
Yeah, he's talking to you.
Well, you must understand that the situation that brought this slave into being is different. It's different from the ones that were taken from Africa. The situations are different.
Therefore, what?
Therefore, you have an option of releasing them or not releasing them because you had paid for them.
Did masters in the antebellum South have that option?
They had that option, but the situation was not the same.
Well, therefore, what? Like you're not giving me a therefore. So you know, in ancient Israel, they had the option. Masters had the option to set their slaves free. Okay. In the antebellum South, they had the option to set their slaves free. And I'm saying, what's the symmetry breaker there? And you're saying because the situation was different. So go ahead and explain how that's a symmetry breaker.
Because the slaves of Israelites were gotten by either buying them from the conquered nation. They were their enemies. The ones that were gotten from Africa were never enemies of Europeans
Why do you think that they were the enemies?
because they fought with them.
So do you
They
know what a
were enemies.
do you know what a toshav is?
That was the rule of the war at those times. You
Yeah,
capture
so
them,
if you yeah,
go to the market, you sell them.
just say no if you don't know. It's okay. So in verse 45, it says, you may also get them from, and it's translated different ways, but like the tenant farmers, or I'm trying to think of other ways that Toshav is translated there, but it's like you have residents that are living in the land of Israel and generally farming, renting out and farming on Israelite land. They're not their enemies, right? They're people living in the land with them.
They were farming there because they were in their land. They were not ready to secede those land to Israel. So Israel had an option of capturing them and making them slave or selling them.
So you keep moving now. Like, so they're not their enemies or they are their enemies.
They are their enemies.
So let's just see if I understand what you're saying here. Jim, Moabite, or Jim, I don't know, uh, non-Israelite who's living in the land, right, comes up to Frank, Israelite, and says, Frank, I'd like to rent out, a hectare of your land so that I can farm on it. And Frank says, yeah, sure, here you go. It's going to be like 10 shekels of silver a year. And they're like, all right, great. And then Frank goes away and starts, or Jim, I think it's Jim, foreigner goes away and starts tilling the land. And a couple years later, Frank says, you know what? That guy's my enemy. I get to go take him. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying they were farming on those lands, but when their nation started fighting with the Israelites, there was that enmity. So even these farmers, being part of those tribes, became casualties of war.
Yeah, see, I just don't think you understand what's going on in the text. So if you look at verse 47, these same people, these Toshavs, these tenant farmers, the text says, here's what happens if a Toshav becomes very wealthy and takes Israelites as slaves. Does it say they're your enemies, so like go destroy them or something? No, it says they can do that, but you pay them a particular ransom or something, and or a particular redemption price, and then you can get them back. But if you can't pay that redemption price, they get released in the 50th year. Like they fall under the law of the land, right? I don't. You're not justifying that they're enemies, and
It is,
furthermore, I don't see why that makes a difference. But go ahead.
it is like this. Those poor Israelites were still farmers alongside those that were not. So if this one became so poor that he could not, he incurred debts and he offered himself to be a slave, he was to be treated differently from the other ones that were not Israelites, but they had gotten into such situation also, but they had no option of being released after Jubilee or being treated the same as the Israelites. They are on the same category, the poor Israelites and these ones that were farming there. They had also either incurred debt or they had issue of finances that made them to be taken as slaves. Only the treatment of Israelites and those that were not was different.
Right? Isn't Pinker? Wasn't that your point that they're different?
That what did he say is different?
The way that they're treated? Is that what you said, John?
Yes,
No, we weren't talking about treatment. We were talking about the institution of slavery. Like, what is slavery? Like,
Right.
what?
Sorry,
What?
I guess I meant that more
Oh,
broadly. Like you don't have to release the
right,
foreigner.
right.
That's what I'm trying to understand. I mean, it
Yes,
sounds like
that
you
is
agree, John, right? It sounds like you agree that just very basically here that if you have a foreigner, they don't have to be released. You can keep them for life. You can pass them on as inheritance. You know, when you're on your deathbed, you can say, "Hey, listen, my son, um, here's 1,000 shekels of silver that I've saved up, and here's this this really useful donkey. Oh, and here are my 3 slaves. Okay, they're yours. You know, God be with you."
yes, that is correct.
And you couldn't
It
do
is
that with
like that,
Israelites.
but you could not do that with Israel because they were your kinsmen. You cannot treat your
Oh yeah,
kinsmen
that's the
as the
point. Why
same.
why is he repeating that again? Yeah, that's the point. That's what
Yeah,
it
yeah, you
means.
cannot treat them the same.
Right.
Even in your culture, you could not treat those that you captured during the war the same as you treated your kinsmen.
Yeah, but your whole
Even
point,
our
but
culture,
your
we
whole
didn't
thing
do
was
that.
that this is different, right, than the slavery in the antebellum South, than the transatlantic slave trade. Except it's not.
It's different.
It's not different.
You so
You do know
this
that
one are.
in the antebellum South, who were the indentured servants?
I'm sorry.
Who were the indentured servants in the antebellum South in America?
I hope they were Africans.
In America?
Your accent is somehow. I didn't get that name. Into what?
When the Europeans had indentured servants, who were the indentured servants?
I think they were Africans that were taken from Africa.
No, no.
Who are they?
They were the Europeans, the
So
Scottish and
they
the
had.
Irish. They had
Okay.
indentured servants. So Europeans, right, had
Yes.
put other Europeans in the place of indentured servants. Who became property?
Africans.
Africans.
Yes.
Do you see the similarities?
The similarities are there, but the situations are different.
What's different?
Yes. All I'm saying, the situation in
What is different?
Europeans in Africa is different from the situations of Israelites.
What is
There was
different?
no war with Africans never went war with Europeans. They captured them. They did nothing to Europeans. There were no war. They had no
Okay.
debt of Europeans. The
Okay.
other
And
ones
so
in the Israel, they either had debt, they had war, or they were acquired because of the situation of war in that country.
okay, let's go here.
In Africa, it was different.
Hold on. Okay. We're gonna deal with that one. This is Deuteronomy chapter 20, right? Starting with verse 10. When you go, hold on, is this the King James? That's the easy to read. Hold on.
You go to war.
All right. It says, when you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you at forced labor. But if it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, right, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all its males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, livestock, and everything else, and the town, all its spoil. You may enjoy the spoil of your enemies, which the Lord your God has given you. Thus you shall treat all the nations that are very far from you. which are not of these nations here. Right? So to the nations that are very far away from Israel, right? They are to go into these people's towns who are minding their own dang business and tell them, we're going to, before we go to war against you and force you to become our slaves, we're going to give you the opportunity to become our slaves. How is it different?
But the far that you read is not that far as you put it.
What do
Like
you
the use
mean?
of an Africa.
It does. Listen, don't focus on where it is. It's not the land of Canaan that he's telling them to do this to. These are other nations that are far away from the land of Canaan. He's saying, go into nations far away from you, right? Offer them the ability to become your slaves peacefully. If they make war against you, then go to war, kill all the men and take the women and children. How is it different?
By this word far, it does not mean that far. It means those that are not inside that land of Canaan.
What does it
The
matter?
neighboring
Why are
countries.
you focused on how far it is? Why are you focused on how far? How is it different that they go into nations that is not their enemy, nations that is not of the land that your God told them they could have? Right? They're going into foreign nations. How is it different?
It is different this way.
How?
This way. These Canaanites and
They're
these
not
other
the Canaanites. That's the whole point. Listen, that's the
they
whole
were
point.
inside that.
They are not the Canaanites. Literally it says, for the Canaanites, you must not let anything that breathes remain alive. Indeed, you shall annihilate them, not make them slaves, kill them all. The Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, the Jebusites, those people were to be killed, not made slaves of. Okay? How is it different?
It is different because they were neighboring them, and being their neighbor, there were conflicts.
Okay, listen, just because you say that they
Not
were
all
that
time
it, like literally,
conflicts.
hold on. So you're trying to say that being next to Canaan made them automatic enemies, and that the Israelites had every right to go into a neighboring town, right, and just force them people into slavery. People that had done nothing to the Israelites.
It is not saying they had not done
Show me
nothing to
what they
them.
did. Show me what these other nations did to them. Where show me, pull up what the other nations did to them that warranted this. What scripture?
Like the Assyrians, they were not inside Canaan. They
Are you
were
saying that the
neighbors.
Israelites, are you trying to say that the Israelites went into the land of Assyria?
No,
And it's
but
okay, I'm talking
inside.
about the nations. I'm talking about the nations that your God is telling the Israelites to go into. Show me the justification for it.
Those times, they were not nations like we are. They were governed
Show me
by
the
cities.
justification for what you're saying right now, please, in the Bible.
In the book of Kings, a king of Assyria declared war on Israel.
Are
So,
you saying that
those
Israel,
nations
are you saying Israel went into Assyria and enslaved them?
necessarily no.
No.
But
I need you to show me the justification for the towns that your God is telling Israel to go into and enslave. The towns that he's telling them to go into and enslave that you are justifying right now. Don't talk about Assyria anymore because they did not enslave Assyria.
the Bible is saying there, you read that if if that is to
Where
say
where do you see the
their
word if?
freedom
Where do you see
is
the this
coming,
says when, not if. When.
or when. It is not saying necessarily it occurred. It is telling them that when that situation is
How is this
supposed to
process,
do this.
stop, John. How is this process of acquiring forced labor different than what the Europeans did in Africa? How is it different?
Israelites, as you said, never went to other nations
I
to
never
fight
said
them.
that. Don't put words in my mouth. I did not say that. Do not put words in my
There's
mouth.
nowhere in the Bible that says Israelites went and
So
fought
then,
outside
so
Canaan,
so how is this process different than what Europeans did in Africa? Then
because Israelites never did that.
how is the process different? Your God is telling them what to do here. How is it different? How is what your God saying here different than what the Europeans did in Africa?
Well, it is different because Israel never went to war outside Canaan.
You just gonna keep saying the same shit. The
That
process,
was
John, John,
telling them
John,
if
John,
that
John, John. I am not asking you if they ever did it. Okay. We are talking about the process laid out here. Process, John. Okay. Your God laid out a process for acquiring forced labor here. How is this process for acquiring forced labor different than how the Europeans did it in Africa? The process, John.
the process may be right, but the people that did that are not Israelites. They are Europeans,
So,
which are
John,
not part
hold
of
on.
Israel.
Okay, John, did your God in this Bible lay out this process for the Israelites to do?
Yeah, for that time.
Okay, so your God gave the process, and the Europeans followed the words of your God in this book.
You are put, you are shown it like I agreed, but I agree with you that, but I don't think God intended for Europeans to do that.
Did your God intend for you to be reading this book today, 2024?
Yeah, because
Did
I
your
am a
God
follower
intend
of
for
the
did your God
old.
intend for you to believe that you are to marry a woman and the two of you become one?
What?
Did your God intend for you to believe that it is his will for a man and a wife to marry, to leave his father and mother and cleave to his wife and the two become one?
Yes.
Why?
For creation and procreation
But but
purposes.
but it was written before this was written. Why would that apply to you today in 2024, but this would not apply to the Europeans in 1619?
Because of the gospel. We cannot read an Old Testament entirely alone
But that's in the
without
Old
reading
Testament,
the New
John.
Testament.
The whole Adam and Eve story, the whole Adam and Eve story is in the Old Testament, John.
Yes. And I am
So
a
then, so
Christian. I'm a
why are
believer in
you
Christ.
applying that to your life? Why would that apply to your life in 2024 if this did not apply to the Europeans' life in 1619? Why would it even apply to anybody's life after the fact? This was written in BC time. Why would Genesis, what was written in the BC era, matter to anybody written in the Common Era time?
Because the intention of gospel and Christianity is to take
There
whatever
was no
is good to
Christianity
us
then,
from
John.
the book, from the Old Testament, and the other ones that
we may see that are not good. As Jesus said, the law says, if somebody strike you, strike him. But I say, if somebody strike you, give another. So, not everything in the Old Testament are to be followed.
So should you be stoning your kids today
Why?
then, John? Should you be
That's
stoning your
why
kids?
I never
John,
agreed with
John,
you about
John,
slavery.
should you be stoning your kids today?
No,
Why not? Jesus said you should.
he never said that.
He did.
He said, you are not to strike. You should give another cheek for you to be strike again. That is to
John,
say, you should not change.
your Jesus called the Pharisees hypocrites for creating a new tradition that allowed them not to have to stone kids. In Matthew 15,
But he never said you should stone them.
he literally said, for
He
God
was
said,
just
honor, I'm talking now. He said, and why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of your tradition? He's talking to the Pharisees. For God said, honor your father and your mother, and whoever speaks ill of father or mother must surely die.
he's
That's
showing them
Jesus.
they are
That's
hypocrite.
Jesus. He's showing them the hypocrisy. I mean, you want to know what their hypocrisy was? It comes after
Of
this word,
following
but.
some
Hold on,
laws.
John, because you're going to miss it. You're going to miss it. The hypocrisy that this Jesus is showing the Pharisees comes after this word, but. After Jesus says, God says, children who disobey or dishonor their mother and father should die, here comes the hypocrisy. But you say, whoever tells father or mother, whatever support you might have had from me, I'm giving to God now. Then that person need not honor father or mother. So, for the sake of your tradition, you Pharisees, you nullify the word of God. Jesus saw it as hypocritical that they were complaining about Jesus' disciples not washing their hands before they eat, while the Pharisees were not stoning kids for dishonoring their parents.
Yes, that is hypocrisy. That is just to show them they are
And
hypocrite.
then
If
he
they were
said, you
following that law,
nullify,
it will
you
bring them to the
nullify.
altar.
Then he said, you nullify, you make the word of God to no power when you do this. And then he says, for Isaiah prophesied rightly about when you said, these people honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. In vain do they worship me, teaching human precepts as doctrines. Because the Pharisees had created their own tradition when it came to the law of stoning children for disobeying their parents, Jesus called them hypocrites for calling him out for not washing his hands. And then he said, you've created your own tradition and you nullify the word of God. And you say that you're worshiping God, but your hearts are far from him because you're teaching people your own traditions. Jesus called them out for not following the law and
Do you
stoning
know why
children.
they were not following that of stoning children against their parents? Because they were treating their parents badly. That's why they removed that law so that they may justify themselves by treating their parents bad. He's not saying that they should do that, but he's calling them for not following that law of mistreating their parents by removing some laws.
I don't know if you think you said anything different than what I just said. I don't know what you think you just said.
I'm saying that the Pharisees never put that law into action because they were them mistreating their parents. It's not the other way around. They
John,
were not
John,
following the law.
John,
So he's calling them out.
John, those people probably didn't want to kill children anymore, John. They probably didn't want to stone people anymore, John. They probably felt that creating this new tradition that allowed people to give money to the church instead of losing their life for cussing their mommy out was a better way. But your Jesus said, when you create your own traditions and change the law, you nullify the law, you hypocrite. Jesus saw that stoning the children according to the law was the right way. The Pharisees was like, we done, we tired of that shit. Let them pay a fine.
But that was not in the law. He's calling them hypocrites because of using some law and not using other. They were using
I
it
get why
to
he
their
called them a
benefit
hypocrite. I
with
get why he called
others.
them John. I get why he called them a hypocrite. But he also told them that they nullified the law by creating their own tradition, John. They nullified the law. He said, when you create your own tradition, you nullify the word of God. You are ignoring that part.
Yes. Do you think
Yes,
mistreating
what,
your
John?
parent is right? It is not right also.
Did you just say Jesus wasn't right also?
I'm saying this. By you mistreating your parent and bending the law so that you may be allowed to mistreat your parent is not right also. That's why Jesus is telling them, you should follow the law. You are not
And kill
supposed to
them?
be
Follow
stoned
the
if
law and
you,
stone them to death, John?
yeah, if they were true to the law, which they were not.
And your Jesus said, right? You do not actually worship God, right? In vain you worship God because you're teaching human precepts as law. Because the times were changing, John. The times were changing. The people were changing. They were
I
changing the
agree.
law to fit the times, to fit their knowledge, to fit their growth. They were reinterpreting prophecies because times were changing. That's what the Pharisees did. And Jesus was against that.
Jesus also told them not to kill because time has changed.
No, he
He's the
didn't.
one calling. He did. He told them, don't avenge, but be calm and also accept in humility to be mistreated. As a Christian, don't be vengeful to kill
He,
or to
he didn't
revenge.
say because times have changed. Like Jesus told y'all to become pacifists, pushovers. But he said, stone the kids though. Stone them little motherfuckers. Jesus said, fuck them kids.
You know, when the Bible used the name child, it is not a children under the age. You are a child of your parents. If you mistreat your parents, you are, by the law, you are supposed to be killed. But they averted that so that they may be suited to mistreat their parents. So he is calling them, if you truly think that you are following law, follow even this. They were unable to do that because they wanted to
I don't
stay
know
in a
why you
comfort
think like
mistreating their parents.
all you're doing is like quoting again what I said. Like your Jesus was a stickler for the law. Your Jesus wanted his disciples to follow the law. He was a stickler for the law of Moses. That's why he's telling them your human traditions, your human precepts is nullifying the word of God. Stop it. That's why he
If you
called
read,
out woe to scribes and Pharisees because they were changing the law.
if you
The
follow
law,
Jesus'
the
law,
law was brought.
just
The law was getting like literally. I don't even know if y'all think like what do y'all think when y'all hear the
look,
word law? Like hold on, John. When you hear the word law, right?
yes,
What do you think? It, don't mix
A law is
fabrics
something that
together.
should guide you.
Right. Like, do you have a law where you live?
Yes, there is a law in this country, in this land.
Does the law change as time goes on?
Yeah, law changes.
It needs to, don't it?
Yeah, because of time.
Because of time, right? We as
Yes.
humans, we evolve, we learn things. You know, technology comes out, things change. Certain laws don't need to exist anymore, right?
Yeah, as those of slaves also.
Yeah, but for
If
some odd reason, John, for some odd reason, you all keep trying to live by a law or justify a law that was created for people who lived in the late Bronze Age. In
like which
2024,
one?
you all keep trying to justify and hold people accountable to laws that people in the Greco-Roman period were even fucking tired of.
We don't
They were
follow
trying.
all of
They were
them.
trying to. They recognized the barbarianism and stoning their kids, and the Greco-Roman period, and tried to change that shit. They recognized, the evilness and stoning women for committing adultery, right, and tried to change that. They recognized how silly it was to be saying "don't eat shrimp" and tried to change that. But y'all want to stay in the late Bronze Age. Why?
No, no, we don't follow every law. That's why I'm telling you
Why are you
those
trying to
laws.
follow any of
Follow
it?
them.
Why are
You
you
don't
trying to
follow
follow
them.
any? Why are you even justifying any of it?
I never justified. If you
You
read
are. You
them,
have been sitting here
I
trying to
never
justify
argued.
fucking slavery, John.
No, no, I was just trying to make a difference of how Europeans they used the law in the Bible against whatever Jesus preached, and they called themselves Christians. That's why I agreed with you. If you
John,
listen
you
to me,
have
I
been
never
here
disagreed
arguing
with
the
you.
entire time. You've been here arguing the entire time. It's not the same slavery. And you wouldn't even allow
Yeah.
yourself to say that the process that your God laid out in Deuteronomy 20 is the same process that Europeans used when they went into Africa. You can't even bring yourself to say, yep, God gave them the instructions.
The situations were different. I keep on telling you the situations were different. That's why it is those times and these times. It is ancient, it is now. Those people are not as us. That's why
Then
the
stop
situation
reading
is
this fucking
different.
book, John. If
Yeah,
if the if this, go ahead, Doctor B.
I just want to. I'm trying to check the methodology here. So John, would you still say that if there was a law in Leviticus that said every Thursday afternoon you may unalive your neighbor um, for fun? Would you make the argument that um, well, it's a different situation, or would you just say, nah, that's immoral?
If it
In other
is
words, at what point? What's the threshold here? At what point would you say, yeah, that's probably a bad law. That's immoral. What would it take?
I can tell you, Joshua, that during those times and these times, people are living differently, quite different. The way we are perceived, the way we are advanced, even in our intellectual and thinking, is not the same as those people. That's why some law was suited for that time, and now they are not.
Do you are
I
you under
may
the
understand why they
John?
did that.
John, are you under the impression that that was an answer to my question?
What?
Do you think you answered my question?
I answered you that I may agree, I may understand why they did that at that time, not in this time.
Okay.
Time changes.
let's try it
Thinker
again.
had said that.
Let's hold on. Let's try it again because I'm not sure I was clear. Maybe that was the problem. So if there was a law in Leviticus that said every Thursday you may unalive your neighbor for fun, yes or no, would you say that is an immoral law?
It will be moral, and it cannot be. It cannot be there
It
in the
would be
first
moral
place.
or it would not be.
That is hypothetical. It will be. It won't be there because it can't
Why?
be there
Why?
because the situation and reasons are not allowing such things.
So you're saying there is no situation in which that law could be moral?
There is no
Okay,
situation that can
perfect.
allow that moral.
Okay, so some of your morality is objective.
I am saying that I am understanding wherever they were doing at that time because of the time they were living in.
So when the text says, or let's do another one. If I had a hypothetical text, hypothetically, let's say in Deuteronomy this time, that if someone raped uh, a woman who was not betrothed to a man, um, that he paid a fine, moral or immoral.
That is immoral, and that's why he is paying a fine.
That is moral. Is that what you said?
That is immoral.
No, no, not the act, the law.
The law of paying the fine,
Yes, that's. Do you think that that's moral?
if by that time they had an agreement that if you are caught doing this, you should pay in this form of this, I am understanding them. I am not necessarily agreeing with that. I am understanding why they did that.
Right. It's not a question of understanding it, though.
Some things
Why were you so?
you
What?
have
Let me
to
ask you why.
understand them.
Why were you? Why were you so sure that there could not be a law that said, every Thursday you may unalive your neighbor for fun? Why were you so sure that there couldn't be a law about that?
Because there are no reason of unaliving somebody on Thursday.
Okay.
There is
What
no
if the law?
reason. But
What
if
if the?
there is
Okay.
a reason,
Okay. Hold on,
it's
John.
okay.
John, I got you here. Let's do it this way. What if the law said, if you unalive your neighbor, you need to pay his family a fine of $20. Like if you unalive your neighbor for fun, you pay a fine of $20.
There is
Could
no
that be in
reason
there?
of unaliving somebody for fun. Even in the Bible, it is prohibiting people to do that for no
Okay.
reason.
Okay. So
There
so
must
so
be a reason.
okay. But you're
Give me a
saying,
reason. Give me a
just hang on,
reason.
just hang on. So you're saying that that law couldn't be there, um, even though the law is saying that it's not a good thing, right? There's a penalty for it. You're saying that the law would have to be more substantial in its penalty.
And the reason.
I mean, I think
There
I
must be.
gave a reason for fun, right?
No, that reason is. It cannot be that reason for that
Okay, all
reason.
right. Here, let's make it better.
Yeah, there must be.
The
Like,
the law
let me
says,
give one.
John,
Let me give
John,
one.
John.
If
No, no,
somebody
just
had killed somebody, you had unalived somebody for no good reason, they will be unalived on Thursday. That one, I agree with it. There is a
okay,
reason
but
for
that's
doing that because
yeah,
they did something wrong.
yeah, okay. I don't know how that speaks to this. So let's say the law said, um, if a man unalives his neighbor because he was rude to him, because the neighbor was rude to him. There's a penalty of $5. Can that law be there?
Well, the penalty must be higher. It
Oh,
must be
okay.
higher.
So it's not just that the law says it's not right. There has to be like a reasonable penalty for that. Is that what you're saying?
If there is a reasonable reason for making that person pay, it must be a reasonable payment.
Okay, good. So you're saying then that in Deuteronomy 22, 28, and 29, when a man grapes um, an unbetrothed virgin, and the penalty is to pay the father a fine and to marry um, the woman that he raped, that is a sufficient penalty to make that a moral law.
Is sufficient for that law.
And what
And
makes you think
it
that's
is still
sufficient?
it is still being used even today in the modern world.
And you think that's good?
It is not good. That's why he's paying.
No, no, no. The law.
There must
You
be
think the law is good?
I think it is good.
John, should we do that today?
People are doing it even where
That's
in
not
this
what I
country.
asked you. That's not what I asked you.
Would you rather that person suffer more?
Are you going to
That's
answer my
what you are
question?
saying. It's like you are on him suffering more.
John,
That
John,
it
do
is
you
not
have a daughter?
sufficient.
John, do you have a daughter?
I have sons.
Okay.
I wish I would be
Can you imagine
one.
yourself having a daughter?
Yes.
Okay. She comes home crying. Her clothing is all ripped, and she says, um, Frank down the street uh, just raped me. And a police officer comes over and says,
Yes.
"Okay, um, all right, Frank, pay pay John the $500." And so he gives you the $500, and you say, "Okay, here's my daughter as a wife. Don't you ever divorce her." That's what you want to happen?
Uh, I will not say I want that to happen, but if it happens and we follow that and he pays, it will be okay instead of him going to jail or being killed or being done something worse. Or
Why are you focused on like how he suffers?
why are you focusing how he is not suffering?
I'm focused on the woman.
I'm focusing on both sides.
You're not focusing on the woman at all. You haven't even mentioned her.
What makes you think it is not the benefit of woman?
So
You'll be married, their
you
family
think,
will be.
John, you think that a woman that's been raped by a man is like super excited about marrying him?
No, she's not super excited, but
Do you think she
if the
wants to?
situation happens, it
Do you
is
think that
not
she wants
supposed
to?
to happen in the
John,
first place.
Do you think that she wants to?
No, she is not.
Yeah, she probably doesn't. She's probably terrified of him, right?
Of course, you will be terrified.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be terrified. But you think that we should implement a law that says that the rapist has to marry the daughter?
In these modern times, I don't think it's good. But why are you focusing on him suffering more?
I'm very confused. I have to be honest. I mean, I thought that you were just saying that we should do that, and now you're saying we shouldn't do that.
No, look this. You should. You shouldn't be focusing on even the offender suffering more.
Wait, you just
There
said
must be,
that if somebody kills somebody, that it would be an okay thing to go and kill that person.
yeah, because of the magnitude of the offense.
So raping a woman, right? It's not a huge magnitude.
That's right. Yep.
It
That's
is
what it
not
sounds
as
like,
bad as
John.
killing.
Yeah.
It
John,
is not as killing,
man,
as analyzing. Sorry, they are not the same. As much as I say that it is
So
not
when your
supposed to
God,
happen,
so when your God destroys Sodom and Gomorrah because the men wanted to sodomize the two men in Sodom and Gomorrah, did all those people deserve to die to save the butthole of those two men?
that those two men are not the only reason that made him do that. It was a
What were the other
concurrence
reasons?
of a long period of time of them doing very many things combined,
What were the other
analyzing
things?
others.
What were the
They
other things,
were
John? What were the other things?
they they were immoral.
Like what?
They
Name them.
had they were they were sodomizing young
Sodomy. We
men
already talked about
against their
sodomizing.
will.
We already talked about sodomizing. Remember, sodomy is not a reason to take a life. Sodomy is not a reason to cause suffering on the offender. What
I
other
swear, thinker.
things?
I
Huh?
swear, like I say it. I don't think
They
I say
had
it enough. Like I really think that pegging is the solution for so many of these issues. And I mean that
but
wholeheartedly. Like this argument would not come out. This argument would
I may
not come
tell,
out.
I may tell you this. If you sit down there and dislike Christianity because entirely of Old Testament,
Nope.
then
I want you to list the other things that the sodomites did. What else did they deserve to die for?
I don't know if it is written, but they must have been very
Oh,
wicked people.
so you just making excuses because now it's a man's butthole. They deserved what they got because a man cannot be sodomized, but a woman can.
Boys should be sodomized
It's not that big of an offense when a woman is essayed.
against their will.
When a woman is essayed, it's a small thing. But when a
Wow.
man is essayed, death it deserves death.
Yes. I think the immoral things that they did to young men to the point that they were not willing to have virgins. That is the extent of that being immoral. They were given two virgins by Lot, but they
Oh,
refused.
I'm
They
done
just
talking to you.
wanted to
I don't have
sodomize
nothing to
them.
say to you. You're full of shit. You are full of shit. You are sitting here making excuses for men to grape women. The fuck?
And it just like it just doesn't even seem to register that that's what's happening here to him. Like it's like I don't know. I don't. Yeah. Anyway,
And that's you're absolutely correct that he doesn't even realize, like, it's not registering that that's what he's doing, and the misogyny, the the expectation for women to just accept this type of uh behavior, this type of abuse from men, and like they have the right to get away with it and then not be seen as something that's uh deplorable.
I mean, like even in this, even in the hypothetical of his own daughter, like he did. Maybe I missed it, but it's he didn't even address the concerns, the feelings, the thoughts, the desires of the hypothetical daughter. It was immediately, well, the guy. I, but I swear, like,
That's wild.
you know, we should be advocating for more men to undergo pegging because I think it would drastically cut down the rates of rape.
You might be right though.
Grape, sorry.
Oh my god. Yeah, he didn't care about the woman at all. He kept saying, "Why are you focused on the man suffering more?" Like what? Like, I bet his phone is filled with red pill playlists. What's up? My God is a black woman. I was gonna say your real name. What's up with your love?
Hello, everybody. I'm a little bit nervous because of all the people, as per usual. But as the as the last guest was speaking, I had this question, right? And I'll give an example first, just like a Christian, before before I get to the meat. There are tobacco plantations in the U.S. And I learned about this years ago. This was like before the internet became what it is today. And the way the tobacco plantation works is they'll send a van out, like a mysterious van, to go pick people up who are looking for work. Usually these are people who are destitute. Oftentimes they're unhoused. So this is usually their only option. So they'll go pick these people up and they'll take them out to a plantation that's isolated from the nearest city, the nearest police station, etc. Okay, so language knows what I'm talking about. So you're isolated. Your only source of the only place you can purchase your food is on this plantation, and you have to take up residency there, which also costs money. Your food costs money, your housing costs money, and you may incur certain problems like the labor is very intensive. It's very labor intensive work. So you may want an Advil or two that you're going to have to purchase from your employer as well. And the what can eventually happen is you can work yourself into more debt that you
Wait,
have to
these
pay.
exist today?
They exist today. Yes. I don't know if they're still, I know back when I saw it, like it was a documentary. This was years ago. This had to be 15, 20 years ago. So they could take that debt that you owe and tell you, listen, you can work that debt off. You don't have to pay us out of your check. Y'all see where I'm going? You
Yeah.
can sign into another contract. You can give us more dedicated time, and that can pay it off. This can eventually turn into a lifelong situation. I say this to say, I give this example at first so that I can ask the question, what is the moral difference between chattel slavery and indentured servitude, since the only difference is exactly one choice?
Yeah, there really isn't one. Somebody asked this question yesterday morning, and I gave a few examples in the Bible where the Israelites took advantage of the indentured servitude, the debt slavery of their own brothers and sisters, and kept extending their contracts and would let them out. And so indentured servitude can definitely be abused. And in fact, it was. It literally is no moral difference. I keep talking about this Nexium documentary. Have you seen it where the guy built the cult, the Nexium cult?
I know about the cult, but I don't think I saw the documentary.
So, and part of him building the cult, he had people that would work for him, and they would take his programs. His programs would be $5,000, $11,000, $20,000, and they could take his program and work it off as one of his employees. And there was a woman that was given the interview, and she said every time she got close to paying off one program, they would come to her and say, hey, what we think you need now is this new program. And it'd be even more until she was like $100,000 in debt. And so she never really reached the end of that indentured or that debt employee relationship. So he basically was making her a slave. Right. So like that type of relationship or that type of agreement arrangement can definitely be abused and often is.
So I think, yeah, thank you. I'm glad I came up and asked this question. I think when I'm out of timeout, I'm gonna ask these questions. I'll go live and ask this question again, because I don't know. I wonder if Christians understand that there is no moral difference. There, I asked the guy. He wanted to ask me a question, and he said, I don't know if you'll take offense to it, but I'd like to ask you this question anyway. And I asked him, I said, do you think I'll take offense? He says, well, I don't know, but you might. I said, well, what makes you think it's okay to ask me an offensive question? He says, well, you've put yourself up there. You're already out there. You've put yourself in a public space. So I asked, does my making myself vulnerable mean that you no longer care for me? And he couldn't answer the question. And so here's like a whole nother situation. It's almost like the theming of Christianity is that if you make a decision that falters, then nobody should care about you. Nobody should care. If you don't care about you, nobody should care about you. And if you make a mistake, nobody should care about you. Because why is it okay for me to enslave you because you said it's okay? Still, why is it okay? Why is it okay for me to subjugate you just because you said it's okay? Maybe you're saying it's okay because I came and did something to you to coerce you. Maybe you were born into a situation where you have no other option but to say it's okay. I, that's it. That's all I got. Lecture over. Thank you.
Yeah, that's going to be a really good good live. Have you studied the indentured servitude here in North America and how they abuse that?
I have not. Do you have sources? I'm
Yeah,
sure you
I'll
do.
send you some. And then reading like the court cases from Virginia and how they took advantage of the women and used the women to extend the men's contracts before it was time for them to get out. Like there were some people who were indentured servitude for decades because they had shady ass slave masters. There was also they would go and pay people to kidnap free Europeans and put them into indentured servitude. Like it's shit that they never really taught us. But they definitely abused that system. So yeah, I'll send you some resources. But y'all, this is My God is a Black Woman. I see people following her because she said she's gonna do a live. I don't think she's gonna do the live from this page. Are you?
Follow this account too. Yeah, if I get
Okay.
enough followers on this account, I'm willing to go live on this page. I call this my sneaky account. It's not so sneaky no more. But yeah, if you guys see me, I am My God is a Black Woman.
Yeah. But make sure y'all follow her main account too so you can catch her lives.
Thank you, Thinker.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Bye, y'all.
Bye. All right. Kalili, are you still here?
Hello?
Hi, Kalili. How are you?
All good, you?
Doing good. 6 Pages announced that God woke him up. Woohoo! Fireworks for Six Pain. Yay. Kalili, how old are you?
23.
Okay. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
Um, Christian, but this deconstructing.
Okay. And which topic did you want to discuss?
The Christian's God's nature is contradictory.
Okay. Did you want to say something about that before I tell you why I say or why I think that it is?
Yeah. If you can go ahead. I just want to know your opinion.
Okay. So, this God in Christianity is believed to be the same today, yesterday, and tomorrow. Like he's unchanging, right?
Hmm.
Which means that if at one point in time, like you believe that he was always a forgiving God,
Me personally, I don't know.
so then you do believe he can change.
Um, yeah. I
So,
believe so. Yeah.
okay, so you believe that the God is unchanging, but you also believe that God can change. That's a contradiction within itself. Can you explain that? I
So
mean, I
the
didn't
way
even get to like what I just want to know why you have a contradicting idea of him yourself.
so when it comes to his nature, I'm gonna see if I can try and explain it. So the way I view it is he changes with circumstance. So again, from the way the Bible was written in the Old Testament, the way laws were passed on, they were all different compared to now. And because of how brutal the times were back then, his wrathful nature was more evident. So it was less forgiving to what he is now. So in that sense, yeah, he does change. And I agree. But I think he's always had the forgiving nature, but because of the circumstances back then, he had to display his wrath.
I'm not asking about his wrath. I'm not asking about whether he's more forgiving or less forgiving. What I
Okay.
asked was he always a forgiving God? Did he always know how to forgive? Right? Was he always like did he know from the beginning to end? For example, did this God, when he gave the law to Moses in Deuteronomy, um, this law, let me see, just a second. This law right here. When he gave this law to Moses, cursed be anyone who lies with his sister, with the daughter of his father or the daughter of his mother. All the people shall say amen. When he gave that law to Moses, did he always know that he was going to despise incest?
Yeah.
Before he gave this law to Moses, he knew that that person that lied with the sister would be cursed.
Oh wait, are you talking about the person that actually commits that?
Yeah, it says, cursed be anyone who lies with his sister, whether the daughter of his father or the daughter of his mother. Did he know?
No.
So he changed in that. He grew in knowledge. So he's not all knowing either.
Wait, no, wait. Sorry, I'm confused because I thought you were talking about the person that actually commits that
No, did your
crime.
God know? I'm
Yeah.
asking, did your God know that he always despised incest? Like, did he know that incest was going to be deplorable to him and that he would see it as something worthy of cursing the person that practices it? Did
Yeah.
he always know that?
Yeah.
And incest was always something that he despised.
Yeah.
And that that person should be cursed.
Yeah.
Do you know why I'm asking that?
No, that's what I'm waiting for to say.
Do you know who Abraham's wife was?
Sarah,
And Sarah was his.
I'm guessing sibling in the sense,
She
well,
was a
stepsister
sister.
pretty much. Yeah. Yeah.
She wasn't his stepsister.
My
She
sister.
was the sister from his father, not of his mother. She was a sister. So this God, according to this God, Abraham should be a cursed man, not a blessed man.
Mm.
What do you say happened there?
I mean, if we're being honest, he was cursed though, was he
Abraham was
not?
cursed.
He was.
What was his curse?
I think first one being the fact that he couldn't give, but like pretty much he couldn't make his wife pregnant for a very, very long time.
Can you show me where your God cursed him in that?
Well, like, honestly speaking, there's no place it was written, but I think through his
So why
life,
are you making it up then? Was he
I,
cursed or was he blessed to to have a son?
I mean, it can be, yeah. I get where you're coming from. It can be seen as a blessing because at the end of the day, it's unheard of for someone that old to have a child.
Oh.
But I don't know. I view that as a curse, personally, no.
Let's see.
Because
Where is your wife Sarah? And he said, there in the tent. And the one said, I will surely return to you in a due season, and your wife Sarah shall have a son. And Sarah went listening at the tent entrance behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, advanced in age. It had ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. So Sarah laughed to herself, saying, after I am grown old, and my husband is old, shall I be fruitful? And the Lord said to Abraham, why did Sarah laugh and say, shall I indeed bear a child now that I am old? Is anything too wonderful for the Lord? At the set time I will return to you in due season, and Sarah will have a son. But Sarah denied, saying, I did not laugh, for she was afraid. And he said, yes, you did. So did your God bless Sarah with a son?
yeah, he did.
It's not a curse, though.
I
And
mean,
it might be useful to point out Genesis 24:1, which is now Abraham was old, advanced in age, and Yahweh had blessed Abraham in every way.
Now Abraham was old, advanced in years, and the Lord had blessed Abraham in all things. No curse.
it would have been a bit nitty. Wouldn't you say that was at that period of time when he was actually old that he was blessed then, and he wasn't blessed throughout his whole life?
Like
I'm just asking. Innit?
before he married his sister. He was
Even after,
cursed before he married his sister?
no. I
When
don't.
was he cursed?
I mean, I wouldn't. Do you know what it is with Genesis 24? I agree that he was blessed, but I think he was blessed at that period of time, that time specifically after obviously he had Isaac, and after he was declared as like the father of all nations as well. Yeah, I agree. He was blessed at that period of time, but I think all the way before then, he was cursed because what happened to him wasn't heard of, and the fact that he had to get with his maid as well just to have a son shows how pretty much really he did not have faith.
Wait. So he could have a child with another woman that was not his sister. He didn't need a blessing to have a child with a woman that was not his sister.
I guess
Correct.
so. Yeah.
But with the woman that was his sister, he was having issues getting pregnant, and your God comes in and blesses that union and brings a child through that union. You call that a curse.
Um, I don't know what to call it. I'll put it that way because I don't think it's a blessing as well. But yeah, I don't know. I genuinely don't know.
You don't know.
No, because it only states it being a blessing like after everything's happened,
Is it
right?
a blessing or is it a curse? Like, where in this book does it say Abraham was cursed?
It doesn't.
It doesn't. So it's contradictory, correct?
I mean, yeah, yeah. In that sense, I can see where you're coming from. Um, can I ask a question though? So, I think I'm just trying to be clear with your point. So, are you saying because obviously the law you presented about someone being cursed
No,
if
it's
they
about the incest. It's
yeah the
about your
incest yeah
God. Yeah, your God knew that he was going to say, "Curses anyone who has relations with his sister." Um, so he knew that incest to him was going to be something that he despised, right?
yeah
Like incest, he hates incest. All right. None of you shall approach anyone near of your kin to uncover the nakedness. I am the Lord. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father, which is the nakedness of your mother. She is your mother. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife. It is the nakedness of your father. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your sister, your father's daughter, or your mother's daughter, whether born at home or born abroad. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your son's daughter, or your daughter's daughter, for their nakedness is not your own. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife's daughter, born in your father's house, since she is your sister. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's sister, she is your father's flesh. Wait. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's sister, she is your father's flesh. Who was born out of that type of marriage? Which one of God's favorite was born from that type of union? I think it was Amram. Oh, oh, yeah. There we go. Amram took to wife Jochebed, his father's sister, and she bore him Aaron and Moses. Aaron and Moses are two of God's favorite. It came from Amram marrying his auntie, his daddy's sister. Now, if we go back to Leviticus, your God didn't like that.
mm.
Seems very contradictory to me. Again,
yeah no again that's to be fair that's a fair point. I mean yeah it is contradictory. um I just have a question if that's fine because yeah I mean that's actually caught me off so nah great point. um I'm not again I'm just trying to ask that's all. Obviously I think in terms of this again I think the only way I can actually ask is through assumptions anyways so I'm just gonna ask. um don't you think or in general do you think maybe because if you applied that law too early certain things might not have happened like the birth of Aaron Moses and the birth of so many like Israelites as well.
well, here's the issue. Like, are you saying that there needed to be a pure bloodline?
Sorry, say that again. I
Are you
couldn't.
saying that there needed to be a pure bloodline?
No. I'm just saying for certain things to happen, maybe implementing that law in place like earlier on might have had an effect. I don't know. I'm just asking.
Like, it needed to be an incestuous relationship for Moses and Aaron to be born, is what you're saying.
not just them though, because even Isaac as well was pretty much incest. I'm just saying in general.
I know I don't understand. Can you clarify a little bit more? What would not have happened if these incestuous relationships had not taken place?
I'm guessing. I'm guessing more down to the fact that again, because Israel's nation wasn't actually like, I don't know how to put it, but Israel wasn't born in a sense like the nation we know of, or we know from the Bible wasn't
Right. So
born.
are
So
you saying that
yeah,
it needed to be a pure bloodline? Like the bloodline needed to be pure or something? Is that what you're
no, I'm
saying?
not. Sorry, not necessarily. I'm just trying to say like Israel had to be there in the first place for it to actually happen in a sense, right?
Well,
Because
Israel wasn't there yet. I guess I'm confused. If you're
yeah,
not talking about bloodline, you're not saying
yeah.
that the bloodline needed to be pure. I don't understand you saying that the incest was a necessity. I'm confused.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's because I'm trying to word it so well, but I'm struggling. Um, what I'm trying to say is the law that Moses was talking about, he was passing it on to the Israelites, right? And again, if that law was made from early on, there'll be no one to pass it to, if you get what I'm
Are you,
coming
wait,
from.
do you think that Abraham and Lot and you're saying that these people were the only humans on earth? Is that what you're
Oh
saying?
no, 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 no.
I'm confused. I don't know what you mean. Like, so
No,
it
no,
needed to be the same bloodline of people.
no. I'm not saying that. I'm saying more to the fact that they were the only ones that believed in God in a sense.
But why does it need to be the same bloodline of people? There was Hagar,
Mhm.
Ishmael, right?
Yeah,
They had other children by other people. Why did this line need to happen?
yeah. To be fair, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I'm just presenting the question. That's all. I think it could be again. I know other Christians would say it would be down to pure bloodline, but I don't agree with that. So I genuinely don't know.
Yeah. So this is contradictory to the nature of your God, right?
Yeah, in a way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, because yeah, if we put it that way, like you said, then absolutely is contradictory. Again, the only reason I can think of, I can't really explain because I'm not in that shoe. But yeah, absolutely, yeah, I agree.
I don't know why Tracy Hines is saying that it's not contradictory. Like when clearly your God says incest bad, but then he goes and he's even commands through Abraham that that they marry people in their own homeland. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying that it's not. Okay. Yeah. Did you have anything else, Khalil?
Um, Probably one last thing. I think the only thing I can think of that could make sort of sense about it is that God knew it was bad from the start. But again, like I said, I don't know why, but he didn't implement that law from the start. Like he didn't implement it from the beginning. That's the only other thing I can think of. And the reasons for that, I genuinely don't know.
Which would mean that he would have allowed sin
Yeah,
for
yeah,
whatever
yeah.
reason. He would have like turned his face away from sin and allowed it for a reason.
Yeah, in a way, but I think
Except your
when
God says that he cannot stand sin
yeah, yeah,
and he
that's
cannot look
true.
upon it. Right.
I mean, in a way, it is sin. I agree because again, later on, he commands it not to be done. But I think because it's not been implemented, it can't be used
Right. I
against
would
people that.
right. Right. I wouldn't label it as sin. But your God being unchanging, not liking incest, being all knowing, knowing that he would not like incest at that time or any time, right? If he's
Yeah,
unchanging, it's contradictory to his nature. Either he is a God that learns as humans learn, and then he learns like, "Yep, this ain't working." All right, or he just, winked his eye at incest because he needed something else to happen. Like he winks his eye at deceit.
I think, yeah. I mean, again, I genuinely do see where you're coming from, and you're making some great points. I think the way I see it, that kind of only makes me agree a bit is that, again, like you said, he knows what is wrong, but he just allows it for some reason. Again, the reason why he does it, I don't know, but yeah, it's one of them ones where a lot of Christians will say, "Oh, it's down to God, and only God knows." But really and truly, the way I see
So,
it,
what
go
about
on.
when he does it when Abraham lies to the Abimelech, and he's willing to kill the Abimelech for what Abraham did?
Again, I know it's twisted, but that's because Abimelech did not serve God.
Well, I mean, if Abimelech says to your God,
Mm.
"Lord, will you destroy an innocent people?" He calls him Lord.
Yeah,
And then he says, "Did he not say himself to me that she is my sister and she herself is my brother? I did this in the integrity of my heart and the innocence of my hands." Then God said to him in the dream, "Yep, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart. Furthermore, it was I who kept you from sinning against me." So if Abimelech deserved to not have the grace and the protection, or he deserved, for Abraham to be allowed to deceive him and lie to him because Abimelech did not serve this God, then your God didn't have any right to stop Abimelech from sinning against him.
but like it says there, it was down to his intention. He didn't have any bad intentions when it came to that.
Who didn't have bad intentions?
Abimelech.
That makes Abimelech better than Abraham. That makes Abimelech a more moral man than Abraham.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. I agree. I agree. And this is the point I'm trying to make with Abraham. I know the Bible doesn't say he was cursed right from the start, but I genuinely think he was. Just because of the way his life panned out.
He
Because
was
if he was
blessed by
true
your God. He died a wealthy man.
towards the end, that's
But
the
what do
point
you
I'm
mean the
trying to
way
make.
his life? He's doing all of this stuff with your God. Before he had your God, maybe he had a different life because he was in Iraq. He was in worshiping the gods of his father. Like who knows what type of life he lived there. But when he came here with this God, he became a deceitful, lying, blessed man, incestuous blessed man.
He wasn't really blessed till he had Isaac, no?
He was blessed before he had Isaac. Do
In
you
what
not
way though?
remember?
Because
Do you not remember when Lot got taken by Chaldemar? Like in I think it's Genesis 14 when he went up against is it Chaldemar? Yeah, and all of the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah when he had to go get Lot back. Do you remember that?
yeah,
What did Abraham have already?
Iran, he had
He had
wealth.
300
He
men.
had wealth. Yeah, yeah.
He had wealth already to create his own damn army. Do you know this is the first war talked about in this book?
Mm.
And then here's the crazy thing. Abraham has already heard from this God. Leave Ur. Go to a town that's flowing with milk and honey. Like Abraham has already connected with this God. His nephew Lot gets taken captive. because he's a foreigner in the land of Sodom and Gomorrah, and he as these nations who have absolutely nothing to do with Abraham or Lot, right? Because Lot is a foreigner there. They're fighting amongst each other, some old rivalry that's been going on for like 13 years. They're fighting amongst each other. Lot gets taken captive as a spoil of the war. Like, this shit ain't even about Lot, and it ain't about Abraham. It ain't even about your God, right? Abraham, they come and tell him, hey, your cousin done got done up. Like, he done got taken captive. Abraham builds his own army out of 318 men that he has in his own house, that he has living in his own house, which means he had 318 slaves
Mm.
that somehow he done turned into like army men. He done trained them up. I don't know who the fuck trained them to fight. Father Abraham did, but he took them, went to war, and got Lot back. Not one time did Abraham go to this God and ask this God, hey, my nephew has been taken captive. Can you soften Lamar's heart
Mm.
so I can go and get Lot back? Ask him, right? Soften his heart so that when I ask him to give Lot back, to set Lot free, he will do it. Nope. Abraham went to war. And then after Abraham goes to war, who shows up and says, you know that war you just won? Yahweh did that. Or El Elyon did that. He was already blessed way before that. Way before he had Isaac or Ishmael.
Yeah, that is fair enough. That's fair enough. All right, can I ask one more question then? In case of that, because again, that's a great point. I've got nothing against that. Um, I genuinely believe God definitely has his favorites, right? I feel like his nature is consistent to an extent, but is exempt to some people in the Bible, which I think that's probably one of my main skepticism. So my question is, do you think Abraham was just part of them people that God favored in a sense? Because I genuinely believe he
I
does have
mean,
his
of
favorites
course
as
he
well.
was somebody that God
Mm.
favored. I think your God is a deceiver. I think your God favored deceivers.
Okay.
Yes.
So do you think everyone he favored was a deceiver?
I didn't say everyone he favored was a deceiver, but yeah, he had a reputation for taking the deceiver side because they were people that he chose. Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that was my only question. That's it. All right, then. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Hey y'all, can
Ash?
y'all
Huh?
what happened?
Oh, I was saying the name of the person on stage. Do y'all see the person on stage?
Oh no, it's a black screen.
Okay. Are you able to take them down while I have the box open for me?
It's dead.
Thank you. Oh, there go Rhea.
Area.
She should have been here. Tell her about the guy, the Jesus guy.
Good morning, y'all.
Good
Oh
morning.
gosh. Oh my goodness. I guess Ria, there's no bodies, no children starving in Africa on a continent, especially in Kenya anymore, because this man said that he met Jesus. in Kenya. He has long hair, greenish blue eyes, and I guess he must have wiped out any hunger, any war, any just all everything. It's
He said he was homeless, and Jesus just appeared to him in some theater called the Islam something center where he was staying.
Really?
Yeah,
yep.
and it wasn't a ghost. It
He
wasn't
was
a
in
ghost.
flesh,
Hmm.
flesh,
He was human.
flesh and bones.
Yeah, I mean, I guess all the people there, suffering this minute are just, maybe
They're
they're
making
just,
it up.
yeah, they can just get up and be fine. They're choosing to sit there, I guess. I don't know. What?
It's tripping me out. The believers in the comments hear us saying, "That's what this guy said. That's what this guy said," and they're like, "What makes you think that?" Or you can't believe everything everyone says. Like they can't hear the sarcasm and like that's concerning.
Yeah, because they believe, like, they hear stuff like that and believe it. So, I mean, like, why are you asking someone else what they believe? Y'all do the same thing every day. You hear that volcanoes are causing the Red Sea to part, and you say, yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm confused.
He said, what did he say? Yeah, he saw the devil too. And he said the devil is very handsome. Like,
I mean, how do you take people like this? Is why I asked the question. Like, how do you have conversations on a regular basis? Because how does someone take you seriously? Like, as an adult, how do you have adult conversations? How does someone even know when you're like, like, is everything okay here? Like, what are you talking about half the time? I'm pretty sure that's what people are saying when they're looking at him. Like, what are you saying? But I don't think those people are being honest with people like that. Like, if y'all hear people say dumb stuff, be honest with them so they don't continue to say dumb stuff. Like,
that's why I cussed him out in your stead. Since you were not here,
Mhm.
I
thank
cussed his
you.
ass out.
Yep. And
Hello?
One
uh,
second, rolling hand.
um, thinker,
Uh,
who said, okay, you know that Jesus, that what is him? He's Gollum Jesus. Who
yeah.
said that he looked like that?
Irenaeus, uh, Peter, in his apocryphal text, man, Tacitus, uh,
Okay.
Bishop Andrew of Crete. So it was like five different early church fathers or apostles in their writings. I took their stuff and put it into the AI. Yeah. Rolling hand. Hi. How are you?
Hello, I'm doing good.
Can I get an age check, please?
I'm 34.
All right. And you have a little echo. Are you able to fix that for me? Well, it's
No,
gone. It's. I think it's
oh,
gone now.
is it going?
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's not. It's not too bad. Um, are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am a Christian.
All right. And which topic do you want to discuss?
So I want to discuss the topic you had with the previous guest
I don't
about.
discuss the previous guest conversation. You would have to start fresh from your perspective. Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, it was the situation that Moses and Aaron's father.
Yeah, I don't discuss the topic from the previous guest. So the topic here is the Christian God nature is contradictory.
Okay, we could
Yeah.
discuss that. Or I had a point I was really wanting to go through.
You can
It
talk
was
about whether you agree it's contradictory or not. You can
well,
start off there.
I think it's not. I think God is true to Himself. Um, before the law, before the law, only
transgression was disobedience, and the law was basically what God spoke. What God spoke, where He gave direction. He gave direction to Abraham to leave his father and mother. If Abraham would have disobeyed that, that would have been breaking the law in so many words.
But are we talking about the law here? Though I'm a little bit confused why that's something that you were focused on, because I don't think we're talking about the law.
Well, okay. Well, yes. You went to
Like
Leviticus,
let me help you out a little bit. So what I said to him was, did your God always dislike incest? Right. So like if you have children, and let's see, there's a rule that you give your children, right? Don't lie to me, right? Now
right?
you don't give that rule to your child until they turn 3, right?
Uh huh.
But did you always dislike being lied to, or did you not? Did you just learn that you don't like to be lied to when
Well,
they
I
when
see
that
it
child
differently.
turned 3?
I see it
No,
differently.
I'm
I
asking
see.
a question. Can you answer the question, please? Did you
Yes,
always dislike being lied to?
yes, but I don't
Okay.
punish them
I
until I
didn't.
make.
I'm not talking about a punishment. This isn't about Abraham. This is about your God, your God's nature.
Okay.
This is not about Abraham, right?
Okay.
He wanted to talk about whether Abraham was cursed or not, but this is about the God's nature being contradictory. So, did your God always dislike incest, or did he grow to dislike incest?
I believe he always did.
All
I
right.
believe he
So, if
always
he
did.
always disliked incest, then he allowed incest or blessed through incest, regardless of a law or not, regardless of his nature being that he is against it and dislikes it.
I, well, when I would say contradictory, I would say if I reacted towards, like, if I tell you one thing and I did something later, well, I guess that's what the point you're trying to get to. But if I did something and then later punish you for it, if I tell my child,
Who said anything about punishment?
punishment
Your
comes
God could have simply not blessed through it.
to me, that's a you being reprimanded, you being punished
No,
for something you
he
did.
literally sent his whole entire blessings through incest. He sent the entire line through that. Right? From Abraham to Sarah, Nahor and Milcah, Amram, Jocheb, Tamar and Amon, Judah and Tamar, Reuben and Bilhah, right?
So
Isaac and Rachel, right?
all right,
Isaac and Leah.
right. So
I mean
listen,
Jacob and Rachel, Jacob and Leah, right? Like, I mean, he sent a great majority of the blessings through incestuous relationships.
all right. So listen, would you, if there was no law against jaywalking, right? If there was no law against jaywalking, I will not be able to call me walking across the street without any light, without any, any signal for me to cross the street, jaywalking, because it does not exist. Like
Wait, so did incest exist to your God? Is your God
incest,
all knowing
incest is this when there is
when it happens?
but there is something that, like, there is a law against it.
Is your God bound by the law? Or is
We
your
are,
God the creator of the law?
we are.
I'm not talking about the human. I'm talking about the God's nature. See, y'all can't focus on the God. Y'all keep turning to the human, which makes me think that y'all are the God. What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing because the law is for us. We read the
I'm
Bible
not
for us.
talking about the law. I said your God's nature is contradictory. We are not discussing the law. I asked, did your God always dislike incest? Yes or no? If your God's nature is that he does not change, he is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow, your God is all knowing. All right? Did your God know yesterday that he would dislike incest? Yes or no?
I I I can assume that.
It's either yes or no.
I don't know.
So you don't
I
know if
don't
your
know.
God, you don't know if your God is the same yesterday, today, or tomorrow.
The Bible says yes. The Bible
But
says
do you believe your God is the same yesterday, today, and
yes.
tomorrow?
I do.
So then
Yes, I
your
do.
God,
I
so
thought, but
yesterday,
it's
okay,
not about me, right?
is your God, it is about you. It's your belief. It's your God.
So when I speak about my experiences, is back
It
to God. I feel like I'm God.
we are discussing the nature of your God. I'm going to give you one more chance because what I don't like is to be gaslit. Okay, I'm gonna give you one more chance to intellectually, honestly participate in this conversation. And if not, I'm just gonna take you down because I don't feel like getting into a yelling match, and I will get so irritated at being gaslit that I will start screaming, and I don't want to do that. Okay, I just don't. So
I
either
don't
you're
want
going
you
to
to scream either.
participate. Okay, thank you. So either you're going to participate in this honestly, or we can end it now. So tell me what you want to do.
We could continue the conversation.
Are you going to do it honestly?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now we are discussing the God's nature. This is your God based on the Christian belief, the Christian God. Okay, this is your belief system. Is the God the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow?
He's the same.
All right. And is this God all knowing?
He is.
Did the God know yesterday that incest would be bad, according to him?
Yes.
Did the God know tomorrow that the incest would be bad, according to him?
Yes.
So when the incest happened today, when Abraham went into his half sister, the God knew then that the incest was bad.
What's that?
When the incest happened today, when Abraham went into his half sister, did the God know that the incest was bad?
Yes.
Okay, so your God, knowing incest is bad, blessed through the thing that he hates, that he says the person who does it should be cursed. Correct?
I really can't agree with this because my view of this is different than yours. I
I'm
assume
not
my
asking
view.
for a view. I'm going by the story in the book.
I can't.
I'm going by the story in the book. Did your God bless Abraham's incestuous relationship with Sarah?
Again, maybe you could take me down, but I don't agree with you in this.
Did did your God bless Abraham and Sarah? Yes or no?
He blessed them. Now, to
Were
me,
were they in an incestuous relationship?
according to the law, before the law,
I didn't
I said
ask if they were sinning. Were they in a relationship as half sister, half brother? Yes or no?
yes.
All right. Your God blessed that half sister, half brother relationship. Correct? Now, did did Lot's daughters do something wrong when they slept with their father?
No.
So when the Ammonites and the Moabites became the lands that your God despised because of how they were, according to David, how does he say it? Shaped in iniquity, because David had Moabite blood in him. They were shaped in iniquity. That was before the law, was it not?
It was.
And so
But
the
remember what I
Moabites,
said.
the
Remember what I
Moabites,
said.
hold on. The Moabites were considered to be a despised people because of the nations that came from Lot's uh, daughters doing what they did. David said that he was shaped in iniquity in his mother's womb because his mother uh, tricked to get David born, who is half Moabite or of part of Moabite blood. And he says that he was shaped in iniquity in his mother's womb. So why are the Moabites seen as despised people for what Lot's daughters did, but Abraham is seen as blessed and not cursed.
All right. Can I? Am I allowed to speak now?
Yeah.
All right. So, as I said previously,
Hold on just 1 second. Nathan, I don't fucking have a relationship because men like that, men like you tend to get intimidated by women like me. And unfortunately, I have not yet met a lot of men who wouldn't make dumbass comments like that to let me know how weak you are and how insecure you are. So there's that. Go ahead, Rolling Heart.
all right. So previously, like I said, before the law, disobedience was the main sin, right? Disobedience and following God's laws was the main sin. The Moabites was not under God's rule. They wasn't following God. So they seen that as iniquity because they was not following Jehovah or God. So that's what pretty much caused them to be um, seen as wrong in God's eyes or in being punished for that. Now, what Lot's daughters did was not sin or was not evil because there was no law against it. The laws, even today, laws cause wrong. Once you commit a crime, it was a law previously said that you shouldn't do it. That's what causes wrong. Like the Bible says, where there is no law, there is no transgression. You cannot transgress something that is not wrong or is not said to be wrong. So that's what causes sin. That's what causes God's wrath. That's what causes transgression is disobedience of God through his law.
So can you take me to where it says that your God despised them because they disobeyed him? What scripture is that? The Ammonites and the Moabites were despised because they disobeyed your God or wouldn't follow your God.
Where is the scripture that they disobeyed what God was against them for what Lot's daughter did?
No Ammonite or Moabite shall be admitted to the assembly of the Lord, even to the 10th generation. None of their descendants shall be admitted to the assembly of the Lord, because they did not meet with you with food and water on your journey out of Egypt. The Moabites trace their lineage to Lot's incestuous union with his elder daughter after the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Genesis 19:30, 30 through 38.
Okay, so but that still don't say that God had wrath against them for what Lot's daughters did. That still don't say that. That says that just because they didn't let the Israelites in during their exodus of Egypt, that's why God punished them, not for Lot's daughter situation. Lot's daughter situation to me was not sin.
They were not allowed to intermingle with them all the way to the 10th generation. The 10th generation. Do you know why?
You talking about because of the Egyptian situation, correct?
No, the Moabites.
Was that because of Lot's daughters? I haven't read that. If it's there, I haven't read it.
Yes, because of Lot's daughters. I just read it to you. The Ammonites and the Moabites. Like, they were not allowed to intermingle with them all the way to the 10th generation. Up until the 10th generation.
Oh, okay. But again, so why didn't God punish Lot then? Why didn't he punish him then?
I'm not talking about punishment. I asked you, did your God know that he was going to see incest as a bad thing? I said your God blessed Abraham and Isaac through their incestuous relationship, but he did not bless Lot. He did not bless the Ammonites or the Moabites, who also came through an incestuous relationship. I didn't say anything about a punishment. I didn't say anything about a law. You did. Your God blessed Abraham and Sarah's incestuous relationship. Your God blessed Amram and Jochebed's incestuous relationship, and chose Moses and Aaron. Your God blessed Isaac and Rebekah, blessed Jacob and Rachel, Jacob and Leah. Your God chose Jacob, who was born from an incestuous relationship, right, to become the father of the Israelites. Jacob was also a deceiver.
Right. Again, like I don't agree with this point because I look at it as the law. I look at it in that situation, in that
Again, is your
event or that
God
view.
bound by your law? Because you keep going to the law. Is your God bound by your law? Because we're talking about your God's nature here. And what your God
Right. His
says,
but his
what
nature
your
is
God
expressed through
says
the
he
law,
doesn't. His
right?
nature, his nature is who he is.
But it's expressed through the law
Is
unto
he
us,
the
correct?
same? Is he the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow? Is he unchanging? Did he see these things as deplorable before he even gave the law? Does he see these things as deplorable even after the law is so called done away with? Is it his nature?
It is his nature. It is his nature.
Okay, so that the law, whether the law was there or not, your God disliked these things. I'm not talking about humans being punished. I'm not talking about human sinning. I'm talking about the things your God says he hates, yet he allows, yet he blesses through. Did he always hate these things, or did he learn to hate these things?
He always hated it. Yes, he always hated it.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
What I say is nature is contradictory though. I still won't say that. Like I still won't say that. I believe that God had a plan. The Bible says that his ways are not our ways. God was setting things up for Jesus. God
It
was
still
setting things up.
contradicted his nature. You still haven't proven that it's not contradicting his nature. Like you can justify why he did it. Like that's not even the conversation. Like I don't care about that part. But does it contradict his nature?
It's it on the on in I guess in a limited view you could say, but
What's the
we don't
limited view?
a limited view as in you seeing it how you want to see it. You seeing it like by events. God
No,
probably
then
looking
show
at
me. Make it unlimited for me. How is it not contradictory? And I don't want an explanation of why he did what he did. How does it not contradict?
I believe I can say this in the example. Um I'm trying to think of one. Um because sometimes things can happen. Sometimes we could things can a set of events can happen and we can necessarily do things to um I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my words together, but basically I don't see it as contradictory because I'm looking towards the end of the book. Like I'm looking towards the end. I see all the events that happen afterwards. He set up he set up things to be like um to be to reveal itself. The
Let me
law,
ask you. Let me ask you this: is it in your God's nature to lie?
no, no,
It's against your God's nature for him to lie,
yes,
even if he has a good reason for it.
he doesn't lie.
Does your God hate lying?
Yes,
He despises it,
yes. Where are you going with this?
even if he has a good reason for it.
Yes, A good reason he won't lie. There's not a good reason to lie, is it? Is there a good reason to lie? Would you
I I
do
think we'll
you like
find out.
liars?
I think we'll find out in a minute. I
Do you
think
like liars?
I think no, I do not. But I think we'll find out in
Is
a minute.
is being a liar morally wrong? Like, do you see lying as wrong? Would you justify lying?
For me, I do not. There are reasons that some people might lie, but I set my own moral standards. I don't go by your God's standards. But again, we're talking about your God's nature, right? Your God's nature is that He cannot, will not, should not lie, right? And that lying lips are an abomination to your God, right?
Yes.
And those who act faithfully, He delights Himself into it, right?
Yes.
So it's a part of your God's nature for lying lips to be an abomination to Him.
I'm sorry. Repeat that one.
It's a part of your God's nature for lying lips to be an abomination to Him.
Yes.
Every time I want to write Ezekiel, I type Exodus. Certain elders of Israel came to me and sat down before me, and the word of the Lord came to me, mortal. These
I
men
know this scripture.
have
I
taken
know the
their
scripture.
idols into their hearts and placed their iniquity as a stumbling block before them. Shall I let myself be consulted by them? Therefore speak to them and say, Thus says the Lord God, any of those of the house of Israel who take their idols into their hearts and place their iniquity as a stumbling block before them, and yet come to the prophet, I, the Lord, will answer those who come with the multitude of their idols, in order that I may take hold of the hearts of the house of Israel, all of whom are estranged from me through their idols. Thus say to the house of Israel, Thus say the Lord God, repent and turn away from your idols, and turn away your faces from all your abominations. For any of those of the house of Israel or of the aliens who reside in Israel who separate themselves from me, taking their idols into their hearts and placing their iniquity as a stumbling block before them, and yet come to a prophet to inquire of me by him, I, the Lord, will answer them myself. I will set my face against them. I will make them a sign and a byword, and cut them off from the midst of my people. And you shall know that I am the Lord. If a prophet is deceived and speaks a word, I, the Lord, have deceived that prophet, and I will stretch out my hand against him, and will destroy him from the midst of my people Israel. And they shall bear their punishment, the punishment of the inquirer, and the punishment of the prophet shall be the same, so that the house of Israel may no longer go astray from me, nor defile themselves any more with all their transgressions. Then they shall be my people, and I will be their God, says the Lord. Is there a good reason to deceive someone?
I would say no. No.
But your God said there is.
I thought you was going to the scripture where God sent a lying spirit.
Nope, I'm at this one. Your God says, if a prophet is deceived and speaks a word, I, the Lord, have deceived that prophet. So your God says that he will do this so that he can destroy that prophet out of the midst of Israel. So if a prophet, if a inquirer goes to false prophets or idols first, and then comes to the prophet of Yahweh and asks of guidance from Yahweh, your God says, I'm going to answer him myself. And if that prophet is deceived and speaks a word, speaks a deceitful word, I did it. I deceived the prophet. So is there ever a good reason for this God to deceive and lie?
Now, so the deceiving on that end is the deceiving of a people that committed themselves to be against God,
Hey,
right?
but hold on. Your God is doing the deceiving. But your God, remember, cannot lie. Your God is giving a false prophecy here through the mouth of one of his prophets. Now, remember, you said there was never a good reason to do that, to lie. And I had a feeling that once I read this, you were going to come up with a good reason.
I still think it is. I still think it isn't a good reason to lie. I still think that, and I believe God does. I think that this deceived prophet was a means of punishing a people that turned away from him. It wasn't.
So, but your God can lie, though.
I think personally he can't. Like personally, but someone that committed themselves, I would say, in the case of Judas, right? Judas
Wait, hold
turned.
on. The
I'm making a
God,
point. I'm
wait, the
making a
God
point.
here is saying that he will answer himself. Like instead of the prophet being the one to answer, your God is saying, I will answer him myself. You seen him say that twice, right? I, the Lord, I, the Lord, will answer those who come with the multitude of their idols, right? He's saying he is going to be the one doing the talking. He says it there, and then he says it here. I, the Lord, will answer them myself, right? So he's the one doing the talking. He's the one speaking through this prophet a false prophecy. Can your God lie?
I I haven't seen a instance in the Bible that he lied.
I
I
didn't
don't see
ask
it.
you that. I asked, can he lie?
The Bible says he can't.
It doesn't say he can't. It says that he is not a man that he should. But Christianity believes that he cannot lie. But again, it also says that lying lips are an abomination to him.
Right.
But he here says that he will do it. So who do you believe?
I believe the Bible. Now,
No,
can
no,
I go
not
back to my
what do you believe. Who do you believe? Do you believe the God? Do you believe Balaam, a false prophet? The crazy thing is that Numbers 22, Numbers 22, where he's saying that God is not a man that he should lie, is Balaam speaking for your God. Balaam is saying that this is what the God told him to say. So, like, do you believe the God here talking to Ezekiel that says that he will lie, or do you believe a false prophet that your God ended up killing, who said that your God cannot lie, or shouldn't lie, or won't lie?
that's a good point. Now look, now I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up because I would say this. I would say that for a punished people. Now, that's what the point I was trying to get to before I was cut off.
No,
Before I
but
was
you're not. You're getting ready to focus on the why. I need you to focus on the what. Can your
the
God
why
lie?
is
This
the
the
reason.
nature. Hold on. Remember, we are discussing the nature of your God. I know you want to preach and get into the why.
I'm about a preacher. I'm
We're
about a
talking
preacher.
about the nature of your God, and it's yes, he can lie, or no, he can't.
Yeah,
Is it in his nature to lie?
the reason for the lie doesn't change that it's a lie. So, like, just focus on if he lies or not. The reason for it is irrelevant here. That's why she doesn't want you to preach about it because it doesn't change whether he lied or not.
This is my point. I never seen an instance where God lied. I read in the Bible. The Bible is the only resource we have for what God has done and will do. That's our only resource. And in the Bible, I have not seen a instance where God lied. Now,
I
if
mean,
you can give me,
I could
so
go
I
through the
can't
whole.
say if it's
Hold on,
I
I
can't
could go
say
through
if
the
it's
whole
in His
Genesis
nature
thing. I could
if
go
I
through the
haven't
whole.
seen it.
Hold on, I could go through the whole Genesis thing with you, but I really don't feel like doing the spiritual death bullshit right now. I don't. I'm so sick of that spiritual death argument. It's just fucking ridiculous. Like it's ridiculous. But your God here is saying he will lie. Okay, I don't care if you've seen him do it. He's saying he will. Is it in his nature to lie?
No, no, ma'am, no,
So then
ma'am.
your God is lying here then by him saying that he would lie.
Now, it's like I said, it's he's sending a false prophet to lie. It's not him
No, no, no.
lying.
He said he will answer himself. He's not sending a false prophet to lie. He said twice in here, I will answer him myself. And then he says, if a prophet is deceived and speaks a word, I, the Lord, like an entire declaration, have deceived that prophet. So either your God is lying here and saying that he will speak a false prophecy through the prophet, or your God is your God can lie and is admitting that he will lie. And what Christians believe about the nature of this God is it true? It's contradictory. Which one is it?
I see what you did. This is a roundabout statement. I see what you did, but now, because this is fun to me. I love this type of debate. I follow you
It's not a
because,
debate.
well, oh, okay, not on your end. On my end, well, we're looking at the
Oh,
Bible. We're debating issues of the
I mean,
Bible,
do you
correct?
typically debate yourself?
We're talking. We're debating together.
We're discussing.
Okay, a discussion. You're right. It's a discussion. So we're discussing the Bible, and I follow you because I like I love your commentary about you talking about this. And earlier I should have said this, that I am actually on the deconstructing um, point of view. However, I need a good reason to deconstruct. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm trying to bring out more information about this type of viewpoint, right? So I love the commentary. I love that you talk about these things. I love that. And I love this type of discussion. Now, to make a point, God, I feel that this the why is connected to like how why he's doing this. Like it's
Does
connected.
the
Like you
why change that he did?
I again I never seen an instance where he did.
He just said that he would lie here. So
He
either he's
would
lying
now
here.
you saying that he would. I'm
Wait, no,
saying the instance
I'm
that he
not
did.
saying that. Whose words are these? Whose words are these? Who's speaking here?
Now this is the word, not deceive, not do deceive. Now remember, the Bible was written in another language previously,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
When it's translated, some of the words that we use today are not directly the same words that was used at that time. Is this correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, this deceive can mean, yes, deceive can mean lying too. Also, deceive can mean that, somehow his mind was like warped. But the Bible calls um what's I'm trying to think of the specific scripture. It's not coming to mind right now. I apologize. Um, but I believe it's talking about reprobate, right? In Romans, where they said they was deceived. Now, deceived in that a reprobate mind, right? Now, deceived in that form mean that their mind has been warped, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry. Deceived what now?
I said that um
A reprobate mind. Is that what you're saying? Like when a
yes,
person has been.
that's a deceived mind. The mind is
Yeah, and your
deceived.
God is responsible for that too.
Right, but
for the reprobate mind.
that deceive in that context don't mean that he lied.
It
That
says
means
that
that
he would cause them to believe things that are not true.
that's not lying. They believe if someone
Well,
believes something that's not
if
true,
he's
that's not
causing them
lying.
to believe, what is it?
That's not lying.
What is it?
If you
If
believe
you
something that's
if
not
you are
true,
causing someone to if you are causing someone to believe things that are not true,
okay, if
what
it's
is it?
spoken by me, if
No, if you're causing them to believe something that's not true, you're causing them to believe what?
a lie on their end though, that's a lie on their end. That's a lie that they chose to believe, but it's not a lie given by me. You see what I'm
Okay,
saying?
so your God despises lying lips, right?
I say it again.
Your God despises lying lips. Like the lying lips are an abomination to your God.
Yes, yes,
So
he
then
does.
but your God would use lying lips to cause people to become reprobate in their mind.
Not necessarily. I
Yeah,
wouldn't say
you
that.
just said that. You just said that
What?
the lie wouldn't be spoken by you if you're the one causing it, right? But
Okay,
that's
okay.
what's causing a person to become reprobate. So your God is the one who causes. He sends that delusion, right, to cause people to believe things that are not true.
What did the
So
Bible
therefore,
say?
your God, hold on. Therefore, your God would be using the lying lips, right, of a false prophet, right, of a
what
liar to
what
cause
does the
people to
Bible say a
believe that
reprobate mind come from? What
it,
does
do-
the Bible say?
it doesn't matter where it comes from. Your God
So
causes a strong delusion, right? Your God is the one who causes the strong delusion, right? Therefore, your God is using lying lips as a tool, right, to get his will done, to get his will to create that strong delusion done. The lying lips would be a tool that your God uses, right?
the Bible says a reprobate mind comes from a seared conscience, right? A conscience that's been seared, I guess, through sin, right? So that will cause the delusion. That will
So
cause
okay, I
you
think
to be
maybe I
deceived.
need to go to the scripture where it says your God causes the delusion. Give me just a second. See, the coming of the lawless one is apparent in the working of Satan, who uses all power, signs, lying wonders, and every kind of wicked deception for those who are perishing because they refuse to love the truth and be so saved. For this reason, God sends them a powerful delusion, leading them to believe what is false, so that all who have not believed the truth, but took pleasure in unrighteousness, will be condemned. Who sent the powerful delusion, leading them to believe what is false? Who used it as a tool?
All right. So looking at the full context of the scripture, right? It says that God sends them a powerful delusion, leading them to believe what is. I'm sorry, I can't really see it, but basically they already chose.
Who sent the what? Your let's focus on your God, not the humans. Your God is the topic of conversation. Your God is, okay? What
Yes,
did your God send?
The, as the Bible says, he sent
Can't
them
even
a
say that.
powerful delusion, right? A powerful delusion. Yes.
That led
Read it.
them to do what?
To believe what is false. Right.
Therefore, your God used this as a tool. Yes?
Yes. Now, would you call this
Okay,
lying?
hold on. If it led them to believe what is false, is it telling the truth?
What is the
They are
definition
already.
of delusion to you? I'm asking you, Roland. What is delusion? You don't think someone being delusional, like you don't think they're like that's false to them?
I hate when I'm using the NRS, the Standard Revised Updated Edition, but y'all, the dang King James Version says the same thing. Like, I don't know why King James got y'all in a damn chokehold, but good grief.
I think King James was the real Jesus.
Like, King James and Paul, like, I swear they worship King James and Paul.
For real.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Um, can you repeat the question again?
I asked you what is like for someone to believe delusion, like to believe something that's, a delusion, would that not be believing a lie?
Yes. Yes. It
So
can be, but a delusion is different from a lie.
you
Correct.
said it
I'm
can
I'm
be.
not even asking you if he lied right now. I'm asking you, did he
It.
use lying as a tool? Did he use it as a tool?
Wait. Wait. Let me establish my point. Like,
Did
is
did
lying?
your God use lying as a tool? I'm not saying he lied. I will give you that. He ain't the one lying. Is he using people lying as a tool?
It could be that. Yes. It could be that.
Okay. Does your God despise lying lips? Are lying lips an abomination to your God?
Yes, there is. Yes, it is.
Therefore, your God's nature for lying lips to be an abomination to him, yet he uses lying lips. He blesses lying lips, is contradictory to his nature when it comes to lies.
Now, do you think the one that is lying is blessed? The deceived prophet, is he blessed?
Let's see.
Now, the deceiver. I'm talking about the
Yeah,
prophet
we're
that
gonna.
he
Yep.
sent to
Let's.
deceive.
Yep. Let's see. Then Isaac called Jacob. Actually, let's go back one more. When Isaac was old and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, he called his elder son Esau and said to him, "My son." And he answered, "Here I am." And he said, "See, I am old. I do not know the day of my death. Now then, take your weapons, your quiver, and your bow, and go out to the field and hunt game for me. Then prepare for me savory food, such as I like, and bring it to me to eat, so that I may bless you before I die." Now Rebekah was listening when Isaac spoke to his son Esau. So when Esau went to the field to hunt for game for his father, Rebekah said to her son Jacob, "I heard your father say to your brother Esau, 'Bring me game and prepare for me savory food to eat, that I may bless you before the Lord before I die. Now therefore, my son, obey my words as I command you. Go to the flock and get me two choice kids, so that I may prepare from them savory food for your father, such as he likes, and you shall take it to your father to eat, so that he may bless you before he dies.' But Jacob said to his mother Rebekah, 'Look, my brother Esau is a hairy man, and I am a man of smooth skin. Perhaps my father will feel me, and I shall seem to be mocking him, and bring a curse on myself, and not a blessing.' His mother said to him, 'Let your curse be on me, my son. Only obey my word and go get them for me.' So he went and got them. and brought them to his mother, and his mother prepared savory food such as his father loved. Then Rebekah took the best garments of her elder son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them on her younger son Jacob. And she put the skins of the kids on his hands and on the smooth part of his neck. Then she handed the savory food and the bread that she had prepared to her son Jacob. So he went in to his father and said, My father. And he said, here I am. Who are you, my son? Jacob said to his father, I am Esau, your firstborn. Did Jacob lie?
Yes. 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 I would say yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Is he?
Yes.
Does that make him a deceiver?
That's what his name implies. Jacob
Okay.
means, yeah, deceiver.
I have done as you have told me. Is that another lie?
I have done, yes.
Now sit up and eat of my game, so that you may bless me. But Isaac said to his son, How is it that you have found it so quickly, my son? He answered, Because the Lord your God granted me success. Did he lie on the God?
Yes.
So then after this, Isaac blesses him, correct?
Isaac sends him a
Isaac,
blessing,
Isaac,
yes.
Isaac blesses the deceiver, correct?
Yes. Yes. Now, again, the context of this scripture should not apply too much as lying as a character flaw because there was nothing that governed against that. Even
Again, stop focusing on Jacob. We're talking about your God. Let me get
you
to your
can't see it as a
God.
character flaw in God
Let
because there
me
was
get
nothing that
to
said
your
it was wrong.
God. Let me get to your God. Remember, your God despises lying lips. You asked, when has God blessed a deceiving prophet? Did you not ask that?
Yes, I did.
Genesis 28. Then Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him, You shall not marry one of the Canaanite women. Go at once to Pandam Aram to the house of Bethuel, your mother's father, and take as wife from there one of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. Like Isaac is literally telling him, Go marry your cousin. May God Almighty bless you and make you fruitful and numerous, that you may become a company of peoples. May he give to you the blessing of Abraham, to you and to your offspring with you, so that you may take possession of the land where you now live as an alien, and that God gave to Abraham. Thus Isaac sent Jacob away, and he went to Padam Aram to Laban, son of Bethuel, the Aramean, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob's and Esau's mother. Now Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob and sent him away. Hold on, let me get to Jacob's dream. Jacob left Beersheba and went toward Haran. He came to a certain place and stayed there for the night because the sun had set. Taking one of the stones of the place, he put it under his head and lay down in that place. And he dreamed that there was a stairway set up on the earth, the top of it reaching to heaven, and the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. And the Lord stood beside him and said, I am the Lord, the God of Abraham your father, and the God of Isaac. The land on which you lie, I will give to you and to your offspring, and to your offspring shall be like the dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west and to the east and to the north and to the south, and all the families of the earth shall be blessed in you and in your offspring. Know that I am with you and will keep you wherever you go, and will bring you back to this land, for I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you. Is your God blessing or giving a blessing to the deceiver? Rolling. Hello, are you there? You're on mute if you're talking. Hello, rolling. If you're there, can you comment and let us know if you're having trouble with your mute button? All right, then I guess we'll move on.
Hey y'all, let's get these likes to 400,000. And don't forget to get the host and the panelists of your choosing. Also, subscribe to Thinker's YouTube at Arc Thinker, ARCH Thinker, as well as here on TikTok. Hit that go button on your bottom left hand corner.
Hey, Fee.
Hey, E.
Hey y'all, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? I've been waiting on you all night.
I'm good. I knocked out. Oh my goodness. I had a crazy long day yesterday. So I knocked out like 8:30. I was like, it's a wrap. So
Oh,
I
that's
missed all
good.
of it. I'm gonna have to go back on YouTube and
Oh, that's
catch the
good.
beginning
I'm
of the
glad you
show.
got some rest.
Yeah, I came up because I wanted to ask him. He said something I thought was fascinating. He said that he's deconstructing, but looking for a good reason to deconstruct. And I wanted to know if he did the same amount of work to believe the claims. Like I find it interesting that you have to find like every single loophole to continue to believe something, but you didn't do that same work on the front end to determine whether or not the claim was true to begin with.
Yeah, that's
That's
true.
odd to me.
That's a great question. Like,
He
why
could.
not do the studying before you accept the belief? But
Right.
we do all the studying to deconstruct from it.
Yeah. Hey
Yeah.
Ria, we needed you yesterday.
Thank
Some
you.
whole lot of weirdos. Whole lot of
Oh yeah.
weirdos. Yeah.
You got you guys. You probably not gonna be able to call on me soon, y'all, because I'm turning a new leaf. Okay, I'm turning a new
Are you?
leaf.
What's the new leaf?
'Cause
She
I'm
better
about to
start
be a public
whispering.
figure, and I need to, Anyway, you guys. So I'm hoping to like. I don't understand. Maybe you guys can help me with this. Why do you guys feel like they need to let you know? Oh, I'm like this is like into the conversation. They don't introduce themselves as that, right? They introduce themselves as I'm Christian, right? But then throughout the conversation, when they start to be backed up into a wall, like when their lack of knowledge and what they believe in starts to show, they go to, well, I guess I'm asking questions. Then they go to, well, hey, let me just let you know that I'm also deconstructing, or I'm thinking about deconstructing. Like, why do you guys feel like they need to do that?
I don't know. That was the first time that I've ever heard anybody do that. Um, but I think it's to save face, honestly.
I agree. I think it's when they can't, I think it's when they realize that they don't have answers to the questions, and the questions are not ones that they've considered before. And they probably feel like they should have considered it before. If they come up here like with their strong ass Christian badge on, the hat and the name tag and everything, probably the vest too, like in their minds, that's the level of Christian that they're at. And then to have to strip that off with the first two questions when Thinker pointed out very logical things, like if he hates lying, and dude went so far as to say he cannot lie. He repeated that. And then as soon as that scripture was read, he had to backpedal it. I think that's why they do it, because they realize that there are holes in their belief system.
Like he couldn't even admit that the delusion, like, this is a lie. Like, your God is needing to deceive people and lie to them and make them believe something that's false, right? Just for his, technically just for shits and giggles. Like, he couldn't even admit to that. I don't know. It baffles me. I don't know what you think deconstruction is, but you're gonna have to come to grips with a lot of, like, truths, actual truths. You're going to have to come to grips with a lot of things that actually do make sense, right? A God wouldn't need to deceive anyone. Like, what are you doing all of that for?
And to
I think a God would, especially like if, like something that Dan McClellan said in his video about like Adam and Eve. That like the God's goal is to make sure humans do not reach God level.
Yeah,
Yeah,
at least a good God.
yeah, a good God
A
wouldn't.
good God wouldn't.
Yeah, but like I think the next question that we probably should ask, like, can there be good gods? Because like humans evolve, right? Like humans are probably always going to try to reach a higher level than they are. You know what I'm saying? And then what would be the purpose of a god if humans reached God level?
I honestly think the concept of a God is the reason humans haven't reached that level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because the God concept tells us that it's outside of our capability. It's something that we could never do. Even just like every time they come up here and they say, "Oh well, I do this, but I'm not perfect." I don't even know why that's on the table, because that idea alone, being associated with a God, is exactly what sets the standards for humans. And then it's almost like the person that came up here. I don't know how long ago it was. I was like, it doesn't matter what we do because this is temporary. Like it gives this brief framework through which we see our time on this earth, and it causes people to not give a shit about others, about the planet, about things that actually matter while we're alive, because they're too busy looking forward to what's happening after death.
Absolutely. And I honestly don't see a God even wanting any of it. I just see human beings. I just see human beings
Yeah.
needing to explain nonsense. Like, I don't see a God here making any of these decisions saying, "Oh, I'm gonna deceive a prophet just because they went to go ask questions about me." Like, it makes no sense. A man, a man would do that.
Yeah, I agree. Uh, Fee, did you hear the DM that I got?
No.
You didn't hear me reading it earlier tonight? Oh, that's what you
No.
said. Oh, you were asleep. Look, I wanted you to hear this. I think you'll enjoy it.
Okay.
I'm gonna read it. I read it once already, twice already during the live. So I'm gonna read it again. But they asked me to read it again. I told them I would wait until you came because I think you would enjoy this
Okay.
DM. Do you remember the girl, the young woman that they came up here? She wanted to discuss the Jacob story, and I was like, when I she wanted to talk about like the Christian God being deceptive, and I brought up Jacob as the deceiver, and she didn't know the story. Were you in here that night?
I think so.
And I
That's
kept
vaguely
saying,
familiar.
I kept telling her that I don't think we, you know, that she has enough knowledge for us to talk about that story, and that I think we need to pick something else to
Oh
discuss.
yeah.
And
Yeah, I do
okay,
remember that.
so she ended up DMing me, right? And it's a long DM, so listen to this.
Okay.
Hey, I just wanted to thank you. The other day, when I was sleepy and came on your live and didn't know the full Jacob story like the back of my hand, and you kicked me off your live, cursed me out and said I didn't know the Bible. My family was on that live and it kind of hurt my feelings. I wanted to get back on the live with you the next day and get my lick back, lol. So I went and read it so I could know more about it and be prepared our next conversation. Once I got deeper in the story, I realized God sent the angel to wrestle with Jacob to build up his strength. And I never knew that. I was feeling down after that live and questioned myself on if I should be teaching people the truth about God if I didn't know the Bible like the back of my hand. But when I read that Jacob story, it strengthened me so much. At first, I thought that was the worst live experience ever, but turned out to be the best. He used you to help me be strong throughout my ministry, reminding me that you don't have to know everything. You just have to know the truth. When it's time for my judgment, it's not going to matter how much I know. It's going to matter what I know and how I applied it and did his will as a Jehovah's Witness. I will forever remember the angel that wrestled with Jacob now because of you through my spiritual walk, along with all the other beautiful gems Jehovah has given me, teaching me not to ever give up. What the devil used to try to destroy you, with faith in God and passing the test, he can flip it and use it for his good. Romans 8:28. He wants me to be strong and keep going. I no longer need my lick back, and I'm content and blessed by it. Dove. I was sent to you for a beautiful reason, to build my strength as I continue my preaching and spiritual walk, because that was small, but I may have to face bigger challenges in the future. And thinking about that angel that wrestled with Jacob will always give me a power boost. Thank you so much. Jehovah will always play chess, never checkers. Type in what is God's kingdom on jw.org, praying that you find the truth one day, because that's what matters, not how much you know, or should I say, think you know. If you don't know the truth, you don't know anything. 1 Timothy 2 and 4, Deuteronomy 32, 3 through 5, Matthew 5, 5, Revelations 21, 3 and 4, Genesis 3, 1 through 5. Satan has always been the deceiver ever since Adam and Eve, and God did not create him. He turned on God. He has free will just like us. Paradise on earth is the main thing Jesus taught. That's what JWs teach. The real meaning of the Lord's Prayer when we pray for his kingdom to come on earth. Soon, God is about to take his earth back and make it how he meant it to be before Adam and Eve sinned. What you think is deceiving, it's not. It's playing chess, not checkers. He's going against the devil. He's going against the devil. And soon we'll get victory. Every knee will bow. Thanks again for helping me look more into that story. I will continue to fight for God and fight for truth. And this will always be a part of my testimony. Jehovah is using you too. When he wants that power of God, he will always have more power than the devil. Everyone will soon see. Love you, girlie. Chess, never checkers. Always remember that. Check out jw.org, the world's most translated website in the world, over 1,000 languages. Matthew 24:14 in full effect, because the whole world is lying in the power of the wicked one. 1 John 5:19, Matthew 7:13. Paradise on earth is the good news, and the gospel in the Bible is the main thing that Jesus taught and wanted his followers to do also. That's why we go door to door. But yeah, thanks again, sister. That Jacob story was awesome.
Oh my
When you,
goodness.
I'm
What?
about to sue you.
But
Yo,
yes.
I have laughed so much on this line.
But you
What
know what?
chestnut and the way you
So
say it,
she might.
chestnut checkers.
But the crazy part about it is how she read it is how JWs are trained to present that type of information. So
Are you
I
serious?
yes.
swear it just feels like that's how it sounds.
It is. It is because there's
Oh my
never
god.
this, like, it's always got to be like overlaid with this love because it's concern because we want them to live. And they have this book. My ex-husband has all of like the materials and stuff at his house. So I had him bring a couple of books over the other day. And there's this book that they have. It's almost like this index of topics. It's called Reasoning from the Scriptures. So you can find a topic, say, Armageddon or any major topic that people talk about from the Bible, and it tells you how to explain the scriptures that relate to that topic under the guise of JW doctrine. So she probably just went to that book, found every and it's been transitioned to the website now, which Lowen and I looked at the website when we were fucking with J-Dubs when I was in Kentucky. But yeah, I'm not surprised at all. The ability to self gaslight. And I think that's the dangerous part, because what part of that, she didn't know how to answer it. She didn't have a way to make sense and respond to the point that you made about Jacob when she was in the discussion with you. So she had to go figure out, okay, tell me what I think about this, and then I'll go back and tell Thinker. And that disconnect right there is the very thing that I think is so dangerous, because it allows people like the previous guest to, I don't think he crashed out, but to constantly defend a position that doesn't make sense to them naturally, that doesn't make sense to them logically, but as long as it makes sense to them doctrinally, they're okay with it. Because ultimately, what salvation is the goal. It's all so selfish.
You guys, I'm researching. She literally, the way you read it, that just reminded me of something. I'm working on trying to research. Y'all know I'm trying to do my podcast with the true crime and stuff, right? I'm researching a story here where there's a pastor that offed his wife, like he burnt his house down because he offed his wife, and he was trying to cover it up, right? Like to say, oh, the fire killed her, but down the road, you find out that he was sleeping with almost all the women in his congregation, right? And he says God was the one that told him that, he's supposed to be talking to these women. Like they will go on like a counseling session, and he would tell the lady like, hey, I have to talk to you later. And then like he would only have like one session with the husband, right? I'm saying this to say this, y'all. The idea that the only way, like these women were against the idea, like when he would like try to come up to them, they would be like, oh no, 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 no. But then he would say, this is what God wants, and boom, the every time throughout like the police reports or like the witness statements, the minute all of them all record that it was the minute the pastor said, hey, this is what God would want, even even his wife's mother went up to him and asked him that she wanted to be his wife, right? She wanted to be her daughter for him, and this was what God wanted. Like God, he said, yeah, no, God wants you to just be you. And she says, oh, this is okay now. Like she said, she felt guilt about it until the husband told her, hey, no, like you should be yourself, and God wants me to be with you as yourself. Like he's sleeping with all these women, and they were all against it until he said, this is God's will. And the freaking thing just switches. Like brainwashing, I don't think you guys realize how deep
Oh my God.
brainwashing can go. Like the minute, like they gave up on their vows, they gave up on their children. This one lady gave her child cough syrup just so she can go and see him. And this was his idea. He texts her like, hey, give your child cough syrup and come see me. And she did it because of God, because he said, this is what God wants. Like literally, that's all I was thinking about when you were reading that whole thing, because that is how far brainwashing goes.
Somebody, Kendall, Chief Hope Dealer joined the live yesterday, and she was talking about somebody that she knows who's in a similar situation with a former preacher from Nigeria, who is basically has convinced women to give their kids up for adoption, and they have done it.
Yes, absolutely.
That shit is dangerous and scary.
He offed this lady. He acted like this is so like diabolical, and that's why I want to start my podcast, because true crime is like, you guys don't understand how much crime is actually influenced by religion and beliefs. Like he offed this woman, his wife that was the breadwinner. She was working. He he wasn't working. He was in the church. She was the breadwinner, and every day he's preaching, I'm the man. I should be the head of your family, right? And she's working, and she wanted to lose weight for him. She's over here growing around crying to her friends, and he killed her. He killed her. He suffocates her, right? And then burns the house down. Like, come on.
Wow.
Because God told him to do that. Before that, he was telling these women that he's sleeping with that something bad was going to happen to him, and they didn't need to feel too bad for him because that was God's will. That this was God's will. But he wouldn't tell them what was going to happen. He was already planning on killing this lady a long time ago. And he said it was a prophecy. And these women were so brainwashed that when it happened, they said, "Oh, that was a confirmation that he was a prophet and he can prophesy."
Oh my gosh.
You guys, man, I can't wait to release it.
When so what's your new podcast about now? Is it all true crime around
Yeah,
like
it's
religion
called
or just
Hate.
like any?
It's called Heinous Beliefs. It's gonna be centered on like true crime and religion. Like I've been so busy. I'm doing so much research to like try to get it off the ground. But like I'm learning how to record and all that good stuff. So it's called Heinous Beliefs. It's gonna be all around religion, like Muslim, Hinduism, all of it. Like everything that has to do with
That
belief,
sounds like that's gonna
right?
be a good one. Yeah.
It
Yeah,
really
like true
does.
crime, like when homicides, family annihilation, stuff like that. Like there's so many stories. Like I get so overwhelmed when I research it because I'm like, oh my God, all these people have to do is just believe it, and they just kill people.
You know what my sister and I were talking the other day, and and we're not horror movie watchers. Like I've just never been a big horror movie watcher, but almost all of them have some sort of religious component to it. Like when you look back into the history of the person who's like, the villain, there's usually some sort of religious component to it. So I find it interesting that the true crime piece of it still has that same through line. And I'm not surprised though, like the self-deception that goes on in religions of all sorts, not only Christianity, is why it's so dangerous, because when the source of your distortion is internal, that's dangerous. I could see like an optical illusion, or some sort of, sometimes you can look at a picture and it looks different, or you see one thing based on it's intentional. But when that distortion is coming from inside your mind, and then when you actively participate in perpetuating that distortion, I think that's the part that leads to the shit that you were just talking about, Ria.
Absolutely, absolutely, because in that text message, you can quite literally see her blanket. Like she just created a whole new reality for yourself. And this is why I say the human mind is capable of so much. Like you guys, oh, we only using 10% of our brain. Baby girl, your mind is capable of so much. You can quite literally create a reality for yourself for a whole month and you will believe that it happened. Your brain is capable of that. And she just twisted that so much, and now she believes a whole new thing. Now this is revelation. What?
That is wild.
That is insane. But yeah, I can't wait to. When are you launching it?
Girl, I've been giving myself dates. I don't know. I need help. I don't know what I need to do. So I'm not gonna give a date. I'm so sorry because I keep giving a date, but then I get so busy. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm hoping at least next year it will be up and running next year. Let me just get through the holiday season. I don't know. I'm sorry. I can't give you a date.
Hopefully you do it before like they ban TikTok. That way, people can follow you before
Yeah.
if it gets banned. Like people can follow you before then. Or either start telling them like if you're gonna post on YouTube, even before you like start posting the podcast on there, go ahead and create your YouTube, and that way people can start subscribing now, and you already have an audience there before you like launch your first episode. And then I recommend like recording at least 3 episodes before you publish the first. You know what I'm saying? That way when the people come back for the next one, like they don't have to wait too long for like your next episode.
Yeah.
But go ahead and start building the audience now so people can follow you now.
Okay, okay. I do have my YouTube linked, so I'm probably just gonna tell them like, go just follow me on YouTube, subscribe, all that good stuff, and then hopefully, I really, it's something I'm really passionate about. So I hope like at some point I can actually get it up and running. Like I don't even know how to operate Discord. My Discord's been down forever, and I don't know how to fix it.
I know. I like it's just completely blank. Like I can't do anything on there. I don't know what happened to your
Yeah, I
Discord.
went on there once and I'm like, what am I supposed to do?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to
I told you to connect with Jay.
do. Wait? So I have a Jackie. And who is which
Not
J?
Jack, not Jackie. Jay, J-A.
She's
J.
amazing.
Yeah, she's the admin of my Discord.
Okay, okay. Because
And
I
then
don't.
she can help you automate. Like she has a platform um called social media. I forgot the name of it,
Yeah,
but
your
like she can
social,
automate. What
but
is
it's
it?
spelled SOULCIAL,
Yeah,
social
social
media.
me or something like that.
Hmm.
But she can automate like a lot of your stuff for you too, so you don't have to like be the one doing it. So yeah,
Okay, okay. Well, let me go rack up some coins then, cause I need to go figure something out.
that sounds like that's gonna be good though. I can't wait. Do one of y'all want to take the next guess?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. I saw somebody in the comments asking to come up, but I don't see them in the guest request. If you want to be next on stage, can you please comment to let me know if you're in the guest request? Oh, there he is. All right, there you go, Fee. I'm gonna warm up some food. I'll be right back, y'all.
Is it tall man? Do y'all see him? I see a black box.
Tall man, do it. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hey, tall man. Good morning. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a follower of Christ.
Okay. Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
Why? Why is that? Why
Because
you ask
Thinker
that question?
doesn't because Thinker doesn't platform that ideology, and then just before we started the conversation, I just wanted to ensure that you were not part of that religious group.
It's not a religious group.
Well,
It's a people.
whatever you call it. If that is what you believe, then I'm going to have to take you down because Thinker doesn't platform that ideology. And I just ask that you respect her boundary with that.
Well, I'm a Israelite, so
Okay. Well,
take me
thanks
down.
for yeah.
Thank
Have a
you.
great day. Lala, did you want to bring somebody else up? I don't. I can. I see. Like I think it's 15 on my side, but I don't know who's in here for real or not.
Can someone let us know if you are trying to come up and have a discussion? Please put it in the comment as well as request.
I see two folks. T Rock says bring me up, but I don't see them on my side.
There's T.
Okay. Hey, good morning, T Rock. How are you?
Hear me?
Yeah.
Good morning, y'all. How y'all doing today?
Doing well. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing wonderful.
Good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
No, I'm not an atheist. When you say deconstruction, I mean, what does that mean to you?
Well, it just means that you're kind of looking at your belief system a lot more closely, figuring out what it is, where it came from. Sometimes people end up
Oh,
kind
yeah,
of
well,
stepping away from it. Sometimes people rebuild it differently in a way that fits them better.
yeah, I'm deconstructing, searching, listening, uh, you know, seeing what people are talking about, seeing what's best for me, things like that.
Okay. So, which one of the topics on the board would you like to discuss?
Let me see. You got the Old Testament. Why should we ignore fact? and believe the God. The Christian God's nature is contradictory. The Christian God is the great deceiver. Okay, let me see. The Christian God's nature is contradictory. Okay, I guess I'll try that one.
All right. What are your thoughts about that?
Um, well, from what I've been listening to, my own thoughts, because trying to figure stuff out, you got to listen to your own thoughts. And I know that God's ways and thoughts is not our ways and thoughts, but I notice people keep trying to say God this, God that, but God is already saying, human beings, y'all don't have the same thoughts or the same ways I have. And it was kind of confusing me why everybody's blaming God for their own decisions that they making.
Then why is he talking to you? Why did he give you a book to read if you ain't never gonna understand him? Why is he talking to you? Why do you guys pray?
Uh, well, me, like I just said, uh, I'm talking, listening, and like let's say I don't understand something. Okay, I know the preachers is lying. I don't follow no preachers, apostles, prophets. All of them is liars. So I'm kind of caught in where it's almost like talking to yourself, and then you're trying to figure, you waiting on the answer to come to you.
I think that's, but do you believe that what you just said is kind of like talking to yourself and waiting on the answers to come to you?
Well, who you gonna? Okay, like for example, what's the difference? I'm talking to you. You give me an answer. I'm either going to listen and believe your answer, or say, well, your answer is not what I'm looking for. Or I'm going to use my own. Am I going to use your mind or my mind? The thoughts has to come from somewhere.
Right. I don't disagree with you on that. I mean, I believe the statement that you made earlier about God saying that God's ways and thoughts are not our ways. And if ultimately what religious leaders are telling us is that we can't lean on our own understanding, then what are they leaning on? Ultimately, it is them coming to a conclusion that makes sense to them and then passing it along to you.
Well, they tricking. That's what I learned. That they tricking the people to where I don't understand why people is following but they've been doing it for thousands of years. To where my understanding is that there ain't even supposed to be church buildings with people going in on following a man, but that's what they do. So if they following that man, the man tells them anything, they gonna believe it because they going to that man.
Right. And now, T Rock, what can you remind me which topic did you choose?
uh, the Christian God's nature is contradictory. Can I hear your opinion on that so I can try to uh, talk about that from your view?
Well, that, and the reason I asked that is because, like, I wanted to hear you out, but we were talking more so about people when this prompt is about the nature of the God. So, the way this God is presented in the Bible, there are a lot of characteristics and actions and even laws that this God gives that he breaks himself. There are things that this God tells his people not to do that they, are forbidden. It's despicable in the God's eyes, and then it turns around.
Uh, Now, like I just listened to what you said in one part, caught me. You said God breaks his own.
Sorry. I'm sorry, I got a call that came through. So yeah, so the God will turn around and and break a rule that it made for the people. The previous example that we were talking about with the other guests is that the God, for example, the God says that it hates lying, but then it has scriptures where the God sends a deceiving spirit or gives a prophet a false prophecy. So, and that's a contradiction. There are things that are just in the characteristics of the God. The God is considered to be, perfectly merciful and perfectly just. Those two things are contradictory, as mercy is the suspension of justice, and you cannot have both. In the presence of justice, there is no mercy. In the presence of mercy, there is no justice. So there's just a
Happy
lot of
birthday,
this.
D'Amico.
Happy
Oh, happy
birthday.
birthday. Happy birthday. I didn't even see that.
Does
Yeah,
this
so the
Happy birthday.
does this sound right? What I'm getting ready to say? Then you tell me. Uh, if the same God. Now I don't even know if we're talking about the same God, but I'm just gonna say it because everybody got their own God. So I don't know even if we talking about the same God, but I'm gonna say it anyway
we're
because I
talking
don't.
about the God of the Christian Bible.
Okay, so you're talking about the God who supposedly created the heavens and the earth and everything in them. That's the God. So I can. Uh,
Yeah,
okay,
the one
okay,
One.
described in the Christian Bible.
Yeah, the Christian. There are other gods that have claimed to do the same thing, but yeah, we're talking about the Christian God.
Oh, okay. Well, that God said when you said that uh, that God lies, that God does this and that. Well, He already told us. He said, "My ways is not your ways, and my thoughts is not your thoughts." So whatever He do, man can't figure Him out. That's the crazy thing about that God because he does what he wants to do. He don't answer to no man because he created
Well,
man.
that's not what that means. Just for you to say, "Oh, I don't think the way you think, you don't think the way I think," does not mean, "Oh, you don't question what I'm doing." Right? If we see a
Oh,
lie, we can call it a lie. I don't. That doesn't make any sense.
well, let me say it. Let me try to say it again. I'm just telling you. I ain't saying I'm right. I'm just trying to get your opinion on what this scripture means. I'm not.
I understand. I understand what you're saying, but
I'm not
again, we're talking about the nature, right? The
yeah,
God's nature.
yeah.
Hold on, let me finish talking, please.
Okay.
We're talking about the God's nature, right? Is it his in his nature to lie, and what your belief is, right? Is it in his nature to be merciful or to be wrathful, right? Like, what is his nature? Not whether you agree with it or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you say that a brick wall, if you is a brick wall, then it should be a brick wall. If you buy a house and you're paying $300,000 for a brick house, and then you go and your house is made out of vinyl, then that's not what you paid for, right? That's not the foundation that you paid for, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So we're talking about the nature
Okay.
of the God.
Let me try this one then. Uh, well, it seems like his nature is he can do what he want whenever he want, and whoever got a question about what he do, he
That's
don't have
not a
to.
nature. That's not a nature. That's
Well,
not
okay.
a nature at all.
Well, ain't his nature? Well,
No,
let
what
me.
I need you to do, right? Like, you're focused on trying to explain away why he can be contradictory, right? First, focus on the fact on whether you agree he's contradictory or not in the conversation that you have with Fee,
Okay,
instead of
no,
trying to defend. Everything that you're saying right now is in defense of his contradictory nature. Like, so it sounds like to me that you also know that he's contradictory, but you won't say it. You want to defend the
okay.
fact that he's
Let,
contradictory.
okay, well, let me give you my opinion then, because I guess you got these titles for. Let me give you my opinion,
No,
and
what I need you to do is listen to the conversation that you're having with Fee, right? And respond to that conversation. And,
okay,
like, you're up here in defense, you're very defensive, and therefore you can't have a valuable conversation because you're too busy trying to defend the God,
no,
right?
what I'm trying to ask you. Well, I noticed that this guy. I'm not defending him. I'm trying to hear the answers that you're going to have, so I can get a better.
How are you going to hear the answer? She hasn't asked you a question. Like, you're not engaging with the questions that she's asking you.
Okay, ask me the question then, and ask me a question then.
Well, what you had asked me what I meant by the contradictory nature of God, and I gave you a couple of examples. And to Thinker's point, you went into it kind of seemed like you were going down the line of explaining why that is. And the why is not on the table right now. Like I know a lot of people have justifications for why, like his ways are higher than ours. We don't know all of those things. All of that is irrelevant. What we're talking about right now is the actual nature of the God. Is it contradictory or not? An example of that is say you and I were in a relationship and I'm like, and I tell you from the beginning, I am a faithful person. I don't stray. I'm all about being loyal and all of those things. And then you find out later I was not. Well, I can't then say it would be like me saying, well, you weren't giving me enough attention and this is why. And it could have been that. I'm not talking about the why. I'm talking about the claim that I made that I am a loyal person and the fact that I acted in a way that didn't match that. So when we're talking about this God, if this God claims to be a thing, say, or have a characteristic, this God does not lie. And then in the book, we see where the God was deceptive, where the God sent a lying spirit, where the God admitted that it told a lie. Those two things are contradictory. So if you could stay, and if when in this discussion, if you could stay on the actions as opposed to the reasons for the actions, then that'll keep us on the same
Okay,
page.
I see what you're saying now. So the actions, why is this said and this done? Is that kind of
Not the why. Like, and this is a pattern with and I know you said that you're somewhat deconstructing. The why seems to be at the forefront of a lot of believers. We're talking about the what. We're talking about the actual nature of the God. So maybe I'll ask you this. What is the nature that you understand to be that this God has? What is the nature of the God that you know in the Bible?
uh let me see. Well, you saying that the nature, his nature is. Uh, my understanding is this. I mean, whether it's his nature or what, I don't. Maybe I'm on the. I'm talking about the wrong thing. But my understanding is he has the nature of he can do what he want to do because he created the man, and man can't even. Man is not even up to the creator's
You,
level to
you're
even.
Mr. T Rock. That's still a why. You're talking about why his nature is, why he died. I'm not talking about that. What is his nature? What do you think God's characteristics are? If you were to describe God,
Okay, that's a good one. I, from my understanding, is okay. He's loving. He's joyful. He's peaceful. He's kind. Uh, uh, he's faithful. He's gonna whatever he say he gonna do. That's the nature that I'm learning about that side of the God that I'm searching for.
the God
Like,
that you're searching for, or the God that's in the Bible? Because we're talking about the God of the Bible. We're not talking about a personal version of the God. What we're discussing right now is the God that is in this book.
well, that's where I started doing my reading. So that's the God I'm talking about because of what he talks about his love in the book too. So I just, that's where I'm at. I
So
don't,
what's an example of this loving, kind nature of the God in the book? How does that can you give me a demonstration of that in the book?
okay. Uh, okay. He said that, okay, Tony, I'm going to supply all of your needs. Uh,
In the book. I don't think there's any Tonys in the Bible. We were talking about the Bible.
right. Well, right. But I'm telling you, when he's talking to me and I'm listening about what he said, you asked me, what is he is saying? And I'm saying, I'm explaining his love. He said, Tony, I love you so much that whatever you need, I'm going to help you. If you in trouble, you having problems, this and that, I'm going to help you through them. I'm going to bless you. I'm going to, uh, you know, so, and that's what I'm seeing that this God is doing. He's
So
forgiving.
So, Mr. Tony, it seems like that's what you're attributing to this God, right? Like, and I can't tell you that that's not the God helping you. That's between you and the God, which is why that type of example doesn't really help in this conversation. We're trying to stay in the Bible.
Okay,
In the
well,
Bible, the God said, you say that this God in the Bible is loving. What is an example from the Bible that shows that this God is loving, this God is kind? What did it do in this book that you can point to? that exemplifies that being the nature of the God.
That part that I ran into where he said, well, God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son, the one who died on the cross for my sins, for the bad things that I have done. I don't want to do no more. And so when he died, he took the punishment for showing me love. He took the punishment for my sin, but he rose again because the Father raised him up again from the
Is
raised
he
him
is he
from
Yeah,
preaching again?
yeah, he is.
Yes.
We know
So
that story. Yeah,
where
we know that.
where he
Tony, okay, Tony, let me give you some examples, okay? So the nature of the God, right? The God is sovereign, right? That's his nature, right? To be sovereign, right? Like, cause you keep saying that he can do whatever he wants. He's sovereign, right?
right.
Okay. He is, like you said, faithful to his promises and to his word. That's his nature, to be faithful to his promises and to his word,
Okay.
right?
Right.
His justice ensures that his actions are fair and right. Is that his nature?
Yes.
He can be held accountable to his own nature and his promises, according to Numbers 23:19.
Who holds him accountable?
Well, he said that he can be held accountable.
He can't. Well, from my understanding, he
So
can't.
then his nature, so then he lies.
No. Well, his man. How can I hold a God that created me accountable for anything? That's
How
don't make
did Moses hold him accountable? How did Jacob wrestled with him?
well because
Jacob, when he told Jacob that he would be his God, Jacob said to him, "You'll be my God if you do what you said you're gonna do."
okay. Well, them was just men learning like we.
It doesn't matter. They did it. So you ask how? That's how.
Okay, but it don't. But what I'm saying is that I don't care about nobody else. I ain't gonna lie to
Okay,
you.
I'm sorry. This is not going to be a good conversation. Like, you want to talk about your personal experience. I don't care about your personal experience. Fee, do you want to talk to him about his personal experience?
No, I'm not disputing his personal experience, but your personal experience is
It's
not going to
just not
convince
important
me
here.
of this, this God's nature not being contradictory any more than you drinking a cup of water is going to satiate my thirst. Like that's not how it works. So if in your world it's not contradictory, but when I read in this book, to Thinker's Point, you're
Please
talking about
stop typing in caps in my comments.
the God being, you said the God was, oh my goodness, it was something you said, an example that you said, but there's a scripture that completely refutes that to begin with. Like you said, the God who can check or who can hold the God accountable. But in the book, the God says that he makes a statement about being held accountable. That's contradictory. And it's so many examples of that in this book, but I don't know that this conversation was gonna go anywhere.
Yeah, because I mean, like, when he just said, like, I don't care about anybody else. Like, we're literally talking about your book. We're not talking about anybody else. We're talking about the people that literally your faith, like the foundation of your faith. So, like, if you don't want to talk about your Bible, that's understandable. Your faith isn't based off of this book.
Right.
So yeah, I think, did somebody take him down?
I don't know if he dropped. I
Yeah,
didn't take him down.
Oh
Tom Mandulip
no,
wants to come up.
he was up here.
He
What
was just
happened?
up here. He's a Hebrew Israelite.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
never
no,
mind.
yeah,
No.
no, never, no. Um, okay. Let's see.
Prince
Bring somebody.
Z,
Huh?
Prince Z, that kindly bring me up.
Okay.
I can't believe that man just sat there and repeated the same thing like 5 times.
He did.
He wanted to preach about
He
Jesus. That's
said
what he wanted to do.
he just said it over and over again.
And I'm trying to figure out, like, in the last two, I think the last two or three conversations that I've, even before I requested up, they can't stay on the what without going to the why, as if the why erases the what. It doesn't mean that just because you think there's a valid reason for the contradiction doesn't make the contradiction go away.
I don't think they necessarily know the nature of the God, like, or they don't understand what we mean when we say nature. But here you go, Fee. Maybe this one would be a better one.
Hey, Prince C, good morning. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
All right, what topic would you like to choose?
I don't know. How old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm from Nigeria actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was actually, just scrolling and I saw this. I heard about the conversation with the last guy. You were asking him what
Can
proof
you pick
that
a
God
topic,
is loving.
please?
Yeah, I just
There's five topics on the board right there. Can you pick one of those topics, please?
okay. About the Christian God's nature is contradictory.
Yeah. Ria, do you think this would be a better fit for you? I know that.
That's first of all, that's
Yeah, he's
racist.
from your home country. Okay. Yeah, your hometown. I'll tag you in.
Okay, so I don't know, man. How is this going to go? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what topic did you pick?
Yeah, about the Christian God's nature is contradictory.
Okay, and you're asking why we're saying that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, because throughout the Bible, like, there's certain things that the God is doing, right? He'll say, oh, this is an abomination, but somehow he will use it for his own gain, right? He will do the thing just because he wants to, or he will promise something and not fulfill it, right? He say, oh, he's the God that keeps his promises, or he's a God that will always fulfill blah, 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 right? But
Mm,
then the next page we're seeing a whole nother type of person. So it's what exactly is his nature?
mm. I mean, you're right though. You're very right because one thing about me is I try to see that I won't argue against that fact being contradictory. Can you hear me? Can you hear me at all?
Hmm.
Okay, okay. So I wouldn't argue. I won't want to argue about against that fact because that is true that God is, like his nature is contradictory, and I think the reason that is because um, like he creating the world. We 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 as human beings we try to judge someone or judge someone's personality like that, based on our own moral ethics, like the way we view things. But God creating us, firstly, I don't even see how this makes sense in the sense that we can't judge God from our own perspective of
Well, you kind of
um
just did. You agreed that his nature is contradictory. That would take some judgment, right? That would take you analyzing his character in the book,
yeah,
analyzing his
yeah,
nature, and then coming to
yeah,
the conclusion that it's contradictory. So we've
yeah,
already done that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, it is contradictory, and it doesn't. I don't think it's in any way disqualifies him being God, or
I mean, no one is saying that. Like, if you still think it makes sense to believe in a contradictory God, then that's your prerogative. No one is telling you that somehow it reduces the level of godness for whatever God you believe in.
okay,
The
wait.
Christian God is contradictory. The nature of the Christian God is contradictory, and you agree.
Yeah, I agree. The thing is this. Do you believe in God?
I do not.
Okay, you don't believe in God.
No, sir.
Actually, personally, well, I think you do believe in God
That's
because
whatever, like I said earlier, right? Whatever your brain cooks up, that is your prerogative. You can believe whatever you want. I just
no.
told you, as a sentient being that has a brain that functions, I just told you that I do not believe in God. That whatever you want to believe, that's your business.
See,
Okay,
the
okay.
Christian here is all knowing, right?
Apparently.
I told y'all they
No,
want to
no,
be their
I'm
God.
not.
That was like
Like
one of the
what?
Honestly,
I don't
wildest
care what you
statements.
believe.
Yeah,
no,
like
I'm not. I'm not all knowing. Honestly, I just no. I feel like you bringing up the topic to say it's contradictory means,
I
I
brought
mean,
the topic up. I did. These are
you're
my
giving him
topics.
some. Okay, okay,
These are
okay,
my topics.
okay, okay.
It's also an internal critique, right? Like
Mm-mm.
I can talk about whether Marvel is better than DC Comics, but that does not mean I think Superman is
Which
real.
they are. Which they are. But carry
Absolutely
on.
100.
Carry
Let's
on.
not get it
I'm still
twisted.
Team Flash and the
I'm
Arrow.
sorry.
You're
Thinker,
right.
don't
Team
You're
do this
right.
Flash
You're
to
and the
right.
me.
Arrow. I don't care. I
Thinker,
like Flash.
please.
The Arrow kind of gets on my nerves, but I'm like they're pretty cool.
Yeah,
What?
so we can have that discussion without believing that any of these superheroes are
Yeah,
real. So that's not a valid
you're
argument.
right. You're right, though. You're right. You're right. Honestly, you're right. It's just I feel like I said initially. I believe in God, and you know, him. You saying his nature is contradictory is uh I'll say yes, it is like I said, it is contradictory because, you know, like for example, the Bible says God is not a God of confusion. But you know, there've been places where God had to like, you know, some things, some events, you know, just look like confusion in the Bible. But I'll say, you know, to us humans, what we judge as, you know, I think we judge things morally. Like when someone was saying yesterday, you know, somewhere that, you know, God kills children and all that. I just look at it like we judge things from a moral point of view, and you know, God is above all these things. God created life and death, and you know, we, for example, we go crazy about death, but the way God uses death is like just as another kind of creation. We
How
we
do
we
you
can't
know that?
necessarily judge
How do
him.
you know that? How do you know that?
Know what?
How do you know what you just said? Do you know, like you've been inside the mind of the God?
I don't get, how do I know what?
How do you know the words that just came out of your mouth? How do
That
you
God
know that?
created life
No,
and
you
death.
said God doesn't look at life the same way we look at it, and we're not supposed to. How do you know that?
I mean, it is from, like I said, it's from the way I see things.
Yeah, from the
That
way you see things, right? The
yeah,
same way
yeah.
somebody just came up here and said, "Oh, God just does whatever he wants. He just does whatever, he's sovereign." That's another person. That's another human being with a whole nother brain, right? But somehow you want everyone to believe that this is one God, right? But you have all different ideas of what the God is doing from your brain. You've never been in the mind of the God. You don't know how the God thinks. So you should not be saying any of those words that you just did because you don't know that. You just made that up.
I actually didn't make it up. You know,
So
when
where
you
did
when
you
you
get
read
it
the
from?
Bible, the Bible lets us know that God is sovereign, right? According to the
God
way it
is
says,
sovereign,
some
but
have
it does
said.
not mean that somehow, oh, he doesn't see life the same way we see life. He doesn't see morals the same way we see. If the God can open his mouth and say, I create good and evil, he knows the difference. Okay? If he can
Yeah,
open his mouth and say, I will deceive people, I will lie to people, these are all human characteristics. But somehow you guys want us to believe that he doesn't think like you, he doesn't walk like you, he doesn't think of death like you. How do you know that?
I mean, because He created us, He created the
So
world.
what? So what?
You can't judge. You can't judge a
Yes, I
creator by
can. Yes, I
by
can. Where does it say that? Where does it
your
say
own
I
values.
cannot judge God because he created me? Where does it say that? What law says that?
Can you judge your mom and
First, the
daddy?
Bible says we shouldn't judge. You said what?
Can can you judge your mom and your mother and father's actions?
I mean,
No, yes or no? Can you?
yeah, I can.
If you can judge your mom and daddy, you can judge this God.
Exactly.
My mom and dad didn't create me actually.
Y'all are
Did you
so
hatch?
disrespectful to
Like
your
what the
parents.
God
heck does
created
that
my
You're
mean?
so
parents too.
disrespectful to your parents. It's ridiculous. So much disrespect.
No, I mean this God in question. Do you know why I said
This
that?
God told parents to kill their kids for disrespecting them, but here you are saying your mom and daddy didn't create you. That is fucking
Apparently,
foolishness.
For real.
apparently, God created me and my parents. You understand? So I respect my parents, but I fear God.
Yeah, you fear
I
the
don't
one
just
that
respect
has
God.
no proof.
you're saying, oh, the parents that you can see here right in real time that birthed you, went through the whole process of birthing you, right? Those ones don't get as much respect as the one that you never met, never seen, never talked to,
That
don't
ain't
even know if
outside
it
of this
actually
book.
Okay,
And the one
okay,
that they don't even read about. They don't even take
right.
time to even study it, like to read about it. Like, but this character in this book get more respect than the
Like,
parents who had
okay,
you,
okay. Can
who
I ask
took
a
care of
question?
you. Like, no, I don't want to talk to you. Go talk back to Rhea. I was talking to Rhea.
Okay.
Thinker is hilarious. I want to say this, and I'm gonna go on mute. I find it so interesting that y'all always say you can't judge God. Okay, cool. I can't judge him, but I can damn sure have an opinion about him. Because,
hallelujah.
yeah, like I don't. Okay, so you're telling me I don't have any final authority over this deity. Cool. I don't have a problem with that. But I can tell you that I believe, in my opinion, that a lot of the shit that it does is fucked up. And there may be no judgment with that because if I have no authority over this God, cool. But you cannot tell me what my opinion is. So when I say to you, this God does some atrocious things, and the first thing you say is you can't judge God, I'm not judging him. I'm telling you that in my opinion, using my brain, it does some disgusting things. That's not a judgment. Those are two completely different things.
And then they'll say, you shall know them by their fruits, judging humans by so-called fruits while all at the same time ignoring the fruits of their God. Like, that's just fucking nuts. Like, if you can't use that same damn brain that you use to judge humans, to judge whether or not you are following the commands of a moral or immoral God, then there ain't shit you can say to me. I don't give a fuck about the
Honestly,
fruits that you think I have or I don't have. Like, you can't say shit to me. And
Exactly.
again, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to my friends.
yeah, I wasn't talking to you either. No,
The imagine a God that somehow we cannot analyze his moral stance. Don't look at what the God is doing. But on judgment day, he's going to judge you though. He's gonna analyze your whole life just because, like, come on.
do you know why I said that?
If he's gonna analyze my life, baby girl, I'm gonna analyze his. That's how it works here. You whatever you do to me, I do back to you.
Sorry, can I say something? Okay. This is what I'm saying. The fact that you you can't judge. When I say you can't judge God, I'm not saying like you can't judge God. Normally we judge, but I'm saying you can't judge God based on your own moral standard.
Not
Because why did I say that? Because what we perceive as good and evil, we perceive, okay, you shouldn't do evil, you shouldn't do good. God has done a lot of things that we humans consider as evil in many cases, right? And for example, God telling someone to kill or like destroy a whole city. We as humans, we can't judge that unless we say, okay, this is evil. But that's why I said God is different from us. His perspective is
okay, so
different from us.
God wants
If you
you
want to
to
judge
do.
your creator
Hold on,
based
hold
on
on,
what
hold
he
on, hold on, hold
does
on. Now you're
morally,
preaching. Hold on. So the God is asking you to live your life according to what you think is good and evil, or what He thinks is good and evil.
based on what he thinks is good and evil.
Which is what? What does God think is good and evil? Because you just said that we don't know. So you tell me what does God think is good and evil?
I mean, he gave us we had the 10 commandments, and then Jesus came and told us, okay, do this, don't do that. And I think those are, and Jesus talked about love being the greatest commandment. So
Okay, are those not
you know,
also things that human beings agree with that are, hey, this is a good thing to do to love your neighbor? Isn't that also something
yeah,
that a human would agree with?
yeah.
So why are you saying that the God what God thinks is good is not the same thing as what human beings think is good? Where's the difference there?
The plane of one, this is it. The plane of existence is different. We're just humans. You understand? Like
I
when
just asked you a
a
simple question,
creator,
sir. What is the difference? You just said the God thinks differently, but now you're telling me how the God thinks. You say you don't know. You're not on the same plane as him. You have no clue how he thinks. He doesn't think about good and evil the same way we think about good and evil. But you
yeah,
said he but at the same time, he has his set of rules for good and evil. And somehow they also match what human beings think is good and evil. So where is the difference?
The difference is those rules are for us, his creation. They don't
So
apply
he's
to
not
him.
supposed to follow the rules. That's what you're trying to
No,
say.
he's
So
not
he
supposed to
knows that
follow the
it's
rules he gave
evil.
us.
I'm sorry. So he knows that it's evil. He just it doesn't have to follow it. Correct? He knows that he's doing
Why
evil when he kills babies for no reason. He knows that this
evil
act is evil.
before
He
our own
just doesn't
eyes?
want to. Yes, this is an evil act to humans. I am committing evil upon humans. So he's acknowledging that this is an evil act. He just doesn't have to follow the rules that he set up for evil. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay, so he's an evil
that's what I'm
God.
saying.
So he's evil. He commits
So
evil acts. He just doesn't want you to call it evil because he's God. There
does it
you go.
commit good acts too? Does it commit good acts too?
What good acts? Give me a good act that your God has done.
I mean, he created this beautiful world first off,
Where?
and
Get
we
prove
are
it.
alive
Prove it.
because the Bible let us know in the beginning that okay, God
So
created the
do
world,
so
God
so
created
do
the
so
heaven and the
many
earth.
other thousands of books. So many other thousands of gods have claimed to create the earth. So
Well,
let's
like
just
I
say
said
fine. He has.
initially,
Let's say fine. He created the earth. Then what? What happened after that?
I'm a Christian, so I believe God created the universe, right?
And then what?
So now, so now, God creating the universe.
No, after he created the universe, what did he do that was good? What has he done? I can give you a few things that he has done that are completely evil in the Bible. What did he do that was good?
Oh, okay, a lot actually, a lot. I don't even know where to start from. One,
Okay, start
you
somewhere.
know, yeah, I'm not. I won't call myself a Bible scholar exactly, but you know the story where, God sent manna from heaven to
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 starving
his
people,
children, right? Yeah,
the people that
apparently,
were already starving.
yeah.
Yeah, so
They
the
could have
good
starved to
God,
death
the
actually.
good thing that he did was wait for them to starve first. And then when they did pray for food, right? The first time you realize that these are the same people that the first time they ever complained, he quite literally burnt down their whole camp, right? When the minute they
Yeah,
started to complain for food and groceries or whatever provisions, he burnt down their camp and then
yeah.
waited for them to starve and then gave them manna from heaven. He waited. That's the good thing. That was a good thing.
Giving them manna from heaven was good. Like you said, you said the
Yeah.
bad thing
Did
he
you
did.
hear
You
the
trying
part where
to
I
point
said
out
he
the bad
waited for
things he
them
did.
to starve and punish them for even asking
Yeah,
for food in the
yeah,
first place?
I heard about that. Yeah, I heard when you
So
said that.
if a kidnapper were to take you, right, or somebody were to lock you up in a house and starve you for a week, it would be a good thing on the last day for them to give you bread and water.
Apparently
You
it
would
is
consider that a
because
good thing?
come on, you asked me what are the good things God has
Would
done.
you
That
consider
was
that
one
a
of my
good
examples.
thing? Is the
I will
question.
consider that. I will say thank you to the person
Okay, well
giving me
then
food
your
because
idea of a good thing is it's unique. I mean, if you think somebody's starving you, especially a God that can give you whatever you want whenever you want, deciding to starve you, and then when you
he
beg for
can.
food,
You know
burns
what I
down
see
your
about this?
camp, and then when you beg for food, punishes you first, and then later on gives you wheat to eat. If that
Real.
somehow makes sense to you and say that's a good thing, then congratulations.
You know what I see from this thing? I think the whole thing you said is still based on your moral perspective of things. You see, okay, this is good, this is bad, and you want God to fall in place with
You just
what
agreed
you
that
and
the
we
God
all
is
see as
doing
good and
evil
evil.
thing. Honey, the brainwashing or like gaslighting doesn't work here, okay? Earlier, you already agreed that the God is enacting evil on people, knowingly enacting evil. He knows that human beings see a specific act as evil, right? For example, starving people,
Yeah.
right? For example, killing babies. He
Mm,
enacts that anyway,
mm.
but does not want to call it evil because he's God. We've already agreed to that. You don't need to now explain any of that to me. The God is evil. He does evil things. You just can't call it evil because it's God.
No, like I said, you're right when you say, okay, he has done evil things, right? Killing children, starving people. Like you already said that. I didn't argue with that. What I was trying to say is you can't exclusively say he only does evil things. He has done good things as well,
No,
right?
he hasn't. I just
That
told
was
you to
why
give
I
me an
said he
example
gave the
and you
people
did
manna,
not.
right?
That's
If it
not
was
something that
actually
I
evil,
consider to be a good thing, sir. Starving somebody first and then later on giving them the bare minimum, like whatever what he even gave them was not even nutritious. It would like you don't give that to somebody that's not had food for a really long time, right? Like literally you're not using your brain. Someone starves you intentionally over time, right? And then gives you the bare minimum and you say that's a good thing. That is not a good thing to me, Prince. Okay? That's why I agree with you that human beings have an idea of what evil is. And we agree here that starving someone intentionally is evil and your God is okay with that. Like I don't know why you're trying to like twist it. I agree with you. Human beings have a specific idea of evil, of wrong, right? For example, I think something is wrong, you don't, right? We have, sorry, it's not specific, subjective, right? We have subjective ideas of what good is and what bad is. You think starving
yeah?
somebody is good, I don't, right? But the God knows what is evil and he does it anyway. I don't know what you're saying to me right now.
Yeah, like I said, I wasn't disputing that fact that God does things that we see as evil, right? Now, okay, let me take off the manna example, right? Where you said, okay, giving them food later was still evil, right? No problem about that. Let me give an example of giving Jesus Christ to die for our sins, right? Now, giving his only begotten son to die for our sins, I will consider that I won't consider that evil. I'll consider that a good deed, right? Now, like you said, God has done evil things. Things we consider as evil. I won't necessarily say evil things. I'll say things we consider as evil. But that's why I was asking initially that if you believe in God or not, and you said you don't believe in God. Because God God being God, I don't think it makes sense. Let me even forget about God. Let's even bring this context out of God, right? I'm not going to preach. I'm not preaching at all. I'm
You
just
need
saying
to
when you
hurry
create
up because
something.
you're already getting to preaching territory, and I was about to
No,
cut
I'm
you
not
off. So
preaching.
hurry up
I'm
and
not
get to your
preaching.
point. I know
All right,
that you
I'm not
don't think
preaching.
you're preaching, but you are. So hurry
Okay.
up.
All right. The thing is this: when a creation creates something, okay, I gave an example of we being God's creation is like you creating like files on your laptop, creating files and putting them in a folder, right, on your computer. Now, those files have standards, moral standards in which they operate in. We as humans are like that. God is like some something you can relate to. Is You can bring him into the scope of our own existence and judge him
Then
by
why do
our
you
own
guys
standards.
know? Then how are you communicating with him? How do you even know what language he speaks? How do you even know that he's understanding a word that you're saying? How do you even know that he can compute a word that you're even praying to him? How do you know any of that? How do you know if he even
Apparently,
likes you? How do you know if he even wants you to be here? How do you know? If you can
apparently, he
never
created
relate to
us,
him,
right?
you don't know anything about him, you don't know his nature, you don't know how he thinks, even though there is a
If you
Bible,
create a
right?
file, if
So
you create
so
a
why are
file,
you talking to him?
if you create a file, he understands us. We don't understand him
So
fully.
why
It's
are
like
you
like I
talking
said,
to someone that you don't understand? Why are you worshiping something that you do not
because
understand?
apparently he created us.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Okay, so what created you? What
My
created you?
mother,
Nothing.
the human beings that you keep wanting to deny, yeah. My mother is the one that created me. She
Okay,
carried me for 9
and
months.
who created your mother? Our
Her
mother.
mother.
So, wait, did your mother create your eye with that
Absolutely.
color? She created your
Absolutely.
kidney.
Yes, her genes, yep. Her
So if you
everything,
ever happen to have
all of
like a
that.
kidney
Her
issue,
makeup, her
if
makeup, her makeup and my father's makeup is why I'm here.
if you ever if okay, no problem. If you ever, maybe God forbid, have like a kidney issue, can she create another one for you?
She can get what do you mean create another one? How are you going to create
You just said
another
your mother
kidney?
created you. You said your mom created you. She can can I donate said, okay, hers. If ever She you can get donate like a hers, kidney and
Yeah,
issue,
she
God
can.
forbid. No, donate she one that doesn't her need to mother donate
Yep.
created. Hers
Yep.
Hush,
Yep.
since she
Yep.
I'm
Yep.
talking. Talking.
Yep.
Hush, hush. She can donate her
Yep.
kidney if Rhea needed a kidney. If she created siblings for Rhea, one of those siblings can create a kidney. The father can donate a kidney, and then stem cells. Stem right now they're using stem cells from the mother's umbilical cord to create organs. So like yeah.
I
What
also
it
want
like?
what.
What kind of
Sorry to say,
question
but
even
what you
is
said
that?
Yes, what I was going to ask Rhea, because
exactly, you didn't get my question. I
when
said
have you
like
seen a God create anything?
Exactly.
Like we've seen people have intercourse before and become pregnant. I believe every one of us on this stage has experienced that. So we know how that happens. When have you seen a God create anything? You've been told that all of this came from the hand of a God. You don't know that. You read that in a book and you believed it. I don't know if you've been convinced of it, and that's cool. If you have, okay,
mean.
love that for you. But when have you seen that happen? See, your line of questioning to Rhea doesn't make any sense because you don't have a basis to stand on that you can demonstrate either.
That's why I'm asking
The,
him.
f-
What do you mean
the
by
fact that
create? Like, how
the
would
fact
someone
that I can prove
how
it.
would someone create another kidney? How would someone need to do that for you to like? How does that make sense? Are you just asking questions
Apparently,
just to ask questions?
apparently, no. I asked that. I said, "Who created you?" And you said your mom created you. That's why I asked that. Okay,
Yes.
if she created you specifically creating your body parts, then she should be able to create an extra
Do you
kidney
know how
in the case you
pregnancy
need
works?
one.
Do you know
But
how pregnancy works?
apparently, I know. Like I
I
So
wanted
said,
to
you
hear what
realize
your
that
that
there's
mom
means
certain
either.
things that you
participated.
can
What
do.
happened was this.
Prince, shut up. You
Okay,
realize that during
okay.
pregnancy, actually, I'm not even going to say you realize because you have no clue what the hell you're talking about, right? There are certain things that, like, there's certain amino acids, there's certain supplements that pregnant women need to quite literally create body parts. You realize that, right? If you don't eat enough calcium, if you're deficient in so many things, you can create a baby with no limbs. You can, like, there's so many things during pregnancy that can cause like extra limbs, loss of limbs, or even like your bones can be deficient because of the stuff that your mom eats. Like if she don't consume enough calcium, you can have really bad bones. Like, do you realize that you every day you make a body part? If you were to have a, which is not safe, right? If you, sorry, folic acid, my bad, guys. If you were to be in like a controlled environment, right, and you were ultrasounding a pregnant woman every day, right, which is not, please don't do that. If you were using an ultrasound on a pregnant woman every day, you can quite literally see every body part being grown every day. Like at every appointment, they can tell you what body parts are showing, what you can see, what body part is growing at the moment. You realize that, right?
I do.
Like, you realize that technology has gotten that far, right?
I do.
So what the fuck are you talking about?
What I'm
When have you
saying
seen
is,
a God do
your
any of
mom.
that? How would a God be able to create a kidney? I can tell you, if a baby has all their organs while they're still in the mama's stomach, I can let you know. I can tell you the mama was probably smoking, and now the baby has this defect, right? She didn't eat too much of this. She didn't have enough vitamins, and now the baby has this other defect, Show me that for your God.
Well, like I said, you said your mom created you, right? What I just
Show me
say
that
is
for
that,
your God. I just explained to you how my mother can create me day by day, limb for limb, organ for organ. Show me that for your God.
first off, God created this system you're holding on to.
Show it to
You're
me.
talking
I
about
can
you're
demonstrate a
talking
pregnancy
about
for you right now. Show me your God
I
doing it.
mean, God created humans. You read the Bible. You know God created
I didn't need to.
humans,
This
Adam
is
and
not a
Eve.
book that I read. This is not a book. I can observe pregnancy. Show me your God doing anything.
I mean, you saying I should show you. I can't even show you my mom getting pregnant. You can't
I
even
don't
show
need to
me
see your
your
mom
mom.
specifically
The
getting
fact that
pregnant, right? Because
the
I
fact that
know
we
how
can
it
prove
works.
it.
Your mom can be
Yeah, you
pregnant
know how
right
it
now and
works.
create another one of you. You know how pregnancy works. I don't know why you're giving up on your brain right now. So, you know how pregnancy works. You know how you're here. You know how, if you have siblings, you know how your mother brought your siblings here. So, show that to me for your God.
The Bible already let us know. I can't prove to you something when I wasn't even there in the first place, right? And this
So,
goes
you've
way
never
beyond
seen a
me. It
pregnant
goes
woman
way beyond
before.
you.
So, you've never seen a
You already
pregnant
talked
woman before?
about a pregnant
Have you
woman. You
never
asked me
seen
to
a pregnant
show
woman
that for my
before?
God. I have.
You've never seen a pregnant woman before?
I said I have.
Okay, so you know what pregnancy is.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have to read that in a book before you figured out what was happening in there?
Apparently, no.
Okay, so you didn't have to read that, but you know what's happening with the pregnant woman, right? Forget
Mm-hmm.
about the
Mm-hmm.
Bible. Show me how your God created anything. I don't have to read a book to know how pregnancy works, right?
You
So
can't
fuck the
you can't
Bible.
ask
How
me to
did your
forget
how
about
did
the
your God
Bible.
do any of the creating? Show it to me.
You can't ask me to forget the Bible and show you
I'm
how
telling you
God
to
created
you just
anything.
said you didn't have to read a book to know what pregnancy is. So I said forget about the textbooks, right? Whatever textbook is out there, you did not have to read it to know how pregnancy works, sir. So forget about the Bible. Now show me your God doing any of the creating. Show
It
me,
is the
show me
system.
at some point in history where we can point and say, hey, this is God molding this and this and this. Where is it? Give me some record of it outside of the
It's in
Bible.
it's it's in the Bible. I can give you
Yeah,
this is
because
it. If you
there's
don't believe in
nothing
the Bible,
outside
you
of
don't
it.
believe
There's
in the
nothing
Bible.
outside of it. You just agreed that you did not have to read a book to know how pregnancy works. You see creation in real time. You see it in real time. You know how it works, but you rather believe a book, an isolated book. Like, come on.
Okay, if you say your mother created you, right? You being a creation. Now, who created trees? Who created the sun? Did the sun
No one
who
did.
created
No one
no
did.
one did. No who created the sky?
No one did.
I'm sure if the sun had a mother, you said the sun's mother created the sun.
Yes, if I saw the
Well,
son's mother and I
I
saw how
mean,
she popped out other sons, then I will say, yes, the son has a mother. But not as of right now, there is no sentient being that created any
so
of
you're
it.
telling me there can be a creation without a creator? That's what you're saying.
There's no creation.
There's no creation. What do you mean there's no
Nope.
creation?
There,
This
who
the
created this
sky,
to
the
give it
trees are not
to
creations.
give it the name of creation? You are already presupposing that there's a sentient mind that decided to put a sun there, and there's a sentient mind that said, oh, I want 25 trees here. I want the Amazon to have 500,000 leaves on this one tree. Like, do you realize that? I don't see a sentient mind doing any of that. So there is no creator to do any of the creating. Now, when you talk about birth, I can see how human beings are what? Yeah, I see the process. I know what happens, right? So we give credit to who? Humans. Good job. You see?
And you know what, Rhea? The crazy part about it is what Prince doesn't realize he's doing is that he's just simply accepting the story of this one book as if there aren't other creation stories. You have a creation story in the Quran, you have a Hinduism creation story. There's so many other creation stories, Greek mythology, Norse mythology, Zoroastrianism, Japanese Shinto creation story. All of these are stories that talk about how the earth came to be. You're just picking one from a book that maybe you've read, but it doesn't seem like you have, and you're going 10 toes down in that this is how all things started. And if you don't have an answer to where the earth came from, then you can't know anything. Yet you assume that this is the only story that's been given in terms of where the universe and the earth came from. So your point is not being proven at all. This is just one claim in one book that you have not verified is true. That doesn't make any sense.
Like anything that has to do with the just because the Bible says it. Like how do you rationalize just giving an answer? Oh yeah, it says it in the Bible. What other book do you say that about? Do you say, oh yeah, Dr. Seuss is real because there's a book about Dr. Seuss? What?
Honestly, it doesn't work like that. I don't know if you can hear me.
Are you done, Prince?
I mean, no, I was giving an example. I don't know if you can hear me. Hello?
We hear you now.
Oh, damn. I think my connection is bad. Okay, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I was giving an example, which is that, okay, you said you don't know who created, the sun, the moon, and all that. You know, the fact that I believe in God, I believe in the Bible, being the, how do I put it? The Bible being written, by through God's inspiration and all that. The thing is, I wouldn't say logically it makes sense, but what I see from the thing is apparently these things can exist out of nothing. It's just like nothing can create something. Everything comes from something, and oh damn, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but if you're gonna claim that
Okay,
everything comes from something, where does God come from?
Hallelujah.
Like you can't. That's
okay.
a logical fallacy, and you keep like for some reason
I can
spinning
tell.
yourself
I
in the
can
same circle.
not. Is that a question? Where does God come from?
I'm just using your logic. You said everything comes from something. If that is the case, where does God
Yeah,
come from?
apparently you just explained. I think Ria just explained where she came from. Her mom, where her kidneys came from. Her mom, all this stuff. So that let us know that everything. In fact, trees. These whole things. Let me tell you.
Answer
This
the
is it.
question. Hey.
If you
Answer
want
the
to talk
question.
about God,
Where did your God come
okay,
from?
that's where I'm going to. That's where I'm going to. If you want to talk about God, first you can quantify God based on you know,
You said
time and
nothing.
space.
Hey. You said nothing comes from nothing. That's those were your words. You didn't say all only in the
Yeah.
planet or only on Earth. You said there is nothing that can come from nothing. Where did your God come from?
Mm-hmm. Where did my God come from is something I can answer that. I can answer that question. That was where I was. That was exactly my point. Is in the sense that God created the world. God
How
created
can
us.
you
Can
admit
you hear me?
how is this now the part where you now want to admit that you do not know? Like, come
You don't
on,
expect me
guys.
to know that. You
What?
don't
But
know.
you're
You should
claiming to
come on.
know who
You come
created
on.
the sun and the moon and the trees, and like you're already claiming to know who created all of this, but now you're telling me you don't know who created your God? That's where the knowledge ends? Like, come the fuck on.
You come the fuck on. I was giving you an example.
What
I was
example?
giving you
You're
an
not giving me
example.
What
an
the
If I
example.
give
You're
you an
fuck?
just saying
example, which
words, sir.
is like
You
humans,
started off by saying, "Oh, you don't
I
know
already
where
gave
any."
you the
No,
Did
no,
example,
hold on?
no, no, no.
which
Did
is
Shut up, please. Shut up, because now you're starting to get on my nerves. You
what the
just say
fuck?
words. You guys just say things and expect people to believe you. You're now claiming that you read in a book that some imaginary being somewhere created the moon, created the sun, created trees, and even created you. And now when they say, well, where did that thing come from? You say, oh, now I don't know. You expect me to know that? What? Why would you expect me to know that answer? Like, what?
And it's just this circular conversation that never ends. Like, Prince, do you know what it means to reason from the conclusion? Do you know what reasoning from the conclusion means? And you're gonna have to come off mute to answer that. Then maybe his Wi-Fi needs to come the fuck on. Cause okay, here we go.
Somebody need to come the fuck on, because what?
okay. Can you hear me? Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
yeah. Do you know what it means to reason from the conclusion? Have you heard that phrase before?
No.
Have you heard the phrase of circular reasoning?
Yeah, I have.
Can you give me an example of circular reasoning?
I was giving an example, right?
Not of
And
circular
I
reasoning,
already
because we
gave the
just
example. Let me try and remind you the example.
no. Hang on just a second before you
No,
go back to that.
this is
Just
not about circular reasoning.
but everything you've said is about circular reasoning, and that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Can you give me an example of what you understand circular reasoning to be?
Well, what I think is this. What I think is this. You didn't listen to me, and I saw your points, but you're not trying to see mine.
Go ahead
So
with what your point is.
I don't think he knows he's talking to two different people.
I mean, I know, although your voices are like kind of similar, but what I'm saying is, I was saying
Yeah,
the
but
reason why I can't answer who created
hey,
God.
if you know, then answer her question, because her question is different from what I said.
Yeah, this is it. No, I was trying to explain something. You're just trying to take me out of context. What I
I
was
didn't
saying is
ask
I
you a
can't
question
explain
though.
to
I did
you.
not ask you a question. She's asking you a question. I already said what I said. So she's asking you, do you know what circular reasoning is? You have to pay attention to the conversation. I didn't ask you anything.
I'm paying attention.
So can you give me an example of circular reasoning?
Not right now. I can't even like how do I put it? I can't even articulate an example right now.
So the problem is that you're making a claim from the conclusion. The conclusion is that the earth is here, everybody is here, therefore God. So the claim of the Bible is the word of God. And the reason that you think the Bible is the word of God is because the Bible says it is the word of God. That's circular. There's no evidence externally to prove that this claim is true. Your claim is also your proof. That's circular. You saying that the earth is here, humans are here, trees are here, the sky is here, is because God did it.
Hmm.
That is the claim. That is not the evidence. A claim cannot also be the evidence for the claim. And I think that's why we're continuing to go in circles, because that's the big piece that you're missing.
I mean, I didn't make the claim. Apparently, I didn't make the claim. What I was trying to say was that I was trying to answer. I think it was Rhea who asked me to prove like who created God. Yeah. I think it was Rhea who asked me that. No, what I was saying was this. I gave an example initially that we are like we can relate to the realm of God. Like I said, for me to prove the existence of something to you, I need to prove through the thing has to be in the confinement of like space and time, space and matter, right? Now the fact that I can show you, okay, this thing is a God, and okay, then we can try and trace who created God. That's why I gave the example of it's like files, you creating files on your computer and putting them in a folder. Now, I don't know how the files can ever trace themselves, to you as a human being and relate to the fact that you are flesh and blood. And because I don't know how files can relate to having flesh and blood and having you know other properties of humans.
Who
So I
said
feel
anything?
me
Who
not being
said
able
anything?
to explain.
Again, Prince, hey, you're answering something that no one asked you. Who said anything about your God having flesh and blood? Like you're just rambling. It doesn't matter what the physical makeup of your God is, if he's even physical. You said nothing can come from nothing. So whatever that thing is, where did it come from? That is the question. Like who asked you about your God having flesh and blood? Y'all just be saying words.
And the analogy that you're trying to use, Prince, is also it's not going to work because we know what a computer is. We know how they work. I wouldn't expect a file to magically appear on my computer or to be saved on my computer that I didn't save on it. So that I agree with you on that, but I know what a computer is. I have access to a computer, but the claim that you're making is to know how something works in a realm that you cannot see or access. Also, you say you can't understand it, yet you're on this stage trying to explain it to us. That doesn't make sense. So if you're saying that God is outside of space, God is outside of time, we can't understand him, there should be a period after that sentence instead of a comma and then an explanation. Because if you're telling me I can't understand it, you're telling me we can't comprehend the mind of God, you're included in that we, yet you're trying to explain it to us. So why should I trust what you're telling me can't be understood and you're trying to explain it to me? That doesn't make sense.
I don't think you got my analogy correctly. I don't think you got my analogy. What I was trying to say is like the reason why I can't explain who created God. I said I can answer that question, who created God. And the reason is because I'm just human. I can relate to the realm of God. God doesn't exist in, you know, space and matter. It's not someone I can just, okay, this is God. You understand? That is the reason why I gave that example of we are like files in a folder. It's like a human being creating a folder and putting files in them in the folder. How can a file? We are like files. I'm just giving an example. Like we are like the files.
I
How do you
understood your
expect a
analogy.
file to explain a human being?
I,
Okay.
yeah, I understood your analogy, but I'm saying if that is the case, then why accept it? What else in this world do you accept to be true that you don't understand or can't have access to?
I mean, I feel it's common sense though. I don't, like I said, I'm not a Bible scholar. I just feel like it's common sense that this whole universe thing didn't come from nothing,
I,
apparently.
you feel it's
So,
common
yeah.
sense. I feel it's common ignorance. And the reason I say that is because you're claiming a thing, you're claiming to accept something you don't have access to. You're ultimately, it's the God of the gaps. You can't understand it. You don't know where it came from. Therefore, God. I say, I don't understand it. I don't know how. I mean, I understand the things that we can understand, but there are so many things we don't know about this universe. So from there, I say, I don't know. You say God. That is the difference between us. I'm not going to claim
Okay,
something is there that I
wait,
don't
is the
have
issue.
access to. I'm sorry?
Okay, I think the issue is about God, just like the word God. Aside, okay, let's not say God. Do you think something must have created the universe,
No,
or
because like
someone,
Taria's
or like
point,
anything
Taria's
coming
point,
from somewhere? Okay.
no, to Ria's point, to refer to us as a creation presupposes a creator. I know that we're here. I know that I'm sitting at work. I know I'm sipping on coffee. I know I'm talking to TikTok. I'm on TikTok, on Thinker Stage. I know those things. But there are certain things we don't know. I don't have the answer to that. I'm just not willing to plug in an answer
Okay.
to fill in the gaps of the things that I don't know. You are.
Okay. I like that. Damn, I like this person I'm talking to actually, because you said you don't know. You don't know. And the truth is, neither do I. But the Bible is here to, okay, let us know that, okay, there's a God that created the universe. You can say,
You
okay,
don't
you don't
know
want to
that
believe in the
either. Even
Bible.
with the Bible, you don't know that.
I
Like,
don't know. I wouldn't say,
even after you read the book, you don't know that. So then start off by saying you don't know instead of going into spaces acting like you know what you're saying. You don't know. Then start
but
off
I
that
wouldn't
way.
say I don't know. I believe. This is it. There's a difference between knowing and believing. I believe that God created the universe. Apparently, I wasn't there to beat my chest and say, oh, okay, I can prove it and all that. But I believe, because you are telling me, okay, my belief is wrong, but you can't give me a good
Who
alternative
told
to,
you that?
okay,
Who has said your
okay,
belief
this
is
is
wrong here?
how the universe came to.
Who has told you that your belief is wrong here?
You said what?
Who here has said out of their mouth, your belief is wrong?
No, you're trying to disprove it. That's what you're trying to
I'm
do. You
not
don't
trying
need
to
to
disprove
categorically
anything. I
say. You
asked
just
you
said,
questions. I
how are
asked
we
you
going to know?
questions. No, 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 sir. What I did was ask you questions from assertions that you made. Every time you said something, I asked you, how do you know that? Where are you getting that information from? Where are you getting that from? The Bible says this. What are you saying? I didn't come to you and say, "Oh, I don't like what you believe in." Blah blah. You came up here. You didn't start off the conversation by, "Oh, I don't actually know what I'm saying. I just believe it." You made assertions. You made conclusions. You started off the conversation as if you knew what you were talking about.
Yeah, nobody's claimed that you were wrong. And I think you're trying to make
I
a
don't know.
distinction.
Who's talking? We just said something. I don't know.
That was Rhea. That was Rhea talking.
Okay, I think because she sounded more outspoken. Yeah.
And you're making a
Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you.
you're making a distinction between knowledge, and that was hilarious. You're making a distinction between knowledge and belief. Knowledge is a subset of belief, right? Knowledge is justified true belief. And the threshold that you may have to feel like you know something is very different than the threshold that I have to feel like I know something. The threshold that you have for belief may be very different than mine. In this regard, you believe the words in the Bible are true. I have not been convinced that those words are true. In the same way, I haven't been convinced that the words about the origin of this universe or this world in other holy books are true. It's not convincing to me. It's not telling you that you're wrong. It's just saying that I am not convinced. You are. Okay, cool. If you're convinced, tell me what convinced you. And that's to Ria's point. We're not telling you
Okay,
you're wrong. What convinced you that it's
I,
true?
I like this person I'm talking to.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
care.
this is it. Like
You
I
know he
said,
keeps
what
saying that because
convinced
he's
me?
trying to throw a shot at you,
Yeah,
Ria.
No,
I
Right.
don't
wait,
care.
I mean,
Which I
Fee,
was
Fee,
about to
Fee
say,
is
let's not do that.
absolutely amazing. Like she's absolutely amazing, but you just keep saying that because you're trying to throw a shot at Ria. Like we
Right.
know
Not too
what the
much on
fuck you're
Rhea.
doing.
no,
He
Rian
doesn't have
sounds
anything
like
else.
kind of
He don't
like
got nothing
no, Rian
else.
sounds
I
kind of
don't
like
care.
harsh and
There's nothing harsh
no,
about
Rian
what Rhea
sounds
said.
kind of like
No.
harsh and
I am
I don't
harsh.
know.
I really am. I'm very
I'm
aggressive.
just trying to.
I am. You're
You're
right.
you're
That was a good
direct
I'm
on
just
that.
trying
observation.
to honestly.
Yeah, I am harsh. I don't like when people act like they know something and they
I'm just
really
trying
don't.
to.
It gets on my nerves, you know.
chill. This is it. Nobody knows things. It's like I'm
I
talking
don't
out
bait.
of what I believe in.
I don't
You
coddle
understand? If I
men.
say
I don't like to cater to your feelings. So yeah, sorry about that. I really don't care. So you
okay,
can keep saying it, but it's not gonna do anything. I'm
no,
not
there's
gonna
no
talk.
problem
I'm
about
not
that.
talking to you any softer. So
I'm
I've just
no,
been waiting
there's no
for a
problem
couple of
about that. I'm
weirdos,
not
Rhea.
mad or
That's why I'm
something.
here.
I'm
Like the way
just
he tried to like parry Rhea when she was
yeah.
like, "Come the fuck on." He's like, "You come the fuck on." Like that was funny.
She
And, like that was funny.
sorry about that. What I'm trying to say is this, right? I'm trying to say nobody knows because apparently we all have like we are just humans. Like there are many things we don't know in this world, but the Bible explaining these things to us is like the major evidence, or how do I put it,
What
back
explanation
up
have you?
for my point, which is
I
like
don't know what the
Wait, wait,
fuck he
wait.
talking
What
about now.
God
explanation have you
created the
found?
heaven and the earth.
You
Can
so
you hear
you
me?
yeah. So you think the explanation of the way God created the heavens and the earth is found in the Bible?
The Bible said God created the heaven and the earth.
The Bible also said there were plants before the sun. You do know that, right?
They were they were what?
The Bible, the account of the creation says that there were plants on the earth before the sun. You need photosynthesis for plants. Like there are so many issues in this book that the vast majority of you guys don't realize because you don't read it. Yet you want to point to it as the story of the origin of where we came from. You
and
want us to believe that mud created humans and then a rib created a woman. This doesn't make sense. And that's the point that we're having. Like, and you continue to point to the Bible as it is, as if it's this authority, when you probably haven't even researched how it was canonized.
I don't understand how you say we don't know. I don't actually know any of this, but the Bible says, like, even when you read what said Bible says, it still does not make any sense. It's still biologically impossible for two people to populate a whole planet. Like, the Bible says, the Bible doesn't even say anything coherent. You admitting that you don't know, but then you say the Bible says.
Why did your God stop talking to y'all? Like it seems like y'all's like the knowledge that you believe that this God gave humans back then, right? Like you do at least understand that humans are writing the stuff saying a God said it, right, Prince?
Yeah.
Okay, and so the knowledge that your God gave humans back then in the late Bronze Age and prehistoric times, you think that an all
Yeah.
knowing, all intelligent God thinks that that level of knowledge was sufficient for this high level, high tech, advanced world we live in today.
I mean, these days I'll just say like these days we don't get to like experience that much. How do
But
I put it?
okay,
Like
but
the
I'm
let
asking
me
why
see
did he stop
the
talking? Why did he stop talking to y'all? Because I'm asking about the level of knowledge. Do you think the level of knowledge that your God gave prehistoric humans is sufficient for this high tech world we live in today? Could the humans
like
that lived in the late Bronze
it's hard to
Age,
believe.
Prince, could the humans that lived in the late Bronze Age show up today in our world, right, as a late Bronze Age human and just be okay based off of the knowledge they had back then? Like, would they know what to do in this world?
Well, honestly, I just think there's more technology in the world right now, right? And
Could that human in the late Bronze
if you
Age
compare,
could that human in the late Bronze Age just show up today as a late Bronze Age human and just understand this world?
hello?
Yeah, can they?
I mean, I'll say possibly, yeah.
So a human today would know what a movie theater is. They would know how to open a bank account. They would know about a social security number. They would know what Capitol Hill is.
We all know they would be fucked up by a remote control right now and be opening up.
Exactly.
For
And
real.
yeah,
TikTok alone will fuck them up.
exactly.
They be
Paved
like,
roads.
demons in a box.
Paved roads will trip them.
Magnets would have
Flush
them worship.
toilets.
Jesus.
Flush toilets will fuck them
So,
up. Like they would be okay today.
wait, I mean, the people evolve, man. People evolve and people learn
I know people
stuff.
evolve. Would a
So I'll
late
say it
Bronze
might be
Age human,
challenging,
Prince,
but
Prince, would a late Bronze Age human who your God gave this knowledge to survive today or know what to do today if they just showed up? If Enoch reincarnated today, like the Hebrews were waiting on, if he just reincarnated and showed up on the interstate today, would he recognize this world? Would he know how to operate in this world?
humans adapt. I think you underrating like the ability of humans to adapt.
I didn't
If
ask if
humans
he would
suddenly
adapt.
like
I
the
said,
same
would
day or
he
the same
recognize the
week,
world?
probably not.
Could he use the same knowledge that he had in the late Bronze Age today?
Oh no, not really. I would say
So
not
why the
really
fuck are
because a
you
lot of
trying to
things
use
have
it?
changed,
Then
right?
then why are you trying to use the same knowledge, right, that they used in the late Bronze Age, right, to explain their world, to explain this one? Why?
Oh well, not like we're exactly using their knowledge in the world right now. Not like we're using it is up to you if you want to be a believer, like if you want to be a Christian or believe in God or not. You don't have to. So I'll say people that choose to believe are we still
Can somebody translate for me what he just said?
civilized and
You said
Uh, uh,
translate what he just said?
yeah, can you translate what he just said? I think
what you
I
say.
got a sense of what he just said to my question. Like, I know it's fucking idiotic that we are, believing information that is from prehistoric times. And no, we can't use any of this information today. It doesn't suit our world. But if you just want to be a believer, you have to believe this idiotic prehistoric shit to be a Christian.
That's
Did I
that's
translate that
exactly
right?
that's exactly what I got.
Okay.
And the
Thank you.
reality, Prince, I think that's part of the problem. You are choosing to believe. I don't choose to believe. I believe the things I'm convinced of. And if the evidence tells me, or the evidence that I assess is not convincing, then I don't believe the claim. If what you're saying is, okay, yes, I know this isn't applicable to me. Yes, I know this doesn't make sense. Yes, it does not. It wasn't fair. It wasn't kind. It wasn't loving. But the book says it's the word of God, so I choose to believe it. Then I love that for you. But that is not how I personally arrive at beliefs. And I think it's very dangerous for anybody to arrive at belief systems that way.
So you need proof to believe something.
I mean, I wouldn't, why would you believe something that you haven't been convinced of?
What will make you convinced? A proof, an evidence.
So if I were to if someone were to ask you, do you do you have your mother? Is your mother still alive with you?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. Do you believe that your mother loves you?
yeah. I do.
Why do you believe that your mother loves you?
I mean, because there is proof for it.
Because of the things that she does, the way that she cares for you, the you know, all
Yeah,
of that you can
yeah,
point to things that demonstrate that your mother
yeah.
loves you, so therefore you
I have
believe your mother
evidence.
loves you. Okay. I do not have that for this God, nor for this book being true, or even the claims in the book.
Mm.
So therefore, I am not convinced that this God is real. I am not convinced that that this book is accurate. And I think when you have a special set of criteria that you either use or completely toss away in order to believe a claim, especially the ones that are so ridiculously unbelievable as the ones in these books, then you put yourself in a position where you are right now, where you just said to think or what you said. Yeah, I know that it doesn't apply in 20th century. I know that a lot of it doesn't make sense, but you just have to choose to believe. I'm just not willing to do that.
Yeah, but the truth is, you coming from, how do I put it, like, a logical perspective, but I would say like the concept of God honestly requires like a good level of imagination and not just like
And there we have it, ladies and
logic.
gentlemen. There we go. Imagination. Let's go to sleep because I don't know what else we're talking about here.
Yeah, because again, this gets back to Marvel versus DC. Like, if we're just making shit up, then just call it what it is. But the vast
No.
majority of Christians will disagree with you. And I agree that in order to believe this, you have to throw logic away. You have to suspend logic. You have to suspend rational brain functionality. And there is danger in that. To me, that is unsafe. And it doesn't make sense. And it also doesn't advance society. I mean, these people were pissing in holes in the ground. Like, why am I going to look back to what they're telling me about life to lead me through the one that I'm living right now? That doesn't make sense.
Honestly, the truth is, like I said, I used to like I said, I'm not like a Bible scholar and all that, but I used to personally think about these things like for a long time. Like, okay, wait, how did God come to be, and where is he living? Where is he like in space and all that? When you think about it, that's why I said it's not like something you approach from logic, because when you think about it as a human, that's when you get to realize that we're just human beings, man. Our abilities, or how do I put it, we have a lot of limits. Honestly, we can even, there are many things we can explain that we see around us. So trying to approach um the God thing with logic is just not going to work. That's
But
why I said,
you're not
you know,
describing the things that you see around us. You're describing things that you claim you don't have access to because it's outside of time and space. And then you're trying to explain it to us. That's
yeah.
completely different than what we're talking about.
I mean, how else can I prove something to you without time and space?
You
How else?
can't. You can't. You're the one believing something outside of
I
time and
can't.
space. Yet you believe it though. Like take convincing me about it.
But wait,
Take
do you
proving it
believe in
to me.
spirituality?
I don't even know what do you mean by spirituality?
Like, do you believe in spirituality? Do you know what spirituality is like?
I'm asking you to define it for me, then I'll tell you whether or not I believe it. What do you mean by that?
Imagination.
What does spirituality mean to you? It's different for everybody. So what does spirituality mean to you?
Like in
Ellis,
the
I have drunk an
supernatural. I
entire
don't know.
cup of tea. I fixed my tea when this conversation started.
Prince, are you looking for spirituality? Oh,
Don't.
oh well.
Well, damn. Maybe it was the tea. I don't know. I think
I
he was
just don't
just gonna go
understand how people,
on and on and on.
yeah, to try to explain a thing while simultaneously telling us we don't have access to that thing. You can't understand it. Then why are you trying to explain it to me? And what did you use to understand it to be able to explain it to me if we can't understand it?
Because they think giving up, like when it's like, hey, I don't know what this means. And they're like, actually, I'm just not going to think about it anymore. They think that is understanding. They think when they just give up on their brain and say, nope, it's God. I can't understand this, so it's God. They think that is them understanding something.
Yeah, an answer is not an explanation. Like you can give me an answer that you found in a book. That doesn't mean that doesn't make me understand anything. And I think they conflate those two things. Oh well, God did it. That doesn't. I didn't walk away from that conversation with the answer being God did it, knowing anything more than before you said it. That doesn't tell me anything.
Yeah, Rhea was on his head. I was over here cracking up. She was on his
It's just
head back to
adults that
back.
they don't want to think. Like you could tell that they've gotten to that point where this makes no sense. Like they've gotten there, but then when they do that 360, when they flip that bitch, they do that U-turn. That's where I'm like, come on, bro. Like you've gotten to that point. Why would you not let yourself just bask in the fact that this makes no sense and move on with your life?
Yep.
They'll get to like that point of logic and just be like, "Oop, I'm going too far.
Yeah.
Let me move back a little bit." Like when you're at the ocean and they got the markers up and they're like, "Don't go out too far. You may drown." Like they'll get real close to the marker, and they'll be like, "Oop, nope. Let me turn around." I don't know. It's a really weird thing that happens. All right, y'all. We got time for one more nice call before the end of the show. If you want to be on be the last caller, please comment and let us know if you're in the guest box and we can bring you up. Miss Charlene, I'm gonna bring you up before we close down. Because I know you're not coming up to discuss a topic, right, Miss Charlene? Okay. Let's see. Yep. Lala has made it to her destination, to her new house.
Yay.
Yeah,
Yay.
she's on
Good.
the stage. I thought I saw somebody named D Barber has to come up. Um, V Run. I don't see a D Barber in the guest box. V Run. Do y'all see? I see a D Darson, not a D
Yeah, I don't see
Barber.
D Barber either. I saw him post, but I didn't see.
Yeah, he's
Do you
not
see a?
requested.
He says yes, that's me, but I don't see D Barber 71 in here.
Mm. Do you see a V Run?
I see V
Yeah.
Run 7. Take
Mm-hmm.
that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
All right. I'm at work right now. Got a little free time though.
Okay. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Deconstructing.
All right. And which topic did you want to discuss?
The Christians, God, the great deceiver.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So the part, I just want to acknowledge is the Christians' God, right? Just kind of put that in the forefront. I already get it. The Christians' God, it's the Christians' God,
No, there's no possessive on there.
right?
No,
So,
wait, no, wait. You're putting a possessive on there that I did not put on there.
okay, so what do you mean by the Christians' God?
You're still doing it.
Yeah, where's the S? Why do you keep pronouncing an S?
Okay, all right, the Christian God. All right,
Yeah.
right. So, like, my understanding, the great deceiving part is the we're not acknowledging as people that there is male and female. You know, I think well, people are being deceived and thinking that God is just a man. And
No.
what I'm seeing is you know evident. I'm seeing the evidence of man and woman coexisting, creating new life. That's what I'm seeing, and I think the deception is that God is just a man, and we're here through some man, man God,
What
and
are you talking about?
I
the
think he's saying that he sees that part of the deception is
yeah,
the
yes,
lie that it's the God is just a man.
right,
You're saying that the God is man and woman.
that's correct.
The Christian God is man and woman. That's what you're saying.
So he's saying the Christian God is human.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Because I'm lost just
Like,
like everybody in the comment.
yeah, like I don't know if he's saying the Christian God is man and woman or that the concept of God is man and woman. I don't know what he's trying to say.
I thought he was saying like the male and female is like positive and negative. Like the female is lying, but I don't even know. I don't know where my brain was going with that one.
I know that I don't like Teacup. I know he got like 3 seconds before I move on. Yep. Well, we have one more person.
Somebody said one fish, two fish, three fish, blue fish.
Oh, I had me giggling. Look like Tanashi
Okay.
saying pick me.
Hi, how are
Hello,
you?
how are you? I'm
Hi.
good. I've been waiting forever. Hello, can you hear me?
I can. I'm so sorry for the long wait. I appreciate your patience. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am a Christian.
All right. And which topic did you want to discuss?
The Christian God's nature is contradictory, but I see that the third topic is linked to the last one as well. Because that one might be emanating from 2 Thessalonians, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it's not.
So yeah, let's start with the Christian gods.
It's
Okay,
not.
so it's fine. So let's start with so it's okay. We
Yeah,
can start
and
from the Christian
you
God's
can only
nature.
do okay. You can only do one topic, so pick the one that you want to do. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
the Christian God's nature is contradictory. Let's do that one.
Okay. Go ahead. Do you want to start first, or do you want me to start? How do you
Yeah,
want to
you
do
can
this?
start first.
Okay.
You can
So
start
I think your
first.
God's nature is contradictory.
Okay, I'm listening.
Your God is he has a nature of being faithful and holding true to his word and his promises, correct?
Yes.
He doesn't go back on his word.
The first thing we have to I need to understand first is what is the nature of God. Like,
That's what
are we on
I'm
the same
literally
page
asking that
on the
question right
nature
now.
of God?
Is your God
So the issue
faithful?
is
Hey, Tanashi.
God is faithful.
Tanashi,
God
Tanashi,
is faithful.
Tanashi.
That's my
This is
point.
not how this is going
Yes.
to go. It's not going to
Okay.
go like that,
I'm listening.
right? Okay, yep. I'm literally asking you right now if it's in your God's nature to be faithful to his word and hold true to his promises. If he says it, then it will be done. Is that in his nature?
It is.
Okay. So there are several times in this book when your God says a thing and that thing doesn't happen, or he goes back on his word. That's contradictory to his nature.
Can you give examples of that?
Yeah, one of the examples is the Davidic covenant.
I beg your pardon?
The Davidic covenant, the covenant that he made with David, that he told
Oh, the
Nathan to give
Davidic
to
covenant.
David.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's look at that one. Okay. Okay. In which part do you feel like
Well, he
there's
gave
an
David an unconditional covenant, correct?
okay, yes.
And he went back on that, did he not?
Let me really look at it. I don't think he went back on that covenant.
Okay, so tell me why you think that.
Because when we look at that covenant, um, God really promised that the line of David would rule, and He really
Wait, what
promised
was the
that.
covenant? Can you cite the covenant?
Okay, the Davidic covenant is a significant
No,
biblical
no, no. What
promise.
was the covenant? Like what did he give? What promise did he give David?
Eternal
Do
kingdom.
you want to read it?
God promised that David's lineage would endure forever, and that his kingdom would be everlasting.
What else did he say?
God would be a father to David's descendants, and they would be his sons.
What
Then the
else?
other thing on that covenant is unconditional, is an unconditional promise.
Uh-huh.
Um,
It was
then
unconditional.
the
What does the word unconditional mean?
the word unconditional, it means that it is no condition, strings, there are no limitations. Yes,
It wasn't
when
a
we talk about, for
like a
example,
it
unconditional
wasn't a
love,
if this then that, right? There was no if you do this then I will do that attached to it, correct?
no. You see, there's a difference. What you're saying is when we use then, if you do this, I will do that. Okay, those are boundaries or limitations. No, not limitations. Let me use another word. Parameters. Certain things need parameters. It cannot be infinite. So that there's a workable
There's no
thing.
need for you to
So,
do
like
all of
what
that.
you're
Hey,
saying,
Tanishi,
no, those are parameters.
Tanashi.
Yes, yes,
Listen, you are the last
yes.
guest of the day. Please don't make us
Okay.
cut you fast. Let me tell you the rules right quick, okay? Okay.
All
There's
right.
no need to
I'm listening.
preach. Okay. There's no need to preach, right?
I'm not
We're
preaching.
very
I'm giving
direct
facts.
people. Hey, Tanashi, that you gotta stop. Please stop. Like there is no need for
Okay.
you to talk while I'm talking. Okay?
It's all good. I'm listening.
Black, you just got
I'm
yourself
listening.
blocked. Okay? Listen, there's no need for you to talk while I'm talking. All right? We're very direct people. So when we ask a question, like we just want a direct answer. Like there's no need for you to like word salad us. Okay? If we ask you a question and you don't answer that, we're not going to let you move forward until that part of the conversation has been resolved. Okay?
Yes, I'm
All
listening.
right. Now, what I asked you was, what is unconditional? You answered that. I stated, okay, there was no if this then that in the covenant, right? That's a yes or no. I don't need you to explain to me why there is a need for a if this then that, right? There
Okay.
was no if
So
you do this, then I will do that in the Davidic
we,
covenant, correct?
is it all like okay? I think for me to be able to answer that, we need to go straight to that covenant,
I asked
which
you, did you
is
want me to
this.
read it?
I can read it for you because
No,
it's
I
from
can
First
read it.
Samuel
I can
7.
pull it up on the
Oh, you
screen.
can. Oh, you
Yeah,
can.
I asked you that and you said no. You said let me go to my book,
Oh,
right?
okay. Let's go. Put it on the screen and let's go.
Okay. Can one of the mods bring Rhea back up? I think she said she's back. All right. Now, therefore, thus you shall say to my servant David, thus says the Lord of hosts, I took you from the pasture, from following the sheep to be prince over my people Israel, and I have been with you wherever you went, and have cut off all your enemies from before you. And I will make for you a great name, like the name of the great ones of the earth. And I will appoint a place for my people Israel, and will plant them so that they may live in their own place and be disturbed no more, and evildoers shall afflict them no more as formerly. From the time that I appointed judges over my people Israel, and I will give you rest from all your enemies. Moreover, the Lord declares to you that the Lord will make you a house. When your days are fulfilled and you lie down with your ancestors, I will raise up your offspring after you, who shall come forth from your body, and I will establish his kingdom. He shall build a house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be a father to him, and he shall be a son to me. When he commits iniquity, I will punish him with a rod such as mortals use, with blows inflicted by human beings. But I will not take my steadfast love from him, as I took it from Saul, whom I put away from before you. Your house and your kingdom shall be made sure forever before me, and your throne shall be established forever.
Yes.
Did he keep that? Did he keep that covenant?
Yes, he did.
How did he keep it?
Right now, let's look at Israel. Literally, right now, Israel has got a place where it calls home. Israel right now, even how many wars have been in Israel? How many times have the Palestinians, have the Iranians, have all the other people have tried, but still they're being kept by God. The establishment of his kingdom and his throne. Right now, we still believe in Jesus Christ. We still believe in that kingdom of God that he promised. And the birth of the Christian item of that religion has been there, has been established, and it's not being erased. It's still there. So he is continuing to keep those promises. None of them have been broken.
So
So
let's read Psalms
God,
89. Let's
so
read Psalms 89 right quick. Okay.
all right, Psalms
All right.
89.
And then we're going to go to verses 34. Damn, why? Verses 30. Oh, shit. What did I do?
You want me to read it for you?
No.
Oh, it's all good.
Verses 34 through 37.
89, 34 through
Through 37.
37.
Mm-hmm. Actually, let's go back a little bit. Let's start at 25.
All right.
Wait a minute. I want to get where they recite to him his entire promise first. Okay, the heavens and the earth and the north, you have a mighty arms. Happy are the people in the country for the glory. All right, here we go. Verse 19. This is to Yahweh. This after the Davidic covenant, the monarchy fell by the hands of Nebuchadnezzar. This is how the Hebrews felt. Then you spoke in a vision to your faithful one and said, I have set the crown on one who is mighty. I have exalted one chosen from the people. I have found my servant David. With my holy oil I have anointed him. My hand shall always remain with him. My arm also shall strengthen him. The enemy shall not outwit him. The wicked shall not humble him. I will crush his foes before him and strike down those who hate him. My faithfulness and steadfast love shall be with him, and in my name his horn shall be exalted. I will set his hand on the sea and his right hand on the rivers. He shall cry to me, You are my Father, my God, and the rock of my salvation. I will make him the firstborn, the highest of the kings of the earth. Forever I will keep my steadfast love for him and my covenant with him, and will stand firm. I will establish his line forever and his throne as long as the heavens endure. If his children forsake my law and do not walk according to my ordinances, if they violate my statutes and do not keep my commandments, then I will punish their transgression with the rod and their iniquity with scourges. But I will not remove from him my steadfast love or be false to my faithfulness. I will not violate my covenant or alter the word that went forth from my lips. Once and for all, I have sworn by my holiness, I will not lie to David. His line shall continue forever, and his throne endure before me like the sun. It shall be established forever like the moon and enduring witness and the skies, Selah. Okay, so they repeat back
Yes.
to him
Mm.
here. Actually, we're gonna read the whole thing. They repeat back to him his promise, right? This is after
Yes.
Nebuchadnezzar comes in, and then starting at verse 46, they say, How long, O Lord, will you hide yourself forever? How long will your wrath burn like fire? Remember how short my time is, for what vanity you have created all mortals. Who can live and never see death? Who can escape the power of Sheol? Lord, where is your steadfast love of old, which by your faithfulness you swore to David? Remember, O Lord, how your servant is taunted, how I bear in my bosom the insults of the peoples in which your enemies taunt. O Lord, with which they taunted the footsteps of your anointed. Blessed be the Lord forever. Amen. Amen. Let's go to Lamentations chapter 2.
You're on what? I beg your pardon?
Lamentations.
Oh, Lamentations. Okay.
How the Lord in his anger has humiliated daughter Zion. He has thrown down from heaven to earth the splendor of Israel. He has not remembered his footstool and the day of his anger. The Lord has destroyed without mercy all the dwellings of Jacob. In his wrath, he has broken down the strongholds of daughter Judah. He has brought down to the ground and dishonor the kingdom and its rulers. He has cut down in fierce anger all the might of Israel. He has withdrawn his right hand from them and the face of the enemy. He has burned like a flaming fire in Jacob, consuming all around. He has bent his bow like an enemy, with his right hand set like a foe. He has killed all those in whom we took pride. In the tent of daughter Zion, he has poured out his fury like fire. The Lord has become like an enemy. He has destroyed Israel. He has destroyed all its palaces, laid in ruins its strongholds, and multiplied in daughter Judah mourning and lamentation. He has broken down his booth like a garden. He has destroyed his tabernacle. The Lord has abolished in Zion festival and Sabbath. In his fierce indignation has spurned king and priest. The Lord has scorned his altar, disowned his sanctuary. He has delivered into the hand of the enemy the walls of her palaces. A clamor was raised in the house of the Lord as on a day of the festival. The Lord determined to lay in ruins the wall of daughter Zion. He stretched the line. He did not withhold his hand from destroying. He caused rampart and wall to lament. They languished together. Her gates have sunk into the ground. He has ruined and broken her bars. Her king and princes are among the nations. Guidance is no more, and her prophets obtain no vision from the Lord. The elders of daughter Zion sit on the ground in silence. They have thrown dust on their heads. They put sackcloth. The young women of Jerusalem have bowed their heads to the ground. My eyes are spent with weeping. My stomach churns. My bowel is poured out on the ground because of the destruction of my people, because infants and babes faint in the streets of the city. They cry to their mothers, "Where is bread and wine?" as they faint like the wounded in the streets of the city, as their life is poured out on their mothers' bosoms. What can I say for you? To what compare you, O daughter Jerusalem? To what can I liken you, that I may comfort you, O virgin daughter Zion? For vast as the sea, your ruin, who can heal you? Your prophets have seen for you false and deceptive visions. They have not exposed your iniquity to restore your fortunes, but have seen oracles for you that are false and misleading. All who pass along the way clap their hands at you. They hiss and wag their heads at daughter Jerusalem. Is this the city that was called the perfection of beauty, the joy of all the earth? All your enemies open their mouths against you. They hiss, they gnash their teeth, they cry, "We have devoured her." Ah, this is the day we longed for. At last we have seen it. The Lord has done what he purposed. He has carried out his threat. He has ordained long ago. As he ordained long ago, he has demolished without pity. He has made the enemy rejoice over you and exalted the might of your foes. Cry aloud to the Lord, O wall of daughter Zion. Let tears stream down like a torrent day and night. Give yourself no rest, your eyes no respite. Arise, cry out in the night at the beginning of the watches. Pour out your heart like water before the presence of the Lord. Lift your hands to him for the lives of your children who faint for hunger at the head of every street. Look, O Lord, and consider, to whom have you done this? Should women eat their offspring, the children they have borne? Should priest and prophet be killed in the sanctuary of the Lord? The young and the old are lying on the ground in the streets. My young women and my young men have fallen by the sword, and the day of your anger. You have killed them, slaughtering without mercy. You invited my enemies from all around as if for a day of festival. On the day of the anger of the Lord, no one escaped or survived. Those whom I bore and reared, my enemy has destroyed. This is a lament after Nebuchadnezzar came in and destroyed the
Yes.
Davidic monarchy.
Yes. I'm listening.
So did he keep his promise?
Yes, he did. Did he keep his promise?
So let's go through the
Because we
promise.
are
What
looking
was
at.
the promise?
No,
Yeah, no, no.
I'm saying.
Recite the promise and then let's
Yes,
go
I'm
through it.
reciting the. No.
Yeah, recite the promise. What was the
The issue
promise?
is the issue is there is an issue. The Nebuchadnezzar issue was a complex issue, but there are other things that we are forgetting. There was another. There was another. covenant before the Davidic
No, no,
covenant.
no. We're talking about the Davidic covenant. Did he
Yes.
keep the
No,
promise? Hold
I
on,
am saying,
Tanashi.
look,
Did he keep the promise of the
yes,
Davidic covenant? We're talking about the
he did.
Davidic
He
covenant.
did keep that.
Okay, let's go
He
through the
did keep
promise.
that
What?
covenant. But
Okay, what
there is
was the
another
promise?
covenant that
I'm
affected
not
the
asking you
Davidic
about
covenant.
another covenant. I'm asking about the Davidic
Yes,
covenant. What
that's the one
was
which
the
caused
promise? What was the promise of the Davidic covenant?
he is not going to destroy the lineage of David. He is going to uphold them, even if they are enemies. He's going to defend the Israelite kingdom. That was the covenant. I
Gonna
just
go
summarized
back
it. I
to it.
paraphrased the whole covenant. I
It
paraphrased the whole covenant for you.
the
But the issue is we cannot
the
be ignorant
promise
of other
was
issues that affect that
the
covenant.
promise was right. The promise was that David would have a son. That son would be king, right? The son would build a house for this God, right? And then that son's dynasty would last and rule Israel forever. And your God, in his anger, would never take away, right, his love from them, right? And he would make sure that the kingdom lasts forever, right? They're not talking about some spiritual kingdom, some immaterial kingdom in heaven. He promised David that a king would always sit on the throne, right? In the Davidic monarchy. The monarchy was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar.
It wasn't really destroyed because it was
Does it
revived in
exist
Jesus
today?
Christ.
Does it exist today?
Today we'll have to look at the. Let me just research that 1 second.
Why is somebody typing just have faith in the comments? Like, have faith that the monarchy still exists? Like, what does that mean? Just have faith.
Faith and free will allows them to turn their minds completely off and don't pay attention to things that make logical sense. That I think that's what it is.
That's the only thing that it could be. Because, like, I don't know why they're saying just have faith when we're talking about the Davidic monarchy being destroyed.
Yeah, that I don't even see how faith could be applicable in this conversation.
Okay, so today, when we look at it from the Israelite point of view, as the state is there right now, we can say that the Davidic monarchy is not there. But when we look at from a Christian point of view, because this topic, this debate is on the Christian God and the Christian view, that monarchy has been fulfilled in Jesus
What is a
Christ. Because
monarchy?
Christians do
What is a
believe.
monarchy?
The issue is, you see, the understanding of it.
Wait,
Because we're
if I
talking about the
ask you
Christian
what
God.
is a monarchy, your next word shouldn't be the issue is. It should be a monarchy
No,
is
okay.
what
A monarchy, all right. A monarch is a lineage um, leadership. It's a lineage leadership from one descendant to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. That's a monarch.
it's a royal family, like a royal government, royal
Yes.
line of
Yes.
ruling, right? Of ruling. It's
Yes.
rulership.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
What royal family of the Davidic line is ruling the world today?
Jesus Christ.
Okay. How does Jesus
Because we're
how
talking
does
about
hold
because we're
on,
talking
hold
about the
on.
Christian God.
Tanashi, how does Jesus
Yes.
rule in this material world? How does Jesus set laws in this
Because
material world?
you asked about the monarch.
Yeah, to
You asked about the
rule.
monarch.
The
And I'm
monarchy
responding about the
ruled.
monarch. The
Tanashi, the
monarch
monarch,
right
Tanashi,
now is
Tanashi,
on Jesus Christ.
Tanashi, the monarchy
Yes, I'm listening.
rules. They have a job, do they not?
Yes, they are. And
They
he's
have a
ruling.
job. Okay.
He's ruling right now.
Their job is to rule the people, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
How is Jesus ruling in this physical world?
Every Christian is following his laws right now. That's how he's ruling.
What laws is every Christian
If he's
following?
not, if if he's not ruling, we'll then have to erase Christianity. So
How is
he is
he
the one
ruling?
ruling right now.
How,
Okay.
how, how is he ruling? Would you say
Okay.
based off the state of the
Let's go to
world?
the basics.
Tanashi,
Let's go to the
Tanashi,
basics. Yes,
Tanashi,
I'm answering on how he is
Tanashi,
ruling.
Tanashi,
You asked me how he's ruling.
Tanashi. Would you say
I'm
that
listening.
based on the state of the world, if your Jesus is ruling the world today, would you say that based on the state of the world that your Jesus is doing a good job ruling? Is he a good ruler?
Yes,
When
he
you
is.
listen to Nashi, when she's talking,
Yes,
you be quiet, okay? We can't hear
I'm
both of y'all
listening.
speaking, and she's the host.
I'm listening.
So you said that Jesus is a good ruler today.
Yes, he is.
How many homeless people are there in the world today?
There are many.
How many?
There are many. I don't have. I don't want to lie by saying a statistic that I don't have. But there are many homeless people in the world.
150 million homeless in the world today.
Oh,
You call
okay.
that a good you call that a good ruler.
He is a good ruler.
But why do you call that a good ruler? Like in his kingdom, right? Here on earth, since he's still ruling, he has 150 million subjects without a home.
He's a good ruler.
You just gonna keep saying he's a good ruler despite the 150 million homeless.
That's what they do. They ignore the
Because
reality.
if I am going to explain, you see, you are putting so many clips and parameters on me that I can't even really explain. So I can just give you one word answer.
I'm asking you, and you're just like, he's a good ruler. He's a good ruler. Like I've asked you,
Because
and you've only said four words.
all the time I explain. Right now, look at it. Right now, you see, we are talking about a Christian God. We're talking about a ruler
Yes,
right now.
and I'm talking to you
And
about your
now
Christian God.
I'm going to
Tanashi, I
pose I'm
wanted to
going to
talk to you
pose
about the
a
Davidic covenant. I wanted to talk to you about the
yes.
Davidic covenant. You moved it to Jesus and said that it was fulfilled. Your
Yes,
God did not
because
violate because Jesus is
he is
ruling.
in the line of the Davidic
I'm
covenant.
literally going by this is your line of thought.
Exactly.
Jesus is ruling. Jesus is on the throne. The monarchy never died. Jesus is the king
Yes.
of the world. Okay. So I am
Yes.
within your I'm within your parameters. You built this parameter, and now you
Exactly.
want to complain about it.
Exactly.
So if Jesus is
No,
on
I'm
the
not
throne,
complaining about it.
Jesus is ruling. There's 150 million homeless people in Jesus's kingdom. How does that make him a good ruler?
You see, when God, or let me put Jesus Christ. I don't want to put God. Jesus Christ on this in His kingdom. He has never, He has never affected the flow of nature. We have all been given opportunity to live in this land, in this world. Me, you, everyone on this planet. Each and every person has been given a chance to live as they can and do the best as they can.
Wait a minute. You
So,
said,
if,
quick question.
yeah,
I just want to clarify because you're talking kind of low. You said that he's never affected the flow of nature.
oh yeah,
Then how is he
we are
ruling?
all we are all born. We are given a chance to go to school. We are all given a chance to apply for jobs and work. We are all given a chance to do the best and to the best of our own potential. Each and every person on this planet. in his kingdom, Jesus Christ, everyone is being given a chance. You, me, everyone.
So then you don't,
And
if you're there, then you don't need a ruler. Like if you're responsible for every aspect of your life, right, then there is no need for this ruler. None.
no, he gave
Because guess
that
what?
person to be.
Also in your
He's the one who's
Jesus's
in charge.
kingdom, Tanashi, also in your Jesus's kingdom, there is 757 million people who go without food every day in this world. 757 million people go without food on this earth in his kingdom every day.
I see 750 million people who are alive, not dead. So he's taking care of
Why are you not in those conditions then?
them.
And tell
What
them,
are you
yeah,
laughing about? That's funny to
Because
you?
right, that's disgusting. And tell them that he's taking care of them as their
This is
stomachs are
creepy, ain't it?
Like,
grumbling.
what
Like
is
there's
wrong with
something
It's
wrong
you?
with
creepy.
them.
Just look at it. Just look. It's creepy as
no, it's not.
fuck.
But it is, Tanashi, because we're talking about human beings. We're talking about children. We're talking about elderly people who have to go to sleep hungry. And you're saying, oh, well, they're alive, so they're being taken care of. The callousness with which you have to view other human beings is disturbing. And the fact that you're sitting here laughing at when we point that out, it is very sad. And I think this is the Christian worldview, as you guys like to talk about, as being so much higher and morally superior than everything else. But at its core, it's selfishness. It's myopic behavior because you're looking at, oh, well, they're alive. So they're, but what is their life like? And you don't even care because as long as the narrative, God is in control, he's done everything because according to the book, that's what it says. Everything is okay. That's just selfish.
I'm going to answer the question you said, why I am not. So that's what I was laughing at. Is why I'm not in that line, but the issue is we all are. That's what I was laughing at.
No, you're
So
not.
Jesus
You're
was,
not starving. Are you starving right now? When's the last time you ate something?
about an hour ago.
Yeah, so you're not part of them. These are people that are starving, actively starving. You are not part of that.
You see, we have had a drought. I'm in Africa right now. We've had
Yeah,
a
I'm from
drought.
Africa too,
We've had
sir.
hard
You are
times
not
too.
part of those people. You are not part of the displaced people. You are not starving. You're not looking for where your next meal is gonna come from. Be so fucking for real right now.
Okay? What is your definition of starving? We might have different
Just
definitions
asked
of
you, are
starving.
you looking for where your next meal is coming from? When is the last time you ate? You said just now. Like, stop being obtuse.
somebody on YouTube called somebody on YouTube called his laugh the Holy Spirit laugh. I am done.
I agree. Like,
I
what
do
the fuck?
too. But I think that it's on brand though. Like they look at these stories and these accounts and the goodness of their God only through their own lens, and they don't span out to see the logical entailments of the position. So you're saying we're all in this position? No, we're not. To Ria's point, you just ate an hour ago. You have some kids who haven't eaten for days, yet your God cares about them. That doesn't make any sense, and you know it.
The issue is you only choose to look at one thing that you want to choose and you just stick to it. You see now, that's the
Disagree with
problem.
that. I think we're looking at multiple things when you're looking at one. You're looking at how this God has served you in your life. We're looking at the God's CV or resume across the board. You only want to look at how it works for you. But I can see that you're not hungry, but you've got thousands and millions of other people that are supposed to be under the care of this God. So I don't think it's us that has a myopic perspective. It's you.
You see, the issue is God has never said there will never be hungry people. God never said there will never be homeless people.
God
I
never
never
said
said people
anything.
never suffer.
Actually,
God
he
never
did.
said anything.
He did. He said that he would
Look,
supply your
look,
every need. He said he would supply your every need according to his riches and his glory. He said that if you seek his kingdom and all his righteousness, that you would have everything that you need. He did say that. He said, don't think about what you will eat. Don't think about what you would drink. Don't think about what you will put on. Your Father in heaven knows you need this. He takes care of the birds in the sky, and he will take care of you too because you are more valuable than they. He did say that.
and that is the reason why 700 million are not dying.
This is disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting behavior.
Yeah, I know that superpower that I really wish I have, Just I wish I can put people in certain situations. Just when they start talking nonsense, I want you to live that life for about a year or two. Let's see what you say then.
And
Well,
then somebody in the
all those
comments
homeless
saying, God,
people,
hold on, Tanashi.
uh,
Somebody in the comments saying,
oh, it's
God only
okay.
supports those who truly serve him. No, he doesn't. How many homeless people holding up signs saying, God bless? So that's not true. And even if that was true, that also makes your God a super dick because all according to you, he created all of us.
It makes that person a super dick too.
It's
You are just as big
ridiculous.
of a super dick as your
Uh,
God.
you see,
I hope you know
no,
that. You
let
are a
us refrain
horrible
from.
person.
Let us refrain from.
Don't
Let's
fucking tell me
stop
what to do.
self-insulting each other.
Do not tell me what to do.
But
Don't tell me what to
I've
do.
been
Like,
respecting you
I don't give a
in
fuck.
this debate.
I don't care. If you don't like it, you can drop. You don't tell me what to do.
No, you see, we are
If
debating
it hurts your
on
ears, Tanashi,
the issues
if it hurts your
including
ears, you
dignity.
can drop.
You see, the issue is okay. Let's keep to the debate though. But
If it hurts your ears, you
when
can drop.
you
You keep going. I'm just
no,
gonna
the
fucking
issue
drop
is
you. I
no,
don't give a damn. You do what you need to do for yourself. Okay. You do what you need to do
fine.
for
But
yourself.
you
Don't
see that
fucking tell
you
me how
must
to
me when
talk.
you okay. No, I'm not telling you how to talk, but I'm just stating a fact. When you feel a bit the debate is not going on your side, you get emotional, then
Shut up.
Not debate going on our side. You're sitting up here saying that hungry people are lucky because they're still alive, and you think you have a good point? That is wild.
His ass
That
couldn't
was
even deal
disgusting.
with the fact that his God broke the fucking Davidic covenant. And then when we allowed your Jesus to still be ruling on the earth and talk about the shitty job he doing, you couldn't deal with that. Shut up. It's freaking sick.
And I think it's the inhumane perspective that so many of them present and talk about that it makes me nauseous. It makes me nauseous on a certain level because we're talking about people. We're talking about human beings, and you're capping so hard for something that has never done a goddamn thing for you, you've never seen, that does some of the most disgusting things in this book and is pointed to as the reason for a lot of the disgusting things that happens in the world today. Yet we're supposed to sit here and worship it and praise it? No.
You see
They
how
can't
they
even see how it's made them indifferent to just human, like people who like, it has made them very indifferent to other humans, like to the plight of other humans. Like it's just I don't know. That to
That's
me, like they're the epitome of the demons that they think that want are out to get them. Like
right.
the evil that's allowed to exist comes from their ignorance, and I don't know how many times uh I can say that, but it's the belief, it's this that allows this shit to continue.
That's why I always talk about that YouTube reverse Christianity. I talk about it all the time because I think that is so, so powerful. Because you have this belief system that in order to accept it and follow it, you have to detach from humanity. You have to detach from everything that makes us kind and empathetic and loving for the purpose of following this path. So, I mean, of course, there's some of there's a it's almost this narrative of, yeah, God is real, and what if this was the actual test? But I think it still brings home a really good point. What is it that you're actually purporting? What is it, what worldview and what actions are you actually supporting by following this? So for him to say, yeah, they may be hungry, but God loves them because they're alive. That's just, I don't understand that. I don't think I ever would want to understand that.
And you know how many have probably hoped or wished that they were not alive because they are starving. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? Like, imagine, being like starving and just and waking up and being like, damn. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hmm.
people get to that point, and then your God knowing that they're at that point and still not sending food.
And worshiping something that you believe has the ability to snap a finger and fix all of this, but they're not. And so now you have to go through the recesses of your mind to figure out well, there must be a reason. You have to paint this God in this light when you see people suffering. You see babies born in atrocious conditions. And according to you, oh, he can do it. And he just doesn't. Yet you want to laud this thing as being the most loving and perfect thing ever. That'll never make sense to me.
They ain't gonna say I'm African. Like what the fuck does that change?
And
They-
God
I-
is and God is going to fix everything though. God has been promising to fix everything from the beginning of man, and ain't shit been fixed by God. Anything that's been fixed has been fixed by humans.
I hate when people say, I want to debate this, but I don't want to be disrespected. Block.
But you won't be disrespected if you don't come up here being disrespectful.
He won't be coming up here no more because now he blocked. I don't know. Like, that shit just gets on my nerves. Like, I, I don't know. I, I, I don't know.
it's a deranged idea of reverse psychology because they say that thinking that'll make you bring them up. You're dumb. That gets you blocked. Actually,
I don't know what these people think. And then they'll sit here and they'll watch their fellow believers use tactics that are very abusive, tools that abusive people use to manipulate and to confuse, right? To get their way, and then they won't say shit about it, and they expect us to just like continue to be all nice and passive, and like y'all, I'm so y'all are in the wrong motherfucking place on TikTok. If you're looking for a live like that, this ain't it. This is not it. That's why I put up there the disclaimer. I match energy. I curse. A grown ass woman, and I don't like whining. I literally, I tell y'all who I am every damn day.
And the bottom line is, none of us get to tell people how to behave. None of us get to tell people how to communicate. And everybody has absolutely every right to communicate in the way that they want to communicate. You just get to determine whether or not you want to participate or not. Nobody's making you stay here. And if you don't like what you're hearing, don't stay. But it doesn't make any sense trying to tone police someone or trying to tell someone what they can or cannot say. Or
Y'all are
in
so fucked up. Y'all are so fucked up that you are sitting here hoping that your God does something to us for talking about hungry people,
What
for
just happened?
pointing out that your God is allowing people to go hungry and homeless. You are fucked up. in the
Somebody
head.
already.
Oh, somebody said something.
Yeah, somebody
Yeah.
Yeah.
muted them though.
I didn't even see it.
What they say.
It's all going to come back on y'all in Jesus' name.
Hmm.
What?
Yeah. Like y'all are fucked up in the head.
It was like I pray,
Mm,
blah 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 blah. You know how they be doing. They pray.
mm,
And then y'all need to watch the bullshit that y'all say, because the energy that you put on yourself, like the thoughts that you put on yourself while you up there hoping that somebody else's downfall happens, the whole motherfucking time you're gonna be walking around talking about, why is all this bullshit happening to me? Because you are fucking thinking about bullshit.
They're disgusting. And then are you helping the homeless or feeding them? Yeah. Yeah. But I don't need to talk about it. And the reality is I wouldn't have to if your imaginary God did. He was able to rain down manna from heaven in your Bible, but he can't do any of that today.
Incompetent.
Got all these churches with all these millions of dollars, pastors with mansions, several of them, cars, jets, and all of that, and parishioners that can't pay their light bill.
What somebody said, if he did that, you would believe him out of fear and not faith. What? What?
There, see, and that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. That's why I think this is that I think there's something damaged in their brains. Just to be able to make that statement alone, there's something not connecting. I told those synapses are not synapting. Something's not connecting because that doesn't make any sense.
To the person who asked, are you doing the thing that you're talking about? Yep. Yep. I sure am.
Like on a regular
I
basis.
sure have. It Stop trying to make us stop trying to put your God on us. If you want to blame humans, if you know that it's humans who have to fix the shit, then stop trying to put your God on the rest of us.
Are we talking about the same Catholic institution that keeps paying for SA victims? That keeps paying off?
That
Is
part.
that how much SA victims that they have? Is that the Catholic school that you attend? Oh, okay.
And somebody in here in the comments said, have you tried to debate a Christian apologist instead of random people on TikTok? How about you ask yourself, why does Christianity need apologists?
Look, then fix it
Apologetics.
and make your podcast about that rather than about disproving God. Like, literally prove your God. Like, y'all are so mad that the shit that we're talking about, y'all want us to stop talking about the shit that your God hasn't done, right? Instead of you being able to prove that your God does do. Y'all want us to shut up so bad because you cannot disprove anything that we're saying. Y'all are literally telling us humans to fix the issues while you are worshiping a God who you believe has the power to fix the issue.
And like Bash's live yesterday, blame follows the trust. If you have to put your trust in God and shit goes astray or shit goes left, then you need to blame God, because wherever the trust lies, the blame needs to lie there as well.
This is why I say free will only explains bad things. Free
Mm-hmm.
will, like, there is no free will if good things happen to them. If good things happen, it's God. Free will goes out the door. Free will is the God's lawyer. It's the God's scapegoat. It keeps the God clean. Like, going back to the Davidic monarchy, this is where the concept of this whole it's the human's fault that the God did not keep his promise. Right? So what they did was, when David died, they changed the covenant. The covenant went from an unconditional covenant to a if this happens, then that will happen covenant. When David died, in First Kings, that this is where free will comes in. Can somebody break up Miss Charlene? While I do this right quick. Look, when David's time, watch how they keep watch how they do this. When David's time to die,
April, I'm sorry. I was trying to bring up Miss Charlene and somebody came, but I'm trying to.
Yeah, I got it. That's
You
Miss
got him.
Charlotte.
Yeah, I brought up somebody else when you were bringing up
Oh,
Rhea. Okay, I think you
okay,
kicked it.
I
My
got it.
bad.
When David's time to die drew near, he charged his son Solomon, saying, I'm about to go the way of all the earth. Be strong, be courageous, and keep the charge of the Lord your God, walking in his ways and keeping his statutes, his commandments, his ordinances, and his testimonies, as it is written in the law of Moses, so that you may prosper in all that you do and wherever you turn. Then the Lord will establish his word that he spoke concerning me. Here's the if. If your heirs take heed to their way, to walk before me in faithfulness with all their heart and with all their soul, there shall not fail you a successor on the throne of Israel. This was written after the Babylonian exile.
So the contingency came afterwards.
Because during the Babylonian exile, they were worshiping the Babylonian gods. Nobody was talking about Yahweh. Right, there was a 400-year silence, like 300, 400-year silence. Like nobody was talking about Yahweh. They were not worshiping Yahweh. But then when they come back into the Levant area, how do you rebirth it? How do you start this back over again? First, you got to fix the broken covenant, because people were like, the lament that I read, the Israelites were like, this wasn't supposed to happen to us. We had an unconditional covenant. Right? They were going through religious trauma. They were broken, right? Saying like their women were in the streets, they were starving, thinking about eating their own children. They were cursing Yahweh because this wasn't supposed to happen. This kingdom was supposed to last forever and ever and ever and ever. So when they come back into the Levant, how do you restart it back up? You have people who have been worshiping the Babylonian gods for damn near 7 decades. Right there, half of them were in Egypt worshiping the Greek gods. They had been Hellenized, so they come back into the Levant area, and you got to start it back up. What better way to do it to say that it's the human's fault that Yahweh didn't keep his covenant? So they changed it there. They updated it, 2 Kings 8:25. This is why we see free will. This is why the humans take the blame all the time. Therefore, O Lord God of Israel, keep your servant my father David. This is Solomon praying to the God. Your servant my father David, that which you promised him, saying, there shall never fail you a successor before me to sit on the throne of Israel. Here's the if. Nathan never said if. If only your children look to their way to walk before me as you have walked before me. So on David's dying bed, he issues the if this then that. Solomon, when he's praying to the God after David dies, he initiates the if this then that. Right, but this is all written after the monarchy had already been destroyed. And then they even went as far as, remember Psalms 89 I read you? They even went as far to update Psalms 89 to match the if this then that. In Psalms 89, they quoted back the promise that Yahweh had given to David through Nathan. And here they did a exact replica of Psalms 89 and Psalms 132, but they added the if this then that in there too. The Lord swore to David a sure oath from which he will not turn back. One of the sons of your body I will set on your throne if you see what they did.
That see, and I think it's that retrofitting and the changing and adding of those conditionals again in order to make the God correct. They're doing all the heavy lifting for this God, and they
Yep.
don't even realize it.
I see she running from that Romans chapter 1. What the fuck are you even talking about?
Oh,
You don't
he
even know
was
what
in.
we talking about.
He doesn't. He's in there. He earlier he said that if we read Romans 1, it shows it's 100% true about atheists. I don't even know what you're talking about. Now, are
I
you talking
don't
about?
give a fuck.
I
Like,
know it. An atheist with respects to this God, genius. You're an atheist with respect to every God you don't believe. So is Romans talking about you as well?
they just funny as fuck. Like, that's why I asked the question, like, why should we ignore facts and just have faith? Like, it to me it's just illogical as fuck. Like, they'll sit here, like, even their own book will refute some shit. And they will ignore that shit. The same thing that they claim that gives them faith, they will ignore the facts or the information inside the book itself to hang on to whatever they have created in their own minds. And I think it's more so of an ego thing. It's more about to me it's selfishness. It's more about them, right, than it is the God.
And I
Because if
think
it
it's
was about the God, they would seek truth, even if it hurt.
oh yeah,
It ain't about the
absolutely.
God. It's about them.
And it's about them being right about the God too. Like it's about protecting the narrative that they currently hold about this God. And I think it's because it's so intertwined in so much of who and what they are, to start dissecting is it feels foreign. And I get it. Like you hear about people who find out, oh well, it's a possibility that the person who raised me is not my father, not my biological father. I don't want to know because it's more comfortable for me to live with the understanding that it is. I think sometimes believers approach this text the same way. They see the contradictions, they see the issues in the Bible, they see the contradictory nature that this God is talked about in this book, but they don't want to investigate it to try to figure out what the truth is. They just stick their heads in the sand.
It's sad. Like, I ain't even gonna say it's sad. It's infuriating to me. It's not sad. It's infuriating because it, it it's I see people who are saying, I would rather be dishonest. I
Yeah.
would rather be lied to. It doesn't matter to me that this God blessed a deceiver. It doesn't matter to me that this God is a deceiver. It doesn't matter to me that the God lies. It doesn't matter to me that the God is contradictory. It doesn't matter to me that the prophecies never came to pass. Lie to me, lie to me, lie to me. That's what I hear.
Yep.
And there was a young kid yesterday, or the day before yesterday. I don't know if y'all was in here when he was on stage and he was like, "Yep, the my God is a deceiver. Yep, my God is a deceiver. Yep, my God is contradictory." Like he was like, and that's the God that I serve, and that's the God that I choose to serve. Like he was accepting it. Was it yesterday? And then he was like, just like we talked about Jesus calling the woman a dog, and he was like, yeah, just like they called black people niggers. Like I'm glad they called me a nigger. I was raised a nigger. Like just saying all of that, and I was like, what the
Wow.
fuck?
Mm-mm.
Mm. And I think we might have to accept that truth isn't important to everybody. Consistency isn't important to everybody. Like you were talking the other day, Thinker, and I was like, we are so lock in step with this. Like loyalty is important to me. Being a person of integrity is important to me. I never want there to be a situation where I'm like, I'm acting outside of my own nature because that feels dissonant inside. But I also have to recognize that that's not the case for everybody else. That's not an issue for everybody else. Some folks can go to sleep having been just as fake and false and disingenuous all day long and sleep just fine. That's not me. So when it comes to this, there may be some people that don't care whether or not it's true because it feels better to believe it. It's safer to believe it. They don't want to investigate it. And that's okay. But if that's the case, don't come in here trying to convince us that this bullshit is true and that it does make sense when it doesn't. Don't try to convince me or tell me that what I'm reading, I know how to read. I'm literate. I know what words mean. So you can't tell me that if the book says God can't lie or God hates a liar, and then it tells me that it sends deceiving spirits for the purpose of accomplishing a goal, that is a lie. But you want to tell me, you want to gaslight me into thinking, oh, if he had a reason for it, it's not a lie. No, it's still a lie. It's a lie. He had a reason for it, but it is still a lie, and it contradicts the scripture that says he can't do that. That's the part that's the most frustrating for me.
And I wonder if the whole why of, you know how they focus on the why, not necessarily the fact that they're being abused, or they're being lied to, they're being coerced and indoctrinated with fear. They focus on the why they're being lied to, the why they're being coerced, why they're being indoctrinated with fear. I wonder if that has a connection or a direct correlation to the way we see society today, right? And the decisions that people make in the world today and that with their families. You know what I'm saying? With their jobs, with how they treat people in, like how they engage and interact with perfect strangers in society, like the thought process. That's what I'm asking. Like, does it have a direct correlation with their thought process when it comes to their own actions in the world? They focus more so on the why they did a thing instead of what they did.
Yep. And this is why I say